My name is isekai'd, and I never expected to find myself traversing through time. The era I have entered is the darkest period of the Naruto world, the Warring States era. Upon awakening a system, I have gained the formidable power of the gods and demons through sheer will. With the ability to transcend, I fear neither gods nor demons. Seizing the opportunity before Madara and Hashirama have matured, I successfully persuaded them to form a brotherhood, thereby securing my position as the elder brother. Madara, due to his far-reaching prowess, became the second brother, while Hashirama reluctantly settled for third. From that moment on, the Dragon Veins became my family's garden, and the Nine Tails became my sworn brother. While others fought desperately on the battlefield, I embarked on a journey to collect tailed beasts. Chapter 1, 13. I am isekai'd, and I never anticipated my sudden journey through time. To my astonishment, I found myself in the Naruto world during its most tumultuous and dark era. Gazing into the water, I beheld my reflection, a 4-year-old boy still lacking the maturity of youth. The original host was an orphan of war, taken in by the Uchiha clan. He had no name, merely a number, 13. There were dozens like him, all adopted by the Uchiha. Those with the aptitude to become ninjas were retained, while those without such talent were groomed as intelligence personnel. A rigorous selection process ensued, a practice common among many clans, and they collectively referred to themselves as cannon fodder. 13. Aren't you supposed to be at the training ground? Today, Lord Uchiha Ten will teach you how to refine chakra. An instructor-like figure called out to me. I snapped back to reality, recalling the sparse memories within me. Today marked the day to learn chakra refinement, and we had 3 days to succeed. Failure would result in demotion to a lower tier. Not daring to delay, I made my way towards the training ground. Upon arrival, I found a dozen children of similar age kneeling on mats, all part of the same batch. Before turning 4, they were instructed in writing and recognizing characters, indoctrinated daily to pledge loyalty to the Uchiha clan. Curiosity mingled with apprehension filled my heart. I was apprehensive because children around 6 years old were already dispatched to battle. Yet I was intrigued by the existence of ninjutsu, a phenomenon I had never encountered in my previous life. I wonder how Madara is faring now. I mused silently, realizing I had to cling to the Uchiha's legacy. However, the original host's memories offered no insight into such matters. Before long, a middle-aged man donned in a blue kimono, embroidered with the Uchiha clan's emblem, appeared on the platform. He was Uchiha Ten. Cough, cough. Uchiha Ten cleared his throat, and the eyes of the children were instantly drawn to him, much to his satisfaction. He earnestly explained to us what chakra was, how to refine it, and the precautions we needed to take during the process. Uchiha Ten repeated his instructions thrice, concerned that we might not retain the information due to our youth. Once he concluded, he departed, leaving us to practice chakra refinement under the watchful eyes of several instructors who hoped to witness a prodigy among us. As evening approached, none of us had succeeded in refining chakra, indicating our lack of innate talent. Disheartened, the instructors departed. When night fell, we were called to halt our training, for mastery could not be achieved in a single day. Our meals were separate from those in the dining hall, yet they were slightly more nourishing, recognizing the toll chakra refinement took on our bodies. I returned to my modest 10-square-meter room, my temporary dwelling, furnished with merely a wooden bed and a small table. The bedding was old and patched. I paid little heed to my surroundings, fixated instead on refining chakra. Possessing the soul of an adult, I fully understood the dire consequences of lacking power in this world. Thus, I resolved to push my limits tonight. I sat cross-legged on my bed. My complexion pale, I lost track of time until the moonlight enveloped the room. A surge of excitement coursed through me as I felt a sliver of energy. At last, I sense it. I relaxed my mind, only to succumb to darkness. Normal individuals could not endure more than 3 hours of continuous refinement without rest. Yet my soul's strength allowed me to exceed such limits, pushing beyond my own boundaries. The following morning, I stirred, feeling a sharp pain in my fingers. Ouch! I gradually sat up, cradling my head. I overdid it last night. I can't let that happen again. I felt weak, my head throbbing painfully, clearly a sign of having pushed myself too far. Fortunately, we had 3 days for refinement, during which no one would disturb us, and nourishing meals would be provided. I could afford to rest today. After consuming a special breakfast, I observed a servant aged 7 or 8 collecting the dishes, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I was grateful for my innate talent to become a ninja, sparing me from the fate of becoming a mere intelligence officer or an inept servant. After resting for a while, I felt revitalized, whether due to the breakfast or simply the rest. Recalling the sensations from the previous night, I commenced my chakra refinement anew. It was apparent that the chakra I had refined last night had dissipated. I had merely brushed the surface and not fully completed the process. Come forth, Pikachu. I felt a thread of chakra emerge within me and promptly proceeded with the subsequent steps. Ding! Congratulations, host has become a ninja. System activation successful. Upon successfully acquiring chakra, a tremendous sound resonated in my mind. Wow, incredible. A system. I sprang to my feet, eager to engage with the system. However, having sat for too long, my legs were numb, and I fell directly to the ground, landing awkwardly on the corner of the table. The system momentarily crashed at this. Some sort of trick? I lay dazed on the floor, grateful for my young, light frame, which spared me from a more severe injury. As I reclined on the ground, I gazed at the dilapidated ceiling. System, what functions do you possess? I felt a surge of anxiety, praying for a powerful system. This was my lifeline in this cruel world. This system possesses but one function: sacrifice. The scope of sacrifice is broad, encompassing corpses, objects, and ninjutsu. However, the items for sacrifice must be ownerless. After the sacrifice, equivalent power shall be granted. The system's explanation was succinct, and I comprehended it clearly. I grimaced. System, please sacrifice this table. Aside from the table, my bed, and my clothes, I possessed nothing of value. Chapter 2. On the battlefield. Scanning data. The system's voice echoed in my mind. This system is a sacrifice system. It does not accept refuse. The atmosphere turned awkwardly tense. System, does the power gained from sacrifices equate to chakra? I inquired tentatively. In his understanding, sacrifice should not belong to a world like that of Hokage. Yet, it seemed that Li Xian's words had momentarily stumped the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift pack, the thought of gods and demons. Sacrifice can grant divine or demonic power, which is compatible with chakra. Li Xian was taken aback, then felt a new ability emerge within his mind, yet he found himself utterly incapable of wielding it. The smile that had previously graced Li Xian's lips gradually froze in place. System? What's going on? Why can't I use it? Li Xian's mind was flooded with question marks, akin to a gaming scenario where a teammate had recklessly caused a team wipe. Meanwhile, he remained bewildered while battling the blue boss. The system appeared to revel in its own antics. Host power is insufficient. You will be able to use it once your strength reaches the level of a genin, but it will only last for a brief moment. After the system provided this explanation, it vanished as if cast into the depths of the ocean. No matter how much Li Xian called out, there was no response. Resigned, Li Xian ceased his attempts. He then became engrossed in training. Unable to extricate himself, time swiftly passed, and before long, 3 days had gone by. After a round of assessments by the instructors, Li Xian and 2 companions followed one of the instructors. The other children remained behind, their expressions dimmed. Li Xian trailed behind the instructor, his gaze wandering that he yearned for an opportunity to sneak away. As a traveler from another world with a system, he was unwilling to resign himself to being cannon fodder. However, his abilities were too feeble. It felt like a sealed military camp where he had no means of escape. Gazing at the sky beyond the walls, his eyes brimmed with longing. His interest in Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna had entirely dissipated. His mindset had undergone a complete transformation. Point 13. You will reside here from now on. Moreover, as someone who could become a ninja, you are entitled to your own name. Whenever you are ready, feel free to inform me. The instructor tore off the number 13 that had been affixed to Li Xian's chest. Xian nodded silently, appearing taciturn. Speaking too much could lead to mistakes. He wished to avoid arousing suspicion. The children here were generally silent and serious. As the instructor saw Li Xian enter the room, he began to close the door. By the way, tomorrow morning at 8 is the time for learning about hidden weapons. There will be 2 hours of cultural classes at 2 in the afternoon. Li Xian paused slightly at the altered schedule he had heard. He then nodded, understood. Thank you, instructor. Li Xian felt resigned. Learning about hidden weapons was manageable. Acquiring such skills could be a means of survival that they asked for the 2-hour cultural course. It seemed mostly aimed at indoctrination. They intended to subtly influence their thoughts while instilling loyalty to the Uchiha clan through the Sharingan. 2 years swiftly slipped by. Isekai'd officially became a ninja, achieving the rank of Genin. Of course, this was merely a superficial strength, though his true power was indeed that of a Genin. Is everyone here? A young man clad in armor, adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem on his back and arms, inquired. The 2 instructors beside him nodded slightly. There are a total of 28 individuals, all of whom are Genin. The armored youth surveyed the 28 children standing below. Children, remember this day. For today, you shall step onto the battlefield. Uchiha Isekai'd regarded the unyielding children with satisfaction. Now is your time to contribute to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Isekai'd bellowed. The children, with their juvenile voices, shouted in unison. Uchiha will prevail. Uchiha is magnificent. Isekai'd mirrored the children, his demeanor rehearsed from countless repetitions. Uchiha Isekai'd was immensely pleased. Warriors, follow me into battle. A glimmer sparked in Isekai'd's eyes as a storm of thoughts surged in his mind. Finally, I can break free from this prison. Next, I must survive, and then find an opportunity to escape. Isekai'd noticed that the Uchiha clan had lowered their guard against them. After all, they had been brought back by members of the Uchiha clan or intelligence agents when they were merely 1 or 2 years old. Years of mental pressure and indoctrination through the Sharingan had followed. Of course, this did not apply to Isekai'd. Not everyone possessed the dual souls and system he did. Isekai'd positioned himself toward the back, but not last. Upon exiting the small military camp, their pace began to quicken. With hands clasped behind their backs, they dashed forward. The leading Uchiha Isekai'd had not revealed their destination. Soon, several other Uchiha clan members gathered around Uchiha Isekai'd. Isekai'd felt a surge of curiosity. He thought that after such extensive training, they should at least engage in a few minor skirmishes to hone their skills. After all, the Uchiha clan had invested quite a bit in them. Thus, Isekai'd felt no anxiety, but rather excitement, his adrenaline surging. A poem titled The Way of a Man echoed in his thoughts that a man's path when he cries out in despair. Affairs and benevolence cannot coexist. Recalling the lines, Isekai'd followed the main group along the journey. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the group began to set up camp. Clearly, they had not yet reached their destination. Isekai'd opted against setting up a tent, preparing to endure the night in a tree. He carried only food and hidden weapons. Why set up a tent when we are about to fight? The true thoughts and grievances of Isekai'd. Of course, a few companions shared his sentiments. The Uchiha clan members remained silent regarding their behavior. When Isekai'd and his companions were eventually disturbed by mosquitoes and unable to sleep, they naturally came to realize the folly of their choice. Indeed, Isekai'd was still too inexperienced. As he munched on his rations, leaning against a sturdy branch, he gazed at the pristine, unpolluted starry sky, entirely different from the modern world. He marveled. How beautiful. It feels as though it could cleanse the soul. Isekai'd inhaled the sweet air, feeling immeasurable happiness. This was the taste of freedom. Observing an Uchiha clan member keeping watch below with several companions, Isekai'd's brow furrowed. He quickly turned his gaze back to the starry sky. The Uchiha clan members, sensing the scrutiny, began to scan their surroundings. Isekai'd felt an uncomfortable sensation. Are the Uchiha members excessively vigilant? Little did Isekai'd know, they were on watch and naturally remained alert. The slightest rustle could easily set them on edge. Chapter 2. On the battlefield, the voice of the system echoed in Isekai'd's mind. This system is a sacrificial system, not for discarded items. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. System, is the power gained from this sacrifice chakra? Isekai'd tentatively inquired. To his understanding, sacrifice did not belong to the world of Naruto. It seemed his question had left the system momentarily speechless. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a novice gift package, a thought of divine and demonic power. Sacrifices can yield divine or demonic strength, which is compatible with chakra. Isekai'd was taken aback, and he soon felt a new ability emerge within his mind. Yet he found himself unable to shift even the slightest hint of the smile that had been on his face. What was happening? The system? Why can't I use it? Isekai'd was immersed in a flurry of question marks in his mind. Much like a gamer whose team had suffered a complete wipe, while he was still battling the blue boss, utterly bewildered. The system, however, seemed quite pleased with its antics. The host's strength is insufficient. You can use it once your power reaches that of a genin, but it will only last for a brief period. The system explained before vanishing into silence. No matter how much Li Xian called out, there was no response. With a sense of resignation, he ceased his attempts. Subsequently, Li Xian became engrossed in his training, unable to extricate himself. Time flew by, and 3 days had quickly passed. After a round of inspections by the instructors, Li Xian and his 2 companions followed one of the instructors, while the other children remained behind with dull expressions. Li Xian trailed behind the instructor, his gaze wandering. He yearned for an opportunity to sneak away. As a transmigrator with the system, he was unwilling to become mere cannon fodder. Yet his power was far too weak, and this place felt like a closed military camp, leaving him with no means of escape. Gazing at the sky beyond the walls, his eyes filled with longing. He found himself devoid of interest in Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Azuna. His mindset had completely transformed. 13. You will live here from now on. As a potential ninja, you are entitled to a name. When you have chosen one, you may inform me. The instructor peeled the number 13 from Li Xian's chest. Li Xian nodded silently, choosing to remain reticent. He didn't want to arouse suspicion. The children here were generally taciturn and serious. As the instructor prepared to close the door after Li Xian entered the room, he added, by the way, tomorrow morning at 8 is the time for learning about hidden weapons. There will be 2 hours of cultural studies in the afternoon at 2. Li Xian was slightly taken aback by the changes in the schedule, then nodded, understood. Thank you, instructor. He felt a sense of resignation. Learning about hidden weapons was acceptable, as mastering them could be a life-saving skill. However, the 2 hours of cultural studies would likely serve as indoctrination, especially under the watchful gaze of the Sharingan, subtly instilling loyalty to the Uchiha clan. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Li Xian officially became a ninja, having reached the rank of genin. Of course, this was merely a facade, although his actual strength was also that of a genin, a young man clad in armor. Adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem on his back and arms, addressed the 28 children standing below. The 2 instructors beside him nodded slightly. Children, remember this day? For today, you shall step onto the battlefield. Uchiha Xian surveyed the emotionless children below with satisfaction. Now is the time for you to contribute to the Uchiha clan, he bellowed. The children shouted in unison with youthful exuberance. Uchiha will prevail. Uchiha is formidable. Li Xian mirrored their enthusiasm, as if rehearsed countless times. Uchiha Xian beamed with approval. Warriors, let us depart. A flicker of light ignited in Li Xian's eyes, and a storm of thoughts surged through his mind. At last, he could escape this cage. The next step was to survive and seek an opportunity to flee. Li Xian noticed that the Uchiha clan had lowered their guard against them. After all, they had been taken in by the Uchiha or intelligence personnel at the tender ages of 1 or 2. After years of relentless mental conditioning through the Sharingan, they had been thoroughly brainwashed. Yet, unlike the others, Li Xian possessed the souls of 2 lifetimes and a system. He walked towards the back of the formation, but not at the very end. Once they exited the small military camp, their pace gradually quickened. Their hands clasped behind their backs as they ran. Uchiha Xian did not reveal their destination. Soon, several other Uchiha members joined him, piquing Li Xian's curiosity. He thought that after such extensive training, they should engage in a few small battles to hone their skills, considering the Uchiha clan had invested considerable effort in their upbringing. Thus, Li Xian felt not anxiety but excitement, adrenaline coursing through him. A poem titled The Way of a Man surfaced in his mind, when a man weeps violently. Righteousness and benevolence cannot coexist. As he pondered, he followed the main group until sunset, when they finally began to set up camp. It was clear that their destination had not yet been reached. Li Xian chose not to pitch a tent. Instead, he resolved to spend the night in a tree. He had brought only food and hidden weapons. What was the point of a tent during a battle? This was Li Xian's honest reflection. Several companions shared his sentiments, and the Uchiha made no comments regarding their choices. When the mosquitoes became unbearable, the group soon realized their naivety. Li Xian quietly munched on his rations. Leaning against a tree, perched on a stout branch, he gazed at the pristine, unpolluted starry sky, marveling at its beauty, as if it could cleanse his soul. Breathing in the sweet air, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. This was the taste of freedom. He observed an Uchiha member, accompanied by a few companions. standing guard below. Lee Xian frowned and quickly turned his gaze back to the stars. The Uchiha guards sensed being watched and began scanning their surroundings. Lee Xian felt uneasy. The Uchiha were overly vigilant. Little did he know, they were merely keeping watch and remained on high alert, ready for any disturbance. Chapter 3. Attacking the bandits. Lee Xian continued to gaze at the night sky, occasionally glancing at the sentinels. His hands waved incessantly, swatting away mosquitoes. After 3 hours, the guards finally changed shifts. Lee Xian realized there was no opportunity to escape. The incessant mosquito bites became unbearable, prompting him to stealthily make his way into the two girls' tent. Other boys, unable to endure the discomfort, followed suit. The Uchiha members observed the scene with amusement, shaking their heads. Inside the tent, two pairs of eyes fixed intently on Lee Xian, their kunai poised for action. Clearly, he had stirred them from their slumber. Feeling awkward, he attempted to charm them. "Ladies, please have mercy. Look at what these mosquitoes have done to me." The aloof demeanor he had maintained for so long crumbled in an instant. He leaned closer, showing the two girls the welts on his face. "The mosquitoes in the mountains are vicious." The girls instinctively recoiled, seemingly unaccustomed to such proximity. However, it was only at close range, aided by the faint moonlight, that they caught sight of Lee Xian's disheveled appearance. They stifled their laughter, afraid to express it aloud. Upon seeing their expressions, Lee Xian felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, after spending an extended period in a dark environment, one could still perceive objects in proximity with the moon's glow. He was also grateful that the material of the tent was not overly thick, allowing the bright moonlight to filter through. Otherwise, he would have had to firmly instruct, "You stay in that corner and don't move." The more extroverted of the girls whispered, while the more introverted one remained silent. Hearing this, Lee Xian felt a surge of happiness. "Thank you, ladies. By the way, what are your names?" He suddenly realized he had yet to learn their names. Since Lee Xian and the others were generally divided into small groups of 2 or 3 for training, they would often separate after a few days, preventing them from becoming familiar with one another. The extroverted girl hesitated, her tone subdued. "My name is Seven." Upon hearing this, Lee Xian felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. The introverted girl then softly introduced herself. "I am Achin." Lee Xian smiled gently. "I am Lee Xian. Please rest well. We have a journey ahead tomorrow, or perhaps a battle. You both must survive." As he spoke to the two girls, they momentarily paused, losing interest in conversation, and reclined once more, drifting off to sleep. Lee Xian, enveloped in the bliss of a mosquito-free space, soon curled up beside the tent entrance and fell asleep. The others also successfully squeezed into the tent. After all, they were comrades. And with members of the Uchiha clan lurking outside, they feared the instructors even more than the Uchiha. They dared not utter a sound. Lee Xian felt a soft hand gently pat his cheek, causing him to awaken with a start, his gaze sharp. He soon recognized that it was Seven, who had stepped back in surprise at his sudden reaction. His eyes filled with regret. Meanwhile, Achin was busy organizing her belongings. "Seven, I apologize. I thought," Lee Xian said, looking at the small girl with remorse. Seven dismissed his apology, merely shaken by his intense gaze moments before. "It's fine, Lee Xian. You need to be vigilant in battle." Seeing Seven assist Achin with her belongings, Lee Xian hurried over to lend a hand. As he helped tidy up, he reflected on the preceding events. The previous night, he had been so tormented by mosquitoes that he had slept deeply in the presence of unfamiliar surroundings and people. Lee Xian chastised himself, silently reminding himself that this was a war-torn country, a time of chaos. The group worked to erase any signs of their overnight stay. Lee Xian remained unfazed amidst the astonished stares of the younger children. He offered to carry Seven's bag, but she shyly declined. Reluctantly, Lee Xian gave up, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction at the weight of the bag. It was frustrating to have storage scrolls, yet be compelled to resort to such primitive methods. He was equipped with only 2 kunai and 2 shuriken, lacking even explosive tags, each item a reminder of his current status. After 2 hours of travel, the group halted at Uchiha Shin's signal. Below, a band of audacious bandits dared to assault the vassal village of the illustrious Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shin paused, casting a glance at the 28 young ninjas. "What should we do?" he murmured, his voice low and filled with menace. The young ninjas' gazes were fierce, akin to a pack of wolf cubs. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Their voices were hushed yet fervent. "Now, form groups of 3 to attack the bandits. Remember, we will not assist you." You must capture the village and survive. Understood? Uchiha Shin's tone steadied, yet his presence became more formidable. Understood. The young ninjas responded. With a wave of his arm, several Uchiha clan members dispersed, vanishing into the shadows. Lee Xian noticed the others had dropped their bags and were armed with kunai. He was momentarily taken aback as he saw the three-member teams rushing down the mountain, realizing he had been left behind. Hastily, he pursued them, mentally reciting the multiplication table. 3 times 7 is 21, 3 times 8 is 24, 3 times 9 is 27. Am I unworthy? He pondered, wishing he had teamed up with Seven and Achin, believing that being with stronger individuals would help him conceal his own abilities and avoid attracting the Uchiha's attention. Ultimately, he found himself alone. Uchiha Shin, with a complex expression that nearly turned into a smile at Lee Xian's naivety, mused, such an inflexible little brat. When alone, he doesn't think to join four together? Uchiha Shin leaped onto a towering tree, surveying the battlefield. Reports indicated over 100 bandits present. I wonder how many of you will survive, he thought, recalling the recent attack on their clan's territory. Only 5-year-old Uchiha Madara and 4-year-old Uchiha Azuna had made it out alive. A flicker of hatred crossed Uchiha Shin's eyes as he remembered the Senju clan's insatiable ambitions at the borders. The clan leaders were forced to confront the equally powerful Senju clan on the front lines. Meanwhile, allied families relentlessly assaulted their defenses, leaving only a handful of jonin and a couple of special jonin to defend the clan's heart. Not long after, they were overwhelmed by a mysterious force. Clearly a premeditated assault. After slaughtering numerous women and children, the attackers vanished without a trace. This insidious plot targeted the next generation. Fortunately, Uchiha Taijima's eldest son, Uchiha Madara, had shown wisdom, leading his younger brother, Uchiha Azuna, to safety after eliminating 2 jonin. Such a cruel scheme incensed the Uchiha clan, who were simultaneously engaged in multi-front warfare and utilizing Izanagi to reclaim some ground. Meanwhile, various hidden bases and villages rapidly trained warriors. Chapter 4. Night Moon Forest. At this moment, in the bandit hideout, several individuals patrolled atop the 2.5-meter wooden walls. The atmosphere inside was lively, with some chatting merrily. Others gathered to discuss the women they had captured, and some sharpening their blades. The total number of bandits reached 200 to 300, with over 100 armed with swords. They were seasoned fighters, some soldiers from the Land of Fire, while others hailed from different nations. At this point, not far from the hideout, a group of 28 ninjas convened, deliberating their actions. Lee Xian calmly suggested, "Are there any with better physical capabilities to eliminate the patrols first? Or should we wait until nightfall to act?" As a cautious strategist, he feared his teammates might recklessly charge ahead, leaving him alone in a precarious situation. At that moment, a chubby boy frowned, casting a displeased glance at Lee Xian. "What is there to be afraid of? Just charge in. We are ninjas." The chubby boy glared at Lee Xian, harboring resentment, as he had spent the previous night in close quarters with a girl he secretly admired. This fueled his irritation. Convinced that Lee Xian was deliberately thwarting him, Lee Xian felt a sense of helplessness as he observed his companions, led by a stout boy, readying their kunai with fervor. Reluctantly, he followed suit, positioning himself towards the rear. Fortunately, his companions retained a modicum of wisdom, refraining from shouting. Their movements remained stealthy and subdued. Meanwhile, on the wooden wall, 4 or 5 bandits engaged in idle chatter, blissfully unaware of the group of children stealthily approaching. Just as one bandit, wide-eyed and about to raise an alarm to warn his comrades of the impending danger, felt a small hand, a nightmare incarnate, clamp over his mouth. A chilling kunai glided across his throat, and the bandit felt his strength dissipate swiftly. The gate of the stronghold creaked open as the little ninjas surged inside. The bandit leader, oblivious to the invasion of children, was leisurely sipping his drink. Upon seeing these children, Lee Xian's gaze fell upon one in particular, and without hesitation, he lunged forward with his kunai. He noted that although the child's face was pale, there was no sign of discomfort or the trepidation typically associated with taking a life for the first time. Once again, Lee Xian was confronted with the harsh reality of the Warring States period. In the modern world, a 6-year-old would still be in elementary school, while in Naruto's era, they were just beginning their academic journey. Yet here, these 6-year-olds were already entrenched in the chaos of battle. This stark contrast elucidated why the average lifespan during the Warring States was under 30 years. Lee Xian attempted to offer the bandit's corpse as a sacrifice to the system, but there was no response. Evidently, a common corpse held no value. He picked up a shattered long knife and tested it, only to see it vanish. Thankfully, his companions had already charged ahead, oblivious to his presence. Sacrifice of a worn long knife acquired a minuscule amount of magical energy. Li Xian sighed, sensing no significant change in his chakra. It was evident that this minuscule gain was indeed trivial. He picked up another long knife, choosing not to sacrifice it, realizing it was futile and would likely attract attention. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, reverberating throughout the stronghold. Clearly, someone had made a grave mistake. After all, it was their first time taking a life, and their small bodies were still vulnerable. The bandit leader, enjoying his drink, was jolted by the scream. The bandits below, engaged in their leisure, turned their gazes sharp as hungry wolves. The leader sat upright, abandoning his drink, his demeanor shifting to one of lethal intent. "You dare to be a ninja?" A member of the Uchiha clan emerged from the shadows, momentarily taken aback by the leader's presence. He promptly activated his Sharingan, fixing his gaze upon the leader. Jinjutsu, Narikomi no Jutsu. The Uchiha employed a standard illusion. The leader, recognizing the Sharingan, thought it clever. He attempted to dispel the Jinjutsu by channeling his chakra to break its hold. The Uchiha smirked coldly, having anticipated this moment. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. The Uchiha unleashed a barrage of fireballs, enhanced with shuriken for added potency. Ninjas are nothing special. Upon witnessing the leader being struck, the Uchiha chuckled disdainfully. Just then, the leader's body emitted a faint sound. Bang! The Uchiha realized too late, as a gust of wind approached from behind. He could only attempt to parry with his kunai, but it was futile. "Huh, you are just a pathetic chunin, unworthy of a name." The leader spat disdainfully at the decapitated Uchiha. His gaze shifted towards the cacophony of battle. "So, Devi, you turned my domain into a training ground, It seems my last plan indeed bore fruit. Once this is over, I shall return." The leader, Yue Lin, mused quietly as he gazed at the distant sky, the location of his clan. Without a leader-level expert to confront him, he knew he could not be restrained. Uchiha Shin observed the ongoing skirmish, his brow furrowing as he moved towards Yue Lin. Other Uchiha members, previously concealed, began to converge. They had initially intended to encircle the battlefield, ensuring that no one escaped before the battle concluded. Their mission was to eliminate anyone who emerged, including Li Xian and his companions. However, it was evident that the plan had encountered a complication. "Who are you? A ninja has fallen to the level of a bandit?" Uchiha Shin addressed Yue Lin, who sat beside the corpses of his kin. Yue Lin took a quiet sip from his drink. "Let us wait until everyone has arrived before speaking." Uchiha Shin's brow knitted as he hurled his kunai towards Yue Lin. "Do you truly consider yourself significant?" Uchiha Shin began to form seals, channeling chakra within him. Yue Lin casually tossed his wine jar at the kunai. Chapter 5. Freedom. Uchiha Shin frowned at the descending kunai, anticipating Yue Lin's evasion or some form of ninjutsu. He was primed to unleash his great fireball technique to seize the initiative. "You are far too naive." Yue Lin vanished in an instant, appearing behind Uchiha Shin. An ominous curved blade glinting dangerously. A chill swept across Uchiha Shin's neck as images of his fallen comrades flooded his mind. He lunged forward, rolling to evade. Li Xian was engaged in combat with a bandit, struggling against his superior strength and lacking any formal training in swordsmanship. He found himself pressed down, unable to lift his head. Gathering his chakra into his arm, he met the bandit head-on, using his momentum to retreat several meters. He discarded the long knife and shook out his numbed arm, retrieving 2 kunai from his ninja tool pouch. His opponent was formidable, unlike the average bandit. After concentrating chakra in his arm, he hurled 1 kunai while the other remained poised in his grasp. How did they all get in? Li Xian noted several waves of Uchiha members rushing towards the center of the stronghold. A flicker of determination ignited in his eyes as he recalled how many had passed. He realized that only 1 Uchiha remained unaccounted for. The light in his eyes intensified as he retrieved the kunai lodged in the bandit's eye socket, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him at the sight of the lifeless body. Unlike the brainwashed children, his mind was not clouded with fear. Only slight emotions and cognitive clarity remained. Li Xian frowned, beginning to retreat. He planned to find Qian and the others and lead them to safety. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into the stronghold, a series of explosions echoed from within, a detonation of explosive tags. His steps faltered as he recalled that they were all brainwashed, loyal solely to the Uchiha, and would never follow him. The depths of the stronghold were engulfed in chaos, and he could not predict when the fighting would cease. He had no time to forcibly extract them, and he needed at least a 1-3 advantage. With this realization, Li Xian hastily retreated, sprinting away. There was still one Uchiha unaccounted for, and he had to remain vigilant against this unknown threat. The opportunity to escape was fleeting. Should he be discovered, death would be inevitable. This chance was the closest to success he had, for he still possessed a hidden card. The Uchiha were likely no more than Shunin. Li Xian ran tirelessly, passing through a village where he stealthily acquired a change of clothing. Memories of the events in Naruto flooded his mind. After examining his own body for any potential curses, Li Xian found nothing amiss. Perhaps the youth of his adversaries was a contributing factor, or it could be that they had yet to mature. Alternatively, they may not have had the opportunity to undertake missions independently, thus refraining from employing such contingencies. After several hours of running, Li Xian gradually came to a halt. Remarkably, he had not encountered the last of the Uchiha clan, a fact for which he was secretly grateful. After all, he had yet to unveil his trump card and was uncertain of its efficacy. With only his rudimentary body techniques at his disposal, he could hardly contend with the seasoned Shunin. Within the makeshift hideout, the Uchiha lay prostrate, their eyes vacant. The young ninjas he had trained had all succumbed to the wrath of Yu Lin, their faces stripped of flesh and subsequently reduced to ashes. He took a moment to catch his breath, tearing a strip from his garment to bind the wound on his arm. The escalating conflict would only deepen their rift, and when they finally reached a point of mutual destruction, it would be the opportune moment for their alliance to unveil its prowess. Yu Lin discarded his garments, setting them ablaze before donning a fresh kimono and sprinting towards his clan's domain, leaving behind a field of corpses unacknowledged. Li Xian felt a pang of confusion. In such tumultuous times, it seemed there was nowhere to turn. He contemplated the map of the ninja world in his mind and resolved to head towards the Uzumaki clan. According to the tales from the Hokage, the land of whirlpools and the Senju clan were long-standing allies, and they favored peace. However, he pondered whether the village of Konoha had yet to be established and if he would be able to gain entry. Li Xian yearned to cultivate his abilities in solitude for a while, as the current era was rife with formidable opponents. Great clans invariably possessed leaders of exceptional skill. Akin to the Hokage of Konoha at its inception, veterans of countless battles, their strength formidable. He recalled the faces of two young girls, hoping they would endure the chaos of this era and that fate would allow their paths to cross once more. With renewed determination, he resumed his journey, choosing to venture deeper into the mountains while simultaneously training to harness chakra for tree climbing. During his time with the Uchiha, he had refrained from such pursuits, fearing scrutiny. The sensation of freedom was exhilarating. Li Xian stripped down to his bare skin and waded into a small lake, practicing a dog paddle. Flipping onto his back, he floated on the surface, soaking up the sun. A small bird flitted about, basking in the warmth, and Li Xian's face darkened. He had no inclination towards exhibitionism. As he continued to paddle, he sought to master the art of using chakra to stay afloat. Once he had sufficiently enjoyed himself, he stood at the water's edge, testing the waters with his chakra. Time slipped by, and half a month had passed. During this period, he sustained himself on dried fish, daring not to build a fire. A single misstep could lead to his demise. Chapter 6: Sacrifice. Gaining the Uchiha bloodline after traversing for over 2 months, with intermittent pauses for training, Li Xian finally emerged from the land of fire and arrived at the territory of the Uzumaki clan. He observed a number of civilians, their faces adorned with smiles of contentment, seemingly untouched by the ravages of war. Settling here, he devoted himself to rigorous training, occasionally venturing into the mountains to hunt for sustenance. Fortunately, his system provided him with a unique ability, a spatial dimension for storage. A year slipped by in the blink of an eye. The conflict between the Uchiha and Senju escalated, hinting at a decisive showdown. The formerly neutral Hyuga clan began to stir with ambition. Li Xian gleaned this information while bartering animal pelts and herbs for salt and spices in the village. "Back again for more spices, are we?" chuckled the shopkeeper. At the sound of his voice, a 6-year-old girl dashed out of the back room. "Brother Li Xian, you're here," exclaimed Uzumaki Chinyu, her face alight with excitement. Li Xian felt a twinge of awkwardness. He couldn't shake the feeling that this father-daughter duo had ulterior motives. perhaps seeking to recruit him for labor in the cornfields due to his considerable stature for his age. He replied with a dispassionate expression, fully aware they were not to be trusted. Chinyu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at him. So handsome. Her cheeks flushed red, and it seemed she was already envisioning a name for her future children. Li Xian hurriedly collected his spices and rice, making a swift exit. Chinyu, do you like Li Xian? Her father teased, observing her rosy cheeks as she hurried back inside. Seeing his daughter retreat, the father furrowed his brow. He held a fondness for Li Xian, appreciating his politeness and earnestness, though he noted the boy's reticence and the ambiguity of his background. Once inside his modest wooden cabin, Li Xian shut the door and exhaled sharply. This was all too overwhelming. He stowed his goods in his spatial dimension and glanced around at his humble abode. Sighing, he reflected on how he had nearly been a chunin for 6 months, yet felt his strength stagnating. Puzzled, he wondered if it was due to talent limitations or an inadequately robust physique. With empty hands, he set off towards the mountains as he usually did, though this time, no one knew whether he would return. Upon reaching the summit, he stood atop a tree, gazing down at the tranquil village below, enveloped in peace and serenity. Turning away, he resolved to seek further experience. Now, he possessed a modicum of strength sufficient for self-preservation, equipped with body replacement techniques, shadow clones, transformations, and the spiral sphere he had painstakingly developed. However, he remained oblivious to the nature of his chakra affinity, having never encountered a chakra test paper. During wartime, knowledge about ninja tools was tightly controlled by the prominent clans, leaving the outside world in ignorance. Li Xian carried a wooden sword he had crafted from a sturdy tree during his leisure time. The production of iron tools was heavily regulated, with blacksmiths focusing solely on agricultural implements. His destination was the battlefield, where he planned to emerge as a third-party participant, eliminating isolated ninjas while offering sacrifices to enhance his strength. This notion of sacrifice weighed heavily on Li Xian. The system seemed to suggest that the more powerful the ninja he sacrificed, the greater the rewards he would receive. The allure of this prospect stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. The higher the talent of the sacrificed individual, the greater the rewards for you. Additionally, there exists a possibility of acquiring their physique and bloodline. Furthermore, identical bloodlines can be stacked. Li Xian's smile gradually twisted into something sinister. Yet deep within him lay a moral compass. He could not bring himself to kill without cause. He was no cold-blooded murderer. The individual from the Uchiha clan, who had earlier sustained severe injuries, lay dead before him for reasons unknown. Why are you here, little ghost? Have you seen someone bearing the clan emblem, gravely wounded? As Li Xian pondered this, a figure emerged from the trees. The voice startled him back to reality. What is the clan emblem? I have not seen it. I did not encounter the injured person. Although Li Xian was eager to hunt down this supply, he suppressed the urge. He needed to resist the allure of power and remain true to himself, lest he become a slave to strength. The figure in the tree frowned, narrowing his eyes as he observed the blood on the ground. A thought crossed his mind. In this desolate wilderness, how could a mere child appear? Is this the limit of Uchiha intelligence? The figure jumped down, and Li Xian noticed the emblem of the Senju clan on the arm of his attire. Are you speaking to me? Li Xian scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, a kunai laced with explosive tags whizzed past him. He channeled chakra to his feet and dodged it. I truly am not one of the Uchiha, Li Xian exclaimed again. The Senju warrior, witnessing Li Xian evade the kunai, appeared perplexed. It seems I mistook you for someone else, my apologies. With the attack halted, Li Xian felt a bit relieved. It's nothing, if you have no other business. Before he could finish, the Senju struck decisively while Li Xian was speaking. The force of the blow left his arm tingling, as he had reacted too hastily. Not a bad little ghost, but what a pity, the Senju remarked, drawing his blade, its edge gleaming ominously. Li Xian quickly gathered chakra in his hands. Boom, he grunted, a wound appearing on his shoulder as he retaliated, sending the Senju flying. The people of this era were unaware of the true nature of the orb in Li Xian's hand, and thus, they inadvertently overlooked its significance. Gazing at the fallen Senju, Li Xian picked up the katana, relishing the moment. Thank you for this gift. With a flicker of the blade, he intoned, sacrifice. Within his mind, he summoned the system to receive the offerings. Host sacrifices 1 shunin of the Senju clan, 3 kunai, and 2 explosive tags. Congratulations. Host has acquired a small amount of chakra. Li Xian's brow furrowed, resembling a tightly drawn line. System, you better explain what constitutes a small amount of chakra, and what the success rate is for acquiring the opponent's physique and bloodline limit. The system fell silent, evidently embarrassed at having to communicate with someone it deemed lacking in vision. With no choice, Li Xan begrudgingly silenced himself and chose a direction to flee, wary of potential reinforcements arriving at the battle scene. Chapter 7. I am the knight on the battlefield. Li Xian emerged from the shadows, surveying the corpses strewn across the ground and the distant figures engaged in combat. Sacrifice, he declared, vanishing from sight. He was an emotionless cleaner, swift and precise. However, his good fortune was short-lived. During a body recovery, he was spotted by reinforcements. Without hesitation, he bolted, but the approaching combat vibrations halted their pursuit. From that moment onward, the two clans were aware of a little ghost intent on harvesting their bloodlines. Why else would he steal corpses if not to study their powers? Thus, Li Xian's endeavors grew increasingly perilous. To collect a single body, he risked the emergence of multiple ninjas from the shadows. Little ghost, we've been waiting for you. Several Uchiha emerged from the darkness. Li Xian wasted no time and fled, knowing that engaging in battle here would be tantamount to seeking death, especially with numerous reinforcements at their disposal. He felt as though he had forged a pact with the divine. To grow stronger, he, still weak, had to resort to such methods. It was far more preferable than taking lives with his own hands. The Uchiha seemed to toy with him, trailing behind as if savoring the terror of their prey. Realizing he had not shaken them off, Li Xian understood their clear objective: to exhaust his stamina. With no alternative, he sought refuge in a more secluded area. This was not about right or wrong, nor about sides. It was solely about gaining strength. Those who obstructed his path were enemies. The ensuing battle would be a testament to survival of the fittest. Only the victor would have the right to continue living. Drawing his katana, Li Xian faced the 5 pursuers. A sigh of relief escaped him as he noted they were merely chunin. Having observed the world of Naruto and spent time in this meat grinder, he understood the importance of avoiding their gaze. Otherwise, he would not know how he met his end. Can't keep up, can you, little ghost? The leader of the Uchiha scrutinized him with interest. Now, would you kindly die for those desecrated dead? Li Xian offered no words, instead tightening his grip on the katana. With the faint bloodline of the Senju coursing through him, his physique and strength had significantly improved. He hoped to swiftly eliminate the leader. After all, a pack of wolves with a king was vastly different from one without. The Uchiha were akin to a pack of hungry wolves, and their leader was the alpha issuing commands. Li Xian charged, seizing the initiative. As his blade neared the Uchiha's neck, doubt flickered within him, soon overshadowed by the arrival of 4 fireballs. Without hesitation, he severed the Uchiha's head, then dodged the incoming fireballs. However, upon noticing a figure perched upon a branch above, his expression darkened. He had been tricked. His inexperience in battle became evident. He understood without turning that the decapitated figure was merely a substitute. As he leaped upward to evade the fireballs, his opponent awaited him, ready to ensnare him. In midair, Li Xian found himself unable to maneuver, resorting to channeling chakra through his katana to strike at the fireballs launched in his direction. The fireballs unleashed by his adversary were unlike those depicted in Naruto. Their temperature was high, their damage severe, and they required minimal chakra, ideal for the battlefield. Li Xian had always believed such techniques were only effective against common foes. In the original narrative, skilled individuals could easily evade or block them, instilling a false sense of security within him. As the temperature of the katana soared, the fireballs he separated with it continued to erupt forth, akin to a flamethrower. As Li Xian descended, he prepared to counterattack upon landing. However, when Li Xian caught sight of 2 ninjas below, forming seals and awaiting his arrival, a heaviness settled in his heart. He sensed that a similar formation lay hidden behind him. In his mind, Li Xian summoned an ability he had never before utilized, quickly gathering chakra. This was the first opportunity he had to experiment with such power. Though this ability bore certain repercussions, he had never encountered a situation dire enough to warrant its use until now. A crimson light rapidly enveloped Li Xian, purple markings appearing on his forehead, accompanied by the emergence of 2 horns. His eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, devoid of any white. "I am the knight," he growled, his voice raspy, reminiscent of a beast's roar. The blade in his hand began to be enveloped by a sanguine energy, swiftly morphing into a broad, massive sword. In a blink, Li Xian's petite form left behind several fissures, a testament to his body's inability to withstand such speed. With a flash of his blade, one member of the Uchiha clan found himself decapitated, his blood drawn towards the hilt of the sword, transforming into pure energy to mend Li Xian's wounds. Why could he not clearly recall his homeland, even though it resided at the core of his heart? Li Xian's voice grew somber, a fleeting clarity flickering in his eyes before he succumbed to darkness once more. In an instant, another Uchiha fell to the ground. The remaining three huddled together, wary of his swift movements. Lightning release, Thundernet, commanded the leader, forming seals and thrusting his hands into the earth. Lightning coursed through a small patch of ground, paralyzing any enemy who dared tread upon it, accompanied by a fierce pull, akin to fingers plunged into a live socket. Fire release, Great Fireball. This jutsu surpassed the Great Fireball in both scale and intensity, its heat more searing. The last Uchiha brandished shuriken, ready to protect his grounded companion while remaining vigilant. Li Xian vanished from sight, his speed rendering the Uchiha's Sharingan powerless to track him. His body cracked under the strain, yet he leapt above them, wielding his blood-red sword, which was surging with energy. As the Uchiha finally glimpsed Li Xian descending from the sky, they braced for impact, only to find he had struck the ground between them without inflicting harm. They instinctively exhaled, perhaps ready to mock him, when suddenly, the earth erupted with a violent surge of crimson energy, engulfing them. The ground split apart, the Uchiha reduced to mere remnants. Crack the earth. Li Xian's voice returned to normal, his eyes regaining their usual appearance. He surveyed his injuries, acknowledging the undeniable strength of this power, yet recognizing the toll it had taken on his body. His physical resilience was insufficient to harness such force. Kneeling on the ground, he gasped for breath. Having reached his limit, his chakra nearly depleted. Gazing at the scattered remnants before him, a slight discomfort arose within him, yet he swiftly suppressed it. Offering. The host sacrifices 16 pieces of flesh, gaining a small amount of chakra. Li Xian frowned at the barren ground, uttering no further words. At least he was not lying there lifeless, which was enough for him. Feeling a slight replenishment of chakra and a restoration of vigor, he approached the drained corpse, silently invoking the offering. Noticing the system remained unresponsive, he said nothing further, setting off in a determined direction, away from the battlefield. He needed time to recuperate and tend to his wounds. Lacerations marred his shoulder, thigh, and calf, bleeding profusely yet fortunately shallow. After walking several hundred meters, he paused to retrieve a bottle of alcohol from the system space, pouring it over his wounds. His already pallid complexion turned ghostly white, and the sturdy branch he had bitten into snapped painfully, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. From the system space, he procured a clean garment, tearing it into strips to bind his wounds tightly, cleaning the bloodstains from the ground. Continuing onward, he remained vigilant, resolving to stock the system space with medical supplies in the future. Li Xian had contemplated this issue before, but such items were heavily regulated and difficult to acquire, especially for someone like him, who could not reveal his true capabilities. Chapter 8. First encounter with Hashirama and Madara. Li Xian was fortunate. He had not been discovered, which was precisely why he had chosen the battlefield's periphery. He recuperated in the mountains, grateful to have found a herb that repelled insects. Otherwise, his wounds would surely fester. He marveled at the Senju clan's vitality and physical prowess. By the next day, he felt his wounds had begun to scab over, accompanied by an itch. A sign of healing, no doubt aided by the chakra he had continuously nurtured. A week later, Li Xian's body was fully restored. This time, he intended to take bold action, planning to circle around the rear of the two clans. They would likely not transport the bodies of their fallen kin far for burial, lest they begin to decay or cause an outbreak of disease. They would honor the dead, refraining from cremation unless absolutely necessary. Stealthily, Li Xian, having healed, was ready to engage in reckless pursuits once more. Utilizing his small stature to his advantage, he concealed himself among the foliage. Navigating past several patrolling ninjas, he noticed the defenses were particularly lax. It was evident that the buried bodies had already been processed, leaving no opportunity for others to investigate the secrets of their bloodlines. At this time, there were no scientists like Orochimaru, merely a few ninjas sent to patrol as a formality. As Li Xian approached the graves, he found himself at a loss. The system showed no reaction. He surmised that the corpses were likely too distant, a significant possibility. To make an offering, he would have to dig up a grave. The thought filled him with trepidation. If discovered, he would be infamous. If Madara and Hashirama learned of it, they would surely despise him. Li Xian remained unaware of whether he could contend with these two extraordinary individuals later on. Madara and Hashirama were now 6 or 7 years old, slightly younger than Li Xian, and their presence occasionally graced the battlefield. As for how he recognized them, it was from the animated series he had seen. He would run as far as possible upon spotting them, aware that the Grim Reapers lurking behind them were no jest. Li Xian stealthily circled around the Uchiha's rear, re-entering the battlefield's edge. The fierce clash between the two clans ignited a fervor within him, often compelling him to dance in excitement. Yet, he tightly restrained himself, repeatedly reminding his inner self to be cautious and not act recklessly. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xian arrived at a location that, if he guessed correctly, was where Madara and Hashirama engaged in playful contests to see who could urinate farther. He discarded his trousers, revealing himself in an impromptu trial. Li Xian pondered how far he could urinate, and if he would have the chance to compete when the two gods of the ninja world engaged in their duel. The thought of the gods of the ninja realm and the Azura of the ninja world led him to fantasize about a grandiose title for himself. Perhaps Highland Guardian or Highland Bandit. Why must every title include Highland? Li Xian found himself confounded. His name shared the same illustrious designation as that of the great general of the Qin state. Observing his commendable battle record, he adjusted his trousers, a surge of daring excitement igniting within him. He picked up a stone from the ground and began to skip it across the water. This activity soon lost its appeal, and had it not been for his mischievous nature, he would have abandoned it altogether. He sought refuge beneath a tree, leaning against its sturdy trunk, as a gentle breeze tousled his long hair. Alas, being but a child, he lacked the charm that maturity would bestow upon him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Where was his beloved sword? It seemed that it had been absent from his life for days. After a moment of reflection, he recalled having left it on the battlefield, forgotten amidst the chaos. Lost in his thoughts, he drifted off to sleep, enveloped by the comfort of the moment. "Hey, wake up!" A voice jolted him awake. He opened his eyes to find a bowl-cut figure looming over him, leaving him perplexed. How could he have fallen into such a deep slumber? He resolved not to let this happen again. It was far too perilous. The boy before him appeared to be Hashirama. Regaining his composure, Li Xian inquired, "What is it?" Hashirama, upon seeing a young boy asleep in such a dangerous location, felt a profound admiration. "Do you not realize there is a battle nearby? How could you sleep here so soundly?" Li Xian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I was simply too comfortable and dozed off without realizing it." "But what brings you here? Are you not aware of the ongoing conflict?" Pretending to be puzzled, Li Xian speculated whether this was Hashirama's first encounter with Madara. His suspicion stemmed from the original narrative, which indicated that Hashirama and Madara would not sever ties for at least a year or two. "I sneaked out," Hashirama confessed, his earnest nature evident. Li Xian's perception of Hashirama shifted. He suspected the boy still harbored a relatively pure heart. The tumultuous legacy of the Senju clan weighed heavily on Hashirama's conscience as he clenched his fists, his desire for peace intensifying. Yet, he lacked a clear strategy, merely wishing to grow stronger. Madara, too, cherished peace, his gaze filled with regret and vague notions forming in his mind, the coldness on his face dissipating. "I apologize for bringing up your painful memories," Madara said earnestly. Li Xian felt a flicker of joy within, observing the humility of these two young scions of powerful clans. Despite their noble lineage, they exhibited a commendable modesty. "No worries. I hope the war concludes swiftly," he replied softly, his voice imbued with a glimmer of hope. This sentiment was genuine. He felt weary from traversing a world fraught with strife, yearning for peace amidst the turmoil. Hashirama, motivated, resolved to believe in the possibility of peace. Madara nodded solemnly, affirming, "It will be peaceful here." Li Xian sighed inwardly, recognizing that these two were indeed the keys to ending the chaos. Suddenly, hunger gnawed at him. "How about I treat you to some grilled fish?" he proposed, looking at the pair. Hashirama's eyes sparkled with interest, but Madara rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Do you think this is a safe place for that? If we light a fire, we'll be surrounded in no time. Remember, this is a battlefield." Madara adopted an elder brotherly demeanor, aiming to impart wisdom to the two younger boys. Hashirama nodded in agreement, acknowledging the danger. Li Xian, coming to his senses, realized he had momentarily lost his wits. It was uncharacteristic of him to make such a blunder. he hastily explained, hoping to mitigate the situation. The trio enjoyed a brief respite, skipping stones and lightening their spirits before promising to meet again. Hashirama and Madara contemplated inviting isekai'd to their clan, but ultimately decided against it, recognizing that he was merely an ordinary boy. It was perhaps best to keep their worlds separate and remain safe. Chapter 9. The Dragon Vein. Since his last encounter, isekai'd had grown increasingly cautious. Yet, he found it progressively more challenging to act. Alas, this place seems devoid of opportunities, he lamented, observing a fallen ninja slowly rising. The absurdity of fishing for justice struck him, prompting him to consider relocating to a more favorable locale. After all, he sought only ninjas, and more importantly, the Dragon Vein. A sudden realization sparked in his mind about a valuable treasure in the Land of Wind. With determination, he set off under the starlit sky, feeling disinterested in the meager chakra he had encountered. After effortlessly dispatching several bands of robbers and bandits, he finally arrived in a sandy land several months later, the Land of Wind. Spotting a passerby, isekai'd swiftly brandished a kunai at their throat. "Do you know the way to Lulan?" The stranger trembled. "I don't know what you're talking about." Seeing no signs of deceit, isekai'd tightened his grip, rendering the individual unconscious. "Where's my precious Lulan?" Recalling the narrative, he knew it was sealed by Minato and that Naruto had encountered it. Yet the precise location eluded him. "System, there's a valuable treasure here. Come forth and use your divine abilities to locate it." isekai'd, exasperated, sought assistance from the system. The endless expanse of sand threatened to overwhelm his senses. Ding! The system does not provide this function. isekai'd was taken aback. "System, if you help me find the Dragon Vein, I will split the rewards. 90 for me, 10 for you." Ding! The system does not comprehend this function. isekai'd felt a glimmer of amusement at the system's retort. "How about 70 to 30? Ding! This does not comply with regulations." His brow furrowed as frustration mounted. "What about 50 to 50? Surely that's a fair compromise given the distance I've traveled." Reluctantly, he settled on this proposal, recognizing that if he were to search on his own, it would take an eternity. The true gains lay in what he could acquire, while the unattainable remained mere illusions. Ding! 200 meters ahead. Dig down 10 meters to proceed with the transaction. isekai'd nearly choked with indignation. The system is rather frustrating. isekai'd retrieved a basin from his spatial storage, as he lacked a proper shovel, and could only resort to digging with the basin. After several hours of battling the yellow sand, he finally unearthed what he sought. This was only possible because isekai'd had splashed some water from the system's space nearby, just a few dozen units. Otherwise, as he dug deeper, the sand would have swiftly poured in. Sacrifice! isekai'd hurriedly summoned the system. "Host, retreat 500 meters, or you will be engulfed by the sand." He quickly complied, glancing back to see the surface of the sand rapidly lowering. "Host has sacrificed a Dragon Vein and gained an immense amount of chakra. Congratulations, Host. You have acquired the special ability, River of Time. This ability allows you to traverse back a few seconds or days, or forward a few seconds or days. The maximum time span you can traverse is 1 year." isekai'd was utterly astounded. His chakra surged within him at an astonishing rate, soon surpassing the threshold of a chunin, reaching the realm of a jonin. He quickly focused on compressing this pure energy. If it surged uncontrollably to the level of a clan leader, he would be unable to manage it. Thus, he had no choice but to compress or absorb this refined chakra with his physical body. Once he stabilized his strength at the peak of the jonin, he was elated. He had struck gold overnight. Suddenly, he recalled that the system had hinted at granting him additional abilities. He hastily examined this newfound power and soon grasped its usage. "System, if I travel back in time a few days, will the Dragon Vein still exist? Can I continue to sacrifice it?" An idea sparked in his mind. Prohibition of recursion. Many items are unique. Regardless of the time frame, if it disappears, it is gone forever, the system replied. isekai'd sighed in resignation. If only he could infinitely recurse. Wouldn't that make him immortal in situ? "Host, traversing the River of Time must not alter predetermined realities. Otherwise, you may incur fatal consequences. At your current state, you cannot withstand it." isekai'd recoiled slightly. "Goodness, what use is this ability then? It seems only suitable for watching plays. And even that is limited to a year, hardly useful. Host, conduct your own research." The system's tone suggested a light-hearted mood, evident in its willingness to engage with isekai'd. He pondered and realized that this ability was intended for combat, rather than altering history as he had initially thought. Upon exiting the Land of Wind, Li Xian felt a marked difference. His current strength was now only a step below that of a clan leader, rendering the ninja world relatively safe for him. Having tasted success, he began to contemplate other sources of abundant energy. He thought of tailed beasts, but quickly dismissed the notion. They possessed self-awareness and would dissipate upon death, requiring time to regenerate. His targets for sacrifice had to be either ownerless or his own. Since the dead do not vanish, their corpses could be sacrificed. After a while of contemplation, he struggled to identify other desirable options and decided to take his time. It was akin to searching for something. The more one seeks, the less likely one is to find it. Yet, when one isn't looking, discoveries often come unexpectedly. For instance, the answer might be right in hand. Li Xian quietly pondered how to grow stronger. Before long, he prepared to re-enter the battlefield, not for mere chakra, but for bloodlines, kekkei jinkai, and physical constitution, all of which he found lacking. After all, as a peak jonin, he possessed only a single attack ninjutsu, merely 4 techniques in total, a rather dismal state. Li Xian began to formulate a plan. He aimed to gather powerful bloodlines such as Byakugan, Sharingan, Senju, Teuchi, and Uzumaki, striving for a high purity of bloodline rather than weak or diluted variations. As for the Gold and Silver Brothers, they appeared to hold little value, merely a secondary option. The third plan involved other kekkei jinkai that had been eliminated. He aspired to acquire Dust Release, Boil Release, Melt Release, Storm Release, Explosion Release, Ice Release, Magnet Release, and Scorch Release. This era presented the best opportunity for such endeavors. Whether these special techniques would manifest remained uncertain, but preparing mentally was never a mistake. Tremble, young ones. Li Xian grew increasingly arrogant, his demeanor swelling with confidence. Chapter 10, Dark Form Upgrade. Hyuga Clan Girl Kid, get lost, or I'll beat you to death. A boisterous voice echoed from behind as Li Xian walked ahead. What? So brazen? Li Xian's chakra erupted. What did you say? He turned to see a burly man. The man, sensing Li Xian's formidable presence, faltered slightly. Hero, spare me. I wasn't referring to you. The burly man quickly backed down. Who are you? Where are you headed? Li Xian inquired, casting a casual glance at the man. I am a guard of the daimyo, seeking assistance from the Senju clan. Li Xian's brow furrowed. What is your purpose? What scheme are you plotting? Which daimyo's guard are you? My lord, I am a guard of the Fire Nation's daimyo. We have discovered a high-grade iron mine at the nation's border, capable of producing shurikens and other ninja tools. Other nations eye our Fire Nation covetously, and thus we seek the aid of ninjas. Li Xian's heart stirred slightly. Oh, then you should proceed. He dismissed the burly man and inquired silently to the system. System, can the mine be collected? Can it be sacrificed? Under the previous system, Li Xian would have received no response. But after he had honored the system with half a dragon vein days prior, its attitude had notably improved. Host has reached the peak of Jonin. Items such as iron mines cannot be sacrificed. Ninjas below Chunin will no longer provide chakra, but there is a chance to acquire bloodlines. Li Xian could only reluctantly concede. He understood well that the system had developed a taste for greater rewards and no longer valued such trivial gains. Encouraging him to pursue grander quests was not out of the question. After all, a level 60 hero would gain little experience from fighting level 10 monsters. System, may I view my attribute panel? Li Xian suddenly wished to see his attributes. After waiting a few minutes, he felt disheartened. White Zetsu. There seemed to be an abundance of them, both in quantity and strength. However, recalling that White Zetsu was merely dormant, he found little excitement in hunting them. It was still the Uchiha and Senju bloodlines that held allure. Perhaps, if the bloodline concentration reached a certain threshold, he might even awaken the Sharingan and would release. With a snap of his fingers, he envisioned a flurry of would-release techniques. That would indeed be impressive. Li Xian's mind wandered, lost in reverie. Hey there, little one. Li Xian had not walked far when a woman's voice called from behind. He felt a twinge of annoyance. Had he encountered too many people today? He pretended not to hear. Little brother, wait for your sister. I have treasures to show you. Li Xian's brow furrowed, his feet halting. This voice was rather sweet. Perhaps it belonged to a beauty. His mind raced with possibilities as he turned to face her. Miss, were you calling me? He asked, his smile radiant. Of course. Little brother. A girl, approximately 16, approached him with a beaming smile. She had a delicate appearance, a slender waist, and long legs, perfectly proportioned. She was simply stunning. especially with her captivating white eyes that left Li Xian utterly entranced. The members of the Hyuga clan finally made their appearance. Li Xian found himself captivated by her gaze. Oh, how he was enthralled by her Byakugan. A bit embarrassed, he reluctantly released the kunai he had been gripping. "Oh, miss, what brings you to me? What treasures do you speak of?" he inquired, eyeing the young woman who stood less than a meter away from him. "Hey, little brother, do you think I'm pretty?" the girl asked, evading his question. Just as Li Xian pondered how to respond, he noticed the veins on either side of her eyes bulging, and beneath her feet, a massive green bagua diagram materialized. Li Xian was taken aback and hurriedly retreated, but it was too late. The bagua diagram represented the territory of the gentle fist technique. He had no choice but to raise an arm to shield himself from being struck. Meanwhile, a thought of demonic transformation sparked in his mind. His chakra surged violently, converting energy within him. In an instant, his hair turned blue, and two long purple horns sprouted from his forehead. One eye glowed with a brilliant purple light, while the other remained in its original state, albeit shrouded in a faint violet aura. The cheek corresponding to the illuminated eye bore peculiar purple tattoos. With a swift movement, he escaped the confines of the bagua formation, feeling surprisingly in control of his own body for the first time. But why such a drastic transformation? Was it due to his investment in training, or perhaps an elevation in his abilities? Li Xian was puzzled but pushed aside his distractions, forming a purple broad-bladed sword in his hand. "Miss, what do you intend to do? Is this your treasure?" he asked the girl from the Hyuga clan, genuinely taken aback by her sudden aggression. "Wow, little brother, you look so cool," she exclaimed, astonished by his transformation. Li Xian was bewildered. Was this girl incapable of understanding human words? "Why are you attacking me? I haven't wronged you," he protested, feeling quite innocent in the matter. Hyuga Xian stuck out her tongue. "Little brother, you possess such refined taste at such a young age, with chakras so robust. Are you here to gather intelligence on my Hyuga clan?" Li Xian felt a wave of confusion wash over him. "I am but a commoner. Why would I seek intelligence?" Hyuga Xian's gaze deepened, as if she were trying to see through Li Xian. As she recalled his earlier speed and this strange form, Li Xian grew increasingly uneasy. This form consumed chakra excessively, especially with the floating purple crescent symbol behind his head, which seemed to be burning through his reserves. Observing the girl lying on the ground, he felt a sense of helplessness. He lacked the skill to seal chakra points, and binding her with rope would be futile given her chakra. Thus, he dragged the young woman from the Hyuga clan into a secluded grove and tied her up. He then retrieved a basin of water from his system space and splashed it onto her. Slowly, she began to regain consciousness, only to find herself bound in a most compromising position. "You little pervert, what do you intend to do?" Hyuga Xian shouted in alarm, hoping someone might hear her cries. Li Xian's expression darkened. "What do you mean, what do I intend to do? I suggest you behave, or you'll find yourself in a rather unpleasant situation. Answer my questions, and do you understand? Otherwise, today will not end well for you." Li Xian absent-mindedly picked at the dirt under his nails, remnants from when he had dragged the girl here. Hyuga Xian, a seasoned veteran in her own right, was taken aback. She was far from the naive girls of the 21st century, and encountering such a brutish boy left her speechless. The most troubling aspect was her inability to overpower him. "Speak, why did you attack me?" Li Xian asked, feeling rather disinterested as he observed her now pristine fingernails. Hyuga Xian twisted her hands behind her back. The more she struggled, the tighter the ropes became, especially at the pressure points. "You little rascal, untie me. If my grandfather finds out I'm missing, you will regret it." Her face flushed, whether from anger or something else. Li Xian remained indifferent, a smirk playing on his lips as he lightly caressed her cheek, stopping at her eyes. "You are truly beautiful." Hyuga Xian felt a wave of defeat wash over her as she gazed at the boy before her. Before she had acted, she had no idea he was so formidable. She merely sought to capture someone with an appealing appearance to add to her collection of toys, having already worn out many others. Bored, she had ventured out, only to find herself in this surreal scenario. "How tedious," Li Xian muttered, his kunai glimmering. "It's time to make a sacrifice." He resumed his journey, having granted her the chance to explain herself, but her obstinacy and peculiar glances had pushed him to act. Thereafter, Li Xian focused on moving forward, thoughts of her enchanting Byakugan lingering in his mind, regretting he had not captured it. "How exhausting. I need to rest here." Eventually, he stopped, unable to resist the urge to return to the hidden location of the Hyuga clan empty-handed. From his space, He produced a wild chicken and started a fire to roast it, relishing the freedom he had long sought after. With a generous amount of spicy seasoning, he felt his spirits lift. Once the chicken was golden brown, he tore off a leg and savored the aroma. "Hey, little boy, have you seen a girl around 15 or 16 with Byakugan?" Two men perched in the tree, their white eyes gazing down at Lee isekai'd. The older one observed him closely, noticing only a meager amount of chakra emanating from him, likely at the level of a genin. The older boy scrutinized Lee isekai'd, attempting to discern any falsehood in his words. Lee isekai'd was startled, his heart racing momentarily. "Whoa, you scared me. Do you know that scaring someone can be deadly?" He quickly finished off the remaining chicken leg, casting a regretful glance at the leftover meat. "I'm sorry, I haven't seen her," he said. "You are lying." The elder Byakugan user replied calmly, while his companion looked at him with confusion. Lee isekai'd, feeling a wave of admiration, thought, could he be a lie detector? Wishing to avoid conflict, he furrowed his brow. "I truly haven't seen her, nor is there a reason for me to deceive you." The older Byakugan user studied him intently for several seconds before signaling to his companion. "It appears the second mist did not head this way. Let us change our direction." The two vanished in a flash, leaving Lee isekai'd feeling elated. He seized the remaining roasted chicken and began to devour it, fearing that if a confrontation arose, it would ruin his meal. As they departed, the two boys exchanged glances before turning away, while Lee isekai'd remained blissfully unaware. Akin to a lion uninterested in the thoughts of mere ants, he had returned to his unadorned self, living in simplicity, and he was unaware of any sensing techniques. Lee isekai'd settled nearby, remaining for several days. To his dismay, the members of the Hyuga clan seemed to be utterly indifferent to worldly affairs. He could not venture into the Hyuga clan's territory to unearth their Byakugan, a peerless ocular technique suited for intelligence gathering. Moreover, their strength during such tumultuous times was formidable. Yet, Lee isekai'd remained oblivious to the actual deeds of the Hyuga clan. What he perceived was merely the facade that the Hyuga clan presented to the world. As a prestigious noble family, how could they not harbor aspirations of dominion? Observing the tranquility of the Hyuga clan, Lee isekai'd was suddenly reminded of another clan, the Taketorai clan, also known as the Kaguya clan. However, he held reservations regarding their bloodline disease. Truly formidable, especially when wielded by Kaguya Otsutsuki. That clan was essentially born for battle. Without conflict, it was as if their very existence was at stake. Had Lee isekai'd chosen to engage with them, he would undoubtedly reap immense rewards. Yet, he feared that his current constitution might not withstand the strain. He could not risk sacrificing himself to bloodline disease. Should the system learn of his thoughts, it would likely spell his doom. Suddenly, an idea struck Lee isekai'd. Having finally arrived in the world of ninjas, it would be remiss to remain idle. He stroked his chin, contemplating the eradication of the Shimura clan, which should have minimal repercussions. After all, Danzo was quite repugnant. Lee isekai'd hurried toward another battlefield of the Uchiha clan, intent on stirring the pot. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired a diluted Uchiha bloodline. You now possess a primary Uchiha bloodline with a slight chance of awakening the Sharingan." Lee isekai'd was a diligent worker. He swiftly incapacitated the Uchiha guards at the temporary graveyard and commenced his excavation. After unearthing several coffins, his Uchiha bloodline finally evolved, reaching a new tier. As dawn broke, Lee isekai'd had successfully attained the pinnacle of the primary Uchiha bloodline, on the verge of a breakthrough to the intermediate level. He rubbed his sore back, inadvertently dropping the emblem of the Shimura clan by the roadside, along with a fragment of the Sarutobi clan's insignia. He then retreated from the battlefield and settled in a nearby location, awaiting the Uchiha clan and the Sarutobi and Shimura clans to clash. Lee isekai'd approached the situation with a sense of experimentation. In his view, even if they lacked the fiery spirit, they would at least fight with greater ferocity. No one wished for their hard-fought battles to culminate in the desecration of their corpses. However, to be frank, Lee isekai'd felt somewhat guilty. In the mountains, he constructed a quaint wooden cabin, feasting on pork and drinking wine, all while offering prayers for the deceased Uchiha. Lee isekai'd aspired to be a person of conscience, unwilling to act like grave robbers who would plunder tombs and abscond with treasures without offering even a few sticks of incense for the deceased. Thus, Lee isekai'd remembered that by consuming meat continuously for a month, with sincere intent, he could bless the spirits and enhance their fortunes. The deceased would also receive his blessings. However, The daily consumption of greasy meats was an arduous ordeal for him. Chapter 12. The Winds of Change in the Following Days. Li Xian often ventured out to observe whether battles had commenced, yet he received no response, which left him quite vexed. Could it be that the Uchiha and Senju clans had engaged in a major conflict? Suddenly, he recalled the burly man. During this era, ninja clans resembled mercenaries. If one hired the Senju clan, the opposition would undoubtedly enlist the Uchiha clan. Their coordination was seamless. They fought incessantly, whether for trivial reasons or significant matters. The Uchiha would become enraged at the sight of the Senju, and vice versa, launching into combat without uttering a word. In the opulent and grandiose hall of the Senju clan, Senju Hashirama sat in the main seat, facing the burly man Li Xian had encountered. At this moment, Senju Hashirama appeared hesitant, as their battlefront had expanded excessively. Since they were a large clan, they were also engaged in mining operations alongside various other business ventures. The Uchiha would not allow the Senju to develop smoothly. Upon receiving news, they would launch disturbances, accompanied by a barrage of fire techniques. The daimyo's offer is rather low. Let's add another 100 million in grain, or weapons and supplies, and I will accept this deal. Senju Hashirama frowned as he addressed the burly man. The man's expression darkened, sensing that Senju Hashirama was being rather greedy. Honorable leader of the Senju clan, your price is rather steep, the burly man replied, scrutinizing Senju Hashirama closely. This mine, while substantial, requires extraction and crafting, and only then can we realize profit. The daimyo's offer of 30 million is already generous. Moreover, your Senju clan is so powerful. If you establish a camp there, the enemy would surely hesitate to act. Senju Hashirama set down his teacup. Indeed, we Senju are powerful. But do not forget that the moment we act, the Uchiha will unleash chaos like rabid dogs. If you do not agree to my terms, seek others. Senju Hashirama had made up his mind. Recently, their conflict with the Uchiha had reached a climax. After years of battle, they needed to recuperate. The mines had been nearly exhausted, and engaging with the Uchiha's madness would only deplete their resources. He had no interest in the impoverished territory of the Uchiha. Moreover, the Uchiha had suffered significant losses. When cornered, even a rabbit would bite. The Senju did not wish to become embroiled in a stalemate with the Uchiha's madness. Surely the Uchiha were now in dire straits, likely attracting many hungry wolves to their bounteous lands. The burly man felt helpless. The daimyo's budget was limited. As the burly man prepared to take his leave, Senju Hashirama's eyes glimmered with a fierce light, and an idea struck him. You may seek out the Uchiha. They are more affordable. Senju Hashirama lifted his teacup, sipping tea. The burly man, upon hearing his words, was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent. I shall take my leave now, and I won't disturb you further. With a wave, Senju Hashirama dismissed the burly man, who departed while the leader remained deep in thought. Uchiha Taijima furrowed his brow as he examined the intelligence on the table. What a worthless offer, 30 million ryo to engage the Uchiha. Taijima could not even be bothered to glance at it, dismissing it carelessly. He retrieved a map of the Land of Fire, marked with red indicators. Had the battlefront expanded so drastically without his notice? Two areas stood out prominently. One was the Senju clan's mine, adjacent to the Uchiha territory, and the other was a city, now devoid of civilians, populated solely by Uchiha ninjas. This delineated the border of Uchiha territory, where smaller clans formed alliances to harass the Uchiha. Yet Taijima found himself utterly powerless to intervene. The Senju clan kept a watchful eye on them, forcing him into a passive defensive stance. He had no choice but to enlist the aid of the Yui clan. Taijima thought of the Yui clan, which he regarded as a secret weapon. They safeguarded the Uchiha's flanks. Leader, the Senju clan has retreated. They were frightened by our illustrious Uchiha clan. A member of the Uchiha clan entered. Taijima's brows knitted tightly. What nonsense is this? He recalled the scroll he had tossed aside earlier and retrieved it, only to set it aside once more. Ah, Senju Hashirama, you can rest easy now. The Senju clan will inevitably fall to your hands. Second Elder, notify the clan members to return and encourage childbirth. We aspire to become the largest clan in the world. Taijima, weary of overthinking, yearned only to ensure that the exceptional ninjas of the Uchiha clan left a legacy before their lineage faded. Moreover, the Uchiha needed a period of recuperation. This prolonged conflict had taken its toll. If this battle continued, the younger generation of the Senju clan would soon be ready for the battlefield, while the Uchiha would have no one left to fight. Each loss was a significant detriment. In the Hyuga clan leader Hinata Tenrin sat at the head of the table, facing the clan's eldest elder, Hinata Huading. The room was eerily silent. Has the second princess still not been found? Hinata Tenrin squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the intelligence scroll he held while conversing with Hinata Huading. Huading wore a worried expression. Indeed, the second princess has been missing for quite some time. Clan leader, could it be? Before Huading could finish, he was interrupted by Tenrin. What are your thoughts on the ceasefire between the Uchiha and Senju? Tenrin laid down the scroll, fixing his gaze on Huading. The intensity of Tenrin's stare made Huading uneasy, pondering how such eyes could belong to a monster. Huading, at a loss for words, responded with what he considered a humorous quip, but Tenrin simply shook his head. Have the individuals sent to the Uchiha been silenced? No clues left behind. Is there any third party aware of this? Tenrin inquired, a hint of melancholy in his voice. He sensed there was some truth to Huading's speculation. Huading sat upright, affirming, no one saw them. Those who did are dead. Their main targets were the children, and they even killed several of Taijima's nephews. They retreated after just half an hour, and they were all dead servants, bearing no trace of our Hyuga clan. Tenrin rubbed his temples. Let us hope so. I have a feeling a great battle is on the horizon. Observing Tenrin's demeanor, Huading reassured him, brother, do not worry too much. Our Hyuga clan is formidable. Chapter 13. The second meeting of the three. Indeed. It is not so easy to stir the winds of change. Not everyone possesses the talent of a Kirin to incite such upheaval. Li Xian walked dejectedly to the battlefield where the Senju and Uchiha had clashed, only to find it deserted, leaving behind a scene of devastation. How did I end up here? Li Xian snapped back to reality, realizing he had subconsciously wandered to a familiar location, close to where he had previously met the two great figures. Who goes there? As Li Xian pondered, two youthful voices broke the silence. It's you? Hashirama. I told you, there's nothing wrong with this hammer. The aloof youth, Madara, rolled his eyes at Hashirama. Hashirama glanced sideways at Madara, saying, this is our second meeting. I am Hashirama, and he is Madara. What is your name? Li Xian, looking at the gentle Hashirama, couldn't help but admire his natural charisma and endearing demeanor. I am Li Xian, a name of my own choosing. Li, meaning wood, Xian, meaning trust. Li Xian beamed with a radiant smile. Hashirama thoughtfully reflected on this previously unheard surname. What a lovely name, he smiled. Madara softly repeated it twice, yet said nothing further. It seems the battlefield has emptied, Li Xian remarked meaningfully. Indeed, this place has finally settled. Hashirama recalled the desolate battleground. Madara, listening to their exchange, stared blankly. Li Xian, noticing their silence, gazed skyward and mused, I wonder when true peace will come. A time when refugees will no longer roam, and villages will not be plundered. Hashirama bit his lip, his eyes filled with hope. When I grow up and gain enough strength, I will find a way to end this chaotic era. Madara's eyes sparkled with longing. I seem to glimpse a world of peace. Li Xian observed these two artistic souls and grinned mischievously. Peace cannot merely be spoken into existence. It requires invincible strength. Noticing their dawning understanding, he stroked his chin. How about we three engage in a bout? The victor shall be declared the leader, and together we shall strive to create a peaceful world. Madara, intrigued by Li Xian's proposal, exclaimed, I think that's a splendid idea. The one with the strongest fists shall be the leader. Hashirama, inspired by the confident duo, felt a surge of interest. He did not believe he would fare worse than either of them. But how shall we compete with three of us? Li Xian furrowed his brow, his mind racing with clever ideas. Here as a thought, I will face each of you in turn. We can tally victories. The one with the most wins will be declared the leader, followed by the second and third. The simplicity of this rule excited both boys. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, Li Xian stepped into a clear area. I shall go first. Who will step up? Madara promptly approached. I shall, but let us establish some ground rules. Since there are no adults around, let us refrain from using ninjutsu and rely solely on taijutsu to avoid injuries. Madara stated earnestly, aware that releasing ninjutsu could lead to uncontrollable consequences. Hashirama, with a sly smile, lowered his head, feeling content. Taijutsu, haha. The position of leader shall be mine. After all, he was a man of the Senju clan, renowned for their physical prowess. Li Xian regarded Madara quizzically, internally mocking, Madara, you were rather naive as a child. Among the three of us, only you possess a significant advantage in ninjutsu. While your taijutsu is commendable, you have yet to awaken your Sharingan, essentially handicapping yourself before the fight begins. Madara's suggestion stemmed partly from a desire to prevent harm to his friends. Yet it was clear that the other two were unaware of his limited ninjutsu repertoire. Presently, his taijutsu was indeed his strongest asset, with each boy harboring their own thoughts. Only Lee Xian wore a mischievous grin. He was now a peak jonin. As anticipated, within 3 minutes, Madara was defeated. Lee Xian had even spared him a sliver of dignity, leaving him questioning his existence, gasping for breath as if his chest were a furnace. Hashirama's expression grew solemn. Lee Xian is extraordinarily powerful. No matter how Madara attacked, Lee Xian effortlessly countered, while Madara struggled to evade or deflect Lee Xian's casual strikes. Watching Madara sprawled on the ground, staring up at the sky, it was evident he was mentally crushed. Lee Xian moved to a nearby vacant spot. "Come on, Hashirama," he taunted, his gaze provoking, as if to convey that victory was assured. Hashirama gritted his teeth, resolute. Even if he lost, he intended to hold out for 4 minutes in the leader's position. He had already abandoned hope of winning. His focus had shifted to claiming the second position. 3.5 minutes in, Hashirama lay defeated, questioning his life choices. He had spent the entire time on defense, attempting to conserve energy and endure. However, Lee Xian's strikes grew increasingly heavy. How formidable! Madara, fixated on their duel, observed closely. He realized that Hashirama's taijutsu was even stronger than his own, his expression darkening. These two are truly monstrous. Yet, in a flash, his eyes rekindled with determination. Excellent. Such opponents are welcome. Let you two enjoy your temporary lead. After all, a ninja is not solely defined by superior taijutsu. Lee Xian sat on the ground, grinning from ear to ear. From now on, I shall be the elder brother. The next battle will determine who among you two shall be the second. Panting heavily, Hashirama rose to his feet, and Madara followed suit. Noticing their fatigued states, Lee Xian suddenly felt the urge to relieve himself, his eyes lighting up. I have conceived a method for our competition. You two are already utterly exhausted, and it is evidently futile to engage in a contest of physical prowess. Lee Xian spoke with increasing seriousness. How about this? You two shall compete in urination. Whoever can urinate the farthest shall be deemed the second brother. Lee Xian felt a surge of satisfaction, believing his idea to be nothing short of flawless, absolutely perfect. The expressions on their faces turned somewhat awkward. Come on, I am the eldest. I have the final say. Lee Xian removed his trousers, revealing his member, and began to urinate into the river, all the while whistling. This prompted the two to feel the urge as well. After all, following exercise, the body often craves relief. With trousers lowered and members exposed, they awaited Lee Xian's command by the riverbank. With a flourish of his hand, Lee Xian proclaimed, "The contest for the second brother begins now." Chapter 14, Blood Oath and Brotherhood. Ban victory. Henceforth, Ban shall be the second, and Hashirama the third. Lee Xian suppressed his laughter. Second brother, third brother, let us forge a blood oath and become sworn brothers for life. Lee Xian magically produced a roasted pig and 3 bowls, then retrieved a jar of wine from the ground. Ban, still processing the spectacle, exclaimed, impressive. Hashirama, too, was momentarily stunned, pondering if this was a form of ninjutsu. Lee Xian positioned the pig's head before them, filled the bowls with wine, and sliced his finger with a kunai, letting his blood drip into each bowl. He then handed the kunai to Ban, who was utterly bewildered. What is this for? Lee Xian, exasperated, replied, just do as I say. Ban squatted down, mimicking Lee Xian, and let his blood fall into the bowl. Under Lee Xian's gesturing, he passed the kunai to Hashirama, who looked on in astonishment at the sight of the two already bloodied. Aren't we still minors? Shouldn't we refrain from drinking? Lee Xian, his patience wearing thin, urged, third brother, just comply. Reluctantly, Hashirama followed suit. Lee Xian then knelt, pulling both of them down alongside him, performing a ritual they had never witnessed before. From this day forth, we shall be brothers, as close as kin. Remember, do not turn against one another, lest you invoke the wrath of heaven, and the great warrior Guan Yu shall come to strike you down. Lee Xian spoke with gravitas. Ban and Hashirama were awestruck. Now, let us drink to this oath. Lee Xian raised a bowl, encouraging them to do the same. Ban, his demeanor straightforward, felt bolstered by Hashirama's support. Hashirama cautiously inquired, "This wine contains your blood. It won't poison us, will it?" Ban frowned at his third brother's words. What sort of talk is that? Li Xian rolled his eyes. Drink. The three of them gulped down the wine in unison. Li Xian's cheeks flushed as he slammed his bowl onto the ground, clasping his fists. Second brother, third brother, Ban and Hashirama were startled, then imitated Li Xian, forcefully striking the ground. Second brother, third brother, Ban echoed, embracing the camaraderie, while Hashirama, feeling out of place, stammered. Eldest brother, second brother. Li Xian felt a swell of satisfaction, his heart brimming with joy. Second brother, third brother, it is getting late. You should return home. Do not forget today's oath and the promises made. Do you understand? Li Xian spoke with earnestness, having put considerable thought into this moment. Observing his two companions, their faces flushed with excitement, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Understood, eldest brother. Ban, fully at ease now, embraced Hashirama's shoulder, declaring, Third brother, you must behave. Hashirama, blushing, lamented, I understand, eldest brother, second brother. Returning home, Ban sought out Tsunade. Come, Tsunade, we shall become brothers. From this day forth, I shall be your elder brother. Ban insisted, gripping Tsunade's shoulders, his demeanor imposing to ensure she understood his newfound authority. Tsunade, bewildered, gazed at her inebriated sibling. But, elder brother, we are already brothers. She replied cautiously. Ban looked skyward, tears streaming down his cheeks, and waved Tsunade away, an expression of unutterable sorrow on his face. Tsunade, dismissing the drunken state of her brother, quietly slipped away from the Senju clan. Is there a technique for regret? Hashirama pondered, his cheeks flushed with worry. Tobirama observed his elder brother's inebriated state. If father were to discover you were drinking, he might very well break your legs. A spark of defiance ignited in Hashirama's eyes. Legs. Legs. An elder brother is like a father. I shall teach you a lesson today. With each strike of his belt, he proclaimed, pressing Tobirama to the ground as he protested in confusion, unable to comprehend the bizarre behavior of his inebriated elder brother. Brother, it was a mistake. Spare me. Tobirama pleaded, only to be released as Hashirama fastened his belt back around his waist, gazing into the distance as if replaying vivid memories of his once illustrious reputation. Li Xian, Ban, how they had so thoroughly deceived him. Hashirama burst into tears, feeling utterly wronged, having once been the big brother, now relegated to the role of the third. Li Xian, meanwhile, frolicked, exclaiming, the king has summoned me to patrol the mountains. Intoxicated, he exhibited the carefree exuberance of youth, having consumed but a bowl of wine, leaving him in a daze, lost in laughter. The following day, he awoke with a splitting headache. What? A single bowl of wine has rendered me this incapacitated? Li Xian lay languidly on a tree branch, relieved that a mosquito-repellent pouch rested against his chest. He rummaged through his space, retrieving a jar of wine. What the? He exclaimed, noticing the label reading clear wine, realizing he had mistakenly taken the high-proof alcohol, akin to the disinfectant he had previously used. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he recalled Ban and Hashirama's expressions. He retrieved a roasted chicken from his space, offering a toast to his companions. May you find happiness. Ban lay sprawled on his bed, bare, with marks of having been struck upon his skin. After Tsunade left, Taijima had passed by Ban's room. Hearing his brother's raucous lamentations, unable to bear it, Taijima burst in and, upon witnessing Ban in a drunken stupor, drew his belt and struck him until he cried out. Taijima sighed. Child, this is my fault. My constant warfare has left you unattended. With that, he left Ban's room, feeling a sense of relief. Hashirama, leaning on a cane, limped along. The commotion from his altercation with Tobirama had drawn the attention of others. When Tobirama entered the room, he found Hashirama assaulting him and scolded. I shall teach you a lesson. Seeing their father approaching, Tobirama fled, only to trip over the threshold and twist his ankle. Their father, noticing Hashirama's flushed face, rolled up his sleeves and began to strike him. Feeling unsatisfied, he dragged Hashirama into a room, shutting the door. The sounds of slaps echoed from within, accompanied by Hashirama's cries of, Father, I was wrong. Eventually, their father emerged, his face flushed, having delivered his lesson. Chapter 15. The strikes wherever there is conflict. The presence of Li Xian is undeniable. This time, the Uchiha and Senju clans have chosen to remain inconspicuous. Meanwhile, the Teiktorai clan has unleashed chaos along the borders of the Land of Fire. Despite the continuous pleas for assistance from the daimyo, their requests have seemingly vanished into the abyss. It appears that the Uchiha and Senju clans have no intention of intervening. The daimyo suddenly recalls that the Land of Fire is also home to a formidable tiger, albeit one that has sheathed its fangs and claws, allowing everyone to forget its existence. This tiger is none other than the Hyuga clan, which boasts a long lineage and numerous skilled warriors, yet prefers to maintain a low profile. Clan leader, the daimyo's envoy has arrived, announced the second elder, who had come to seek the opinion of Tennin. Tennin paused, his brush hovering above the paper, leaving dark ink splotches in its wake. Upon the fifth drop of ink, he sighed. He is not present. However, recalling that the second elder often lacked wit, he added, "Just say that I am not here, and you are not in a position to decide." With that, he pinned his message, conveying his sentiments succinctly. "Our clan leader is unavailable. I am not in a position to make decisions. You may leave." The second elder took a leisurely sip of tea, only to spit out a few tea leaves in confusion. The messenger, bewildered, remained dazed by the words "our clan leader is not here," even after leaving the Hyuga clan's premises, feeling somewhat despondent. It seems that the Hyuga clan also has no intention of emerging from the shadows. What has happened recently? The typically combative Uchiha and Senju clans refusing to engage is one thing, but what are the Hyuga clan up to? Do they not require sustenance? They are becoming as reclusive as a tortoise, retreating into their shell. The daimyo was incensed upon hearing the messenger's report. Ever since the ascension of Hinata Tennin as clan leader, the Hyuga clan has gradually withdrawn from the world of ninjas. Is it truly the case that they have become the ninja tortoise? The daimyo found himself at a loss for words. Did you not inform them that we are offering a bounty of 25 million, alongside compensation for losses? The daimyo was perplexed. Such terms should have been more than acceptable. The messenger hastily replied, "I conveyed your conditions verbatim." He knelt, not daring to lift his head for fear of incurring wrath. To request the Sarutobi clan. "We are offering a high price of 10 million, along with similar compensation for losses." The daimyo, in a fit of irritation, wrote another letter and handed it to the kneeling messenger. "If this fails again, do not bother returning." For a relatively obscure clan like the Sarutobi, 10 million is already a considerable sum. The messenger nodded submissively and quickly exited the daimyo's residence. The daimyo rubbed his temples, surveying the intelligence reports on the table. Alas, fertile lands. A pack of starving wolves is watching. If we do not assert ourselves, our nation will be at risk. It became apparent that all the daimyo's actions bore profound significance, intended to rattle the tiger. Unfortunately, the tiger has chosen to strike. How dare the powerful ninja clans of the Land of Fire remain passive? The daimyo's authority is being challenged. In the hall sat several individuals, all leaders of their respective clans. The Sarutobi clan led the charge, followed by the Shimura, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans. The messenger, frightened, immediately knelt. "My lord, this is not my doing." The Sarutobi leader regarded his old companions, perplexed. He spoke softly. "The daimyo has recently begun recruiting." He offered 50 million to hire the Senju clan, along with various incentives. The Senju clan declined. Then he turned his sights to the Uchiha clan, offering 30 million. But they too refused. Finally, he approached the Hyuga clan with an offer of 25 million, yet they also declined. Now, he comes to us with a mere 10 million. My dear brothers, is this not infuriating? Who do they think they are? The robust leader of the Akimichi clan posed a soul-searching question. 10 million is quite a sum. We could procure ample sustenance. The Nara clan leader shifted his chair, attempting to distance himself from the rotund figure, fearing he might catch foolishness. The Shimura clan leader's expression darkened. The daimyo truly lacks discernment. The Yamanaka clan leader chuckled, not eager to engage. Instead, he gazed at the small, hefty Akimichi leader. 10 million is indeed a substantial amount, but have we considered how many families must share it? The Inuzuka clan leader displayed little interest. Their companions aid in hunting, and he refrained from sharing this, fearing envy. The oilwoman clan leader stared at the ceiling, pondering what to have for dinner that evening. Noticing the silence among his companions, the Sarutobi leader recognized that as the elder brother, he was expected to take charge. "We have 7 clans and a formidable force of 100,000. All our clan leaders are of the highest caliber, and we have formidable elders within our ranks." The Sarutobi leader stroked his beard, contemplating. 2 million per clan amounts to 14 million altogether. As he was unaccustomed to such sums, He stumbled over the proper terminology for millions or billions. We require supplies, not gold. If you find yourselves in a bind, we can negotiate. The Sarutobi leader took a sip of tea, his hand trembling slightly, aiming to maintain composure. He gestured for the messenger to depart. Once the messenger had left, the hall erupted with liveliness. Old Sarutobi, it seems you truly can boast. Where do we find an army of 100,000? Where are all these esteemed leaders? Did you not instruct us to refer to ourselves as clan leaders? The Akimichi leader, unrelenting in his critique, continued, you know nothing. When you unleash your multiplication technique, isn't it equivalent to thousands of troops? The Oilwoman clan leader interjected. Count them. See if we can amass 100,000. If not, we still have many clansmen. The Sarutobi leader felt a swell of pride. His brothers truly understood him. The Shimura clan leader, solemnly sipping tea, raised a question, gesturing around his neck. The hall fell silent, all eyes on him. The Sarutobi leader touched his forehead. Historically, ninjas have not involved themselves in the wars of commoners. Moreover, should the daimyo be slain, chaos would ensue in the land of fire. Reflecting on the current tumultuous times, he paused. While the daimyo may be ineffectual, his death would only exacerbate the chaos, leaving fewer peasants to cultivate the land. Would we ninjas then tend to the fields ourselves? Coughing, the Sarutobi leader realized he had misspoken and quickly cleared his throat. Although we are indeed farming now, it is only because these wealthy fools fail to recognize our worth. Once our reputation rises, they will come seeking our assistance, showering us with riches. The hall erupted in murmurs. It is precisely because we lack audacity that we continually take advantage of others. Why not boldly confront the Uchiha clan? That would surely earn us renown. The hall fell silent. The speaker withdrew, stating, you continue your discussion. It seems rain is on the horizon. I must return to gather my clothes. The Sarutobi leader made his exit, leaving the others bewildered, gazing at the sunlit sky, and hastily concocting excuses before dispersing. Chapter 16, 70 million watt? Is the Sarutobi clan truly that powerful? The daimyo nearly pulled out his beard in disbelief. The messenger hastily added, indeed. When I arrived, I saw 7 clan leaders. Each individual exuded an extraordinary presence. Even their guards were remarkably formidable. The messenger eagerly boasted, wishing to expedite the proceedings. Had they been secretly amassing troops? Their frequent harassment of the Uchiha clan was perhaps a means of military training? The daimyo mused, finding the notion increasingly plausible. Noting the daimyo's intrigue, the messenger quickly added, indeed, they boast millions of ninjas. Moreover, each clan possesses several elite leaders, with an overwhelming number of jonin. The messenger continued his embellishments, having resolved to conclude the negotiations. He no longer desired the daimyo's promised spouse. He simply wished to flee. Let whoever desires the role assume it. He would no longer serve. Recalling the pitiful appearance of the Sarutobi clan, he found it hard to believe their leader's words, particularly that corpulent figure whose attire bore remnants of pudding. Though subtle, his keen eyes could not be deceived. If they truly possessed such strength as claimed, he mused, perhaps a second visit would be in order. 70 million. If they agree, the deal is struck. If not, the maximum would be 90 million. The decision rests with you. The daimyo pondered for a moment, then swiftly pinned a letter, sealing it with a stamp, and handed it to the messenger. Despite his doubts about the claim of millions of ninjas sounding like mere bravado, he reasoned that if they dared to boast, they must possess some degree of strength. Even if reduced by 0, it would still amount to several 100,000, which would be quite formidable indeed. The thought that they could suppress both the Senju and Uchiha clans caused the daimyo to furrow his brow. If they were indeed so powerful, why remain so discreet? Did they harbor grand ambitions? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thoughts and gestured for the messenger to deliver the letter. He felt compelled by circumstance. As he had no one else to employ, even the Teiktorai clan had ascended to divinity. Other smaller clans were on the brink of annihilation, desperately pleading for aid. In the familiar halls of the Sarutobi clan, the atmosphere was charged. The clan leaders' eyes sparkled with delight, while the leaders of other clans struggled to suppress their laughter. The messenger was ushered aside by the Sarutobi clan leader, an experience markedly different from the last. With great restraint, he masked his joy. Though his brow furrowed at the mention of 70 million, a sum he deemed somewhat insufficient. Alas, such is the fate of a clan devoted to peace. Secretly pinching his thigh, he felt tears welling up. You must return swiftly with news for the daimyo. You understand the protocol, yes? First, we receive half. and upon delivery of the goods, we shall proceed. Should we succeed, the remainder will be granted. Failure incurs no refund. With that, he signaled for the messenger to depart. The messenger left, feeling speechless. Was this truly how they dismissed him? Such a lack of ambition. As he gathered his thoughts and prepared to return, laughter erupted behind him. 70 million. Each clan could receive 10 million. I told you, following the elder brother means feasting on meat. The Saratobi clan leader beamed with exuberance. The Akimichi clan leader chimed in. 10 million. That's a substantial sum. We can indulge in plenty of barbecue. The Nara clan also expressed their delight. Yes, 10 million. We can concoct numerous secret medicines. The Shimura clan leader adopted a lofty demeanor. It's acceptable, though somewhat lacking. The Yamanaka clan leader sipped tea, his hand trembling slightly, then frowned. This tea falls short of our esteemed status. The Inazuka clan leader beamed. We can finally provide our companions with more nutritious dog food. The Aburame clan leader gazed at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought, calculating the number of suitable habitats for insects. Seeing his companions brimming with joy, the Saratobi clan leader proclaimed, "Brothers, do not be overly excited. We shall only grow stronger from here. This is merely the first step. Now, let us return and deliberate on how many to send forth." He had regained his composure, though the bruises on his thigh from his earlier pinch reminded him of the intensity of his resolve. Perhaps this time we should dispatch 80 genin, 30 chunin, and 3 jonin. Such formidable strength, combined with our allies, should establish our reputation on the battlefield. Uchiha clan. What? Our clan has suffered the loss of 23 jonin? Those were elite with the 3 tomo. 93 chunin have perished? Over 300 genin? Taijima scrutinized the record of losses, seething with rage. This is an utter disgrace. A year of truce. This conflict has nearly decimated a third of our forces. Relay my orders. From now on, no ninja shall engage in any activities. Those without wives shall seek one. Those who cannot find one shall resort to theft. We must ensure the next generation is conceived. This is the most significant loss we have suffered in decades. The Senju clan faced a similar fate, their leaders fuming over the losses. Had the 2 great clans, like those of the Land of Rivers, developed steadily, they could have established a small nation. Yet, they persist in their enmity, a feud that has persisted since ancient times. Continuing to this day, if they were to unite, they could easily sweep through the Land of Fire. Yet they choose not to, opting instead to undermine one another. Chapter 17. I am the sun. What an intense spectacle. Observing the Take-Torai clan, akin to a battlefield meat grinder, Li Exine pondered, concealed amidst the lush foliage. The sight of the body strewn nearby made his mouth water. I must resist. Oh my, how tempting. Host sacrifices a chunin from the Take-Torai clan, gaining a faint chakra. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the bone pulse level. Li Exine stealthily approached a corpse, and as it disappeared, he quietly concealed himself behind a tree. Host, little brother, the battlefield is no place for play. After toiling for several hours, as dusk approached and he prepared to make his escape, a sultry voice called from behind. This startled Li Exine, sending shivers down his spine, as if he had touched a high-voltage line. His eyes instantly reddened as he turned to see a stunning young woman, perhaps 17 or 18. Her beauty a gift from nature itself. Her figure perfectly exemplified the shape of Anne's. Without hesitation, Li Exine exclaimed, "Miss, I seem to be lost. Could you kindly lead me out?" Li Exine adopted a cute demeanor, his large eyes blinking innocently, his small lips pouting. Bai Jie, upon seeing this adorable little fellow, was overwhelmed with maternal affection, rushing forward to embrace Li Exine. What an adorable little one. Where are you headed, little brother? Allow me to take you there, shall we? Bai Jie offered a warm smile. With his face nestled in her embrace, a delightful fragrance wafted into Li Exine's nostrils. Miss, you smell wonderful, he mumbled, barely coherent. Bai Jie's cheeks flushed. You naughty boy. She released him from her grasp, taking hold of his hand. Come now, let us return. Where do you live? Bai Jie inquired, her complexion rosy, her gaze somewhat dreamy. I don't remember, Li Exine replied, readily playing along. Bai Jie's eyes held a hint of meaning. Come with me, little brother. I'll take you to a wonderful place. Li Exine grasped Bai Jie's hand, unconsciously rubbing his thumb against hers, an indescribable sensation. Bai Jie, hidden from Li Exine's view, smirked slightly, her expression cool. What is your name, little brother? Li Exine initiated a casual conversation. Bai Jie lowered her head to gaze at Li Exine, her eyes soft and gentle. I am Baijia, and you? She inquired, addressing him affectionately as little brother. Enraptured, Li Xian replied, I am Li Xian. Where are you taking me, elder sister? The beauty of the Anma clan is indeed formidable, wielding illusions that manipulate the senses. No matter how I attempt to disrupt this chakra, I cannot unravel the illusion. Li Xian studied the enchanting figure before him. Were it not for his status as a time traveler, he might have been oblivious. Bai Jie bore the appearance and demeanor of a heroine from an action film. Reminiscent of characters from Japan or Korea, her presence in the ninja world was somewhat peculiar. As her silhouette gradually faded, a voice echoed from the void. An interesting little imp, capable of perceiving my illusions. But can you dispel them? Li Xian's expression remained impassive, his boredom palpable. Suddenly, his hair transformed to a striking blue, with violet horns sprouting forth. Purple markings swiftly spread across one cheek, and his eyes emanated a purple glow. Above him floated a crescent moon of violet. Li Xian endeavored to harness the negative emotions of his dark form to shatter the illusion. How could this be? He thought, experiencing his first transformation failure. Wow, little brother. You are quite handsome. How about we forego the fight? I promise not to sell you to a cult, Bai Jie teased. Li Xian, uninterested, was taken aback to discover the woman before him was a trafficker of children. As he began to contemplate the demon residing in his mind, he queried, why seek me when there are so few children during this time? The disembodied voice continued, I have no choice. They offer too much. Little brother, you should surrender. Wouldn't it be nice to sleep in your sister's embrace? Li Xian's face darkened, akin to a charred pot. His magical energy surged, reversing wildly. His hair flickered to a yellow hue before quickly transitioning to a golden shade, the tips turning bluish-green. The light in his eyes transformed to a golden brilliance, and the tattoos on his cheeks gleamed gold. The long horns retracted, and the violet crescent moon behind him morphed into a resplendent golden orb. With newfound conviction, Li Xian proclaimed, I am the sun. His voice rang with fervor, brimming with passion. The scene before him dissipated, revealing a 12 or 13-year-old girl, astonished as she gazed upon him. This is the battlefield under my command. Li Xian's voice, filled with youthful bravado, shattered her illusion effortlessly, leaving her visibly distressed. Adjusting her tools, she began to gather chakra, preparing to unleash a more potent illusion. Li Xian sensed his chakra was nearly depleted. With a flourish, he wielded a golden broadsword, unleashing a crescent arc of golden light that burst forth from the blade. Returning to his usual form, he surveyed the woman. Devoid of injuries, yet lifeless. Sacrifice, he uttered flatly, his tone devoid of emotion. Host has sacrificed one chunin from the Anma clan, receiving a minor amount of chakra. Congratulations on sacrificing 2 women you personally dispatched. Your rewards are doubled. Li Xian's gaze turned blank. System, is there something amiss? He looked up at the sky, searching for words to express his feelings. After a moment, he sighed softly. Perhaps you should consider a name change. Sister-slaying path to enlightenment has a nice ring to it. The system replied, this is merely a setting and unrelated to me. If the host sacrifices 10 women he has slain, provided they are attractive and possess a subtle emotional connection to him, the rewards could triple. After all, it is said that a heart devoid of women allows one to wield the sword effortlessly. Li Xian furrowed his brow. System, I suspect you are not a legitimate system. This increasingly resembles the actions of a demon. He recalled novels he had read, recognizing the sacrificial laws of demons in his contemplation. Noticing the system's silence, he dismissed the thought, for the light form he had recently employed was undeniably righteous. Feeling akin to a deity of light, he picked up a peculiar object from the ground, finding no hidden significance, and discarded it. If even the system deemed it worthless, it surely held no value. Seeking shelter for the night, he found a sturdy tree and settled down, pouring wine from a flask into his mouth. Gazing at the stars while gnawing on a chicken leg, the sound of the chong flute falling among the plums makes it hard to distinguish between foreign lands and home. Li Xian felt a surge of inspiration, sensing a transformation within himself, influenced by his radiant form. It seems I ought to minimize the use of this light form. Chapter 18. The Death of Senju Wakan. The battle raged fiercely nearby, while Li Xian continued his grim task of scavenging the fallen. Sensing the escalating turmoil at the heart of the conflict, he felt compelled to investigate. However, halfway there, he halted, for small insects had begun to swarm around him. The ground was swampy, marked by enormous footprints, and the trees lay scattered, accompanied by broken bones. Li Xian quickly deduced the identities of those engaged in battle. Advancing further would surely lead to detection. The battlefield was a chaotic melee, even if he reached the rank of clan leader. Rushing into the fray would only result in his demise. He was no match for Madara. The more opponents there were, the more exhilarated Madara became, charging into the throng with unrestrained exuberance. A single grand fireball could only be countered by a legion of water-style ninjas employing their techniques. This conflict had raged for over a year, and Li Xian was now 8.5 years old. Undeterred, he diligently continued his grim task. His movements were subtle, and the Take clan cared little for the corpses of their kin, only the battle mattered. Thus, Li Xian remained undetected. Over the past year, the Take clan had gathered allies. Meanwhile, the feudal lord of the water country, frustrated by the Take clan's inability to seize the quarry, had summoned the Mizuki's forces. The Take clan, previously beleaguered by the Sarutobi clan's secret techniques, suddenly soared in power, leaving the Sarutobi clan in dire straits. System, be honest with me. Did you tamper with something? I was at the peak of Jonin, yet a year later, I remain at the same level. Li Xian vented his frustration from within a small earthen dwelling he had created using earth style. Host lacks combat experience. Merely increasing chakra is ineffective. Which strong warrior has not emerged from the blood-soaked battlefield, rather than through timid cultivation? Li Xian was rendered speechless. He had always aimed to develop cautiously, relying on the system to aid his progress. He intended to accumulate strength and only reveal himself when he reached the pinnacle of power to impress others. As he pondered, he paused, realizing he still needed the system's assistance. Hey, system, could you enlighten me about my chakra attributes? Li Xian inquired, curiosity piqued. Initially, your chakra attribute was 0. You have since developed into a jack of all trades, albeit a rather unimpressive one. These attributes are hidden benefits and will not be displayed. Anticipating Li Xian's next question, the system preemptively continued, cutting him off. Li Xian contemplated this revelation. He had originally lacked earth attributes, but had seemingly unlocked them through an accidental encounter. No longer needing to sleep in trees, the 4 jutsu he had mastered remained unchanged, and he lacked the talent to create new techniques. Even transforming the Rasengan into a larger variant eluded him. He felt utterly inadequate, a complete failure. It had been a year since he last saw his younger brothers, and he wondered how they fared. With a silver mask covering half his face, Li Xian continued on his path. He picked up the ceremonial robe on the battlefield. It was custom-made by a tailor. A wooden sword was slung across his back, and a katana hung at his waist. I, Li, am prepared to instigate some trouble. The Uchiha clan. One of the clan members whispered something into Taijima's ear. Upon hearing it, Taijima furrowed his brow and waved away the beautiful maiden beside him. His index finger incessantly tapped on the table. Taijima of the Uchiha clan should have felt elated, yet he could not summon a smile. This was because his esteemed junior, alongside a member of the Yui clan, had encountered Senju Wakama outside and had killed him. Senju Wakama was the younger brother of Hashirama Senju and the son of Butsuma Senju. The most critical point was that the bodyguards protecting Wakama had survived, albeit gravely injured. They had fled, and the news must have reached Butsuma's ears by now. So what if a son dies? Last time, they played tricks on me. They deserve this. Taijima initially wore a frown, but upon recalling his 3 beloved nephews and dozens of outstanding juniors, he felt a desire to applaud. Let them strike. Am I to fear them? The Senju clan. Hashirama and his 2 brothers quietly watched as a coffin was lowered into a pit, soil being piled on top. Hashirama's eyes were bloodshot, overwhelmed by grief. He felt a profound sorrow, yet could not utter a word. The bond among the 4 brothers had always been strong. Butsuma gritted his teeth, fists clenched. How dare the wicked Uchiha clan do this? My Wakama was only 7. He had just begun to make a name for himself. Butsuma's eyes burned with rage, resembling a ferocious beast ready to devour. Bring forth my orders. I shall not rest until the Uchiha clan pays in blood. Hashirama and his 2 brothers looked at Butsuma in astonishment. Father, you must not. Hashirama's face was filled with sorrow. Continuing this way will only lead to more deaths. And your brother has only just died. We cannot wage war. Hashirama gazed at Butsuma with indignation. He felt just as pained by Wakama's death as anyone else. However, if the conflict escalated, the enmity between the 2 clans would reignite, leading to a truly relentless cycle. Moreover, The Senju clan was not significantly stronger than the Uchiha clan. Butsuma, filled with rage, slapped Hashirama across the face. Your brother has died. He was your brother. I did not expect you, as the clan's young leader, to be so cowardly. Do you think the reputation of the Senju clan was earned without bloodshed? I will make the Uchiha pay for their crimes in blood. Hashirama felt wronged, but did not shed a tear. Father, what you are doing tarnishes the name of the beloved Senju clan. Butsuma's anger boiled, ready to strike again. Tobirama quickly stepped in front of Hashirama. Father, my brother spoke in grief. Please forgive him. Tobirama spoke solemnly. Ban also moved to Tobirama's side, pleading with Butsuma. While both harbored hidden fury, Hashirama bit his lip, feeling the burden of this chaotic world. Why am I so weak? I cannot even protect my brother, let alone end this turmoil. Inside, he felt like a ferocious beast roaring, a fierce tiger that sniffs a rose. With his head bowed, Hashirama departed silently, resolved to train diligently. Butsuma cast a deep glance at Hashirama before looking up at the sky, lost in thought, or perhaps in mourning. Tobirama's eyes burned with hatred, directed at the Uchiha clan. Ban kept his head down, his thoughts a mystery. Soon, they exited the clan's territory. Chapter 19, Dark Form. Blood of the Abyss. In a cave, a shadow loomed. This Senju Butsuma is truly a coward. Even after the death of his son, he does not seek war? The shadow drifted towards a corpse, which miraculously opened its eyes and stood. The Senju clan, preparing for a funeral and war, remained unaware that they were being watched. At that moment, Senju Ban stepped out of the clan's territory, ready to seek vengeance against the Uchiha clan. He intended to bring the Uchiha's head to his brother's grave. Lee Xian, donning a silver mask and sporting long black hair, exuded a rebellious aura. He had stowed his wooden sword into a space and wore a katana at his waist, his demeanor reminiscent of a chivalrous hero. Passers-by regarded him with bemusement. But Lee Xian felt quite pleased with himself, believing he looked exceptionally dashing. Along a supply transport route, the 10-year-old Sarutobi Sasuke was tasked with escorting provisions. Sasuke furrowed his brow, questioning the sudden halt. He turned to the bodyguard beside him. Before he could finish his sentence, a youthful voice rang out from the front. Lee Xian of the Shushan sect has come to challenge you. Send forth your strongest ninja. The ordinary lower ninjas of the Sarutobi clan paused, looking back at their middle ninja. The middle ninja, in turn, glanced at a higher-ranking ninja, who then looked questioningly at Sasuke. Upon noticing Sasuke approaching, he disregarded him and moved to stand behind Sasuke. Sasuke focused, realizing that before him stood a seemingly younger, oddly dressed swordsman. Are you here to challenge us? But we do not use swords here. Sasuke found the situation amusing and teased him. Lee Xian, feeling a bit deflated, tossed his katana aside. I too am a ninja. Come on, defeat me, or I might just take your supplies. If I do, you'll have to gnaw on tree bark at the front line. Lee Xian spoke languidly, hoping to convey the seriousness of his words. Sasuke's gaze turned icy. 11. Disable him, but spare his life. I want him to understand that words cannot be trifled with, nor can food be taken lightly. As for why Sasuke did not engage directly, it was because he would not take risks without gauging the opponent's strength. After all, if he were to die, he could no longer sneak a peek. Lee Xian, hearing the boy's exaggerated words, suppressed his smile. When 11 began to form hand seals, Lee Xian froze. I don't know any ninjutsu. Seeing the opponent preparing to unleash ninjutsu, Lee Xian decided to act decisively, instantly transforming into his dark form. It was a classic case of having one skill that could conquer the world. As for his poor ninjutsu, it was best left unexhibited. In his hand, the purple broad-bladed sword shimmered under the sunlight, its patterns and hilt strikingly beautiful. In a flash, he evaded the carefully aimed fire jutsu. I am the knight. Lee Xian murmured after dodging the jutsu. He felt an overwhelming surge of violent, cruel, and murderous negative emotions flooding his mind, even more intense than before. Another eye, enveloped in a faint purple glow, shone ever brighter, filled with a thirst for blood and devastation. Originally, Lee Xian intended to wait for the opponent to use ninjutsu before countering. However, his body moved on its own. This feeling? My body is out of control. Lee Xian sensed an energy coursing through him, filling his back. The purple crescent floating behind his head pressed closer, and a purple sword hilt appeared behind him, mirroring the broad-bladed sword he held in his hand. Lee Xian felt as though he were being drained, the hilt finally materializing as if it were a tangible object. Beneath the hilt of the sword lies a viscous purple liquid, perpetually swirling as if yearning for something. A shadow gradually envelopes Li Xian's heart, his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. The world before him transforms entirely into shades of purple, igniting an insatiable thirst for slaughter within him. The sword in his hand seems to echo this desire, longing for Li Xian to let it taste blood. In a flash, Li Xian's figure darts forward, not targeting the Deadpool, but rather a lowly shinobi at the edge of the battlefield. With a sweeping motion of his great sword, the body of the shinobi quickly shrivels, and blood, as if drawn by some unseen force, morphs into spherical shapes, flying towards the sword hilt behind Li Xian. Below the hilt, connecting to the blade, a purple vein resembling an eye emanates an enchanting purple glow. As the blood approaches the eye-like purple vein, it vanishes in an instant. The hilt then conjures an ethereal silhouette of the sword, reappearing before a second lowly shinobi. The shinobi, paralyzed by the sight of Li Xian's demonic visage, awaits his demise in utter dread. Predictably, he shatters like a watermelon, yet the crimson blood does not spill onto the ground. Instead, it transforms into blood spheres, drawn towards the hilt. The purple radiance in Li Xian's eyes intensifies, akin to a demon clawing its way out of hell. As the ancient adage states, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Observing this scene, the Chunin can no longer remain seated, nor can the Jonin. Sarutobi Sasuke retreats to a safer distance, hand-forming seals, preparing to unleash ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Li Xian appears oblivious, continuing his relentless hunt, dancing through the throngs like Madara confronting an army of shinobi. Suddenly sensing a massive wave of energy directed towards him, Li Xian vanishes, leaping into the skies. His purple broad-bladed great sword glimmers, gathering power before crashing down into the crowd. The purple energy strikes the ground, erupting forth with a resounding force. Crack the earth. Li Xian's voice rasps, resembling a beast's roar, as he exhales softly. The purple energy surges to a height of several dozen meters, spanning nearly 10 meters wide. Moments later, several blood spheres, drawn by the hilt behind him, emit a series of swift whooshing sounds, accompanied by the gurgling of a demon indulging in blood. The fragmented blade rapidly reconstitutes, becoming increasingly vivid. Li Xian feels an intense heat emanating from behind him, as the hilt coalesces into a complete broad-bladed greatsword, even more bewitching than the one he wields. Especially the blade, which radiates a blood-red glow. Li Xian's arms transform entirely transparent, enveloped in purple light, as if his limbs are composed of this very essence. His body trembles violently, his grip on the hilt loosens, yet the hilt follows his hand behind him. Upon grasping the great sword, a crimson light erupts from his body, tinting everything around him in shades of red. The greenery and trees nearby swiftly succumb to this crimson tide, transforming into a vibrant red, continuing to spread rapidly. The great sword in his hand merges with the purple great sword behind him. Slowly, Li Xian raises his hand, mimicking the act of drawing a sword. As the blade emits a thrilling cry, reminiscent of a blade being unsheathed, exultant and jubilant until it fully detaches from his back. With a sweeping motion, a massive purplish-red blood column ascends into the sky, reaching a height of over 100 meters. Those struck by it evaporate instantly, leaving no trace behind. Vanishing from this world, the unaffected shinobi halt their hand signs, exclaiming in terror, "A devil! This man is a devil! Run!" The remaining shinobi scatter in a frenzy, crawling and rolling away. The oppressive force emanating from Li Xian is overwhelming, and they find themselves under constant mental assault. At this moment, their spirits finally shatter, their courage crumbling. Sarutobi Sasuke does not hesitate. He turns to flee, leaving Li Xian standing alone. Chapter 20. Mutated Sharingan. Blood of Hell. A deep voice escapes Li Xian's lips, as his chakra has been utterly depleted. The purple light fades, and his eyes gradually regain clarity. I have lost control again. Li Xian surveys the ravaged battlefield littered with supplies, his eyes itching uncontrollably. What is happening? He instinctively gathers the scattered supplies, determined to ensure his comrades have sustenance. As for the slaughter of some lowly and middle-ranking shinobi, he gives it little thought. In battle, there is no right or wrong. Survival is all that matters. Influenced by dark tendencies, he remains indifferent to life. What concerns him more is the issue of his loss of control. While undeniably powerful, it instills fear not only in his enemies, but also within himself. His subconscious is profoundly affected, craving bloodshed. Li Xian wanders aimlessly, his steps slow and unsteady, resembling a soul on the brink of oblivion. This state, appearing on a child, is rather peculiar and somewhat comical. However, the juxtaposition of Li Xian's youthful face and his occasionally glowing purple eyes sends chills down the spine. This purple glow is decidedly malevolent, easily shattering the spirits of the weak-minded. Yet, in this warring state, there are few weak-willed individuals. What is this? Li Xian gazes at his reflection on the water's surface. One eye bears a single tomo while the other displays two. As he approaches the riverbank, seated beside the water, he examines his reflection and discovers the mutated Sharingan in his eyes. Unsure whether it is tainted by some dark magic, he feels an unbearable itch. Tentatively, he channels chakra into his eyes, causing the tomo to begin spinning. The flow of the river appears to slow, the tomo gradually shifting to a light red and lavender hue, alleviating the itch as if the residual energy has been cleansed by his chakra. If this is the case, I have gained another trump card. This insight is indeed worthy of the Sharingan. Nonetheless, he muses, system. Could you enlighten me as to why one eye possesses a single tomo while the other has two? The emergence of the Sharingan lifts Li Xian's spirits slightly. Upon hearing his inquiry, the system promptly responds. The purity of your Uchiha bloodline is insufficient to support the awakening of the double tomo Sharingan. Li Xian contemplates this revelation, realizing the underlying reason. It is no wonder the Mangekyo Sharingan is so rare among the Uchiha clan. Despite the battlefield being rife with life and death, the bonds with fallen comrades run deep. The camaraderie shared in battle surpasses that of mere companionship. After all, on the battlefield, one entrusts their back to their comrades, united in life and death, rescuing one another and fighting side by side, forging an unbreakable bond. The Senju clan, having just concluded the funeral of their third son, Waken, with the white cloth still tied atop their heads, the body of their fourth son, Banjin, is brought back. Hashirama's tears can no longer be contained, bursting forth uncontrollably. Tobirama's eyes blaze with fury, while Butsuma gazes blankly at the lifeless body of the Deadpool, clenching his fist, blood seeping from between his fingers. Finally unable to restrain himself, he delivers a crushing blow that shatters the Deadpool's head. My own son has perished. What more do you return for? His voice, low, filled with rage and sorrow, echoes from Butsuma's lips. A shadow stealthily emerges from beneath the Deadpool, burrowing into the earth. Unnoticed by anyone, the cursed Uchiha will pay. Butsuma refrains from issuing threats. His voice remains calm and icy, as though plunging into an abyss of despair. Hashirama chooses silence, pondering whether to engage in war once more. He even intended to fight alongside his comrades. Tobirama remained silent, his eyes ablaze with a palpable fury that he desperately suppressed. In that moment, the two brothers seemed to mature significantly. The Uchiha clan received news just a few hours later. Uchiha Tejima gazed at the intelligence in his hand before tossing it aside, his expression particularly complex. Send the order down, prepare for battle, he instructed Uchiha Azuna, his face devoid of emotion. If he were to lose two sons in succession, he would certainly not be able to endure it. Taijima's gaze fell upon the map hanging on the wall behind him, his eyes deep with contemplation. Very well, it is time to settle this once and for all. If we can eliminate the Senju clan, this obstacle, then no one in the world shall be able to impede the Uchiha clan any longer. His eyes, adorned with the three tomo, began to rotate and transformed into the kaleidoscopic form of the Mangekyo Sharingan. It turned out he had possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan all along, concealed until now. The moment he ceased to hide, it would coincide with the demise of Senju Tobirama. A candle upon the table flickered in the wind, its flame dancing. An old, weathered book lay open on the table, revealing an inscription in archaic characters alongside strange patterns. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a bold line stating, "The Mangekyo Sharingan, its design varies from person to person, evolved from the three-tomo Sharingan. The details of its evolution remain unclear." Hey, Sarutobi, why hasn't your Sasuke delivered the supplies yet? I'm starving, grumbled the leader of the Akimichi clan within the tent of the Sarutobi clan. The leader of the Nara clan quietly studied the map, while the leader of the Shimura clan stared blankly outside the tent. The leader of the Yamanaka clan had insects crawling restlessly in his hands, creatures that were maternal. The leader of the Inazuka clan was grooming his companion, while the dog sniffed the air, its ears twitching as if perpetually on guard. The leader of the Yamashiro clan perused a volume on military strategy. Initially, Their skirmishes had been quite exhilarating, inflicting considerable damage upon the Take-Torai clan. Although the Take-Torai clan's attacks were sharp, they were also ensnared by the Uchiha clan's secret techniques, suffering heavy casualties. However, ever since the unheralded Mizuyuki clan appeared, their lack of offensive capability was overshadowed by their control and coordination. The Take-Torai clan seemed to have suddenly unleashed their full power, supported by various enhancements, compelling them to realize the prowess of great clans. With just a single support, they could dominate the 7 clans, delivering a crushing blow. They had already expended half their resources, and their consumption rate was soaring. The leader of the Sarutobi clan furrowed his brow and instructed his bodyguard, "Go investigate the situation and summon someone to find the daimyo. We need the remaining resources sent here, or we shall retreat." The expressions of the other 6 clan leaders varied, but none expressed dissent. They longed for home. As the outside world was perilously dangerous, the Take-Torai clan was far more ruthless than the Uchiha clan. What they did not realize was that if it were not for the Senju clan's relentless watch over the Uchiha, they would have long since lost their lives. Chapter 21. The fate of Madara and Hashirama. Hashirama observed the mobilized Senju clan with a complex heart. His mind conjured images of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Lost in thought, he walked aimlessly. Hashirama has gone out? What could he possibly be doing at this time? Since the death of his 2 sons, Senju Tobarama had grown increasingly sensitive. As soon as Hashirama exited the clan gates, someone reported his departure. After a moment of contemplation, Tobarama could no longer remain idle and set out to find Hashirama, urging him to stay indoors. He did not wish to continue sending out black-haired messengers. Madara, upon hearing that the clan was preparing for war, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and yearned for a distraction. Damn it! At this rate, when will we ever achieve true peace? Just as Madara stepped beyond the clan gates, Uchiha Taijima received the news. He had been alarmed by the deaths of Tobarama's 2 sons. Although the intelligence indicated that the Uchiha clan was responsible, it was precisely this that made him fearful for Madara's safety. Without the time to don his armor, he hurriedly pursued him. Hashirama returned to his senses and realized he had reached a familiar place, a site of many cherished memories, a sanctuary for his spirit. He glanced around, feeling a twinge of melancholy. "Brother, where are you?" "Second brother?" he murmured, picking up a stone. "Third brother? Why are you throwing stones alone while brother and I are not here?" Madara's voice called from behind him. Hashirama's furrowed brow relaxed at the sound. "Madara!" he exclaimed. Turning around, Madara's once joyous expression froze as he called out, "Second brother." A wave of irritation washed away the tempest within him. Second brother, Hashirama recalled their bond, and feelings of grievance and sorrow surged within him. Noticing the shift in Hashirama's emotions, Madara remained silent, his gaze sincere and bright as he regarded his brother. The brotherhood they shared was the greatest joy for Madara, a friendship that aged like fine wine, becoming richer and deeper with time. It evoked a sense of familiarity reminiscent of their first encounter, as if their bloodlines intertwined seamlessly. "Madara, do you have any younger brothers?" Hashirama asked, his tone somber. Madara paused, glancing at the azure sky before looking back at the flowing river. "I once had 5 younger brothers." Hashirama looked at Madara, his eyes filled with desolation. "Hashirama, come here." Tobarama's voice called from across the river. Hashirama hesitated, instinctively moving toward Tobarama. The elder Senju observed the young boy by the riverbank. While Hashirama did not know Madara, Tobarama certainly recognized him. The information on Madara and Izuna lay on his desk, plentiful in detail. Tobarama felt a smile creeping in. The opportunity for vengeance for his 2 sons was at hand. His gaze sharpened as he swiftly delivered a slap to Hashirama. "Do you know who he is? And you dare to play with someone like him? Your 2 biological brothers were killed by his clan." Tobarama looked at Hashirama with exasperation. Seeing the disbelief in Hashirama's eyes, he realized Hashirama was unaware of this fact, and his heart eased slightly. "Uchiha Madara, I never expected this. Fate is indeed merciful. Today, I shall make Uchiha Taijima taste the anguish of losing a child." Just as Tobarama approached within a meter of Madara, the latter's gaze became vacant, as if he were a living corpse, showing no intention of resistance. He was stunned by the magnitude of the revelation. "Tobarama, how low you've sunk. As a clan leader, you strike a child?" Uchiha Taijima's voice resonated from behind Madara as he charged toward Tobarama. The 2 exchanged blows before retreating to their respective sons. "Why do you involve yourself with the Senju clan's young lord?" Taijima inquired, his tone laden with significance. Madara fell silent, eventually stammering, "Is he truly of the Senju clan?" The incredulity washed over Madara as he gazed at the dazed youth beside the formidable Senju Tobirama, a shocking realization dawning upon him that this was indeed reality. Taijima, observing Madara's awkward demeanor, felt an anger bubbling within. "Your three cousins, along with a host of future warriors destined to dominate the battlefield, were all slain by the Senju clan. You and Izuna nearly met the same fate at their hands. What is the meaning of your current state?" As the body of Madara trembled, he heard the words of Uchiha Taijima, causing his heart to race. Such hatred. Senju Hashirama, upon hearing Uchiha Taijima's words, remained silent. Although they were not responsible for the matter at hand, he was willing to bear the blame. As long as the other party opposed the Uchiha clan just as he did, they could be considered allies. The loving Senju clan would go to great lengths for friends. Moreover, the execution of this deed was executed with remarkable finesse. Madara felt a desire to escape this place. Recalling the moments spent with Hashirama and isekai'd on the distant mountaintop, where he had boldly proclaimed his intention to establish a peaceful village. Hashirama and isekai'd had smiled at him, their expressions filled with encouragement. Such memories were as fragile as bubbles, beginning to shatter. The oath he had taken, to seek vengeance on the ruthless clan that had slaughtered the women and children of his Uchiha kin, seemed to crumble under the weight of long-standing enmity. The vision of peace he had once cherished was disintegrating. A thought surfaced in his mind. Peace was ultimately as illusory as a bubble, merely a fantasy. It was time to awaken from this dream, and this ridiculous notion of brotherhood. Madara's eyes manifested the double tomo, spinning delicately, as his heart felt as though it were being cleaved in two. The awakening of his Sharingan spoke volumes. "Father, let us return," Madara said, gazing up at Uchiha Taijima. Taijima, observing the double tomo in Madara's eyes, felt a surge of joy. Initially, seeing Senju Hashirama alone with the child had made him consider keeping the father and son duo with him, but that thought dissipated. "Haha, truly, you are my son. We shall meet on the battlefield, Hashirama." Hashirama, unaware of Madara's Sharingan, cast a deep glance at Uchiha Taijima, puzzled by the old man's sudden enthusiasm to take Hashirama back. Hashirama, as if awakening from a dream, could no longer contain himself. "Madara." Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow, his eyes glinting with cold determination as he looked at Hashirama. Uchiha Taijima paused with interest, turning to face Senju Hashirama. Madara halted his steps. "Our dreams are but fleeting illusions. This world can never know peace, unless one clan remains." Madara turned to Hashirama, his gaze earnest and meticulous, as if etching Hashirama's image into his heart. When they next crossed paths, they would finally settle the battle they had left unfinished, determining both status and fate. His tone was frigid, devoid of emotion. Tears streamed down Hashirama's face. "Have you forgotten our brotherhood? My elder brother is not here, and you choose to bully me? Have you forgotten our ideals and dreams?" Hashirama's voice resonated with sorrow, echoing the profound pain in his heart. Madara felt as though he were being cut open, bloodied. The tears at the corners of his eyes were evaporated by his chakra. "Wake up, Hashirama. This is the Warring States period. Ideals are ultimately mere fantasies, unattainable. Dreams are simply dreams. And that ridiculous notion of brotherhood? I have long forgotten it," Madara declared, turning to leave. The breeze tousled his long hair as he walked with resolute steps, his heart steeled like iron. The droplets of water that fell to the ground quickly absorbed into the earth. Uchiha Taijima said nothing further, quietly following Madara, protecting him. A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. Senju Hashirama, witnessing Hashirama's fragile state, initially contemplated delivering a sharp reprimand. However, upon seeing his son, tears streaming down his face, his heart ached painfully. "My dear, devoted child, the malevolent Uchiha clan knows not love." Chapter 22. Pre-battle mobilization. isekai'd's mind was awash with various intrusive thoughts, leaving him feeling intensely stifled, as if yearning to vent his frustrations. Walking along a deserted street, he was relieved that the flames of war had not yet reached this place, allowing a few souls to roam the streets. "Little one, come play." A voice interrupted his reverie, revealing a young woman clad in delicate lavender silk, beckoning him. Beneath his silver mask, isekai'd's eyes sparkled with a hint of purple light, stirring within him an inexplicable sensation, as if his heart were itching with anticipation. He approached the young woman, contemplating the effort she must exert to attract customers. He intended to indulge in revelry, drinking and feasting in her honor, his emotions complex and tinged with a faint desire. "Would you like me to arrange something for you?" The young woman in lavender winked at Li Xian. Finding a seat, he ordered, "I would like a generous serving of fish and meat and some tender steamed chicken. And bring me a fine wine." He then motioned for the lavender-clad maiden to sit beside him. As he settled onto the stool, he surveyed the lively atmosphere around him, filled with laughter and merriment. Soon, the dishes arrived, served by a woman with a generous spirit who poured him a glass of wine. Meanwhile, the lavender-clad girl playfully nudged Li Xian's pants with her foot, her nails sliding across the table, producing a peculiar sound that ignited a sense of longing and appetite within him. "Brothers and sisters, don't misconstrue this." Li Xian blushed as he exited the tavern, unable to deny that these women had a certain charm, their persuasion quite effective. His legs felt weak as he staggered in an S-shaped path, clearly intoxicated. Reluctantly, he sought refuge in an inn for the night. Lying on the bed, his eyes clear, the purple hue within them faded considerably. The long-standing feelings of frustration and repression had eased significantly. Drinking to dispel sorrow only deepens it. If one is still troubled, perhaps they simply haven't tea drunk enough. Li Xian mused, gazing at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting. The next morning, sunlight streamed onto Li Xian's face. He groaned, "Ouch. My head hurts. I swear I want tea drink again." After freshening up, he resumed his journey, intending to visit his second and third brothers to see how their strengths had developed. He recalled the beautiful maidens from the tavern, lamenting the lack of patrons. It was simply unacceptable. "I wonder if Tobarama has begun researching ninjutsu? Flying Thunder God. What a marvelous technique." Li Xian pondered the future direction he should take, contemplating how to stabilize the chaotic world. The Uchiha and Senju clans needed to be weakened. Their power was too formidable. Moreover, it was crucial to address those consumed by hatred and devoid of kinship. Li Xian, reflecting calmly, resembled a cold-blooded ruler. These individuals were the mightiest allies on the battlefield, yet posed the greatest obstacles to peace. To end the conflict, they must be dealt with, perhaps by finding them partners or intoxicating them, thus enabling them to produce offspring. With heirs and partners, their concerns would shift, fostering a desire for peace. Li Xian couldn't help but marvel at his own cleverness. "But I must admit, this line of thought is rather astute. My mind works quite uniquely. Where there is a will, there is a way. I shall steer the course of this ninja world. As a time traveler, I must leave my mark. If everything unfolds as it does in the original narrative, my existence as a traveler would be utterly futile." Li Xian's heart swelled with ambition, overflowing with grand designs. He aimed to become the savior of this world, or perhaps even more. He sought to alter the destinies of Madara and Hashirama. His eyes sparkled with determination. "I will rectify all regrets." Gazing at the sky, his expression grew solemn. Yet soon, a wave of despair washed over him. Such aspirations felt distant. The most pressing concern was merely figuring out how to survive for an extended time. Suddenly, he recalled the imminent conflict and wondered about the fates of Madara and Hashirama. Li Xian observed the surrounding populace, hastily fleeing with their families. He pursued them for answers and discovered that the common folk possessed limited knowledge, merely aware that conflict was imminent. Senju Hashirama seemed like a figure from a bygone era, clad in resplendent red armor, exuding an aura of valor, with a long blade by his side, its hilt adorned with a white cloth. "Brother, what would you do in this situation?" Hashirama contemplated Li Xian's demeanor, perpetually mundane yet refined, a smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted Hashirama's reverie. "Who is it?" he inquired. Grabbing a cloth from the table, he fashioned it into a headband, reminiscent of the monk's style. With a makeshift helm atop his head, he radiated charisma. "Brother, it is time for us to depart." Tobarama opened the door, donning green armor and a peculiar helmet that shielded only his forehead and cheeks. He bore a long sword on his back, his youthful face imbued with an air of determination. Uchiha Madara, as if sharing a silent understanding, chose a striking red armor, adorned with a katana on his back. His unruly hair was tied back, styled after Li Xian's, though his hair was shorter, resulting in a mere ponytail. He appeared exceptionally dashing, yet his expression was icy, particularly with the swirling black tomo in his crimson eyes. "Brother, it is time to set forth." Izuna regarded Madara, noticing a fleeting pause as he caught sight of the Sharingan in Madara's gaze, yet he said nothing. Everything remained unspoken. Madara observed Izuna, clad in fitting white armor and carrying a katana. The boy's once innocent visage now bore a hint of valor. Madara, silently resolute, vowed to shield his younger brother from peril. He glanced at the assembled clansmen, their eyes aflame with hatred. Each of them had comrades, friends, brothers, and fathers who had fallen at the hands of the Senju clan. A silent lament echoed in Madara's heart. The notion of peace seemed utterly absurd. How could peace ever prevail? Hashirama too surveyed the fierce clansman, seemingly the only one unclouded by vengeance. His resolve was as steadfast as iron. Madara, await my return. Our dreams are not mere illusions. Even if they are, I shall forge them into indomitable steel. Chapter 23. Dispatching Troops, my lord. Our advance team has uncovered the Senju clan's marching route, Izuna Uchiha reported, bowing low. Madara, alongside several elders, deliberated on troop movements. Uchiha Taijima nodded. Continue to scout. Prioritize safety. Madara, how do you propose we engage in this battle? Taijima inquired, his tone laden with significance. Madara met Taijima's gaze, while the second elder, Uchiha Jean, appeared contemplative. A few mid-level officials sat nearby, while the clan's eldest remained at other fronts to thwart intrusions. My lord, I believe we should engage in the mountains. As most of our Uchiha clan consists of fire-style ninja, while the Senju have few water-style practitioners, relying heavily on close combat. Regardless of the terrain, our Uchiha's prowess in close combat, aided by the Sharingan, cannot be underestimated. Madara's crimson eyes, with their delicate black tomo, spun with confidence as he articulated his strategy, exuding charisma without a trace of hesitation. Uchiha Taijima chuckled. Ah, my son Madara, you possess the qualities of a great leader. Although Madara's strategy may not have been the most brilliant, it certainly exhibited strategic insight, particularly in distinguishing friend from foe. Second elder, issue the orders as per Madara's plan. Additionally, let us scatter some oil in the dense forests. We shall set the Senju ablaze, Uchiha Jean declared, stepping forward and bowing. Understood. He then exited to relay the orders. Madara pondered but could not resist questioning Uchiha Taijima. My lord, how can you be so certain the Senju will engage us in the forest? Madara's curiosity was piqued. Taijima laughed heartily. The Senju are brash. Their strength lies in their formidable physiques. They may be powerful, but they will falter due to their arrogance. A minor stratagem will lead to their downfall. Madara frowned. My lord, to underestimate the enemy before the battle even begins seems unwise. If they were truly so foolish, we would not have faced repeated defeats. His gaze was clear and discerning, as he refused to belittle such a formidable adversary. Taijima's smile faded. They will come, as soon as our forces appear before their eyes. They will charge without hesitation. Taijima's voice carried a hint of admiration. He then shifted the topic. You are correct. We have indeed faced repeated defeats, particularly in hand-to-hand combat. While we possess the Sharingan, our chakra, stamina, and reflexes cannot compare to the Senju's endurance and speed. This is the root of our losses. Taijima regarded Madara with an insightful gaze. No matter how skilled one is, they must fear the blade of a kitchen knife. A flurry of fists can fell even a master, let alone the Senju's formidable martial arts. My lord, we have spotted traces of the Uchiha clan not far ahead. Senju Tobirama stated, standing still with two companions. Senju Hashirama listened to the high-ranking members strategizing, lost in thought. Monk Furin nodded. Continue scouting, but beware of traps. As Tobirama prepared to withdraw, Furin noticed Hashirama's distracted demeanor and felt a surge of frustration. Tobirama, how do you propose we approach this battle? Stopped by Furin's call, Tobirama's subordinates continued executing their orders. Tobirama glanced at Hashirama, noting his brother's lack of response, and spoke up. I suspect the Uchiha clan aims to lure us into the dense forests. He recalled their peculiar behavior, tentatively voicing his thoughts. Observing Furin's gaze, he was encouraged to elaborate. This is clearly a ploy. The art of war is filled with stratagems, contrasting fire and water. But as ninjas, we can create various conditions. The Uchiha are known to enter forests. It is evident they intend to do just that, especially since they have a multitude of fire-style ninja. A single spark, coupled with a gust of wind, could lead to devastation. Furin's eyes widened in realization. Good heavens, I nearly fell for Uchiha Taijima's cunning tricks. In the past, we always charged headlong, confident they could not match our strength, so traps were of little concern, knowing we could heal. But this time, they have set a substantial trap. The Uchiha clan is indeed treacherously sly. Foreign scolded with satisfaction, regarding Tobirama with pride. You truly are my prodigious child. He patted Tobirama's shoulder, feeling a strong impulse to dispose of Hashirama and appoint Tobirama as the clan's next leader. Now, share your thoughts. Foreign, sensing Hashirama's indifference, felt a twinge of boredom. My lord, intelligence is paramount in warfare. Once we gather sufficient evidence proving the Uchiha are within the forest, we can establish a false camp to deceive them, Tobirama asserted. His teeth clenched, eyes filled with hatred, a flicker of fierce determination shining through. Then we will stealthily bypass the Uchiha front lines and strike at their homeland, eliminating their women and children without mercy. As long as the plan succeeds, the Uchiha clan will pose no threat. Tobirama's tone was rather flat, yet his words were chillingly cold. Even the Buddha was taken aback by Tobirama's ruthlessness, sending shivers down his spine. The second elder, Senju Kawakami, brightened at the mention of Tobirama's scheme. I second that. Let us summon the elder from the rear and have him bring reinforcements. If possible, we could also request support from the Uzumaki clan. Seeing their confusion, Kawakami elaborated, it is imperative to call upon our clan members. First, as we maneuver around the Uchiha clan, what if they notice the void at the front and share our intentions? We need someone to hold the fort. Second, the Uchiha are not fools. If they become aware of our plan and encircle us, we would be in peril. The elder and his group could distract the Uchiha, and if necessary, even sacrifice themselves. Third, if we succeed without the Uchiha realizing it, we could even surround them together with the elder, wiping out their core forces in one fell swoop. Therefore, it is essential to have the elder and his men prepared. Chapter 24. The situation reverses again. In the quiet of night, members of the Uchiha clan were idly swatting mosquitoes in the trees. Father, the Senju clan remains eerily silent, Izuna remarked, approaching Taijima. Madara reclined on a branch, gazing at the starlit sky. In the shadows, the second elder of the Hyuga clan cursed under his breath. Are the Uchiha really this foolish? The veins around his Byakugan flared. Their leader, Hyuga Tenjin, had assigned him the formidable task of stirring the battlefield. Using the exceptional reconnaissance abilities of his Byakugan, he stealthily approached the edge of the battlefield. He observed that the Senju clan's camp was nearly deserted, having circled behind the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, the Uchiha were still foolishly engaged in their idle pursuits. This revelation left Hyuga Sangtion in a state of panic. His task was to incite a fierce battle between the two clans. If the Senju clan launched a surprise attack, it would spell disaster for the Uchiha, especially with the formidable support from the Uzumaki clan. Were they not the next target to be crushed? Frustrated, Hyuga Sangtion paced, wishing for guidance. However, doing nothing would render his efforts futile. He scratched his head, desperate for a solution. Suddenly, he halted, his eyes lighting up. He focused his chakra and formed a lion's head to amplify his voice. Leader, the Senju clan has circled to our rear. His voice echoed across the battlefield. After shouting, he quickly moved toward the weaker defensive area he had scouted earlier. Taijima, startled by the booming voice, froze momentarily. The ninjas in the trees were similarly taken aback, but soon realized the urgency and hurried back. Hyuga Sangtion initially thought the Senju clan intended to ambush the Uchiha from behind. The memories of a tragic event from years past flashed in his mind, prompting him to instinctively head back to the clan's territory. Sangtion's warning, albeit well-intentioned, was a disservice. Had he not alerted them, the Senju might have succeeded, severing the Uchiha's supply lines and annihilating their women and children, while also eliminating the reinforcements stationed in their territory. The Uchiha on the front lines would surely rush back to assist, but without supplies and with their homeland compromised, they would find themselves in a desperate struggle against the Senju clan. It was a grave error to send the dull-witted Hyuga Sangtion into the fray. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had slipped away. Yet, this is the allure of the ever-changing battlefield. The Senju clan had not strayed far when they heard the lion-like roar. Buddha's expression darkened. How could this happen? Why had they been discovered? Was there a traitor among them? His face soured as if he had been caught in an embarrassing situation. Father, we should retreat. Night battles are not in our favor. Our vision cannot match that of the Uchiha, Tobirama stated calmly. Although he felt a pang of regret, he recognized the necessity of avoiding combat under the cover of darkness. As their eyes held but a single pupil, while the Uchiha possessed multiple, members of the Uchiha clan soon noticed the Senju sneaking toward their rear, leaving no time to cover their tracks. Clearly, they were marching hastily to ambush their homeland. Anger surged within the Uchiha, having nearly fallen victim to the same tactic twice. This time, however, the stakes were particularly high, as if their heads were being ground into the dirt. Madara's expression darkened, feeling as though he had barely begun to assert his dominance, only to be decisively undermined. This made him realize that the intricacies of strategy held little value. True strength came from relentless training and the might of his fists. He envisioned a scene in his mind, inspired by his thoughts. No matter how cunning your schemes, I remain steadfast as a mountain. 1 against 10,000. Then, they shall have no retort. With newfound clarity, Madara understood the path he must take. Foolish mortals. Dare you challenge me? Come and meet your demise. Taijima's Mangekyo Sharingan flared with anger as he pursued the Senju clan. The Uchiha, witnessing their leader's bravery, did not hesitate to follow suit. They fled, they chased, and after 2 exhausting hours, this marathon reached its conclusion. Buddha watched Taijima, breathless and weary, illuminated by the flickering flames set by the Senju to light the battlefield. They had positioned themselves by a riverbank. My son Tobarama, indeed remarkable. Uchiha Taijima. No matter how clever you think you are, you will still be beneath my son's feet. Buddha recalled Tobarama's words, urging them to run desperately without exhausting themselves too quickly, keeping the Uchiha at bay and draining their stamina. In this moment, the true advantage of the Senju clan was revealed. The Uchiha, in their fervor, pursued with all their might, utilizing chakra to hasten their pace, while the Senju relied solely on their formidable physical prowess, deftly evading the Uchiha and swiftly depleting their energy without them realizing it. Buddha remained silent, recognizing the rare opportunity. He drew his sword. Taijima, observing the overwhelming presence of the Senju across the river, glanced back at his increasingly fatigued clan members, and his heart sank. He cursed inwardly. Intelligence is a valuable asset, yet I seem to lack it. Books are beneficial, but I cannot absorb their wisdom. Watching the Senju standing firm above the river, he realized their fire jutsu would soon become futile. The flames behind them blazed fiercely, encircling them in this dire spot. Taijima felt a deep sense of distress. When did the Senju become so astute? He could not help but question aloud. Madara, gazing at the figure amidst the crowd opposite him, met the gaze of his adversary. He averted his eyes and turned to his dispirited clan members. As Ban pondered, a strategy to defeat the enemy came to mind. He clenched his teeth, channeling his energy deep within. The fire-wielding ninja stood ready, prepared to unleash their flames and drive the adversaries into the water. Once they submerged, they would unleash the power of lightning to dispatch them. He reluctantly raised his voice to issue commands, realizing that leaving it to his father would only lead to inevitable defeat. Ban's words ignited hesitation among the Senju clan members as they stood surrounded by water. His succinct statements shone like a beacon, illuminating the hearts of his kin. In an instant, the anxious members recognized the feasibility of his plan, utterly decisive. Such words, spoken by Ban Uchiha, the youthful clan leader, carried weight and inspired belief, unlike if they had come from another. Had he been ordinary, the voices of the astute would have been drowned beneath the noise of chaos, leaving all in disarray. Senju Tobarama observed Ban gravely, sensing that this individual would become his lifelong rival. Chapter 25. The Great Chaos Father, let them all return. The battlefield is too confined. Even a victory would come at a heavy cost. This is not the outcome we desire, Tobarama stated quietly, suppressing the hatred in his eyes. He could not act on impulse. Senju Butsama's expression darkened. Yet again, the plan had fallen apart. Senju Hashirama's gaze remained fixed on Ban. Feeling a sense of unease as Ban ignored him, the flames blazed around them, with both clans standing defiantly across the flowing river. Neither side chose to strike, for the battlefield was too small, and conflict would only result in devastating losses, which neither clan wanted. The leaders of both factions hoped to withdraw their kin rather than carry them back lifeless. In this tense atmosphere, any minor provocation could lead to catastrophic change. A member of the Senju clan, face contorted in terror, found himself paralyzed as a shadow invaded his body. His visage morphed into a ghastly half-black, half-yellow countenance. In the blink of an eye, he became dazed, forming seals with his hands as his chest swelled. Fire release, great serpent dance. A fiery serpent erupted from his mouth, weaving erratically as it surged towards the Uchiha clan. The darkness on his face quickly receded, burrowing into the ground. This member of the Senju clan collapsed in place. Who dared to act? The Senju members fixated intently on their comrade who had unleashed the fire serpent. Soon after, they noticed he had fallen, oblivious to the shadow that had vanished underground. Butsuma's frustration boiled over. Form defensive earth release. The Uchiha, witnessing the audacity of the Senju clan to strike first using their own fire techniques, felt insulted. They promptly formed seals, unleashing their long-range ninjutsu. A robust earthen wall rose before the Senju. Butsuma's wrath ignited as he directed his ire towards the Uchiha. You despicable cowards. Even in this dire situation, you resort to illusions against my kin, seeking to instigate conflict. Without hesitation, Butsuma hurled a pot towards them, infuriating Taijima. Father, there's a river here, abundant with water. Our water-style ninjas can carve a path through the raging flames for our retreat, Tobirama stated gravely, sensing something was amiss that night. The situation had spiraled out of control, and an unsettling feeling enveloped him. The plan had seemed flawless until someone had shouted out, despite orders to refrain from action. After that, the instigator had collapsed. While nerves and overwhelming hatred could explain the chaos, the uncertainty unsettled Tobirama's heart, prompting thoughts of retreat. After all, he was still a child, burdened by too many worries and lacking the fortitude to witness the sacrifice of his kin. It would be wise to withdraw and reconsider their strategy. Upon hearing Tobirama's words, the Senju members exchanged glances, ultimately turning to Butsuma in anger. What are you waiting for? Those capable of water release should act now. Do not just stare at my son. At that moment, a Senju member stepped forward. Clan leader, second son, I only know a C-rank water technique, and it seems useless. Most of the clan members believe water release lacks lethality, so they haven't pursued it. At most, like me, they only know a C-rank technique. I doubt anyone here besides the second son can use water release. Butsuma's fury erupted. Which fool allowed you to think this way? We have enough numbers. A C-rank technique is sufficient. The river is right behind us. You need not create water elements. The member lowered his head, casting a sidelong glance at Butsuma, feeling aggrieved. Internally, he scoffed, isn't that you? Always advocating for practice in taijutsu, swordsmanship, healing arts, or powerful ninjutsu, while dismissing water release as weak. Learning a C-rank technique is merely for hydration. As Butsuma's subordinates fell silent, he contemplated his next words. Tobirama exchanged meaningful glances with his father and brother, recognizing the shared lineage. Note, the Senju clan is predominantly aligned with water and earth, although other elements exist, but are rare. They are characterized by robust physiques, strong vitality, abundant chakra, and exceptional medical ninjutsu skills. The Uchiha clan is primarily aligned with fire and lightning, with other elements being rare. They possess the Sharingan, granting them heightened perception and the ability to replicate simple techniques on the spot. They are also skilled in Jinjutsu. As the Uchiha ceased their ninjutsu upon seeing the Senju erect a defensive wall, Taijima furrowed his brow, puzzled by the enemy's intentions. Father, we should also employ earth release to guard against sudden attacks, as we stand directly in their line of fire. Ben spoke softly. Taijima gazed deeply at his clan members before looking across at the Senju. Clan members, we can wait no longer. The Senju are cunning foes. If we delay, unforeseen complications may arise. We must strike decisively. Taijima was eager to act. He had grown weary of the Senju's machinations. This rare opportunity was ripe for confrontation. A true warrior must embrace the fight. Charge! 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 The Uchiha rallied behind Taijima, their morale soaring. They too had felt the pressure, having faced dire straits multiple times. With Taijima leading the charge, they drew their weapons and surged forward. The Senju, alerted by the Uchiha's movements, snapped back to attention. The Uchiha dare to engage us in close combat? They seek their own demise. Clan members, follow me to battle. Butsuma shouted, unsheathing his sword as his kin bristled with anticipation. You know nothing of the art of war. Shadows slipped into the earth, becoming invisible. Hyuga Tsangtion's veins throbbed, and he wiped the sweat from his brow, the immense flames blocking his path. The battle was finally upon them, and he felt exhilaration. The sensation of dominating others is truly delightful. It appears I possess such extraordinary talent. Chapter 26, The Pink Island. As the two armies clashed, they engaged in close combat. Upon exchanging a blow, Taijima and Hataka sensed something amiss and retreated, their clansmen behind them. How could they fight without risking the lives of their kin? One careless move could result in a fatality. The thought of igniting a fire that could consume the mountains was alarming. Who had the audacity to do such a thing? Li Xian gazed at the raging inferno, rendered speechless. He had been prepared to retire for the night when the crackling of burning trees and the frantic cries of fleeing animals disrupted his thoughts. Sleep eluded him, and he decided to investigate the scene. Following the river that separated the flames, he made his way toward the heart of the blaze. Taijima, step back. Let us engage in a duel. Hataka could no longer contain himself, his eyes ablaze with fury, yet clinging to a semblance of clarity. Taijima recognized the validity in his opponent's words. Withdraw, everyone. Allow me to take this ruffian's head, he shouted. The two stood atop the river, poised for battle. Any sign of weakness from either would unleash a torrential onslaught. Hashirama's gaze was fixed on the battlefield, as was Madara's. Perhaps they too yearned for the thrill of combat. Izuna quietly observed Madara's back, while Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the situation had improved somewhat. If the battle continued at this pace, the tension would lead to an inevitable and tragic outcome, leaving the lower-ranked shinobi with no ground to stand upon and only death to look forward to. He believed that combat should not manifest in this manner, but rather through banter, with the enemy reduced to mere ashes. Old rogue Hataka, receive my blade. Taijima, weary of the delay, launched an attack. Chakra coalesced upon his sword as he struck toward Hataka with blinding speed. Hataka, gathering chakra throughout his body, propelled himself across the water's surface, moving even faster than Taijima. Madara's Sharingan was fixated on the battlefield. With his double tomo, he could barely perceive their fleeting figures, a testament to their terrifying velocity. Everyone, retreat 1,000 meters. He commanded urgently, clearing space for the duel. Tobirama echoed his concern. Should either of the combatants falter, those behind them would be in grave danger. The two fighters noticed their clansmen beginning to withdraw, their movements gradually becoming more liberated, their attacks increasingly ferocious. With swords in hand and fists flying, they unleashed their full potential. In the midst of the fray, Hataka struck the ground with a powerful punch, causing the river to cease flowing and the earth to fracture, leaving Taijima with no stable footing. A chasm several dozen meters long opened up before him, and beads of cold sweat formed on Taijima's brow. The thought of taking such a blow was daunting. Once more, the two retreated to reassess their positions. Taijima formed hand seals, his chest swelling as he prepared to unleash a torrent of flames aimed at Hataka. Fire release, dragon flame jutsu, he proclaimed. Hataka, in response, stomped down hard, sending soil flying into the air to block the flames. In that instant, the ground beneath Taijima cracked open, forcing him to dodge and halt his technique. He instinctively glanced at the spot where he had stood moments earlier, now transformed into a deep trench. Are you afraid, old man? Why do you keep ruining the ground? Did the earth offend you? Taijima remarked coolly, embodying the demeanor of a true master. Hataka, momentarily speechless, struggled to find a retort. Today, we shall settle our fates, Taijima. Your very existence taints this air, he declared, veins bulging in anger as he charged at Taijima with his blade. Taijima's three-tomo Sharingan honed in on Hataka's movements, his composure unwavering despite the fractured ground beneath him. He realized that he could no longer engage Hataka directly and would have to rely on chakra to mitigate the impact of each blow. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. For Hataka's every strike was immensely powerful. With a swift motion, Taijima's three-tomo began to spin, transforming into the shape of kunai. He resolved to reveal his true strength. Feeling an exhilarating surge of power and speed, Taijima felt confident in his grasp of the battle. How laughable! This insignificant Hataka dares to shine before me. Hataka, noticing the transformation in Taijima's eyes, was taken aback. What is this? Have you embedded kunai into your eyes? He blurted out. Taijima, bemused, reveled in his opponent's ignorance. As the head of a clan, your knowledge is severely lacking. You are unaware of the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan? I am ashamed to be associated with you. Taijima, despite his bravado, felt a tinge of confusion. He had read of various patterns, but had never encountered one resembling his own. Yet, recalling the ocular techniques, he felt a surge of satisfaction. In the heat of battle, Taijima's left eye allowed him to foresee events 3 seconds into the future, while his right eye enhanced the power of his physical strikes. The ultimate technique, Susanoo, remained untested, its requirements of ocular power and chakra too great. As they resumed their clash, Hataka felt an overwhelming pressure. Taijima's speed and strength had reached a level that could match his own. The two began exchanging blows with fervor, leaving the onlookers to cheer, enchanted by the spectacle. Li Xian, observing from the sidelines, marveled at the prowess of these two combatants. If they were to till the fields, they would undoubtedly reap a bountiful harvest, he mused quietly, choosing not to intrude further. Meanwhile, the clansmen were captivated by their leader's duel, oblivious to the world around them. Both fighters were drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, their faces flushed and hair disheveled. Hataka's armor lay in tatters, revealing shallow cuts upon his skin, while his clothing was in ruins. He tore off the remnants of his armor, exposing his bare torso, ready to continue the assault. Taijima, though fatigued, bore no significant injuries aside from his shattered armor. He tossed a medicinal pill into his mouth to rapidly restore his chakra. "Come forth, Susanoo," Taijima shouted, unleashing a staggering amount of chakra that transformed into a towering pink giant, its form hazy, wielding an enormous sword. Hataka, initially stunned by the overwhelming chakra, burst into laughter upon seeing the pink giant. "Taijima, you are truly something else." The Uchiha clan members blushed, stifling their laughter, while the Senju clan roared with mirth. Madara and Izuna averted their eyes from Taijima, who felt dizzy with embarrassment. "What are you laughing at, Hataka?" Taijima glared at him. Hataka covered his mouth, attempting to maintain a semblance of respect. "I just remembered something amusing. Forgive me. I am a patriarch trained in the arts, typically maintaining an air of aloofness, seldom succumbing to laughter. However, the sight of Taijima left me in fits of laughter." Chapter 27. The Eye Technique of Uchiha Taijima. What a splendid hue! Li Xian was utterly astonished by Uchiha Taijima's Susanoo, momentarily rendered speechless. Despite being a formidable patriarch, he was now manifested as a colossal pink figure, a stark contrast indeed. Senju Hashirama ceased his laughter, his expression turning solemn. "Taijima, are you attempting to make me laugh to death and then seize my fortune?" Hashirama stated earnestly. Uchiha Taijima struggled to suppress his own embarrassment, even as he faced imminent doom, still uttering bold words. With that, Taijima commanded his adorable Susanoo to draw forth a massive blade from his waist. Uchiha Madara observed quietly, resolved to inquire of his father after the battle concluded on how to master such a formidable technique. The color of the Susanoo was of little consequence to him. What mattered was its size. The members of the Senju clan also halted their laughter, their gazes filled with concern for their patriarch, Hashirama. The sheer scale of the blade was indeed terrifying. Hashirama, noting the descending weapon, resolved to evade and assess its power before concocting a plan. Uchiha Taijima felt his chakra and ocular power swiftly depleting, a frown creasing his brow. Yet, he took solace in the fact that Hashirama's condition was hardly better. Boom! The blade struck the ground, creating a massive chasm beneath it. Hashirama secretly wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating the four words, "Unmatched strength." "Taijima, gather your strength. You're almost upon me," he jested, despite his underlying apprehension. Taijima remained silent, resolutely lifting his blade once more, preparing to strike. Simultaneously, his left eye spun rapidly, blood tears streaming forth. "My eye has foreseen your demise," Uchiha Taijima declared with a calmness akin to stating a mere fact. No sooner had he spoken than he appeared near Hashirama, his Susanoo's blade poised to cleave. Hashirama, calculating the trajectory of the descending blade, swiftly evaded. Before he could regain his footing, his heart raced as he abruptly shifted, rolling to the ground. Taijima observed the severed arm lying on the ground, reflecting on the fortunate escape from a lethal strike. Yet, he lamented that his left eye could only glimpse 3 seconds into the future, thus missing a prime opportunity. Feeling the waning chakra within him, Taijima swung his blade once more, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Hashirama. "Brother, save me," Hashirama shouted. As the onlookers pondered the identity of this brother, a figure emerged from the shadows. A punch imbued with immense strength collided with the Susanoo's blade, sending it flying. Taijima could no longer maintain his form. The pink Susanoo dissipated. Uchiha Izuna had also arrived at Taijima's side, the two clans now at a standstill. "Foolish dog, consider yourself fortunate. Had I been in peak condition today, your life would have been forfeit with that strike," Taijima scoffed at Hashirama. Hashirama returned Taijima's gaze, pondering how he could have matched his speed and strength. The surrounding flames had extinguished, yet distant fires continued to blaze. Though both clans were weary, their fighting spirit remained unyielding. Nevertheless, Taijima and Hashirama had lost the will to continue battling and issued a retreat. Li Xin, witnessing the dissolution of the confrontation, discreetly slipped away. The Uchiha departed with pride, while the Senju bore a more somber demeanor. Hashirama picked up the severed arm, deeming it useless, and discarded it. The green light in his hand began to heal his wounds. Father, I believe the morale of the Senju clan has been significantly dampened. Shall we strike while they rest? Uchiha Madara suggested. Taijima, exhausted from the day's events, wished to refrain from further conflict, yet he recognized the Senju's cunning, an adversary not to be underestimated. Izuna, send word to the Yuhi clan. They must rendezvous with us on the battlefield before daybreak. Meanwhile, let our kin rest for a spell, Taijima commanded, observing the moon ascend toward its zenith. Understood. Izuna acknowledged, retreating. Li Xin, surveying the charred remains around him, felt bewildered. Ultimately, he approached the riverbank to construct a humble earthen shelter for the night, as dwelling in ashes was rather unbecoming. The Senju clan set up camp not far off, establishing watchmen for the night. Father, the elder, and the others have arrived. Additionally, word has come that the Uzumaki warriors will reach the battlefield by tomorrow, Tobirama reported. Hashirama nodded absently, aware of the situation, and instructed Tobirama to depart. He was preoccupied with thoughts of Taijima's sudden enhancement in speed and strength, as well as the nature of that pink entity. Its overwhelming power perplexed him. Moreover, he sensed that Taijima's evasive maneuvers seemed to be fully anticipated. Had it not been for his acute sixth sense and the foreboding in his heart, he might have met his end that day. Furrowing his brow, Hashirama's mood soured. He had previously held the upper hand, with Uchiha Taijima merely able to keep pace. The sudden turn of events was hard to accept, especially since Taijima was his rival. If he and Tobirama were to confront Taijima together, they would lack top-tier combat power, creating an overall disadvantage. Additionally, how would the world perceive the Senju clan? To overpower the few would tarnish their reputation. At the third watch of the night, the Yuhi clan had joined forces with the Uchiha and utilized the remaining time to recuperate, preparing to strike during the fourth or fifth watch when their foes would be at their most fatigued and least vigilant. Uchiha Madara approached Taijima's tent, intending to speak, but was halted by Taijima, who remarked, "You are still too weak. With your talent, you will surely come to understand in time. Peruse the clan's ancient texts and records. It will benefit you." With that, Taijima waved his hand, signaling Madara to depart. Madara, exasperated, nodded in resignation, feeling frustrated by Taijima's cryptic manner of speaking, as if he were shrouded in mystery, a trait that infuriated him. Everything had been consumed by the flames. Li Xin wandered to the site where the three had pledged brotherhood, surveying the surroundings and the barren hill not far off, the very place where Madara had once stood, boasting of his intentions to establish a village, one that would unite all clans of the Land of Fire. Chapter 28. Li Xin transforms into a spiritual mentor for Madara and Hashirama. As Li Xin indulged in these thoughts, a youthful figure came into view. So engrossed was he that he failed to notice Li Xin's presence. Regaining his composure, Li Xin appraised his own attire, the murky yellow ceremonial robe, half of a silver mask adorning his face, and his fair complexion. He appeared as a beacon in the darkness, the brightest star in the night sky, the most striking figure amidst the crowd. Why, then, was he being overlooked? Indignant, Li Xin approached. As he drew nearer, he recognized the boy as Hashirama. "Hashirama, what brings you here, looking so distracted?" Hashirama halted, having heard the familiar voice. Turning back, he ran towards Li Xin. "Big brother, I miss you so much." Zhu Jian cried uncontrollably, as if he had found a pillar of support. A man may shed tears, but only when truly grieved. Li Xin's brow furrowed as he patted Zhu Jian's shoulder. "What is the matter? Who dares to bully my third brother?" His tone was heavy, clearly indicating his anger. Both Ban and Zhu Jian were Li Xin's idols. Being born in this era, surviving, and becoming their elder brother made him cherish this brotherhood deeply. Now, someone had dared to torment his third brother Zhu Jian, and that was intolerable. Zhu Jian felt a surge of emotion and warmth at Li Xin's words. Mature beyond his years, he had witnessed the chaos of this world and yearned to put a stop to it. As the elder brother of three, and the clan's young leader, he could not afford to show weakness. The burdens of hardship and sorrow were his to bear alone. As the elder brother, he would not share these troubles with his siblings. Instead, he aimed to be the family's backbone, a steadfast support for his younger brothers. Yet, everyone seemed to forget that he was only 8 years old and needed someone to understand his thoughts, to hope for like-minded companions and brothers. The series of setbacks had left Zhu Jian utterly bewildered. The deaths of two younger brothers rendered him powerless. Even Ban, the young leader of a clan that had been their family's enemy for millennia, had severed ties with him. All of this exceeded the limits of his emotional endurance. And the rapid succession of events was overwhelming. Zhu Jian gently recounted the recent happenings. Li Xian listened quietly, his demeanor gentle. He merely needed to be a listening ear. By voicing his inner turmoil, Zhu Jian felt a weight lifted from his heart, rather than bottling it up. Not far behind them, a young figure appeared, quietly listening to Zhu Jian's confessions, though neither of the two noticed. They were both oblivious to the presence of ninjutsu. Li Xian's expression softened with compassion. Zhu Jian, if you feel like crying, let it all out. Your big brother will always be by your side. Looking at Zhu Jian, he spoke with a tender heart. Zhu Jian wiped his tears and managed to smile. I'm fine now, big brother. He didn't want Li Xian's mood to be affected by his troubles. So he collected himself and spoke to Li Xian. Seeing Zhu Jian's maturity left Li Xian momentarily speechless. Let me show you a magic trick, he said playfully, twisting his head towards Zhu Jian. With exaggerated movements, he began to dance awkwardly. Then, with a flourish, he produced two candies from thin air. When you're feeling down, a piece of candy can lighten your spirits. Let the sweetness wash away your sorrows, Li Xian said earnestly, unwrapping the candy with care. Don't be fooled by the humble packaging. This candy is quite sweet, he added, taking Zhu Jian's hand and placing the candy in his palm, encouraging him to eat. Zhu Jian rolled his eyes. Big brother, I'm not a child anymore. Besides, children shouldn't eat candy at night. It can cause cavities. A gentle smile spread across his face, lightening his sadness. He popped the candy into his mouth, savoring it as his cheeks puffed up. This candy is really sweet. You should have some too. Li Xian chuckled softly, unwrapping the remaining candy and popping it into his own mouth, his unmasked side of the face adorably puffed. It is sweet indeed. He gazed at the moonlit sky. Zhu Jian, we don't have the luxury of time to dwell on sadness. We must ensure that every child can enjoy a carefree childhood filled with sweets. That is our dream, isn't it? Li Xian smiled warmly, encouraging Zhu Jian to be strong. Zhu Jian paused, taken aback by Li Xian's words, then recalled Ban's dismissive trampling of this dream. Will that day really come? He asked softly, searching Li Xian's eyes for a glimmer of confidence. Li Xian's gentle smile radiated assurance. That day will come, and it shall not be far off. Just as the two were about to share more light-hearted stories, a voice emerged from behind them. Big brother, third brother, how could you be so unfair? Sneaking candy without me? Aren't you afraid of cavities? Ban had arrived early but remained silent, unsure how to face Zhu Jian. He was torn. He had urged his clan to attack the Sinju clan that night, yet he couldn't help but worry for Zhu Jian's safety. So, while his clan rested, he wandered about, unknowingly drawn to this spot, where he overheard their conversation. Zhu Jian's heartfelt outpouring shattered Ban's emotional defenses, making it impossible for him to harbor any resentment towards Zhu Jian. Listening to their warm exchange and their shared longing for peace, he couldn't bring himself to disrupt such a beautiful moment. When the two began discussing other topics, he could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. Upon hearing Ban's words, Li Xian frowned while Zhu Jian's face lit up with joy. Their expressions diverged as they turned to see who had spoken. Li Xian felt a surge of anger but was quelled upon seeing Ban's exhausted visage and the small frame of a child. He couldn't muster any ire. Li Xian clenched his right fist towards Ban, who looked puzzled, thinking Li Xian was about to engage in a playful fist bump. He responded, but Li Xian turned his fist over, revealing a candy in his palm. Let's share some candy together. Zhu Jian was momentarily stunned, feeling as though this scenario was surreal. As if he were dreaming. Ban, is it really you? Zhu Jian rushed over. Li Xian shook his head, internally lamenting how Zhu Jian still regarded Ban with such affection despite the countless times Ban had hurt him. The narrative has shifted slightly, he thought, relieved that this scene was not one of Ban being beaten down. Ban frowned, his expression displeased. Third brother, remember to call me second brother. He elongated the brother in a playful manner, causing Zhu Jian to smile more brightly. Second brother. Zhu Jian had never been angry with Ban because he understood that their plight was a consequence of the conflict between their clans, not Ban's fault. The Sinju clan's aggression towards the Uchiha children and vice versa had led both of them to lose several brothers. Yet their friendship remained sincere, albeit with differing loyalties. Zhu Jian's heart was filled with love. As the three conversed, Ban's expression grew increasingly uneasy. With the fourth watch of the night approaching, he desperately wanted to inform Zhu Jian, yet he didn't wish to betray his clan. This internal conflict was particularly distressing. Seeing Zhu Jian finally happy made him dread the possibility of having to reveal that his father, perhaps his only brother, had died. He feared how Zhu Jian might react. Ban felt overwhelmed. Li Xian remained oblivious, lying side by side with the others by the riverside, gazing at the starry sky, occasionally exchanging light banter. Therefore, he didn't notice Ban's troubled demeanor. Zhu Jian, meanwhile, pushed aside his worries to relish the relaxed atmosphere, while Ban oscillated between the roles of clan leader and elder brother, becoming the most tormented among them. Time passed quietly, and soon it was the fourth watch of the night. The 8-year-old Ban, lacking a comprehensive strategy, opted for neutrality between clan ties and brotherly bonds. He chose inaction, believing that keeping Zhu Jian here would keep him out of danger on the battlefield. As for whether Zhu Jian would resent him later, he could not concern himself with that. All that mattered was that Zhu Jian remained alive. In doing so, he upheld the responsibilities of a clan leader and earned the trust of his people. Without betraying his father, Izuna, Madara has also preserved his life. Elder brother, third brother, I remember acquiring something valuable last time. Please wait here for me while I retrieve it. Madara endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, concealing his intentions from the two. He understood that if he did not return, his clan would undoubtedly search for him, putting both Izuna and Hashirama in jeopardy. Izuna, without a second thought, replied, "All right. Just be quick and safe." Hashirama's face lit up with joy as he glanced at Madara, who was rising to leave, before returning his gaze to the sky. "I'll be waiting right here, so hurry back, brother." In Madara's eyes, there was a mixture of regret, guilt, and determination. "Hashirama, could you perhaps change that hairstyle of yours?" Izuna teased with a smile. Hashirama paused, puzzled. "Why do you say that, brother?" With a gentle smile, Izuna replied, as the young clan leader, "You ought to exhibit a bit more composure. Your hairstyle appears somewhat foolish." Hashirama nodded in agreement, though still confused. "Brother, what does foolish mean?" Izuna was momentarily taken aback by Hashirama's question. "Foolish is akin to a mythical creature," he explained, patting Hashirama's head. Hashirama, bewildered, looked up at Izuna with admiration. "Brother, you truly know so much. Where is our second brother? Could he be in danger?" Worry creased Hashirama's brow as he noted that nearly half an hour had passed. He fidgeted restlessly. Izuna, slightly irritated, remarked, "Madara is surely taking a leisurely stroll back. It's not as if he's engaged in battle." The mere mention of battle sent a shiver through Izuna as he harbored an unsettling suspicion, observing the obedient and sensible demeanor of his younger brother. He found it hard to voice his concerns. He recalled Hashirama's earlier lamentations and pondered how an 8-year-old could withstand the loss of yet another family member. Standing up, Izuna retrieved a complete mask from the system space, removing his half-mask and placing it away before donning the full mask. He also cut his long black hair in half and changed into a black outfit adorned with red clouds. Hashirama was momentarily bewildered by Izuna's sudden transformation. "Brother, what are you doing? Why are you cutting your hair? Why are you changing clothes?" Hashirama's innocent curiosity turned him into a child filled with questions. Izuna merely smirked, offering no explanation. "Let us go, Hashirama. It's time to sleep in your tent." Hashirama hesitated. "Aren't we waiting for our second brother? Are we going to meet the family?" Izuna felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he gently tapped Hashirama on the head. Hashirama led the way while Izuna followed quietly, taking a slightly roundabout route. Feeling aggrieved, Hashirama thought to himself, "I merely nudged him a bit," and brother retaliated with a heavy hand. How unfair. Meanwhile, Izuna walked in silence, lost in thought, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Yet, one thing was clear to him. As they stealthily made their way, a sudden blaze illuminated the distance, accompanied by the sounds of battle and cries of despair. Hashirama trembled. How could this be? That's the direction of our clan's camp. He swiftly placed his hands behind him and bolted forward, with Izuna close behind. In less than 5 minutes, they reached the battlefield, where corpses littered the ground and tents were engulfed in flames. By the time Madara rejoined the clan, they had already prepared themselves and stealthily approached the Senju clan's encampment, quietly eliminating the drowsy scouts. They advanced with ease into the Senju territory. The Senju clan, caught off guard, was swiftly overwhelmed. Taijima signaled for the ninjas to perform hand seals, unleashing fire techniques. Many Senju members, still lost in slumber, perished in the flames, while others, awakening in panic, dashed through the inferno, clashing with the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, they had been resting in their armor, otherwise, they would have had no time to dress. Meanwhile, Madara was engaged in a strategy discussion with the elder and high-ranking ninjas when they suddenly sensed a surge of fire chakra. They rushed out of their tents, promptly forming seals to counter the approaching flames with powerful earth techniques. Some ninjas who were unfamiliar with earth techniques drew their swords, gathering their remaining strength to retaliate. A brutal melee ensued. Thanks to the Elder's reinforcements from the clan's territory, the Senju clan held a slight upper hand, overpowering the Uchiha clan in close combat. Many lower ninjas fell victim to the unrestrained assault of the upper ninjas, while the middle ninjas struggled to fend off their opponents. Upon returning, Izuna and Hashirama witnessed the fierce clash between the two clans. Madara chose Tobirama as his opponent, determined to protect him as much as possible. Hashirama rushed to Tobirama's side, sharing the burden, his expression filled with sorrow, unable to find words. Izuna focused on gathering corpses for sacrifice, keeping a vigilant watch over the battlefield. Should Madara, Hashirama, or Izuna find themselves in peril, he would rush to their aid. With each corpse collected, Izuna performed sacrifices, amassing a substantial number in a short time. Host sacrifices one Senju middle ninja corpse. Congratulations on gaining a slight amount of chakra. And congratulations on obtaining a thin Senju bloodline, which has now reached an intermediate level. Host has gained a thin Uchiha bloodline, which has now reached an intermediate peak level. Chapter 30. Human form of Izuna Taijima, the villain, is truly malicious. My beloved clan members, how unfortunate. Tobirama and the second elder found themselves at a standoff with Taijima and the Uchiha clan. Tobirama was furious. The losses were significant. Taijima's expression was grim, realizing that despite eliminating so many Senju clan members, the tide of battle had not shifted in their favor. He noticed the elder of the Senju clan wreaking havoc among the Uchiha ranks and immediately signaled for Taijima to engage him. Tobirama, you are not without fault. You've secretly summoned reinforcements from the rear. What are you planning? Are you intending to turn this charred landscape into a field for farming? Taijima taunted, their animosity palpable. Your arrogance infuriates me. Tobirama retorted, his blood boiling. In a fit of rage, he drew his sword, ready to show Taijima the consequences of his insolence. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Taijima, his eyes narrowing, realized that his vision had diminished significantly, understanding the repercussions of using the Mangekyo Sharingan. Furthermore, his chakra had not fully recovered, rendering him unable to summon the complete form of Susanoo against the two. With a chilling tone, Taijima mocked, "Come forth, Tobirama. Let me witness your capabilities. My massive blade has been yearning for action. I wonder how many cute little ones it will fell with a single strike." Taijima's gaze swept over the members of the Senju clan, calculating his next move. In the midst of the chaos, the Buddha was indeed taken aback. Having personally felt the might of that formidable pink blade, as well as the swiftness of Taijima, the duo was not guaranteed to halt the impending threat. Taijima, you despicable rogue, you lowly wretch, such insidiousness. The Buddha lamented, realizing his predicament, trapped between walls. Should he make a move, Taijima would be unleashed, placing the Buddha and the descendants of the Senju clan in peril. In a moment of uncertainty, Taijima had managed to detain two formidable forces. Uchiha Battle activated his three-tomo Sharingan, fixating intently on the elder of the Senju clan, Senju Kijian, whose brow was furrowed in concentration. In the heat of battle, Kijian, reveling in the thrill of carnage, found his path obstructed by an unassuming adversary. Uchiha Battle, step aside. Do you dare to compete with me in the art of killing? Kijian provocatively remarked, blood dripping from his sword. Uchiha Battle remained undeterred, replying coolly, you find pleasure in slaughtering my Uchiha kin, don't you? How infuriating. Suppressing his fury, Uchiha Battle couldn't help but express his disdain. In this brief moment, dozens of his clan's promising descendants had perished at the hands of this rogue, igniting his ire. Senju Kijian, perplexed, declared, Uchiha Battle, you have successfully captured my attention. Without hesitation, he lunged at Uchiha Battle with his sword raised. Unfortunately for him, he lacked the capacity for vulgarity, adhering to the principle that one should act rather than speak. Li Xian observed the approaching Uchiha clan members with resignation. Beneath his mask, his two-tomo Sharingan glimmered ominously. Grasping a fallen longsword, he charged forward. As Li Xian felt the surge of Uchiha blood coursing through him, his vision sharpened. and his insight deepened. The opponent, merely a lowly chunin, dared to engage him in close combat. In mere exchanges, Li Xian decapitated his foe, leaving behind not even a trace of the body. However, Li Xian soon found himself under scrutiny. Nearby, members of both the Senju and Uchiha clans halted their battles, their gazes converging upon him. In unison, they ceased their skirmishes and rushed towards Li Xian, unwilling to have their corpses desecrated posthumously. Yet, they did not cooperate. Their singular focus was on overwhelming Li Xian. Seeing the Senju duo attempt to encircle his elder brother, Izuna swiftly intervened, making it a 2-on-2 engagement. The Death Guards remained uninvolved, tasked with ensuring the safety of the four combatants. They would only intervene should a crisis arise. Tobirama stood unscathed, yet wore an expression of grave concern as he regarded the two adversaries. Madara remained silent, the tension palpable in the air. Hashirama, filled with sorrow, felt deceived. Although he was also a young clan leader, he understood Madara's predicament. But understanding and acceptance were two vastly different realms. In anguish, he aimed his sword at Madara. Izuna resolutely positioned himself behind Madara. In an instant, the surrounding scene seemed to freeze, as if the world had vanished. The four figures were entirely absorbed in their confrontation. "Forgive me, Hashirama," Madara whispered softly, a confession unheard, as he advanced with his sword drawn towards Hashirama. Tobirama's gaze sharpened, preparing to counter Madara's move, but Izuna surged forward to intercept him. Li Xian, drenched in blood and wounded, realized that relying solely on his swordsmanship, perception, and physical prowess was insufficient against a multitude of seasoned adversaries. The blood staining him was both his own and that of others. Nevertheless, he felt an unprecedented exhilaration, a thrill that coursed through him, fueled by adrenaline. Is this the battlefield? He mused, reflecting on his third official foray into war against numerous foes. His first encounter had been against 5 Uchiha, the second during a duel with the Sarutobi clan. On both occasions, he had lost consciousness and could not relish the joy of battle. Constantly besieged by a dozen assailants, Li Xian maintained his focus, parrying and striking in response. He pondered whether the reincarnated souls possessed a deeper comprehension of death's essence. His thoughts flowed, yet his strikes remained relentless. Li Xian's speed intensified, each blow infused with the chakra of elite shinobi. The tumult within his mind echoed with a primal force, as if beckoned by his fervor to engage in combat. Breathless and covered in wounds, he found himself surrounded by adversaries from both clans, each sweating profusely. Despite their efforts, he was nearing his limit, rallying for one final push to eliminate him. A voice arose from the throng, and Li Xian felt a disorienting warmth envelop him, akin to being embraced by a hot spring, rendering him impervious to pain and invigorated. The approaching foes brandished their cold, gleaming swords and blades, attacking him in a synchronized onslaught born of their newfound camaraderie. Li Xian hefted his heavy longsword in preparation for defense. Just as the enemy's blades were about to cleave him, he sensed two powerful forces surging within him, filling him with energy. A dual-colored aura erupted from him before retracting swiftly. His longsword was enveloped by this energy, transforming into an ordinary, broad-bladed black sword. With a decisive swing, Li Xian countered the incoming assault, manifesting two shadowy broad-bladed swords, one a deep violet, the other a radiant gold. The attackers fell before him, their heads shattered in an instant. Those behind them, caught off guard, continued their advance, but Li Xian instinctively swung his black sword, which once again morphed into two distinct blades. By the time he ceased his onslaught, it reverted to an ordinary black broadsword. A realization dawned upon Li Xian. Dual blades could both harm others and inflict wounds upon oneself. His voice, steady yet imbued with a cold detachment, resonated with an unsettling duality, a clash of his inner divinity and darkness. Chapter 31. Li Xian's maneuver let the sacrifice commence. System. Li Xian's expression remained impassive as he surveyed the fallen bodies. He felt an unprecedented vitality surging within him, as the Senju bloodline within him seemed to be fully awakened, rapidly mending his wounds. Hashirama, your prowess is commendable. I have long desired to engage you in combat. Madara's spirits began to rise, fueled by his yearning for battle. The sword in his grasp danced with deadly precision, each thrust aimed at Hashirama's vulnerabilities. Hashirama, facing perilous strikes, stood resilient, akin to an ancient tree weathering a storm, appearing precarious yet steadfast. Izuna and Tobarama exchanged blows, retreating momentarily. Tobarama, witnessing Madara's ferocity, wore a grim expression, realizing he had previously underestimated him. He pondered what ulterior motives Madara harbored. Izuna, observing the fierce duel between his elder brother and Hashirama, marveled at Madara's prowess. Impressed by his ability to match his brother's strength. Cease this at once. What are you trying to accomplish? Li Xian interjected, positioning himself between the two combatants. Swinging his broad-bladed sword. It was as though two Li Zins had emerged simultaneously. The golden sword deflected Hashirama's strike, while the blue-violet blade countered Madara's assault. Despite merely returning a strike, he managed to attack both sides in a manner that confounded onlookers. Standing between them, he surveyed the situation. I will not permit you to betray the vows of brotherhood and engage in fratricide. You may battle anyone else, but not against each other. Li Xian's formidable aura surged forth, bearing down upon both warriors. Madara regarded Li Xian with a complex expression, recognizing the disparity between them. What would you have me do? Brother? Teach me. Do you think I desired this? I am left with no choice. No matter my decision, it is always wrong. In the depths of despair, Ben could no longer contain his anguish. With a blend of inquiry and accusation directed at Li Xian, he seemed to also question his own resolve. Among them, Hashirama wore a similarly complicated expression, lost and helpless. The two appeared to be mere pawns, propelled forward by the relentless wheel of fate, devoid of any semblance of choice. Li Xian found himself at a loss for words, adamantly stating, I will not allow you two to fight. I care not for the turmoil among your clans. He began to act defiantly, feeling utterly bewildered about how to avert the impending conflict. Surprised, Tsunade and Tobarama were taken aback by the weight of the implications in Li Xian's words. Sensing their gaze upon him, Li Xian declared, You two are forbidden from fighting. Tsunade retreated behind Ban, observing discreetly, while Tobarama protested. On what grounds? Li Xian, fueled by frustration, approached Tobarama, and in a moment of exasperation, struck him on the head. Because I am your elder brother's brother. Tsunade, witnessing Li Xian's ferocity, pressed herself further behind Ban, frightened by his intensity. Tobarama, sword in hand, was halted by Hashirama's intervention. Conflicted, he glanced at his elder brother, ready to voice his grievance, only to notice the swelling on Hashirama's own head. The two brothers fell into a profound silence, sharing unspoken sorrow. Satisfied with Tobarama's stillness, Li Xian turned his attention to Tsunade, who looked at her brother with a plea for help. Ban turned away, pretending to be oblivious to the unfolding scene. With a bang, Tsunade exclaimed in pain, gazing at Li Xian with a look of grievance. Li Xian smiled, asserting, You are not to fight one another again, understood? He glanced at Tsunade, then at Tobarama, who reluctantly acquiesced, understood. Noting their demeanor, Li Xian felt a stirring within. If they wished to seize their destinies, they must strive to grow stronger. Only by attaining sufficient strength would their voices be heard, just as Tsunade and Tobarama's had been. Li Xian glanced at Ban and Hashirama, observing their dawning realization. A sense of relief washed over him, accompanied by a peculiar smile. It was then that a thought struck him. Do you wish to end this conflict? He asked, surveying the battlefield strewn with devastation and loss. The four turned their gazes toward him, unified in their desire for peace. Yes, Li Xian produced a bundle of rope, binding the four of them together. As the mercenary Deadpool appeared, poised to intervene, he was instructed to remain in place. You, from the Senju and Uchiha clans, cease your hostilities. A booming voice resonated across the battlefield, halting everyone in their tracks as they turned toward the sound. Calmly, Li Xian held a kunai to both Hashirama and Ban's necks, the cold steel drawing faint traces of blood. Tobarama and Tsunade walked alongside their brother, their hearts racing with uncertainty about the outcome. The piercing stares from the onlookers unnerved Li Xian, yet he maintained his composure. Who dares to threaten our clan's heir and the second son? Came a furious roar from Hashirama. The Uchiha gazes narrowed, scrutinizing Li Xian intently. Li Xian, unperturbed by their fury, casually remarked, What an old dog barking without cause. You nearly startled me. The tension escalated as Tobarama and Tsunade's guardians could no longer sit idly by, for they were the last heirs of their respective clans. The capture of their children rendered them hesitant and cautious. What do you intend to do? Why have you taken my sons? Asked Tadahiro, suppressing his rage. While Forin's brow furrowed with worry but remained silent, Li Xian pondered his words carefully, striving to halt the war. Your clans have gone too far. The incessant fighting must cease, and now you even set the mountains ablaze. How many innocent creatures will perish in the flames? His voice resonated with sorrow and desolation. Perhaps I should ensure your line ends here, so you may understand the despair of the flora and fauna. Without granting them time to respond, he pressed the kunai closer to Ban and Hashirama's throats. Wait, do not act rashly. Their voices echoed in unison, a rare moment of agreement. Brother, what should we do? What do you propose? Tadahiro's voice was urgent, and Furin echoed his sentiments. The clansmen remained silent. Their leaders were their sovereigns, and Ban and Hashirama were their princes, the very embodiment of their spirits. Li Xian, feigning contemplation, spoke with measured calm. Perhaps you ought to apologize to the flora and fauna, or assist in restoring their homes. He aimed to disrupt their thoughts, leading them to ponder his true intentions. Tadahiro's brow furrowed in frustration, internally scoffing at the notion of an apology. Furin's expression darkened. Yet he felt powerless. He could not bear to see another son perish. Casting a glance at his clansmen, Furin solemnly declared, enough with the pretense. State your conditions plainly. He exuded an aura of wisdom akin to a detective unraveling a mystery. Noting that his intentions had been uncovered, Li Xian became more forthright. Within 10 years, no battles may occur. Today, I will return your 2 sons, but the other 2 will remain with me. Should you engage in conflict, I shall deliver your sons' heads to your clan. He paused, awaiting their counteroffers. Impossible. We will agree to a ceasefire for a year at most. And you must return all our sons. Tadahiro interjected hastily. Furin's brow furrowed as he surveyed his clansmen, astonished that Li Xian's terms were so unyielding. Was he perhaps a saint wandering by? Chapter 32 Tsunade. Am I to sell myself? Oh, as I understand, you seem to have only 2 sons left. Li Xian's tone dripped with subtle menace as he observed the 2 clan leaders, who were clearly concerned about their clansmen's opinions, which earned them deep respect. Li Xian pondered for a moment, unwilling to pressure them too severely. A cornered dog is dangerous, after all. What if they rashly decided to abandon their sons and attempt to sire new heirs? Li Xian understood that human nature often falters under pressure. How about this? I will return your heir, provided you refrain from conflict for 3 years. However, your second son will remain with me as a hostage. Once the time has elapsed, he will be returned to you. His tone conveyed impatience as he sought to buy time for Ban and Hashirama to grow stronger. They were still too young to hold significant weight within their clans, having yet to achieve notable contributions, which diminished their authority among their clansmen. Furin and Tadahiro exchanged glances with their clansmen, who were engaged in a fierce battle. Torn between the desire to protect their sons and the difficulty of voicing such a proposition, Li Xian observed silently. Knowing they were intelligent enough to discern the necessity of sacrifice, the clansmen, witnessing their leader's turmoil, felt a growing sense of discontent. After all, just moments ago, a comrade fell beside him, leaving an indelible mark of resentment. Yet, the young clan leader remains an invaluable figure within the clan. They find themselves in a position of helplessness, compelled to yield. One after another, they implore their clan leader to relent. Please, agree to his terms. The young clan leader and the second son are of utmost importance. We could seize this opportunity to recuperate. Li Xian, hearing the increasing murmurs around him, felt a smile creeping beneath his mask. Let us proceed with signing the ceasefire agreement, and do not forget to affix the clan seal. Suppressing the joy bubbling within, he spoke calmly. Under the watchful eyes of their kin, the 2 summoned a parchment from the tent and formalized the ceasefire agreement. They then produced the clan seal. Stamping it decisively, Li Xian gestured for Quan Nai to retrieve it. Tobarama exhibited a hint of mischief, his unease palpable. He had intended to keep the 2 young ones close, to instill in them the virtues of good character. Just as Quan Nai was about to grasp the ceasefire agreement, Taijima's brows furrowed. No, you must return both of your sons to us. Taijima, gazing at the seemingly obedient Quan Nai, felt a pang of sorrow as he bargained with Li Xian. Without hesitation, Li Xian responded, Clan leader Taijima, that is simply impossible. Your 2 clans are immensely powerful. If I do not retain some leverage, I fear I shall not see the light of day again. Taijima and Tobarama exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of reluctance and slight reassurance. At least this man seemed wary of the strength of both clans, unwilling to act recklessly. Their sons should be safe, they thought. Helpless, they allowed Quan Nai to carry the ceasefire agreement forward. The 7-year-old Quan Nai held the document close, approaching Li Xian. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Am I truly selling myself and Tobirama? This is not what isekai'd described. Am I really selling my own fate? Madara and Hashirama maintained their composure, satisfied with the unfolding plan. You truly are remarkable, my elder brother, they thought. Their sentiments mirrored each other. They felt secure leaving their younger brother in isekai'd's care, filled with admiration for him. Such a simple maneuver could secure 3 years of peace. They almost wished to repeat this experience in 3 years, blissfully unaware, perhaps even becoming addicted to it. Now, can you release my son? Tobirama firmly etched isekai'd's mask and voice into his memory. Isekai'd remained unmoved, stating, once you withdraw from the clan territory, my people will inform me, and at that time, I shall naturally release both young clan leaders. In truth, isekai'd had no one to relay messages. He was merely deceiving them, capitalizing on their anxiousness, manipulating the shadows to his advantage. With a sharp kunai pressing against Madara and Hashirama's throats, it was clear that any dissent would result in dire consequences for the young clan leaders. Witnessing isekai'd's unwavering stance, Taijima and Tobirama felt as though they had aged a decade, ensnared in a web of their own making. They had never perceived isekai'd as imposing, merely viewing him as a shadow lurking in the dark, employing transformation techniques to conduct these dealings. How could a mere child possess the strength to subdue Madara, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Quan Nai, all while executing this in front of the Reapers? This was evidently a well-organized and premeditated operation. Members of both clans began searching for their fallen kin, preparing to return them for burial. isekai'd yearned to urge them to leave the bodies behind, but he knew that was an impossibility, one that could incite widespread fury. Even Tobirama and Quan Nai would not side with him. isekai'd understood the gravity of the situation. As dawn broke, a gentle light emerged on the horizon. The sun ascended, casting a beautiful glow, yet the surrounding devastation remained. As both factions commenced their departure, isekai'd felt a numbing sensation in his hands. The 5 of them climbed to a vantage point, observing the retreat of their kin. The Reapers approached, standing vigil behind them, devoid of emotion, solely responsible for their protection. They would obey any command, even if it meant self-destruction at the behest of Hashirama and the others. Typically, they remained hidden, like phantoms. Only when the clans began to withdraw did they comprehend the unfolding events. However, they remained silent, concealed in the shadows. Since their inception, they had been commanded to serve these few, a mandate from the clan leader. Since that day, they had no need to heed the clan leaderess orders, merely existing as shadows, providing protection to their masters. Given the unique nature of ninjas and the unpredictable battlefield, should the adversary employ transformation techniques to assume the clan leader's appearance, it would indeed place them in a precarious situation, hence the seemingly unreasonable regulations. Elder brother, you truly are impressive. Hashirama couldn't help but praise isekai'd, while Madara's troubled expression lightened slightly. Though many clan members had perished, at least a 3-year peace had been secured. It was certainly preferable to the scenario of departing with only a handful of survivors. Tobirama felt a sense of dread. But what about me? He pondered, bewildered by Hashirama's carefree demeanor. Fear not. Our elder brother is a good man. Treat him as you would treat me, understood? Hashirama reassured Tobirama, ruffling his white hair. Despite his wisdom, the 7-year-old Tobirama remained just a child, suddenly feeling a deep reluctance to part from Hashirama. Quan Nai's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as they both sensed that the time for farewell was drawing near, and they would soon be thrown to the proverbial wolves. Chapter 33. isekai'd and the daily lives of Quan Nai and Tobirama. Very well, you may return now. Take care on your journey, isekai'd instructed Madara and Hashirama. He then grasped Quan Nai's collar with one hand and Tobirama's arm with the other, preventing their attempts to sneak away. Elder brother, please take care of yourself. You must live well and carry on my share, Quan Nai declared sorrowfully, as though delivering a final farewell. Tobirama raised an eyebrow, silently admiring Quan Nai's cleverness. Elder brother, you must be happy, you must be blessed. Remember to eat well and dress warmly, he echoed, attempting to soften the heart of their seemingly ruthless elder brother. Madara and Hashirama did not look back, each heading towards their respective clans. I will, thank you for your concern, Tobirama. I will, thank you for your concern, Quan Nai. They replied, as the 2 Reapers vanished like shadows. Quan Nai, do you have any place you'd like to visit? isekai'd inquired, gazing at the forlorn expression on Quan Nai's face, while also remembering Tobirama. I want to go home, Quan Nai lamented, his face a portrait of sadness. Li Xian gently tapped his head, though not with force. It was a playful reprimand, a lesson in resilience. A man cannot be so lacking in ambition. After delivering his admonition, Li Xian spoke earnestly. Tobarama, witnessing Quan Nai's plight, gazed solemnly into the distance, as though contemplating the vastness of life itself. Life encompasses not just the struggles before us, but also the aspirations that lie beyond. A hymn, poetry in the distant horizon. Li Xian nodded in satisfaction, leading the two away. Choosing their next destination based on his mood, prioritizing a departure from the current locale. The two reapers trailed behind, hidden from view. Elder brother, where are we headed next? Quan Nai asked, unable to contain his curiosity as he observed Li Xian, who appeared to be relishing the moment. Tobarama sat upright, allowing a young woman beside him, whose fragrance wafted through the air, to serve him food, though his body remained slightly tense, his legs trembling. Li Xian accepted a cup of wine poured by a woman and downed it in one gulp, gazing dreamily at Quan Nai as he spoke. During mealtime, one must truly savor the food. Izuna could only respond softly with an "oh," before pushing aside the woman beside him, picking up a piece of beef and bringing it to his mouth. He also shoved his cup aside, putting on a performance for those present, demonstrating what it truly meant to be a voracious eater. With ears deaf to external matters, his sole focus was the battle with the rice before him. Tobarama, witnessing Izuna's delightful feast, felt compelled to join in. After all, how could a member of the Senju clan concede defeat to the Uchiha? He picked up a piece of chicken and followed suit, devouring a hefty mouthful of rice. With a bemused expression, Ryushin observed the two as they indulged, his own appetite growing. As the elder brother, he certainly could not allow himself to be outdone. Thus, in the astonished gaze of several young women and two assassins at a nearby table, he too engaged in the feast. Ryushin strolled down the street with a toothpick reminiscent of the Warring States period, while Izuna and Tobarama mimicked his actions. The three of them ambled along, their strides awkward and unsteady, as if seized by tremors. Initially hesitant, Izuna and Tobarama soon found joy in Ryushin's antics, aspiring to become as formidable as he. Thus, they began to imitate him, convinced that perhaps this was the secret to gaining strength. That night, the trio rented a room at an inn, with the assassins taking the adjacent rooms on either side. The two laid out their mats and fell asleep on the floor, while the sole bed was, naturally, monopolized by Ryushin. What ninjutsu do you both possess? Allow me to offer some guidance on your training, he inquired kindly within the forest. Indeed, Ryushin sought to benefit from Izuna's earnestness as he pondered the ninjutsu he had mastered. Big brother, I can only perform 2 fire techniques and some swordsmanship, Izuna replied. Tobarama, observing the harmonious exchange, felt a warmth in his heart and wished to join in. My sensory abilities are quite decent, and I know several ninjutsu, albeit they are primarily low-level water techniques. I have yet to learn any advanced ninjutsu, Tobarama hinted, yearning for Ryushin's teachings on enhancing his sensory skills or water techniques. Ryushin, momentarily at a loss for words, could easily deduce that Izuna's ninjutsu was limited, while Tobarama's repertoire, though extensive, lacked sophistication. It appeared he had yet to truly showcase his talents. Finding the conversation mundane, Ryushin feigned disinterest. What a pity. I am not proficient in water or fire techniques, and my sensory abilities leave much to be desired. However, I can teach you both a rather impressive technique, he proclaimed, exuding an air of mystery akin to a showy magician. With that, Ryushin spread his right hand, swiftly gathering chakra. Before long, a blue orb materialized, which he hurled towards a nearby tree. The tree, as large as a basin, toppled over with a crash, sending debris flying several meters away, leaving the two young friends agape with astonishment. A technique that requires no hand seals, yet possesses such immense power, Izuna exclaimed, analyzing the technique in awe. Tobarama remained silent, lost in thought as he replayed the sequence of Ryushin's technique, attempting to decipher it. Ryushin intended to impart the Rasengan to the two, but with deeper intentions. First, it would provide them with a means of self-defense. Second, he noted Tobarama's glimmer of understanding. After all, Tobarama was a genuine prodigy. With further research, he could easily develop various forms and advanced versions of the Rasengan. After all, he had already mastered techniques such as Edo Tensei and Flying Thunder God technique, one dealing with the essence of life and death, the other with spatial manipulation. The Rasengan, Being straightforward and comprehensible would be child's play for him. Moreover, it would be wise to nurture his talents while he was still young, as he might eventually unravel the mysteries of time itself. Ryushin meticulously explained the technique to the two, with Tobirama attentively absorbing the information while Izuna appeared rather bewildered. Ryushin retrieved several spherical objects from his system space, relics from the Naruto era that were absent in this timeline, such as the training spheres for the Rasengan. This posed no challenge for Ryushin, the genius, who could manipulate stones into perfect spheres with chakra, a feat reserved for the final stages of mastery. He had already devised methods for the earlier levels, confident that the two young men would be able to grasp it. As a result, their pace slowed as Ryushin occasionally shared philosophical musings, reveling in the joy of playing the role of a teacher. "Big brother, where are we headed?" Izuna inquired, trailing behind Ryushin like an eager shadow. Having tasted the sweetness of camaraderie, he clung to Ryushin's side. "We are going to see a performance," Ryushin responded. Uncertain if the Sarutobi clan was still at odds with the Teitori clan, he wished to investigate, and if conflict still lingered, perhaps he could elevate the Senju's standing. Tobirama cast a penetrating glance at Ryushin before turning to Izuna. After spending several days together, he realized that despite his intense hatred for the Uchiha, who had slain his two brothers, he could not harbor animosity towards Izuna. He began to understand his brother's sentiments. Should Ryushin become aware of Tobirama's thoughts, he would surely burst into laughter, for it is only the friendships of youth that are truly genuine. As one matures, the complexities of the human heart grow, and the innocent thoughts of childhood fade, often overshadowed by the distractions of life. Though they appeared mature, both still yearned for friends of their own age. They idolized Madara and Hashirama, but as they grew older, many thoughts would inevitably remain unspoken, lest they burden their elder brother with unnecessary worries. Such is the downside of their precociousness. Many emotions bottled up could lead to turmoil within, fostering solitude and coldness. Deciding not to dwell on such matters, Tobirama recalled how his brother had sworn brotherhood with Madara. What was strange about him befriending Madara's sibling? The trio approached the border of the Land of Fire, where a significant mine was rumored to exist. A year prior, the daimyo had sought assistance from the Senju clan. Observing Izuna's puzzled expression, Tobirama could not resist showing off a bit. "Indeed, Tobirama, you are quite impressive," Izuna exclaimed, his admiration for Tobirama evident. The glimmer of respect in Izuna's eyes doubled Tobirama's joy, filling him with a sense of superiority. Ryushin, noticing Tobirama's prideful demeanor, teased him. "Tobirama, you seem to have overlooked your stature. You are a tad shorter than Izuna. Perhaps you have not been eating or resting properly." He continued, "Do not underestimate such details. In a few years, as you both grow, the distance between you will widen significantly." Tobirama shot Ryushin a look of disbelief. Realizing that the usual words intended to frighten him seemed ineffective against someone of his genius. Izuna, witnessing the playful banter, beamed sunshine as he chimed in, "Big brother, I'm hungry. Can you perform a magic trick for me?" At Izuna's request, Ryushin flashed a mysterious smile. "Very well, what would you like to eat today?" Tobirama was intently observing Lee Exion's movements, simultaneously maximizing his perceptual abilities in an attempt to decipher the mysteries of this magic or perhaps ninjutsu. After all, Lee Exion was a treasure capable of utilizing non-seal ninjutsu, which did not require chakra fluctuations, and that was not an exaggeration. Noticing the thirst for knowledge etched on Tobirama's face, Lee Exion's mischievous side emerged. He was curious to see if Tobirama could unravel the secret. Meanwhile, Izuna was lost in thought, pondering what delicious meal to have that day. The principle behind this magic was simple. With a mere gesture, I could connect to a space invisible to you all. Within this space, I had placed numerous items, which I could summon directly with my thoughts, appearing in my hands at any time and from any location. Lee Exion smiled at Tobirama, attempting to sway this proud youth with warmth, hoping he would not become the insufferable person he feared in the future. Tobirama's life had not been filled with joy. After his father's death, he devoted himself entirely to his clan and had to care for his elder brother. At that time, he was merely a boy in his early teens, aiding his brother in ascending to the position of clan leader. His brother, although caring, ultimately had his own family to attend to. Boredom drove him to study ninjutsu, but the apprentices he taught, aimed at countering the Uchiha clan, were often rather lackluster. Though Tobirama's life was marked by many labels, he considered it a failure. In contrast, Izuna was an endearing individual, sunny and gentle, yet merciless towards his foes. He lived in the shadow of Madara, silently supporting him, and even in death. He contributed to Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 34. Deities and Broad Blades. Izuna, Tobirama, do you have dreams? The three of them lay on the grass, gazing at the sky, with blades of foxtail grass in their mouths, swaying them back and forth. Lee Xian suddenly broke the silence, inquiring of the two. His eyes, deep and contemplative, fixed upon the azure sky, the gentle breeze tousling his unruly bangs. Izuna turned to glance at Lee Xian's profile before returning his gaze to the clouds. Not really. I just want to grow stronger and follow in my brother's footsteps. His eyes wandered, lost in memories of Madara's silhouette. Tobirama, with a vacant expression, did not linger on the beautiful scenery. I don't know what my dream is. I just want to live well, to see this world for my two younger brothers. Life is hard enough as it is. I don't have much time to ponder such matters. He recalled his siblings and continued. Their dreams must be similar to Izuna's. I will fulfill them. I do not live solely for myself. If possible, I also hope to bring an end to this chaotic era. Lee Xian pondered thoughtfully. Let us create an organization. We shall use our strength to bring order to this tumultuous world. This is your elder brother's dream. His eyes glimmered with a thought he could not quite comprehend, yet he expressed it aloud. Izuna sat up. That sounds wonderful. But will it just be the three of us? He lay back down, his tone laced with skepticism. Tobirama remained calm. A good idea, but we are too few. After some contemplation, he concluded similarly to Izuna. Moreover, in these chaotic times, everyone fought for their own families. Few harbored such grand ideals. Lee Xian scratched his head and chuckled. Haha, I was just saying that off the cuff. Who knows, perhaps a miracle might happen. His voice trailed off. Izuna remained silent, savoring the tranquility. Tobirama turned to Lee Xian, observing his earnest and resilient profile, feeling a strange sense of astonishment. This fellow was serious. Though he sensed that such aspirations were unattainable and fanciful, he could not help but envision a peaceful ninja world. That is quite an admirable thought, albeit challenging. However, I thrive on challenges. The sense of accomplishment upon success is immense. Tobirama spoke slowly and steadily, his voice still somewhat youthful. As the leader of the organization, you must possess the resolve to risk everything. Lee Xian smiled faintly, feeling a warmth from the support behind him. Oh, it seems you are backing my plan, Vice Leader. His tone was light and casual, laced with equal parts seriousness, jest, and determination. Upon hearing the two had made a decision, Izuna eagerly interjected, What about me? What is my position? Lee Xian and Tobirama exchanged amused glances. Well, the organization currently consists of just the three of us. I shall be the leader, Tobirama the vice leader. And you can be a regular member. Once we have more people, you can become an elder. Izuna sulked. How unfair. I want to be the vice leader too. Tobirama chuckled at Izuna's reaction and quickly proposed. Then let us have one leader and two vice leaders. Izuna's face lit up with excitement at Tobirama's words as he looked at Lee Xian expectantly. Lee Xian nodded slightly. Yes, you can be a vice leader too. Izuna leaped up joyfully. Wonderful. I am also a vice leader now. But what shall our organization be called, O esteemed leader? Tobirama asked, hoping for a name that would resonate well. Izuna looked at Lee Xian with eager anticipation. Lee Xian pondered, engaging in a mental brainstorming session. After a lengthy deliberation, he could not think of a suitably elegant name and resigned himself to suggest, how about we call it Heavenly Court? We shall govern the order of the world. Anyone wishing to disrupt the peace shall face our wrath. We are responsible for maintaining global order and delivering judgment. Tobirama frowned. While Heavenly Court sounds grand, it may be beyond our reach. We are mere mortals and cannot rise above humanity. Moreover, we lack the strength for such endeavors, which could lead to our own demise. His core argument was solid, yet he acknowledged the importance of maintaining order and delivering justice. Izuna, feeling inspired, murmured, a nation of peace. His blood surged with excitement. Tobirama, why don't you name it? Lee Xian recalled Tobirama's impressive knack for naming jutsu, and figured he must have a talent for it. Izuna, you can think of a name too. You are a vice leader as well, Lee Xian encouraged, looking at Izuna. Izuna stroked his chin, pondering deeply. After a while, he lifted his head, his eyes sparkling. I have it. How about we call ourselves the Organization of Peace Angels? He seemed quite pleased, repeatedly savoring the name. Peace Angels. Peace Angels Organization, how splendid. Lee Xian and Tobirama exchanged exasperated glances, momentarily tempted to remove Izuna from the conversation. Or perhaps we could be called the hunters. Tasked with hunting those who threaten peace, Tobirama proposed earnestly, repeating the phrases hunters, hunting alliance, and hunting organization to himself. Izuna immediately protested, "No, that sounds terrible. My peace angels is much better." Tobirama furrowed his brow, feeling exasperated with Izuna's childishness and lack of sophistication. Yet, observing Izuna's excitement, he hesitated to refute him. His mind raced as he sought a solution. "Our leader is you. The organization should be named according to your unique qualities," Tobirama said seriously, looking at Li Xian. He wished to dispel Izuna's idea and feared that if Li Xian were to whimsically agree with Izuna's notion, it would be disastrous. Li Xian recalled his own concept of divine demons. "How about we call ourselves divine demons? We are those who yearn for peace, the deities in our eyes. We are those who endeavor to disrupt peace, regarded as demons in the eyes of others. We uphold the tranquility of the world, and thus, can we not be called gods? Judging those malevolent beings, can we not be considered compassionate demons? This is our philosophy." As Li Xian spoke with increasing eloquence, he seemed to embody the role of a lecturer for a certain organization, and Tobiai's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. The divine and demonic organization. The alliance of gods and demons. How splendid. Quan Nai gazed at him with admiration. "All right, this is it," she said, observing the agreement in the eyes of his companions. Li Xian retrieved a piece of iron from the space around him. With chakra, he sculpted it into a miniature, broad-bladed great sword. He then began to adorn it with some unknown fuel, swiftly transforming it into a striking gold and blue-purple creation. "This shall be my weapon, which can be affixed to the front of our uniforms, serving as our emblem and distinguishing feature," Li Xian elucidated. "Next, we shall deliberate on what attire would be most suitable for our organization. Once that is established, our foundation will be laid, and we can refine it gradually." Li Xian's inspiration surged forth, leading to a dazzling display of creativity that captivated his two companions. Watching their adoration, he felt a swell of pride. As they journeyed, the three donned half-masks. Tobii even removed his horrifically unattractive forehead protector to don a mask. They were clad in pristine black robes embellished with red clouds, an attire Li Xian had long prepared for such occasions. Since Tobii and Quan Nai bore similar builds to Li Xian, he decided this ensemble would serve as their uniforms. The black exuded solemnity, while the red clouds added a vibrant touch, appearing far more dignified than the unsightly yellow robes of the past. The stylish uniforms instantly entranced Tobii and Quan Nai without any dissent. Affixed to their chests was the emblem sculpted by Li Xian, a model of a broad-bladed great sword. Half gold and half blue-purple, Li Xian's emblem featured an added embellishment, an eye at the junction of the sword's hilt and blade. Chapter 35, The Nine-Tails Chief. They are waging war. Should we not intervene and judge them? The trio concealed themselves behind a tree, observing the distant clash between two factions. Quan Nai turned her gaze towards Li Xian, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Tobii glanced at her, astonished by her boldness, while Li Xian, with a furrowed brow, clenched his fist and playfully threatened her with a light punch to the head. "Has your brain been kicked by a mule? Is such a question even necessary?" Li Xian sighed, pondering the thoughts swirling in Quan Nai's mind. The Sarutobi clan and the Takakurai clan were embroiled in a fierce battle. The audacity of this child to ponder whether to join was truly remarkable. Li Xian waved his hand, signaling for the duo to retreat. They withdrew several kilometers from the battlefield. "It appears we are still too weak. Our foes are formidable," Li Xian remarked gravely. Tobii nodded in solemn agreement, while Quan Nai adopted a docile demeanor, listening attentively to Li Xian's admonishments. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Xian. "Quan Nai, Tobii," he began, contemplating how best to articulate his thoughts so that they would comprehend. "Have you ever heard of a colossal creature, formidable in strength, adorned with many tails? Or perhaps, has any information about your clan mentioned such a being? Indeed, there is a tale of a fox with multiple tails residing near the border of the land of fire and the land of lightning. It delights in teasing and occasionally devouring humans," Tobii recalled thoughtfully. Li Xian was taken aback. "The Nine Tails? That doesn't seem quite accurate. The Nine Tails is rather aloof. Perhaps it simply enjoys feasting on children," he mused, suddenly reminded of the Nine Tails residing within Naruto's abdomen. Thus, he resolved to venture with his companions to investigate the situation. At the border of the land of fire and the land of lightning, an orange-red fox lay languidly on the ground, its 9 tails swishing back and forth. seemingly attempting to shoo away mosquitoes. A woodcutter was busy chopping wood nearby. Thud, thud, thud. The little fox, disturbed by the noise, awoke and covered its ears with two of its tails, trying to block out the cacophony and return to slumber. Before long, the fox rose, its eyes ablaze with fury as it stalked towards the source of the racket. Can you not chop trees further away? It's unbearable. The fox roared. The woodcutter, glancing around, assumed he had become delusional due to his exertions, for he saw no one but the orange-red, nine-tailed fox. The nine-tails, incensed that the woodcutter had ignored it, became enraged. I told you to stop chopping. It's too noisy. The woodcutter froze, staring at the nine-tails. A monster, he exclaimed, fleeing in terror. Where's the monster? Wait for me. Don't leave me here. The nine-tails, fur bristling, chased after the woodcutter, calling out for him to wait. The pursuit continued until the woodcutter collapsed from exhaustion. The nine-tails, feeling triumphant, turned back to its lair and resumed its slumber. With its clever maneuvering, it would likely enjoy uninterrupted rest for the foreseeable future. Meanwhile, Li Xian and Quan Nai and Tobii hurried along, eager to witness the nine-tails for themselves. If he could pet the fox, it would be even more delightful. Li Xian held a fondness for the nine-tails, finding it both proud and warm-hearted. In the original narrative, the nine-tails only acted out when provoked by the Sharingan. Otherwise, it was merely responding to the actions of others. Almighty heavens, what shall I say of you? Hinata Tenrin knelt at a small wooden table, occupying the prominent seat. Opposite him, Hinata Tsangtian knelt, accepting tea from a servant. Unfazed by its heat, he took a large sip, only to spit the leaves back out. This is not my fault. I executed my role quite splendidly. Had it not been for my intervention, their battle would have ended in a lopsided manner, with the Uchiha clan facing annihilation, followed by our own demise. Moreover, no one knows who meddled in the affairs of others, capturing the heirs of both clans in one fell swoop. Had the fighting continued, they would have lost at least half of their forces. Hinata Tsangtian boldly claimed credit, showing no remorse for his actions. Rather, he felt he had performed admirably, almost achieving a bloodbath between the two clans. He, Hinata Tsangtian, deserved recognition. Hinata Tenrin regarded him in silence, rolling his eyes at Tsangtian. Thank you for your hard work. You may retire to rest now. Hinata Tenrin refrained from further comment. For had it not been for his own and the elders' reluctance to act, this situation would not have fallen upon Tsangtian. Moreover, Tsangtian had performed adequately. The losses sustained by the Senju and Uchiha clans were substantial, far exceeding Tsangtian's capabilities. Furthermore, there was an unexpected boon, an indication of other forces lurking in the shadows, ringing alarm bells in their minds. Have you received any news from the second? Buddha Jin sat quietly in the high hall, rubbing his brow with his sole remaining arm. Hinata Changjin gazed at Buddha Jin, who was left with but one hand, his eyes filled with resentment towards the Uchiha, and also towards himself. He loathed his failure to act promptly. Though Buddha Jin had never reproached him, he could not quell the turmoil within, feeling it was his negligence. The second? What has happened? You seem distracted, Buddha Jin noted, perceiving Changjin's inattentiveness. Changjin, pulled from his reverie by Buddha Jin's words, recalled the earlier question and quickly replied. Our intelligence operatives are already deployed. As soon as they mingle with the crowd, we shall receive news swiftly. Buddha Jin instinctively lifted his teacup to drink, only to realize that his left hand was now but a stump. He paused, eyes widening in astonishment. Subsequently, with his remaining right hand, he lifted the lid of the teacup and placed it on the table's edge. He then raised it to his lips and took a sip. He realized that having two hands was indeed much more convenient. With one hand, he could manipulate the teacup's lid to shield himself from the gaze of the despondent clan leader. His brow furrowed in displeasure. Bring this maid to me. Drag her out and execute her. Several guards standing at the doorway hurried inside upon hearing his command. The figure of the thousand-handed Buddha appeared bewildered, his expression darkening as he contemplated the situation. He suspected that the thousand-handed wall intended to conspire against him, believing that his diminished strength due to the loss of a hand made him vulnerable. To threaten him in front of his face was a blatant display of power. As he set down the teacup, preparing to slam the table in indignation, a sudden clarity washed over him, understanding the intentions of the thousand-handed wall, stirring feelings of gratitude within him. The Buddha set the cup down and tapped the table lightly. Release her. There is no need for such measures. He addressed the maid, who was being restrained by the guards, who quickly retreated. The maid knelt on the ground in gratitude, thanking the Buddha for saving her. The wall appeared puzzled. Chief, this maid is truly blind to her circumstances. She must know you are left with only one arm, yet she dares to serve tea in such a manner. A maid so oblivious to her duties is of no use. Why keep her? The Buddha's expression darkened immediately. He realized he had been too hasty in his emotions. How could one so heartlessly bring up his vulnerabilities in such a direct manner? Observing the Buddha's increasingly grim countenance, the wall hastily concluded his remarks. Chief, please rest well. I will inform you as soon as I have news. You are still young. Perhaps you should consider having another child? The Buddha had initially received these words with composure, but as the wall continued, he sensed a growing discomfort. He grasped the teacup's lid, feigning a throw. The wall, frightened, quickly exited the room. As the Buddha surveyed the empty hall, a sense of irritation dissipated within him. A warmth enveloped his heart, particularly due to the fact that his second-in-command had not looked down upon him despite his diminished prowess, which brought him considerable comfort. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan, Taijima sat within his chamber, indulging in fine liquor and delightful dishes. Several beautiful maidens surrounded him, swaying their bodies gracefully. Draped in sheer veils, their fair skin peeked through, becoming tantalizingly visible with each elegant movement, especially when their dances intensified, revealing hints of crimson. The scene evoked an irresistible urge to explore the mysterious allure of the lush grassland before him, heightening Taijima's appetite. Just yesterday, he had commanded the clan's ninjas to seize this moment and procreate fervently, advocating for larger families, as strength lay in numbers. He himself led by example. Meanwhile, Madara diligently practiced his swordsmanship under the moonlight, his shadow appearing to dance in harmony with his movements. Chapter 36. Only pain can transform a caterpillar into a butterfly ollie. The village ahead seems to have been ravaged, the leader stated, as the trio leaped swiftly from tree to tree. The perceptive Tobirama suddenly remarked. Li Xian furrowed his brow, halting to speak. Stop. The three descended to the ground. Tobirama quietly observed Li Xian, awaiting his command. Izuna, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Chief, let us deliver justice. However, Li Xian did not respond to Izuna, and instead turned his serious gaze towards Tobirama. He felt responsible for their safety. Tobirama, can you sense any chakra fluctuations from them? Li Xian inquired calmly, knowing that during combat, chakra would fluctuate intensely. This could be detected through sensory abilities or ninjutsu, allowing one to gauge an opponent's chakra concentration. In the absence of chakra usage, ordinary sensing abilities could not detect whether one was a ninja. More adept sensors could discern a ninja's presence and chakra tendencies, enabling a rough judgment of their character. Tailed beasts, for instance, could assess an individual's nature based on their chakra. Tobirama reported that he sensed a ninja with an approximate strength of a chunin. Without hesitation, Li Xian commanded, Tobirama, lead the way. Quicken our pace. We are about to make our debut, brothers. Upon finishing his command, Tobirama dashed ahead, leading the charge, with Li Xian and Izuna close behind. Ha! What a prosperous town! A bandit exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, look at all the treasures here. Another companion leered at the young maidens trembling in fear along the streets. The bandit leader swiftly executed a young man who attempted to resist. Brothers, the usual rules apply. Dig deep, loot everything, and burn what remains. The second-in-command, brimming with excitement, looked at the leader with a mischievous grin, gesturing towards a group of women. The leader frowned in displeasure but, recalling the immense pressure of their line of work, nodded slightly. Select the most appealing ones to take with us. The rest can find a room, handle it swiftly. What do you think you're doing? A voluptuous woman protested angrily. The bandit merely smiled, maintaining a sinister gaze as he attempted to drag her into a nearby house. Stop, please. A 7-year-old girl shouted defiantly. With pink hair adorned with rabbit ears and an umbrella in hand, she wore a charming pink dress, despite its patched appearance. Ollie, do not speak. Her adoptive mother urgently pulled her aside, covering her mouth. Ollie lowered her head, disheartened. Although she practiced her swordsmanship diligently, her limited talent and young age rendered her powerless to prevent the impending tragedy. Yet, lifting her head, her eyes sparkled with courage. Do not worry, mother. I have trained hard in swordsmanship and am quite formidable. She could not bear to stand idly by while others suffered. The bandit, captivated by Ali's youthful voice, remarked, Oh, this little girl looks delightful. Why not take her too? He pressed his large blade against the woman's neck, rendering her unable to resist, forcing her to follow him towards Ali. Without uttering a word, Ali separated the handle from the umbrella, revealing a slender sword that she had concealed within. Crafted secretly by an old blacksmith who had admired her dedication, it was a gift for her protection and practice. Ali cherished it deeply, though it lacked lethal prowess due to its diminutive size. Well, this little girl is quite feisty. I like that. The bandit released the woman, who fled without a backward glance, uncaring for the girl's fate. The bandit, undeterred, was determined to take her back and savor the experience. With his men surrounding the area, he had no fear of her escape. Come on, little girl. Show me what you've got. Let's see if you can handle it. The bandit licked his lips, igniting a fervent excitement within him. Ali, undaunted, gently placed the umbrella aside. The bandit, taking advantage of his height, lunged towards Ali's head with his blade. Seasoned from countless battles, anticipating her reaction to counter, he aimed to demonstrate his brute strength. No, Ali's adoptive mother, realizing her child was in danger, could no longer hide. She charged at the bandit. As she ran, memories of two figures flashed in her mind. One was her husband, conscripted shortly after their marriage and never to return. The other was Ali, left without a child to carry on his legacy, enduring solitude for over a decade. By a fortuitous twist of fate, she found Ali, and from that moment on, she became a mother, the two of them relying on each other for survival. Now, with Ali in peril, her mind blank, she dashed forward recklessly, intent only on shielding her daughter. In her final moments, she reminisced about the beautiful memories they shared. Mother, no. Ali, initially focused and prepared to confront the bandits, hesitated, her sword not aimed at any foe. Suddenly, her mother's voice pierced through her thoughts. Before she could react, she witnessed her mother lunging toward the bandit's blade. The gleaming white edge was instantly stained crimson. With her own flesh, she intercepted the bandit's thrust. She then grasped the bandit's hand tightly, refusing to allow him to withdraw the weapon. The bandit, taken aback by such bravery from a woman, was momentarily stunned, unable to process her fearless act of self-sacrifice. Ali, strike now. He is weaponless. Or if you fear, flee quickly. Ali's adoptive mother turned to her, observing Ali lost in thought, attempting to impart the strength necessary to confront the looming danger. Her eyes widened in urgency. Women are inherently fragile, yet for mothers, they become formidable. Just as she uttered her last words, she could no longer endure. Ali, transfixed by the scene, felt tears streaming down her face. Upon hearing her mother's words, she hesitated no longer, suppressing her sorrow. Her sword moved swiftly, for she struck without a moment's hesitation. In her heart, she vowed that she would never waver again when drawing her sword. She charged directly at the bandit's head. The blade glinted with deadly intent, piercing the bandit's heart, who fell lifeless to the ground. Ali continued to stab the bandit, driving her sword into him relentlessly, leaving him riddled with wounds. Moments later, as if all her strength and courage had been exhausted, she knelt on the ground, retching violently. Wiping her mouth, she slowly crawled to her mother's side, tears flowing freely. Mother, please wake up. I promise I will behave. I will listen to you. Ali gently shook her adoptive mother's lifeless body, her voice trembling. Then she noticed the bloodied long knife and carefully adjusted her mother's body, slowly withdrawing the weapon. Memories flooded back of her mother caring for her when she fell. Mother, it doesn't hurt. Let me blow on it for you. Let us go home. Ali's heart ached for the outside world, her curiosity extinguished, no longer wishing to explore. Chapter 37, The Eloquent King. Lixian. What a pity, the bandit is dead. I thought he was captivated by some exquisite woman. A bandit held a large blade against the neck of a beautiful, disheveled woman, the very one who had escaped. Her face flushed, her attire in disarray, revealing glimpses of porcelain skin, her eyes, like autumn waters, captivating yet filled with a subtle longing. Ali paused, quietly picking up the bloodied sword by her side, her gaze fixed intently on the bandit. The bandit ignored the young girl, dragging the woman toward a nearby building. Ali glanced at her mother's corpse, the light in her eyes dimming rapidly. She lowered her sword, as if choosing to disregard the woman's plea for help, deciding not to interfere. Her mother had died because of her meddling. The misfortunes of others were no concern of hers. Today's events had deeply impressed upon her the harsh truth of lacking absolute power and the folly of overstepping her bounds. She was merely an ordinary person, not a hero. At the entrance, your sensory abilities are truly beyond comprehension, Lixian remarked, observing the village before him. Is this really a village? However, Quan Nai was oblivious to such details, his blood surging with excitement, adrenaline coursing through his veins. Isn't this a bit too far? Besides, I lack sensory ninjutsu. It's all based on talent, Tobarama replied with a sheepish grin. Li Xian, spotting several bandits guarding the entrance, wasted no time, commanding, onward. Stay safe. Don't stray too far, and move as one. He concentrated, condensing a massive black broad-edged sword in his hands. This was his energy-saving mode. His companions, having witnessed this technique before, paid it no mind as they charged toward their respective targets. Swiftly eliminating foes, they entered the town. Li Xian furrowed his brow, finding it overwhelmingly large, with too few people to engage effectively. Suddenly, an idea struck him, chakra pooling within him. He roared, "Bandits, surrender now. You are completely surrounded." His shout caused several bandits, who had been valiantly fighting, to wilt in despair, quickly abandoning their posts. Who lacks any sense of public decency? Don't you know it's nap time? The bandit leader, who had been in a tavern, pouring wine into a bowl while munching on snacks, was caught off guard by Li Xian's voice, nearly choking as half the wine splashed onto his clothes. He tossed aside the bowl and rushed toward Li Xian, eager to assess the situation and decide whether to retreat or fight. Li Xian frowned upon noticing the ragtag band of bandits emerging, their attire disheveled, some laden with sacks of silver and valuables. Quan Nai could hardly contain himself, eager to strike. Tobarama felt the same fury, enraged by the gruesome sight of the fallen youth and elders. Li Xian calmly restrained them, suggesting they wait for everyone to gather. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if they escape. Those who remain are a menace, he stated. We must eradicate the root of the problem, lest it regrow with the spring breeze. Quan Nai and Tobarama recognized the wisdom in Li Xian's words and suppressed their anger. Why not attack? Just a few brats. As the leader approached, he saw his men ceasing their activities to converge around him, infuriating him further. At this moment, the second-in-command spoke up. Leader, these three are clearly extraordinary. Young yet bold. They must have some backing. We intended to wait for your decision. Kakashi furrowed his brow, dismayed by the incompetence of his subordinates. He recalled his ineffectual father, frustrated by the impending deadline and the incomplete mission. It was a harsh blow to his pride as a prodigy of the sword. Charge. I will lead the way, Kakashi declared, noting that most of his men were present. Li Xian scrutinized the opposing leader, sensing that he was no ordinary foe. Perhaps Tobarama had blundered once again. Li Xian sighed inwardly, realizing his expectations had been misplaced. He raised his black broad-edged sword toward the bandit leader, beckoning. Come, let the performance commence. He dashed toward the leader, while Quan Nai and Tobarama, without needing further instruction, plunged into the fray. Alalai was roused by the sounds of battle outside. She grasped her diminutive sword, glanced at her mother, and stepped out into the chaos. Quan Nai surged forward, swiftly slicing through three foes before retreating from the melee. With hands forming seals, he inhaled deeply and unleashed a massive fireball at the center of the crowd. Fire release, great fireball technique. Tobarama, momentarily perturbed, halted his water technique. That little brat has some talent. Kakashi prepared to block Li Xian's giant sword with his own, only to find the massive weapon had vanished, splitting into two swords that attacked him from either side. Yet, it posed little challenge to him. As a swordsmanship genius, he dismissed such trivial tricks. He deftly parried both blades and retreated at remarkable speed. This was not a retreat, but a strategic withdrawal, maximizing his velocity for a powerful charge. Li Xian's expression darkened. You are quite formidable. Do share your name. Li Xian spoke quietly, awaiting his opponent's move. He quickly realized the exceptional skill of his adversary's swordsmanship and sought to refine his own technique through this encounter. You are too arrogant, little brat, said Hatake Kakashi. In an instant, he activated the body flicker technique, positioning his long sword in an unusual stance. A solitary, brilliant white flash surged through the air, aimed directly at Li Xian. In that moment, the air resonated solely with Kakashi's voice. Li Xian, with his golden and blue-purple Sharingan activated, focused intently on the trajectory of the sword's light, attempting to intercept it. Yet, he found the path utterly elusive. Gathering strength in his broad-bladed greatsword, he unleashed a wave of violet-golden sword energy toward the front. The clash echoed through the atmosphere, and soon the world returned to its previous state. The surrounding onlookers seemed oblivious to the commotion, save for a few nearby bandits who were obliterated in the fray. The attacks of the two appeared to converge into a singular line, yet the energy they contained was wildly ferocious. "You possess such strength, little brat," Kakashi remarked, a thin line of crimson appearing at the corner of his mouth. Although Lee Exion's mutated Sharingan could not decipher the trajectory of Kakashi's strikes, it was evident that the assaults were directed squarely at him. Thus, he swung his sword energy forward, leaving Kakashi with no choice but to meet force with force. This was also due to Lee Exion's rapid reflexes, experience, and swift swordplay, qualities that would overwhelm an ordinary person. "Your swordsmanship and prowess are formidable. Why not join our organization? I believe you are not of the same ilk as they are." Lee Xian observed Kakashi's neat attire and honorable swordplay, which did not suggest he was a treacherous individual. Kakashi's technique conveyed this notion. It was an assault aimed directly at the opponent's front. This was the answer. "Defeat me first. Besides, I am their leader. How can you presume I am not of their kind?" Kakashi felt a subtle sensation within, as if this man truly understood him. Lee Xian offered a faint smile. "Our organization's philosophy is one of peace. Living in the warring states, one often makes compromises and is forced into dire circumstances." Lee Xian recognized Kakashi's potential and aimed to enhance the strength of the Demon God organization. Kakashi chuckled softly. "Do you know what we have done throughout the year? We have plundered villages and towns. I cannot even recall how many lives I have taken or how many I have ordered to be erased. Clearly, your lofty ideals are beyond my reach. If this is redemption, then you are too late. I have already lost myself, reduced to a mere hound under tyranny." Kakashi felt a sense of comfort within, indifferent to the deaths of his subordinates. They were merely tools to achieve his goals. It was through accomplishing these objectives that he could maintain his position of power and protect his mother, a mere concubine. Lee Xian, witnessing Kakashi's unwavering spirit and resolute gaze, said, "If you have erred, seek redemption. For every life taken, save 10. It is far preferable to continue the cycle of violence. And this cannot be your true sentiment, can it? Do not squander the gifts and talents bestowed upon you by heaven." Lee Xian implored earnestly. In his modern sensibilities, he yearned to echo the Buddhist principle of laying down the sword to attain enlightenment, as he was desperately in need of capable allies. Kakashi, though forced into mistakes, had the potential to redeem himself in the latter half of his life. Here, in the warring states, there were no clear distinctions of right and wrong, only perspectives and the relentless drive to survive. As long as one harbored goodwill, they were worthy of contributing to this shattered world and could still find redemption. This was also Lee Xian's aspiration to transform this world of shinobi, albeit gradually, by rallying a team. Chapter 38. The conclusion of events. "Little brat, you are remarkably articulate for one so young." Kakashi observed that several dozen of his hundreds of subordinates had perished. They were proving utterly ineffective. Feeling the wounds within his body begin to heal, he no longer wished to prolong the conversation. Lee Xian furrowed his brow, concerned for Izuna and Tobarama, fearing they might tire from the prolonged engagement. Although both had reached the Chunin level, they were outnumbered and lacked access to large-scale area attacks. Furthermore, their elemental affinities were countered. "So, do you agree or refuse?" Lee Xian's patience waned. His concern stemmed solely from a shortage of capable hands. He wished to swiftly assemble a team and then take a back seat, enjoying the fruits of their labor. Kakashi's eyes gleamed with aspiration as he secretly began gathering chakra. By the time Lee Xian sensed this, the chakra had coalesced into an immense force. Second form. Kakashi's voice was soft, almost a whisper in Lee Xian's ear. Lee Xian felt a gentle breeze around him, followed by a single strand of hair severing and falling to the ground, leaving a thin trail of blood upon his face. "Stubborn fool." Lee Xian's voice turned hoarse, entering his darkened state. Chakra rapidly transformed into a violet-blue hue. The purple crescent moon hovering behind him coalesced into a violet barrier that was being relentlessly assaulted. Lee Xian's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed that the magical energy was reversing before his barrier, causing it to shatter due to the lack of magical support. Grasping the hilt of his golden broad-bladed sword with one hand and supporting the thick blade with the other, he infused 2/3 of his divine power into the great sword. Breaking army. The broad sword moved, yet it seemed as though it did not. What was once a single hand supporting the sword's surface transformed into a two-handed grip. Bandits within a 3-meter radius were cleaved in two, while those partially caught within this range suffered grievous wounds. Blood sprayed across the ground, and nearby structures collapsed with a thunderous crash. The fallen corpses and spilled blood formed an enormous circle, delineating a 3-meter circumference. Li Xian felt a moment of disorientation, lost in the reverie of what had just transpired. It felt as if a radiant form was imparting its ultimate technique to him. Cough. Ultimately, I was indeed limited in my perspective. Kakashi lay outside the circle, his sword shattered into 2 pieces. The prelude to his sword technique had been completed, and he was poised to employ a technique infused with wind transformation. An invisible sword energy swept through, shattering his concentrated chakra technique and sending him hurtling away. Li Xian returned to his usual demeanor, retrieving a relatively intact long sword and advancing toward Kakashi, the blade poised at his throat. Will you join us? Li Xian spoke softly, as though casually inquiring if he had eaten. So simple. Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on the sky, muttering to himself. I began training with a sword at 4, became a genin at 6, mastered swordsmanship at 10, and attained jonin status at 16. Memories of his mother, his adoptive father, and a hazy figure flooded his mind. Li Xian's arm swung. Sacrifice. Kakashi's body vanished. The host has sacrificed an elite jonin, gaining a small amount of chakra. Congratulations. The host has acquired the swordman's physique, enhancing affinity with swords, and providing a minor damage boost when wielding a sword. Run. The leader has been taken down. As soon as their leader fell, the remaining bandits disintegrated into chaos. Initially drawn back by the intensifying battle, those who had been idly watching now shouted in panic. Without hesitation, Li Xian charged forward, his sword piercing through a heart. He then plunged into the crowd, the long sword enveloped in energy, transforming into a broad blade. With a single strike, it was akin to slicing through vegetables. Observing the pale faces of Tobirama and Izuna, Li Xian shook his head. Your coordination is woefully inadequate. Given your physical capabilities or the ability to unleash ninjutsu, surely you wouldn't find this endeavor so arduous, would you? Tobirama shrugged helplessly, decisively shifting the blame. I can't help it. Who would have thought Izuna would lack any sense of cooperation? Always unleashing fire techniques into the crowd, leaving me unable to use my water techniques. I'm left with no choice but to resort to taijutsu. Izuna rolled his eyes in response. Your water techniques are utterly ineffectual. Are you merely giving them a bath? Moreover, these bandits seem utterly fearless, unlike anyone I encountered before. They are desperate rogues who have no concept of retreat. Izuna collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. Li Xian, observing the fatigued duo, furrowed his brow. Your stamina is abysmal. Perhaps I should arrange for you to carry some weight. Just because you've become ninjas doesn't mean you should neglect your physical training. Izuna appeared nonchalant. Well, my brother sold me to you. So it's your responsibility now. Just don't let me die in the process. Tobirama adjusted his nose. Understood, Chief. However, we should devise a code name, shouldn't we? Constantly using our names may lead to exposure. Li Xian shot a sidelong glance at Tobirama. He then hoisted Izuna up, brushing off the dust from his clothes and straightening his uniform before approaching Tobirama. Observing Tobirama tidying his attire, he ruffled his hair and remarked, There's really no need for that. If we were to follow your suggestion, would we also need to don masks? Besides, your names are quite melodious. Not utilizing them would be such a waste. Li Xian turned his gaze to the rear, where a small girl approached. Let us continue our journey. He beckoned the two. Wait, can you take me with you? Ailey gently inquired, yearning to accompany the trio and escape this place in pursuit of strength. Izuna glanced at Ailey before turning his head away, surveying the sky. After such prolonged combat, his eyes felt weary. Tobirama approached Izuna. Wishing to impart knowledge on the essence of tactics, you are far too weak. Just strive to survive. Li Xian, without much thought, interjected, I don't know. While Ailey lowered her head, biting her lip. But I have no family and don't know where to go. Li Xian, distracted, was preoccupied with his nails, seemingly indifferent to Ailey's plight. A flicker of disappointment crossed Ailey's eyes as she prepared to turn away. Li Xian observed Izuna and Tobirama, who were engaging in light-hearted banter. Izuna, let me test your foundational knowledge of chakra refinement methods and precautions, he called out, leaving everyone perplexed. Izuna approached, bewildered. Big brother, what's up? Li Xian cast his gaze upon the bloodied village, his expression grave as he stated, Explain to this young lady the methods of chakra refinement and the necessary precautions. Without awaiting Izuna's response, he moved on to inspect the bandits' belongings, intending to replenish supplies. After all, these two youngsters had ravenous appetites. They were in their growth phase and required a balanced nutritional diet. It was certainly not for his own desires, but for the sake of the children. This wine is exquisite. I'll take it. Oh, this is also for Izuna, and this for Tobarama. Lee Xian didn't collect too much, merely a few items. He left the rest behind, showing little interest. Just as he was about to turn back, a book tumbled out of his sack, landing open on a page depicting colorful character sketches. Lee Xian discreetly tucked it away, planning to enlighten Izuna when time permitted. Are you done? Lee Xian inquired as he approached Izuna, who had come to a stop. I'm almost finished, Izuna replied earnestly. Lee Xian nodded, gently patting Izuna's head. Just review it thoroughly, don't forget. All right, our break is over. We must depart, he declared, delivering a light punch to Tobarama's head, who was lost in thought. Ouch, why did you hit me? Tobarama protested, looking quite aggrieved. Lee Xian retorted, it's time to move on. Chapter 39. Approaching the destination, news of the Nine Tails. Ailey quietly observed the departing figures of the three children, who were of similar age to her. I will train diligently and strive to catch up with you all, she vowed. She turned away, heading toward the remains of her adoptive mother. Behind her, she carried a sword, the broken long sword that Lee Xian had discarded. Ailey managed to find a cart and struggled to lift her adoptive mother's body onto it, then began the arduous journey home. She intended to bury her mother beside their house. The beloved umbrella and miniature sword were left behind in the village, along with her innocence. In the village, those who had been hiding heard the prolonged silence outside and cautiously peeked out, discovering discarded silver and other items strewn on the ground. A chaotic scramble ensued, akin to another group of bandits. Big brother, why do you want me to teach that girl about chakra refinement? Are you interested in her? Izuna provocatively teased, teetering on the edge of recklessness. Tobarama eavesdropped intently. Lee Xian, exasperated, delivered a light blow to Izuna. I merely offered her a chance to grow stronger. Consider it fate. Besides, who knows if she possesses any talent for being a ninja? Tobarama interjected, unable to contain himself. Then why do you only assist her and not others? Lee Xian felt a wave of frustration, but, seeing the eagerness of the two youngsters, could only respond with resignation. It's just that she catches my eye. Your big brother is seeking a partner. Is it not as simple as a beckon? And what is so appealing about girls compared to the thrill of training? Lee Xian recalled Ailey's eyes, and another pair of eyes flickered in his memory. How unfortunate that he could no longer remember her appearance, only that her name was Qin. And she possessed similarly large, adorable eyes. I say, enough already. Focus on ninjutsu. Why must we delve into the combination of water and fire techniques? Are you overindulging? Lee Xian expressed his appreciation for their ambition, but was perplexed by their incessant experiments with elemental affinities. Water and fire, could they possibly yield boiling or soup techniques? He mused internally. Suddenly, as they walked along the path, an elderly man lay sprawled on the ground, rolling about and hollering. Before long, 7 or 8 burly men appeared. What is going on? Old man, why are you lying on the ground? One of the men inquired. Lee Xian and his companions stood, dumbfounded, particularly Lee Xian, who was internally lamenting. Is this the ninja world's version of extortion? The elderly man, hearing his companion's questions, immediately began to wail. These 3 kids are unreasonable. They collided with me and didn't even apologize, instead beating this old man. Lee Xian remained silent, intrigued. The other burly men began to point at the trio. You 3 youngsters are quite unreasonable. You show no respect for the elderly or care for the young. Quickly apologize to this old man, and we'll let it go. One of the men wore a veneer of righteousness. Another burly man chimed in. This is quite inappropriate. The old man has been harmed. If it were merely a collision, an apology would suffice, but how could you resort to violence? Izuna, flustered, began to flail his arms in explanation. Don't listen to this old man's nonsense. He was rolling around here on his own. We didn't even touch him. Tobarama regarded Izuna with admiration, internally acknowledging, you truly are as foolish as they come. Lee Xian found the situation amusing. Oh, what do you suggest we do? He casually inquired. You all appear quite well off based on your attire. Withdraw something valuable. Assemble a sum of several 100,000, and let this matter be settled. I shall act as a mediator and offer you some advice. Lee Xian furrowed his brow, then spoke with a mocking expression. You certainly have the audacity to demand so much. Our little Kazuna is in a hurry. Almost forgetting that he is merely a small ninja, a burly man kicked the old man on the ground. Enough of the theatrics, they see right through you. This plan of yours is futile. Even 3 little children cannot be deceived. The old man scrambled to his feet, muttering that it was impossible, as this plan was undeniably perfect. 7 or 8 robust men surrounded the 3, preparing to seize them by force. Kazuna's eyes blazed with fury. Feeling that his intelligence had been insulted, he drew his sword and charged forward, dancing through the fray. When only 2 remained, Lee Xian shouted for Kazuna to stop. Kazuna shook the blood from his sword, then crouched to wipe it clean on the clothing of a fallen burly man before sheathing it. Only an old man and a burly man remained, trembling in fear. A liquid oozed from the latter's trousers, filling the air with a foul odor. Lee Xian covered his nose and asked, "Have you heard of a fox with 9 tails?" The old man quickly replied, "Yes, indeed. Not long ago, a woodcutter from the neighboring village ventured into the mountains and discovered a 9-tailed fox atop that very mountain." The old man pointed towards the distant peaks, harboring a deep-seated animosity, concealing the fact that the fox was a monster capable of speech. Lee Xian frowned, contemplating how such a large creature could possibly hide in such a small mountain range. He then unleashed a punch, obliterating the remaining 2 men. "For those you have robbed in the past, for deceiving me, and for those you would rob in the future, perish. In your next life, strive to be a good person." Lee Xian pulled out a white handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands. Although it felt somewhat insincere, his curiosity compelled him to investigate. After all, he was quite bored, and they were nearing the border. As for the fallen men, he instructed Kazuna to incinerate them with fire release. He felt no remorse for their demise. In this era, several 100,000 was an enormous sum, enough to buy half of Asuma's head. This gang was not only wicked but foolish as well. How could 3 of them dare to roam the warring states? Were they not simpletons? What purpose did they serve, wasting air and food? If a frail woman or a wandering male poet were to encounter such a gang, they would surely be ravaged. Lee Xian was thus ridding the world of evil and upholding justice. "Big brother, I feel a bit embarrassed to say this," Kazuna remarked to Lee Xian. Tobarama, lacking presence, drifted off again. Lee Xian scratched his head and looked at Kazuna. "What do you wish to say?" Kazuna lowered his head, feeling bashful. "I'm hungry," he murmured. At that moment, Tobarama's stomach growled in agreement. The 3 exchanged silent glances. "Once we arrive, we shall discuss the mountains ahead and gather some fresh ingredients for roasting. We're not far now. Just hold on a bit longer," Lee Xian said helplessly. Strangely enough, he too felt a pang of hunger. Chapter 40. The Culture of Drinking in the Ninja World. The 9 Tails arc. Lee Xian busied himself at the foot of the mountain, preparing the seasonings he would need shortly. Kazuna and Tobarama had been dispatched to procure some meat. Before long, Kazuna caught a wild chicken, and Tobarama returned with 2 fish. "Is there a water source nearby?" Lee Xian asked, eyeing the fish Tobarama had caught. Tobarama nodded silently, having already cleaned the fish. Kazuna, meanwhile, was preparing the chicken. "Tobarama, use your water release to spray it." After some bustling about, smoke began to rise from the mountain, an enticing aroma wafting through the air, especially after Lee Xian added various spices, creating an irresistible fragrance. Lee Xian produced 2 jars of wine from his space and filled 3 bowls to the brim. "Hey, where's that delightful aroma coming from?" A small orange fox with 9 tails appeared, unknowingly drooling at the sight. It sensed something intriguing. Half of its aura was wicked, yet the other half was oddly enchanting. Could this be the person the old man spoke of? The 9 tails strutted towards Lee Xian with an air of nobility, like a king surveying its domain. "Come on, let us get started. Raise your bowls," Lee Xian said with a smile, looking at Tobarama and Kazuna. Kazuna cheerfully lifted a bowl. "Last time Big Brother got drunk was while drinking with you, right? He got quite a beating." Kazuna recalled Obito's expression, grinning widely. Hearing Kazuna's words, Tobarama envisioned a figure from his past. "Haha, let me tell you, don't mention this to my big brother. He returned home completely intoxicated last time, and my father broke his legs." Haha. Tobarama recalled Hashirama's miserable state, filled with joy, entirely forgetting how Hashirama had thrashed him. Lee Xian noticed that Tobarama had also raised his bowl. "Cheers." The 3 clinked their bowls and downed their drinks in one go. Fortunately, the wine Lee Xian had brought was merely ordinary. "Hey, you 3 little rascals. Do you know this is my territory?" A voice, mature and composed, echoed like that of an elder. The 3 turned towards the source of the voice. Kazuna set down his bowl, astonished. "Wow, there really is a 9-tailed fox. It looks so cool." A glint of understanding flickered in Lee Xian's eyes. He realized this was precisely the form the nine-tailed beasts had taken when the Sage of Six Paths divided the chakra of the 10 tails into 9 parts. At that time, their chakra was already at its peak. Tobirama, contemplative, remained silent. The 9 tails, hearing Kazuna's words, felt a swell of pride. To think that a Uchiha brat possessed such wit and charm. As the human and beast exchanged pleasantries, the 9 tails sauntered closer, surveying the trio. Taking advantage of their momentary distraction, it swiftly snatched the skewers from the fire, devouring them whole. The 3 were rendered speechless, completely caught off guard. Kazuna, noticing the food had vanished from the flames, exclaimed, "Ah, how unfair. We hadn't even begun to eat." Li Xion's gaze sharpened, feeling dismayed. The speed was astonishing. Entirely unlike watching an animated series. Tobirama's expression turned grave. He knew Li Xion had come here to find this fox. But could they actually contend with it? Doubts flooded Tobirama's mind, yet he remained silent, observing quietly. "Little rascal, don't be so petty. It's just a bit of food I took. I haven't eaten in ages. I couldn't resist," the 9 tails said, glancing at the aggrieved Kazuna with a hint of embarrassment. Li Xion, with a flourish, produced a bowl from thin air. "How shall I address you, esteemed fox? Eating without drinking lacks flavor. Let us indulge in some wine." Li Xion filled the bowl and offered it to the 9 tails. Without hesitation, the 9 tails accepted, tilting its tail to drink deeply. This so-called wine is quite potent. The 9 tails smacked its lips, placing the bowl on the ground, signaling Li Xion to refill it. Li Xion, finding the 9 tails surprisingly amiable, complied, filling the bowl once more. "You have quite the capacity for liquor, esteemed fox. Little rascal, refrain from calling me fox with every sip. I am over 1,000 years old," the 9 tails boasted proudly, its tail swaying gracefully behind it. Li Xion matched its spirit. From the space, I retrieved some appetizers, simultaneously preparing a selection of cooked dishes for Izuna and Tobirama. With a subtle glance, I signaled them to go play elsewhere. What could one possibly discuss with a brother of the fox? Furthermore, why quibble over age? My lifespan is at most a century, while yours remains uncertain. If I were to live only 80 years, then a tenth of my life would already have passed. Li Xion poured a drink for the 9 tails, encouraging it to sample the appetizers. He began his familiar banter. The 9 tails was taken aback, munching on the snacks with a furrowed brow, pondering the validity of the young one's words. For a moment, it found itself at a loss for a retort. Observing the 9 tails' stunned demeanor, Li Xion swiftly unleashed a barrage of words. "Thus, I call you Brother Fox. Is that too much to ask? By our respective lifespans, perhaps you should even address me as brother." Li Xion exclaimed with fervor. The 9 tails, somewhat dazed, nodded instinctively before quickly supporting itself with its tail. "Well, you make a fair point. So, I shall be referred to as Brother Fox. But how shall I address you?" it inquired, echoing Li Xion's words. Without hesitation, Li Xion responded, "Brother Fox, you may certainly call me little brother. I could also refer to you as elder brother. It's all quite the same. Come, let us drink together, my friend." Li Xion filled his cup and raised it high. Before the 9 tails could react, he clinked their cups together. The 9 tails was momentarily bewildered, sensing something amiss yet unable to pinpoint it. All it could manage was a dazed, "Elder brother. Cheers." In the blink of an eye, the 9 tails cast aside its confusion, reasoning that at least it still had an elder brother. "Elder brother. Come, enjoy the feast. I have plenty." The 9 tails was left flabbergasted by Li Xion's exuberance. "Elder brother, have you been alone on the mountain all these years? Or do you have a sister-in-law who simply hasn't come out?" the 9 tails asked after downing a bowl of liquor. Feeling a tinge of melancholy. It had indeed been rather lonely. Being the sole 9 tails fox in the world left little hope for companionship. Li Xion nodded, preparing to refill the 9 tails bowl, only to discover that the liquor jar was empty. The 9 tails, realizing the absence of alcohol, grew dejected. It had retreated to the ground, resting its forelegs, preparing to rise and leave. Seeing this, Li Xion quickly called out, "Elder brother, do not depart. It's merely liquor. There is plenty to be had." With a casual wave, he conjured an array of spirits. "Elder brother, this liquor is exquisite, far superior to the previous batch." Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of numerous bottles, the 9 tails gawked in astonishment. "Little brother, what treasure is this? How do you possess such a variety? I have not encountered anything like this in all my years." As the 9 tails raised its cup, it expressed its amazement. Li Xion waved his hand dismissively. "It's but a trivial skill. Is there anything you desire to eat?" "Elder brother?" I will prepare it for you. Li Xian declared generously, moving to sit beside the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails felt somewhat uneasy, instinctively wanting to distance itself, but soon realized that this little brother was genuine and unguarded. Suppressing its instincts, it settled quietly in place. I wish to have that roasted meat you prepared earlier. Do you have any left? The Nine Tails reminisced about the flavor of the grilled meat. Li Xian glanced into the space, finding no fresh ingredients remaining. Tobirama, Izuna, go fetch some meat for your esteemed elder brother. Tobirama and Izuna exchanged bewildered glances, internally lamenting the sudden drop in hierarchy. However, they couldn't help but admire Li Xian's ability to escalate relationships so swiftly. The culture of drinking was indeed powerful, especially for the Nine Tails, who was as naive as a blank slate, unknowingly transforming from ancestral status to elder brother, all while appearing quite satisfied. Elder brother. Why do you have them call me elder brother and not little brother like you? The Nine Tails inquired, puzzled. Li Xian took a sip of his drink, his face beginning to flush. Their elder brother calls me big brother, thus I am their elder brother, while you are my elder brother, making you their big elder brother, and so forth. The Nine Tails felt a buzzing in its head, contemplating the absurdity of it all. Yet it understood the essence. After all, it was the ultimate elder brother, fitting for its grand status as the mightiest of the tailed beasts, save for the Ten Tails, an entity it could never surpass, unless it were to battle itself. Little brother, how do you prepare that grilled fish? It smells divine. The Nine Tails inquired, contemplating making some for itself once Li Xian departed, though it did not require sustenance. Its mouth watered at the thought of Li Xian's culinary prowess. Elder brother, this is the crystallization of culture, my unique technique. Those seasonings are a carefully selected combination, unparalleled in the world. Come, let us drink, Li Xian declared, discarding their bowls. He procured 2 unopened jars of liquor, removed the lids, and handed one to the Nine Tails. They clinked their jars together and began to drink heartily. Little brother, I must say, this method of drinking is indeed far more exhilarating, though I do feel a tad dizzy. The Nine Tails noticed Li Xian starting to spin before it. Li Xian chuckled, observing the Nine Tails drinking from a jar, its eyes spinning in circles. Elder brother, are you all right? If you're struggling, we can stop, Li Xian teased. Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails felt compelled to prove itself. Its tail wrapped around another jar, popping the lid open and continuing to drink. Soon, it placed the jar on the ground, unable to remain upright. Li Xian shook the jar, realizing there was still a small portion left. Goodness, elder brother, this one tea do. You're like a goldfish. The Nine Tails, somewhat dazed, shook its head, unsure of the reference, yet understanding Li Xian's intent. It gulped down the remaining liquor, turning the jar upside down to indicate that not a drop was wasted. Li Xian praised, Elder brother, what a remarkable capacity for liquor you possess. With such generosity, why don't we become sworn brothers? The Nine Tails paused, struggling to maintain clarity. What does becoming sworn brothers entail? Li Xian explained. To become sworn brothers means we will form a bond, transcending mere brotherhood. Our relationship will deepen. The Nine Tails beamed with joy. That sounds splendid. Let us become sworn brothers. When Tobirama and Izuna returned, they found the two engaged in a rather unseemly contest of who could urinate farther, all while referring to each other as brothers. Even having sworn an oath of brotherhood, the two were left utterly bewildered. How long has it been? Just one meal? One round of drinks? Chapter 41. The Nine Tails joins the divine demons. The trio walked along the path, with the Nine Tails cradled in Li Xian's arms. Izuna and Tobirama looked on in astonishment. They observed Li Xian walking in a wobbly manner, not following a straight line, but rather spiraling. Unable to contain herself, Izuna exclaimed, Elder brother, have you truly taken the great elder brother away like this? Will the great elder brother not come looking for you when he awakens? Her expression was one of innocent concern, as if she were from another world. Tobirama discreetly assessed the situation, maintaining a straight gaze. Upon hearing Izuna's words, Li Xian halted. What do you know? Your great elder brother has merely indulged a bit too much. I'm taking him out for a breath of fresh air, allowing him to enjoy life. What is there to do on the mountain? There's nothing to eat, nothing to play with. It's all so dreary. Izuna was momentarily speechless, as though she had never encountered such shamelessness. Tobirama remarked, when he awakens, will he not simply walk away? Carrying him out serves no purpose. He rolled his eyes at Li Xian, seemingly implying that it was a futile endeavor. Li Xian remained unfazed. What do you know? Your great elder brother would never complain. He simply feels nostalgic. In the mountains, there is little of worth. Even the mother fox is absent. There is a lack of food, and companionship is nowhere to be found. The Nine-Tails, initially with its eyes barely opening, soon closed them again. Using its chakra, it delicately cleared away the remnants of alcohol, feeling considerably better and more lucid. Upon hearing Li Xian's camaraderie, it found itself at a loss for words. Naturally, it chose to feign sleep once more. Li Xian was correct. Humans typically live only 70 or 80 years. So, accompanying this young brother for a while was of no consequence. After all, it had an abundance of time. After a while, Li Xian felt the effects of intoxication creeping in. Feeling a bit weary, he constructed a makeshift earthen shelter to rest. When he awoke, it was already the following day. Exiting the wooden cabin, he discovered that Izuna and Tobirama were engaged in strategizing. The Nine-Tails had vanished. Approaching the two, Li Xian inquired, "What happened? Where is your esteemed elder brother?" Feeling somewhat disappointed, he found the capabilities of these young ones lacking. It was akin to signing a contract while intoxicated, only to have it thwarted by the company and incompetent allies. Just as Li Xian was preparing to return home in search of the Nine-Tails for another drink, Izuna, clutching his head, remarked that their esteemed elder brother had deemed their hunting too slow and had set off to procure food personally. Tobirama, observing the newly awakened Li Xian, felt an immense admiration. He realized that this elder brother genuinely possessed remarkable qualities, having resolved a formidable opponent in an unforeseen manner. Moreover, when the Nine-Tails awoke, it seemed unconcerned about having been whisked away, merely instructing them to keep their distance so as not to disturb its brother. The Nine-Tails, wishing for them to fetch food, soon remembered that it had been inebriated and that the two had not brought back any provisions. Their speed had been rather disappointing, prompting it to take matters into its own hands. "Ah, good brother, you're awake. I brought back some game. Let us continue our revelry. Yesterday's indulgence was rather unsatisfactory. I became inebriated too quickly." Li Xian was interrupted by the Nine-Tails' voice and saw its tail coiling around several small creatures. "Why not rest a bit longer? You awakened to such toil. It is truly unwarranted. I shall impose upon myself 3 bowls as penance." Li Xian signaled to Izuna and Tobirama, urging them to prepare the ingredients. The Nine-Tails, heartened by Li Xian's generosity, chuckled. "Good brother, you are thinking too small. A true man would go straight for the wine cask." The Nine-Tails settled beside Li Xian, responding in kind. Li Xian, feigning humility, replied, "I am hardly a match for you. Yesterday, I was foolishly boasting about my drinking prowess before you. I have yet to fully recover." Li Xian lavished praise on the Nine-Tails, which relished the compliments. "Brother, your capacity is not lacking. It merely pales in comparison to mine by a slight margin." As smoke wafted and fragrant aromas filled the air, the Nine-Tails savored the delicacies, no longer consuming them in haste. After sampling some meat and weighing its fullness, it called out, "Come, elder brother. Cheers." Li Xian's boisterous voice startled Izuna and Tobirama, who were taken aback by the exuberance. "Come, younger brother. Another round. Your ideals are commendable, but many humans are beyond redemption. It would be better to eliminate them completely," remarked the Nine-Tails as they journeyed onward. It harbored a genuine disdain for humanity, possessing the innate ability to sense their goodwill and malice. In Li Xian, it perceived no ill intentions, nor did it detect disdain, fear, or greed in his demeanor. Thus, it had initially chosen to share a drink with him. Moreover, it found childhood humans rather endearing, but upon maturation, they became intolerable, burdened by excessive thoughts and negativity. Li Xian said little more, producing a uniform from his space. "Brother, do try this garment. Does it fit well?" This was a custom piece he had ordered for the Nine-Tails while procuring wine. The Nine-Tails gazed at the apparel, momentarily speechless, before using its tail and front legs to try it on. "Brother, I must admit, this attire fits rather well. You've put thought into it." Li Xian, eager to flatter, exclaimed, "You look incredibly dashing in that outfit." The Nine-Tails, its tail swaying with delight, replied, "Let us not linger on pleasantries. I shall support your organization. I will lead you to find my brethren and bring them into our fold. We shall establish a divine beast hall within our organization, and I shall oversee it." Hearing the Nine-Tails' grand plans and noting their current lack of strength and personnel, Li Xian beamed with gratitude. "Then I thank you, elder brother, for your support." Izuna and Tobirama were astounded, internally marveling at the unexpected turn of events. Is this truly how things are done? Are we not part of the same ninja world? Their admiration for Li Xian swelled, akin to an unending river. Thus, the Divine Beast organization gained yet another vice leader, a formidable addition, enhancing their collective strength. Li Xian envisioned a scenario where the nine-tailed beasts, with their tailed beast balls, would be confronted with the choice of allegiance or annihilation. Chapter 42. Winds of Change. Have the Uchiha and Senju clans once again ceased hostilities? Are they faltering? The leader of the Sarutobi clan pondered. If the Uchiha and Senju clans were indeed weakened, why engage in further conflict? Would it not be more advantageous to seize the entirety of the Land of Fire? To capture the territories of the Uchiha and Senju clans would yield bountiful rewards, for the land was fertile, producing rice of superior quality. More importantly, annihilating the Uchiha and Senju clans would elevate their status and wealth. That night, within a tent, at a long table, the leaders of several clans convened. Sarutobi's elder, Sarutobi Ko, Shimura's leader, Shimura Sanzo, the Yonu clan leader, Yona Maikawa, the Yamashiro clan leader, Yamashiro Manpa, Nara's leader, Nara Dato, Inazuka's leader, Inazuka Shiki, Akimichi's leader, Akimichi Ruthlessness, Takeuchi's leader, Takeuchi Mitsui, and a minor leader from the Mizukage clan. After sipping tea, Takeuchi Mitsui casually remarked on the late hour and questioned their motives for summoning him. Are you plotting against me? Are you unaware that my men surround the tent? Sarutobi Ko took a sip of tea and uttered something perplexing. The Uchiha and Senju clans have once again called for a ceasefire. I've heard that the Senju territory holds a valuable herb, one purportedly used to treat blood ailments, worth a fortune. Takeuchi Mitsui's cup trembled. Yet he quickly regained composure. Oh, their ceasefire is their concern. What do you seek from me? Why engage in idle chatter? Sarutobi Ko remained silent, observing the tea leaves in his cup. The Land of Fire is too fertile for our 7 clans to manage. We require formidable external assistance. Despite the Senju and Uchiha clans being severely weakened, they remain beyond our capacity to confront. Nara Dato quietly interjected, prompting a shift in Takeuchi Mitsui's demeanor. The members of his clan had long overstayed their welcome in the Land of Water, lacking the ability to employ water release, and were weary of the miasma-laden environment. Share your plans with me, and I shall consider them. Suppressing his greed, Takeuchi Mitsui spoke calmly, as though unperturbed. After a lengthy discussion, a sorted agreement was reached under the cover of night. Li Xian lay upon a small bed, emanating a radiant glow that shifted from violet to golden hues. The 9 tails rested atop him, its tail gently swaying. Nearby, Izuna and Tobarama slumbered on adjacent beds, their limbs intertwined in a blissful entanglement. Suddenly, Li Xian awoke, cradling the 9 tails and placing it softly on the bed before quietly exiting the room. Upon his departure, the 9 tails opened its eyes, a flicker of concern evident within them. It had sensed a dark energy within Li Xian, battling against a light force, an internal struggle that had become increasingly palpable. With a sigh, it closed its eyes once more, drifting back into slumber. The words Li Xian wished to convey would eventually find their way to it. While his unexpressed concerns seemed futile, perhaps this turmoil would lead to something beneficial. One of Li Xian's eyes shone with a divine golden light, while the other brimmed with a sinister purple glow. System, what is happening to me? Why have my abilities begun to awaken autonomously, even when I am not using them? Li Xian pondered inwardly, his mood decidedly bleak, sensing the complexity of the situation. The system delayed its response, finally articulating. The power of the divine and demonic has gradually integrated into your being due to excessive usage, altering your physical constitution. This transformation may take time, and it is uncertain when one side will prevail. At that moment, you may lose control. Taken aback, Li Xian questioned, "Isn't this power one you bestowed upon me? How could it lead to such a predicament?" The system hesitated before clarifying, "What I granted you was a fragment of the divine and demonic essence, allowing for potential evolution without imposing limits." Li Xian gazed into the distance, the brilliance in his eyes diminishing. "Is everything all right?" The 9 tails could no longer restrain itself and ventured to ask. Li Xian smiled gently, assuring, "Everything is fine, my friend. Let us return to our rest." The 9 tails shook its head. "The long night stretches ahead, and I lack the desire for sleep. Let us indulge in some drink instead." A warmth enveloped Li Xian's heart, understanding the 9 tails' intent. "Very well, let us share a couple of bowls." In the shadows, a dark figure silently scoffed. "What is this nonsense? The reincarnations of Ashura and Indra are utterly lackluster. It observed the Senju and Uchiha clans, noting their waning bloodlines, and grew increasingly troubled by the fact that neither Indra nor Ashura's reincarnations had awakened even a fragment of the Otsutsuki powers. With only one brother remaining alive, is this truly the right path? Does it involve the death of our father? The figure's expression grew grave, having plotted for over a millennium with little success. It had witnessed numerous reincarnations of Indra and Ashura battling to the death, and this time seemed to present a peculiar shift. A strange chemical reaction that made it reluctant to act recklessly. Days later, the Sarutobi clan? What a nonsensical request. Inviting me to lead an attack against the Uchiha and Senju clans? Is the old man seeking his demise? Hyuga Tenjin furrowed his brow as he perused the missive, baffled by the Sarutobi elder's audacious maneuver. Has he consumed too much alcohol to propose such a grand scheme? Concurrently, several smaller clans received similar letters, eliciting mixed emotions. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. Many of these clans had long suffered under the Uchiha's tyranny, while the Senju, though slightly better off, often sought assistance from the Uchiha in their times of need. This reality, though driven by self-interest, had inadvertently aided them. Elders from various clans convened, pondering the implications of the Sarutobi elder's unprecedented call to arms against their own homeland, an action that had never before been seen in their history. Although they did not fully endorse this plan, they did not negate it either, recognizing the difficulty of their situation. The 7 great clans had struggled for a mere 10 million, yet their efforts had proven futile against such formidable adversaries. They were in dire need of renown. Chapter 43. The Radiant Assault of Li Xian. Be cautious, little brother. Shikaku's strength increases in the desert, along with its defensive capabilities. Beware of its wind and magnet release techniques. The damage can be substantial. As the group ventured into a realm of yellow sands, Li Xian recalled this place, the land of wind, where he had once thrived. The Nine Tails, concerned for Li Xian as he prepared to confront Shikaku, earnestly detailed its abilities. In its view, a straightforward approach would suffice. A direct confrontation with Shikaku would yield the desired outcome. If it doesn't comply, a good thrashing should do the trick. I too require combat to hone my skills. I cannot rely on your protection forever. I am, after all, the leader, Li Xian stated earnestly, meeting the Nine Tails' gaze. The Nine Tails nodded, understanding the unspoken sentiment that it would always protect him. Very well, I will fully retract my chakra. Simply proceed forward, and you will soon encounter it. I shall await your return. Izuna and Tobarama wished to follow, but Li Xian halted them, believing their current strength to be insufficient to contribute and only likely to create chaos. Disheartened, they watched as Li Xian departed. The Nine Tails chuckled, observing the 2 younger siblings. Take your time, you are still young. When you grow older, and I have gathered all my kin, you will understand the intricacies of this journey. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Hey, what brings you, little brat, to my territory? Upon spotting a stout, tail-wielding creature, Li Xian hadn't the chance to respond before it pointed a paw at him. Internally, Li Xian scoffed at the audacity of this seemingly formidable beast. I have long heard of the legendary creature residing in the Land of Wind, known for its immense strength. I come to challenge you and extend an invitation to join my organization. He mimicked the eloquence of ancient rhetoric, hoping to impress. Shikaku fixed its gaze upon Li Xian, its form expanding into a towering figure of over 10 meters. Just as Li Xian began to speak, he noticed Shikaku gathering chakra within its mouth, showing no signs of hesitation. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A colossal ball of wind hurtled towards Li Xian with tremendous velocity. Struggling to evade, he found himself narrowly escaping a gaping chasm that had formed behind him. Cold sweat trickled down his brow, not from fear of the power, which he was well aware of, but from the sheer speed of the assault. As his hair transformed into shades of blue and violet, a massive sword of the same colors materialized in his grasp, while a purple crescent moon floated behind him. Twin purple horns sprouted from his head, and demonic markings appeared on one side of his masked face, his eyes aglow with a violet shimmer. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing beneath Shikaku, swinging his sword with determination, yet only managing to disturb a few grains of sand. Little brat, are you merely giving me a massage? Shikaku laughed, lifting its foot to stomp down upon Li Xian, intent on reducing him to pulp. Li Xian, overwhelmed by the sheer size of the beast, felt despair wash over him as he furiously swung his blade. Each strike merely scraped away a few centimeters of sand, quickly replenished by the beast. Wind release, sand shuriken. Shikaku opened its mouth, compressing sand into projectiles propelled by wind, enhancing their power and penetration, aiming to immobilize Li Xian. Sensing the vast amount of chakra gathering within Shikaku once more, Li Xian hastily evaded, aware that the battle had only just begun. Li Xian, while engaging in guasha therapy, couldn't help but lament that if it were someone else, or a tailed beast with lower defenses, they would have already suffered severe injuries. Nevertheless, he was quite pleased with his shadow form due to its remarkable speed. Just moments after evading an attack, Shoha unleashed a barrage of pellets at its own feet, causing a significant amount of sand to be displaced. Li Xian internally mocked the ferocity of the self-inflicted damage. Soon after, Shoha began to gather energy, but this time it was different from previous attempts. Instead of merely accumulating power, it was channeling muscle to store magical energy, restoring vitality while enhancing reaction and attack speeds. Li Xian felt an overwhelming sense of inspiration wash over him, compelling him to utter a bold declaration. He could no longer hold back. Heaven and earth are indifferent. The great way is without light. He rasped, his voice echoing like a beast's roar. Shoha felt a chilling aura emanating from Li Xian, startling it. Instinctively, it fired a blast of air at him. To his dismay, Li Xian realized his blade was almost severed. He was still far from matching Shoha's rapid recovery of sand armor. He understood that despite his swift attacks, they were futile against the beast's formidable defenses. The forced blood loss from his blade proved ineffective. It was no match for Shoha's rapid recovery. With determination, Li Xian unleashed a torrent of blue-violet magical energy towards Shoha's feet. The ground erupted, striking the creature and causing it pain. Shoha's eyes turned red, feeling its sand armor shatter, and its skin began to peel. Although Shoha considered retaliating with a tailed beast bomb, it hesitated, weighing its slow charge time. The massive chakra required, and the pesky fly beneath its feet. Li Xian, drenched in sweat and nearly depleted of chakra, felt a surge of poetic resolve within him. He was determined to press on, despite merely causing superficial damage. He was tempted to use his blood technique, but without the enhancement of fresh blood, it lacked potency. A thought crossed his mind, and his hair transformed to a brilliant gold. Born of my lineage, how can I be forsaken? As he spoke, the purple horns vanished, replaced by a radiant golden glow. The violet hues in his eyes faded, transforming into a resplendent gold, while the purple magical patterns on his cheeks morphed into divine symbols. The crescent shape on his back morphed into a glorious golden ring, gleaming like the sun. Light begins with the pioneers. As he finished his incantation, the blue-violet greatsword transformed entirely into dazzling gold. He gazed upon Shoha's massive form, as if refusing to be looked down upon. To his astonishment, he found himself levitating, as if he were treading on air. One hand wielded the sword while the other rested upon its surface. Shoha, realizing that Li Xian was now airborne and higher than itself, felt a surge of irritation. It retaliated with another blast, followed by a gathering of chakra to unleash a barrage. Li Xian observed the incoming assault with nonchalance, his golden sword glimmering vibrantly. With a resounding crash, the impact reverberated through him, causing his divine power to replenish rapidly. He chose to relinquish control over his body, allowing his divine instincts to guide the battle while he focused on mastering his ultimate technique. As he beheld the sword growing brighter in his grasp, he instinctively gripped its hilt with both hands, breaking army slash. At some point, he had already transitioned to wielding the sword with both hands, and with a fierce strike, Shoha's entire form was sent flying backwards, sustaining a deep gash in its abdomen. Yet it was of little consequence as sand poured out instead of blood. Li Xian stood bewildered, staring at the expansive crater he had created. The damage inflicted this time had multiplied significantly, yet it still failed to breach Shoha's defenses. A sense of despair washed over him, as he pondered the absurdity of a peaked jonin struggling against a tailed beast without breaking through its defenses. Unbeknownst to him, the Nine Tails would have explained how Shoha's defensive capabilities had been enhanced merely by standing upon the desert. Were he to inquire further, the Nine Tails might have remarked that its own tailed beast bomb could easily penetrate defenses if aimed true. Chapter 45. Light Trust, Fierce Dragon-Breaking Army. Is this the power of a tailed beast? If so, how formidable must the likes of Hashirama be, who could easily subdue one? Li Xian felt a weight upon his heart, realizing how naive he had been in the past. He had foolishly considered forcefully subduing the Nine Tails. Yet he was fortunate that the Nine Tails possessed a fox-like temperament. Otherwise, he might have become nothing more than ash or excrement. Once again, Li Xian gripped the hilt of his sword with one hand while supporting the blade with the other. The stalemate ensued as Shoha prepared to unleash another blast. Each attack would be absorbed by Li Xian, allowing him to gather strength and convert it into divine energy. This defensive maneuver was indeed quite formidable. However, even Li Xian's retaliatory strikes were ineffective against Shoha's reinforced defenses. As Shoha refrained from attacking, Li Xian quickly realized that his divine energy was dissipating rapidly. Clearly, without any replenishment or counterattack, his defenses were rendered ineffective. Just as he prepared to maneuver his body, Shoha initiated another assault, gathering a swirling mass of dark purple energy within its maw. Li Xian, witnessing Shoha's tailed beast bomb formation, felt momentarily stunned. However, he could not afford to interrupt his own technique. All his divine energy was concentrated within his greatsword, leaving only a trace to maintain flight. To halt now would invite disastrous backlash. Time seemed to crawl as each second passed, and he hoped to match Shoha's speed, or at least launch a counterstrike before becoming a target. Fierce dragon-breaking army, Li Xian bellowed, channeling every ounce of will, spirit, and strength into this decisive blow. A golden dragon had materialized upon the radiant sword, almost breaking free, accompanied by a cacophony of strange frequencies that resonated powerfully. The dragon's roar echoed throughout the heavens as it surged forth from the great sword, hurtling toward Shoha. At last, Shoha's tailed beast bomb was released, targeting the golden dragon. The ensuing clash dimmed the very fabric of the world, as if a second sun had emerged. Sweat poured down Li Xian's brow, his divine energy nearly depleted. The golden dragon, however, had only emerged partially. With a slight adjustment, the golden sword altered its trajectory, the dragon's head now clasping the tailed beast bomb as it ascended into the sky. The explosion resonated like a colossal cannon, sending shockwaves throughout the air. Li Xian's body swayed precariously, slowly descending toward the ground. "Brother, save me!" Li Xinho brazenly called for assistance. He could no longer withstand the pressure. Meanwhile, Shoha felt somewhat hollow after expelling a tailed beast ball, as if his essence had been drained. Unlike the half of the Nine Tails, the tailed beast ball was not merely for amusement. Shoha struggled to gather chakra, launching a void bomb towards Li Xian. After a brief respite, his chakra began to replenish slowly, akin to a faucet, then surged like a submersible pump extracting chakra from the surroundings. Soon, it flowed like a river, akin to a babbling brook. "Do not harm my younger brother." Li Xian felt the void bomb drawing ever closer, as he had been completely drained of chakra, devoid of any strength. This starkly contrasted with Shoha's rapidly recovering chakra. The Nine Tails, having sensed the tailed beast ball, had already ensnared Izuna and Tobarama with its tails. Rushing toward the battlefield, it was time to show them the world and, in passing, flaunt its prowess. What was merely a Shoha? What harm could two tails do? Upon beholding the tailed beast ball and a half-golden dragon soaring into the sky, there was a collective gasp of astonishment. What pure and righteous power this was! Observing Li Xian's exhaustion, Shoha propelled itself towards the void bomb aimed at its younger brother. One of its tails elongated instantaneously, racing to intercept Li Xian. It deflected the void bomb and swiftly bound Li Xian with its tail, much like it had done with Tobarama and Izuna, hoisting them behind it so they could behold its valiant form. As for why it did not enlarge or carry the trio atop its head as a Nine Tails, it could never allow anyone to tread upon its head. If a true crisis arose, perhaps that could be reconsidered. Shoha had yet to fully comprehend the situation when a thunderous roar echoed. "You little brat, shrink immediately, or I shall break your legs." At the sound of this voice, Shoha instinctively trembled, only to find the loathsome Nine Tails before it. It pondered, should it engage in a spar with this brash creature? How dare it disrespect itself so? "Hubie, is that you? I never imagined you would stoop to the level of a human." Seemingly recalling the disparity in their strengths and some unpleasant memories, Shoha promptly halted. It was far too clever to engage in such suicidal behavior. Yet, at that moment, it could not fathom how to salvage the situation. With a massive paw scratching its forehead, it thought, "I am a bit hungry. You all continue your play. I shall go find something to eat." In an instant, it shrank and bolted away. The Nine Tails stood momentarily dumbfounded. What on earth is this? Stop right there. If you run again, I swear I will break your legs. Shoha paused, turning to face the Nine Tails. Ah, do you require something? We haven't seen each other in years. What prompts your sudden desire to seek me out? Shoha quickly laughed, attempting to divert the conversation. It engaged in a series of clever maneuvers to shift topics, hoping to make the other forget its earlier insolence. What followed was a scene of chaotic violence. Shoha, believing itself to be exceptionally clever, often spoke without thinking. Ultimately, it could not escape the repercussions of its actions. It found itself in the company of three individuals, one fox, one raccoon dog, sitting by the fire. Shoha's already uneven visage appeared even more disheveled, though the curse marks on its body concealed some of the bruises, leaving it looking less battered. The Nine Tails leisurely shared its thoughts with Shoha, who nodded vigorously as if pecking at rice, terrified to utter a dissenting word or fail to respond, lest it be dragged aside for a beating by Izuna and Tobarama. The Nine Tails, in a benevolent gesture, prepared food for them, having witnessed the previous violent outburst, which had left a significant impact on their tender hearts. Meanwhile, isekai'd and the two beasts consumed their drinks. Izuna and Tobarama, clutching a small wine jar and some roasted meat, instinctively retreated to a corner to eat. Their status continued to diminish. The Nine Tails held its bowl aloft with its tail, while Shoha, lacking two tails to hold its bowl, was once again dragged aside by the Nine Tails. Then, displaying its ingenuity, Shoha fashioned a tail out of sand, mimicking the Nine Tails, and joined in drinking and feasting. Ever since isekai'd had given it a chicken leg, it devoured it in a few bites, and had since refrained from consuming meat. isekai'd, having endured considerable torment, simply pretended not to notice. The creature had merely accepted the chicken leg out of politeness. It was clear that it no longer desired meat. isekai'd, recognizing this, refrained from offering any more, not wishing to force its preferences upon it. Moreover, given its ample size, a little dieting could do wonders. Shoha gazed longingly at isekai'd, only to realize he was ignoring it, leaving behind a trail of regretful tears. All was submerged in the depths of wine, for ultimately, one bore the weight of all. Chapter 46. The Six Tails and the Situation, Brother. What lies ahead? Shall we journey to the land of lightning to seek the 2 tails and 8 tails? Or venture to the land of water to find the 3 tails and 6 tails? Alternatively, should we seek out the 4 tails and 5 tails in the land of earth? Or perhaps even the 7 tails? The Nine Tails inquired, having sensed the surroundings. The trio, accompanied by 2 beasts, prepared to embark on their next destination. isekai'd furrowed his brow, recalling that the 7 tails could fly and was capable of invisibility, leaving him with a sense of uncertainty. Other nations housed 2-tailed beasts each, and in the event of a brawl, Shoha's combat prowess would diminish significantly upon leaving the desert. Furthermore, the Nine Tails would need to divert its attention to protect them, complicating matters considerably. Most importantly, the other tailed beasts were no simple adversaries. Especially within their home territories, their combat strength would increase dramatically, making them challenging to subdue. Moreover, the current tailed beasts were unrestrained by Jinchuriki. They would only grow stronger without that limitation. Let us first visit the land of water and see if we can tackle them one by one, isekai'd proposed, believing that their chances would improve in the land of water, particularly since the 3 tails enjoyed basking in water and avoided combat. Its combat capabilities would diminish significantly once out of the water, making it less of a threat. The 3 tails in water was nearly unbeatable, as few could best it in its aquatic domain, and it possessed remarkable speed when escaping. They could first seek out the 6 tails for trouble. Thus, Shoha transformed into a towering figure, becoming a mount. It could not resist glancing back at the place it had called home for millennia, now drifting away from its freedom and joy, only to be exploited by the 9 tails. The most outrageous part was being made to work without receiving any meat. Brother, it seems war has commenced anew. The 9 tails relayed its sensations to isekai'd. isekai'd's brow furrowed in response. Has conflict erupted within the land of fire? Has the Uchiha clan clashed with the Senju clan again? Izuna and Tobarama also fixed their penetrating gazes upon the 9 tails. The 9 tails shook its head, explaining. They are on the defensive, and both clans are under attack from an unidentified force. The 9 tails analyzed its observations. isekai'd noticed the concern etched on Izuna and Tobarama's faces, causing him to hesitate. Should he appear on the battlefield with the tailed beasts, all nations would witness the terror of the tailed beasts. The subsequent attempts to subdue them in other countries would be exponentially more challenging. Previously, they had merely regarded these colossal creatures as impressive, wishing to capture them for research. It had been a minor endeavor, with few individuals dispatched, and they had maintained a sense of restraint. Once they discovered the alternative applications of the tailed beasts, they would undoubtedly spare no effort to pursue them relentlessly. Let us scout the vicinity first to ascertain the situation and gauge their battle capabilities before making a decision, isekai'd suggested, recalling the images of Madara and Hashirama. Although he knew they would likely be safe, the presence of Izuna and Tobirama by his side provided little comfort. However, it was better to be cautious than to face unforeseen calamities. The butterfly effect he had set in motion had led the warring states toward an unknown destiny. isekai'd could not help but feel anxious, for Madara and Hashirama were still too young, lacking the ability to protect themselves. 3 individuals and 2 beasts commenced their swift journey, with the duo of Phaegian and Izuna serving as mere means of transport for the Nine-Tails and Shikaku. To maintain discretion, it was imperative that they did not ride on Shikaku, especially given the proximity of the Wind Country to the Fire Country, where spies would undoubtedly be lurking, attentive to any movements in the Wind Country. Days prior, a profound outrage gripped Uchiha Taijima as he perused the intelligence returned by the Elder. How audacious! A handful of insignificant clans dare to assault the Uchiha clan? He seethed, his expression a tempest of fury. Beside him stood the second elder, Uchiha Zen, who quietly absorbed the gravity of the situation. The third elder, head of logistics, remained taciturn, enveloped in silence. A cohort of elite shinobi awaited their leader's command. Shall we recall the elder? Our second son remains in their grasp. Is it wise to provoke conflict at this juncture? Zen cautiously suggested. Taijima's brow furrowed, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. His voice rose with indignation. The ceasefire agreement merely stipulates we do not instigate combat. We are being forced into a defensive stance. Have you not read? They are humiliating us as we speak. Retreat is not an option. Fueled by righteous anger, Taijima commanded. Transmit my orders. Prepare for war. We must reach the battlefield within 2 days. We will retaliate. Our previous defeat must be avenged. And this is the perfect opportunity to unleash the fury of our clan. The Senju clan will not have the chance to initiate hostilities against us again, unless they're willing to sacrifice their reputation and their progeny. Senju Hashirama placed the intelligence aside, massaging his temples. What a tumultuous season this is. The current Hashirama no longer brimmed with youthful ambition. His sole desire was to consolidate and fortify the legacy left by his father. Having lost a limb, he had grown contemplative, no longer yearning to annihilate the Uchiha clan and ascend to supremacy. He merely wished to pass this burden on to his son when the time was right. Leader, what shall we do? How do we deal with these wretched scoundrels? Senju Kakashi remained oblivious to Hashirama's transformation, proposing strategies with unyielding confidence. Senju Tobirama, with an inscrutable expression, seemed to exude an air of superiority. Yet, in truth, he was perplexed by the intricacies of military strategy. His understanding was limited to charging forward and slaying foes. As a high-ranking figure, he could only employ silence and a nonchalant demeanor to confound both his kin and adversaries. Observing this facade, his clan would feel emboldened, while enemies would regard him as formidable. Let us engage in battle and drive them back, whilst keeping a vigilant watch on the movements of the Uchiha. We must be wary of their underhanded tactics. Hashirama, weary yet resolute, uttered. With foes at their doorstep, he could not afford to shy away from confrontation. Even in his despondency, he remained a lion, too formidable for mere lambs to provoke. Hinata Tenrin, upon receiving the intelligence, felt a surge of amusement. So, it has indeed escalated into conflict. How intriguing. I wish to witness it firsthand. His gaze pierced the horizon, envisioning the battlefield. Yet, they could not intervene. Should the Hyuga clan take action, it would attract undue attention, potentially resulting in a preemptive assault against them. The elder, Hinata Huading, observed Tenrin's demeanor, choosing silence as he sipped his tea, embodying the tranquility of a cultured scholar. An air of elegance enveloped the room until the tension broke. But leader, should we not retaliate against these miscreants? We dare not strike. Why should they be exempt? There must be a reckoning. Hinata Tsangtian exclaimed, shattering the refined atmosphere. The elder, stifling the urge to chastise, found himself at a loss for words, ultimately muttering, such a simpleton, not worthy of counsel. Tenrin, exasperated, chose not to respond, instead inwardly repeating, "Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm." Chapter 47. The Dark Whisper of the Nine-Tails Brother. May I borrow some of your chakra? I yearn for a taste of exhilaration. The trio, accompanied by two beasts, perched upon a branch. The Nine-Tails responded generously, "No problem. I shall stand upon your shoulder. Use my chakra freely. Indulge to your heart's content." Liu, wary of attracting undue attention to the Nine-Tails, resorted to this discreet method. Such an approach would go unnoticed, as onlookers would merely perceive him as a shinobi accompanied by a pet, underestimating their capabilities. The era was still one where few could fathom the complexities of his strategy. With fervor, Liu gazed towards the battlefield, where he observed the ninjas engaged in a siege, neither side unleashing formidable jutsu against the city walls. This restraint stemmed from the fact that the fortress was constructed by ninjas themselves, remarkably robust and towering. Moreover, in times of peace, this stronghold promised immense profit, dissuading both parties from its destruction. For the attackers, capturing the city would mean claiming it as their own. Repairs would require substantial resources. Conversely, the defenders were eager for their adversaries to expend chakra in vain. Old Sarutobi, our alliance comprises venerable clans with centuries of history and substantial strength. Why do we only dispatch a handful of elite shinobi and mere hundreds of mid-level ninjas against the Uchiha? Teitori Mitsui expressed his discontent, perceiving Sarutobi's decisions as misguided, particularly as Nara was sent to assault the Senju clan, eroding his trust. The order to refrain from attacking the walls left him bewildered. What nonsense is this? They presume the walls are theirs before a single blow has been struck? Watching a gaggle of mid-level ninjas exchange jutsu is utterly absurd. Are we to endure this indefinitely? The elder, the leader's response has arrived. Reinforcements are expected within a few hours, a scout relayed to Uchiha Baitian. He nodded, signaling the scout to withdraw. His gaze fixed upon the ninja alliance. He could not deny the might of their coalition, spearheaded by several great clans and supplemented by the vast Teitori clan, rendering them capable of challenging both the Senju and Uchiha clans. Sarutobi's strategy of forming alliances was indeed formidable, extending even to the water country. Uchiha Baitian felt a tinge of worry. Were it not for the presence of numerous clan members within the city, they might not withstand the siege. Thankfully, since the enemy refrained from breaching the walls, the conflict was somewhat manageable. After years of conflict, he often pondered whether Sarutobi was foolish or merely a spy sent by the Uchiha leader. Sarutobi furrowed his brow, noting the inadequacies of the opposing ninjas, who lacked the prowess of the original 7 great clans. Even elite ninjas were seen throwing kunai and sticking explosive tags. It was a disgrace rather than a display of power. Liu's hair transformed into a striking mix of blue and red. The purple crescent moon hovering behind him turned crimson, while the pair of horns on his forehead glimmered, one red, the other purple. His cloak, resembling thick ink, billowed behind him, with one eye radiating purple light and the other glowing a blood-red hue, as if yearning to burst forth. The Nine-Tails, perched upon Liu's shoulder, was taken aback. Its chakra, inherently dark and malevolent, reacted violently within Liu, akin to nuclear energy. This state was uncontrollable. The Nine-Tails grew anxious, sensing the overwhelming darkness within Liu, urging, "Eliminate Shikaku. Ascend to my shoulder and use your strength to temper this chaos." The Nine-Tails spoke while using its tail to pull Shikaku onto its other shoulder. Shikaku's power began to transfer, yet it seemed of little use. The Nine-Tails turned to Izuna and Tobarama, instructing them to hide, as Shikaku could no longer protect them. Once the battle concluded, they would seek them out. The Nine-Tails sensed the magic within Isshin, continuously siphoning its chakra. Even the other side of Isshin's face became adorned with magical patterns, his arm turning translucent, as if he were transforming into a great demon. "I am the night." Isshin's energy surged skyward, half a deep violet and half an ominous crimson. The power, once controlled by his consciousness, now erupted violently. Red flowers began to bloom on the ground, rapidly spreading. The two opposing sides, engaged in combat, suddenly halted, sensing the overwhelming force, and turned to gaze at Isshin. He stood there, wielding a massive sword, half purple and half red, as if it were perpetually dripping blood. A drop of an unknown crimson liquid fell, staining the surrounding greenery a blood red, reminiscent of the hauntingly beautiful spider lily. "You revel in conflict, do you? I shall slay you all. You will no longer have the capacity to continue this fight. Peace is nigh." Ishin's lips curled into a malevolent smile, his aura radiating with a thirst for violence. His voice, deep and beastly, emerged coldly from his lips, sounding almost inhuman. With a single step forward, he covered a distance of several dozen meters in a manner that felt both slow and yet despairingly swift as he strode toward the battlefield. The massive sword swung, claiming the head of a nearby ninja, his blood entirely consumed by the blade. The sword then dripped a few drops of crimson energy onto the ground, dissolving it. Ishin savored the taste of blood, gently licking the corner of his mouth and murmuring, "Afraid? Are we? Terrified? Despairing? Run away." The red and violet light in his eyes illuminated his entire eye sockets, giving the impression that there were no pupils, only a pair of devilish eyes gleaming with malice. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeply, raising his hand to command, "Attack." His voice was fervent, rallying the entire army to charge. The elite ninjas unsheathed their swords and formed hand seals, surging toward Ishin. What manner of power is this? Hiruzen's heart sank with foreboding. He sensed that this individual was exceedingly sinister. Observing his surroundings, the world appeared to be enveloped in red. A crimson mist began to permeate the air, resembling the molecules of blood. Inhaling deeply, a wave of metallic scent assaulted his senses. "Elder, what shall we do? Should we engage?" An elite ninja could no longer contain his anxiety. Uchiha Batian shot a disapproving glance at his subordinate. "The enemy of our enemy is not necessarily our friend. Is such a simple truth lost on you? We shall not only spectate. If the opportunity arises, we shall strike Hiruzen hard." Batian surveyed the battlefield, though his mind was clouded. The city walls appeared shrouded in a bizarre crimson energy. "But Elder, what if Sarutobi and the others cannot withstand the onslaught? What if they turn their attacks upon us?" Another elite ninja withdrew his gaze, looking towards Batian. Batian regarded the soaring chakra with a slight frown. "Then we shall not assist Sarutobi just yet. We will observe. There is but one adversary. Whether he can contend with so many remains uncertain. Do you believe their alliance is so simplistic?" Even the clan leader. He recalled that this individual was indeed mad, daring to confront so many single-handedly. How could he possibly succeed? Yet, what was this astonishing chakra? Chapter 48. Blood of the Abyss. Ishin observed the relentless ninjas charging toward him, a sly smile gracing his lips. "Face the darkness, embrace death," he taunted, his voice imbued with wickedness, chilling to the bone. "Coordinate your efforts. Do not confront him head-on," an elite ninja urged, his expression grave. Ishin, however, chose not to delay any longer, for they were now less than 10 meters apart. 10 meters felt both distant and near. He leaped forward, appearing at the center of the crowd, as if traversing through space. The individuals in front remained oblivious to his presence until the oppressive force emanating from him alerted them. With a sweeping motion, Ishin's massive sword splattered a red liquid across one ninja's face. "What is this?" The elite ninja began to wither visibly, akin to a flower in bloom, soon transforming into a drop of crimson liquid that dripped to the ground. The elite ninja was reduced to ashes. "Beware that red liquid. It poses a great threat," one elite ninja hastily warned. The surrounding ninjas, now wary, unleashed their chakra in abundance. In such dire circumstances, to conceal their true power would spell their doom. Ishin kicked back one would-be assailant attempting to ambush him. Noticing the combined efforts of several ninjas blocking his sword, he did not resist, allowing his chakra to manifest as bone, ready to defend against their impending assault. Yet, these were elite ninjas, and their strikes were imbued with considerable chakra, coupled with various elemental properties. Ishin retreated, gauging the level of their attacks. His skeletal defenses shattered under their onslaught. Yet he remained unharmed, shielded by the crimson moon behind him. "Is this truly all you possess? Ignorance, ineptitude, incompetence, foolishness, and tedium combined define you." Ishin shook his head, disappointment evident. He gripped the hilt of his dual-colored sword, his chakra flowing ceaselessly. The Nine-Tails furrowed its brow, questioning, "What technique is this? It requires several times the chakra of a tailed beast bomb, and it continues to swell." Shikaku's expression soured. It felt its chakra being drained significantly, unable to replenish itself as Ishin's chakra surged into him, attempting to alleviate the corrosion and neutralize the Nine-Tails energy. The flesh of Ishin's arms began to disintegrate, but he halted his extraction of chakra. Had it not been for his body being continuously reinforced by the essence of gods and demons, he would have surely succumbed. After all, his Senju physique had yet to reach its full potential. A sword hilt appeared behind him, a pure black. Once it solidified, it was pushed aside. A blue sword hilt materialized, slowly solidifying before being displaced once again. Finally, a purple hilt rapidly coalesced. Just as the purple hilt was about to be set aside, an elite ninja attacked decisively, aiming directly for Ishin's vulnerabilities. Ishin's technique was interrupted, the purple hilt taking center stage, suspended behind the crimson moon. While the black and blue hilts floated on either side, Ishin moved with the speed of thunder, shattering the sword of a nearby elite ninja. In the face of the ninja's terror and disbelief, he crushed his skull. The elite's corpse was propelled several meters away, its blood drawn out by an unknown force, transforming into a crimson sphere that soared toward the sword hilt behind Ishin. He raised his dual-colored sword, blocking an attack from an elite ninja who had teleported beside him. Subsequently, he retaliated with a punch, sending the elite ninja staggering back. The gap in the dual-colored sword quickly repaired itself with energy. "What in the world are you all doing? Restrain him. You are utterly useless." The elite ninja, positioned in the rear, cursed loudly. This sentiment echoed among the group of 10 or so ninjas, their frustration palpable. An elite ninja, wielding a sword, plunged it into the ground and swiftly formed hand seals. Secret technique, shadow mimicry. The shadow of the ninja swiftly darted towards Li Xian, skillfully maneuvering through the shadows of the surrounding ninjas. Success. At that moment, Li Xian felt his body immobilized, his brows furrowing in distress. The Nine-Tails sensed this ninjutsu and frowned, preparing to intervene. It recalled Li Xian's previous admonition to refrain from engaging in battle on the battlefield, which left it in a quandary. With great effort, Li Xian raised his sword, parrying an attack from one of the ninjas. A surge of magical energy erupted within him, granting him a modicum of mobility. "Brother, this is a secret technique. Raw strength will not suffice," the Nine-Tails cautioned, aware that Li Xian could not hear its voice. Li Xian smirked coldly, positioning the hilt of his sword before him, both hands gripping it firmly. Magical energy coursed through his physical form, rapidly healing the wounds enveloped in magic on his hands. The shadow that bound him fragmented, and with a flash of sword light, blood spilled forth. Li Xian taunted, his voice fierce as a beast's roar, filled with aggression. The blue hilt shattered as it absorbed the peak attack of several elite ninjas, reflecting a fraction of the damage back. Li Xian's figure flickered, appearing beside the ninja who had unleashed the shadow ninjutsu. He raised his dual-colored giant sword high, the corners of his mouth curling in mockery, his gaze menacing. Without hesitation, the giant sword struck down upon the elite ninja, whose head burst open like a watermelon. Blood floated in the air, rapidly coalescing into a blood sphere that flew towards the purple hilt behind Li Xian, causing it to manifest several centimeters of blade once more. Li Xian's previously triumphant expression faltered, his gaze sharpening. The hilt behind him had already begun to blur, akin to Ultraman's chest light flickering red. His eyes swept left and right, searching for weaker ninjas to collect blood and gather energy to replenish his techniques. His expression turned blank, taking a step to emerge from the encirclement. As ninjutsu attacks rained down upon him, he regarded them with disdain. He took another step, yet remained in place, his expression darkening as he began to feel disoriented, his mind flooded with questions. It was then he noticed black insects at his feet, voraciously devouring his magical energy and chakra. They came in droves, consuming his power until they collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed, whether by magic or some other means. He could not tell, but their numbers were overwhelming, rapidly crawling over his body. The chakra and magical energy beneath his feet were being consumed, rendering his instant movement technique useless. Despite Li Xian's apparent prowess, he was burdened by numerous constraints. The most critical factor was that the trajectory of his magical energy resembled an electrical circuit. Any disruption would short-circuit the entire technique. Was this the end of Li Xian's pretentious journey? Chapter 49. The True Magic of Li Xian. Returning to simplicity, the air grew thick with crimson mist, enveloping the ninjas, who were becoming increasingly agitated. Amidst this blood-red world, flowers began to bloom, strikingly beautiful, yet reeking of blood, resembling divine medicine. As Li Xian observed the powerful ninjutsu approaching him like raindrops, he compressed his magical energy. A 2-meter-wide blue circle formed beneath him. After mere moments, magical energy erupted, soaring several meters into the air, turning the insects on the ground and on his body to ash. Li Xian barely had time to express delight before the attack descended upon him. His eyes glowed with violet light as he gripped the hilt of his sword, concentrating magical energy throughout his body. The chakra of Shikaku could not neutralize the situation in time. Alarmed, it activated its absolute defense, enveloping both itself and Li Xian. Li Xian, initially preparing to flee, halted and shot a fierce glare at Shikaku. If it were in its right mind, it would surely be berating its incompetent ally. Originally, he would have endured only a handful of elite ninjutsu attacks. Now, however, it seemed he was to bear the full brunt of them. Does this wretched sphere serve any purpose? The Ninetales realized, speaking up hurriedly. Are you utterly foolish? Are you a clown summoned by a monkey? Can your defense withstand such a barrage? Cancel the technique immediately and just block the attacks from above. Before the Ninetales could finish, the first wave of ninjutsu clashed with Shikaku's absolute defense, dissipating within less than a second. The so-called absolute defense melted away, a consequence of Shikaku not transforming into its true form and being limited by the terrain. The chakra it generated in such a short time was insufficient. Compounded by the excessive depletion of its chakra, the Ninetales concentrated a massive amount of white bone energy to bolster the defenses of the trio. The red moon behind Li Xian flashed before him, radiating brilliant red light. An air membrane, akin to a 3-meter-wide barrier, enveloped them within Shikaku's absolute defense. Boom! Li Xian's gaze remained fixed ahead, waiting for Shikaku's absolute defense to dissolve under the onslaught. A blinding flash erupted, the source of which was unknown. But it overwhelmed Li Xian's eyes, causing tears to stream down his cheeks from the brightness. Yet, he could not blink. He awaited his opportunity. Did it succeed? Muttered a nearby elite ninja, uncertain as he sought confirmation from his comrades. Moments later, the intense light from the colliding ninjutsu began to fade. What remained was a pit several dozen meters deep and hundreds of meters wide. Perception ninjas. Sense his presence. An elite ninja exclaimed with delight, eager to ascertain the fate of their foe. A sensing ninja formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a perception technique. Sarutobi's brow relaxed, acknowledging the formidable nature of their adversary. Taketorai Mitsuki remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Sarutobi's assessment. The sensing ninja frowned, realizing that the surrounding crimson mist obstructed his perception technique, limiting his range to less than 5 meters. Embarrassed, he endeavored to amplify his chakra, attempting to pierce through the dense red fog. Are you searching for me? A chilling voice resonated, plunging all present into an icy dread. Li Xian's voice emerged from the mist, and as he stepped forth, the horns atop his head had vanished. The exaggerated crescent moon also absent. His sleeves and pant legs had disappeared, as if clad in summer attire, barefoot, yet his short sleeves and pant legs appeared tattered. In his eyes blazed violet light, intense and unyielding, his cheeks adorned with magical patterns. His fair legs and arms bore rows of magical runes, as though inscribing something profound. His hair had turned jet black, and 2 colossal swords, one purple, one black, floated in parallel behind him. Having expended a massive amount of chakra for defense, the Ninetales chakra had been wholly assimilated by the magical energy. Now, any chakra transmitted to Li Xian would instantly transform into magical power. Li Xian's aura retracted, making him seem devoid of chakra entirely. That startled me, Li Xian remarked, his voice somewhat hoarse yet close to its usual timbre. He lifted the pure purple broad-bladed giant sword in his right hand, while his left thumb pressed against his index finger, producing a series of brittle cracks. He then shifted to his middle finger and finally to his pinky, culminating in a final cracking sound. In an instant, Li Xian vanished from his previous location, reappearing above the gathered crowd. The purple giant sword emitted exaggerated energy waves, radiating brilliance as if seeking to pierce through the crimson mist. Get out of the way. A ninja shouted urgently, employing a body flicker technique to escape his original position. The previously densely packed hundreds of elite and upper ninjas scrambled desperately to evade. Like prey fleeing from a predator, Li Xian's expression bore no sympathy, only a chilling demeanor and mockery. The voice resonated with an eerie delight, urging Saro to swiftly strike him down with ninjutsu. What nonsense is this? A dozen individuals realized that Li Xian was toying with them. One of them, while forming hand seals, shouted loudly. Li Xian raised his left hand, his index finger moving rhythmically beneath his nose. Upon witnessing the opponent's hand seals, he unhesitatingly hurled himself towards the denser part of the crowd. The ground trembled violently, fissures opening as a surge of purple-black demonic energy erupted, releasing several blood orbs that rushed towards the sword hilt behind Li Xian. A barrage of ninjutsu was launched at him, but with a slight movement of his foot, Li Xian appeared beside a nearby ninja, harvesting the awareness of the sword hilt behind him, which had fully materialized. Li Xian felt a wave of dissatisfaction. The energy was too feeble. The enormous sword behind him vibrated incessantly, emitting a song of the blade, as if it were ensnared by an invisible sheath. Yearning to break free, Li Xian exerted his mental control, causing the sword to rise, producing the sound of blade against sheath. With a sweeping motion of the broad-bladed sword, the violet and black weapon, seemingly grasped by an unseen hand, was wielded forth. A 10-meter-wide column of black blood and another of purple blood shot skyward in a magnificent display. Those struck were instantly reduced to ashes. Li Xian's expression remained calm, yet his brow furrowed in dissatisfaction with the attack's lethality. He brought his hands together, causing the two blood columns, separated by several meters, to curve in the air and charge towards the opponent's direction. Upon their intersection, a violent tremor ensued. The ground between the two columns cracked instantly, erupting with yet another violet-black blood column, which subsequently transformed into a frenzied amalgamation, its energy dissipating. The surrounding ninjas dared not approach. Staring in awe at this display of might, Li Xian observed that he had only managed to eliminate a few upper ninjas and several dozen middle ninjas, his expression darkening. He then closed his eyes, yet upon doing so, the crimson heavens were engulfed in darkness, as if the sun itself had shut its eyes, or rather, the Crimson Realm had been exiled from the outside world, momentarily forming its own domain. Chapter 50, The Great Darkness. I am the night. The flowers on the ground wilted rapidly, dissipating into the air. The world resembled a shroud of night. This was the true darkness. The ninjas could see nothing, their senses severely limited. Li Xian, like a wraith, commenced his hunt. He emitted no chakra fluctuations, approaching a ninja from behind. The unsuspecting victim could not even utter a scream before being obliterated. Nearby ninjas, hearing the sound of impact, quickly turned to face the direction of the noise. On high alert, some attempted to unleash fire-style ninjutsu to illuminate the darkness, but to no avail. It was as if nothing could pierce this shroud of night. The ultimate darkness seemed to devour all light. The blood of the deceased ninjas vanished, ascending into the air, transforming into a blue-black eye that fixated upon the ninjas below. Li Xian, with his eyes tightly shut, roamed the battlefield, embodying a malevolent spirit reaping lives. Everyone endeavored to unleash their most potent ninjutsu, attacking the heavens. Sarutobi, the old man, formed hand seals, his immense chakra surging forth. He simultaneously concentrated on his ninjutsu while shouting warnings to the gathered ninjas. Suspecting that the sky held a sinister secret, the Nine-Tails also closed its eyes, clearly unable to see anything. However, it could perceive the surrounding area through Li Xian's dark power. Otherwise, its awareness would be suppressed to a mere few kilometers. Such a terrifying reality. Its sensing ability was extraordinarily formidable. With focused effort and an abundance of chakra, it could at least sense half of the ninja world. Normally, it could detect the scent of blood from dozens of kilometers away, which now intensified. As the ninjas breathed, it felt as though they were inhaling blood itself, altering their very bodies and incessantly affecting their will and souls. Sarutobi suddenly realized this and hastily held his breath. He soon discovered that the darkness before him had lessened somewhat. The chakra within him stimulated his body, accelerating his metabolism. Everyone, do not breathe. This mist is toxic. It is the fundamental cause of our hallucinations. Sarutobi felt the darkness around him begin to fade, transforming into a red-black world. Although visibility was limited to within a meter, it was far superior to complete blindness. Li Xian sensed that they had begun to uncover the secret of his technique. He felt no regret, for the sky was already filled with enormous blue-black eyes, at least 40 or 50 in total. Brothers, remain vigilant. The demonic technique has been unraveled. This demon is nearing death. Upon hearing this voice, Li Xian found it amusing. Oh, my great darkness, I have yet to unleash my full power. A mocking tone escaped Li Xian's lips. The eyes in the sky began to rotate, akin to missiles calibrating before launch. One by one, the blue-black eyes began to illuminate. A colossal phantasm emerged behind Li Xian, resembling a giant version of his dark form, as if the eyes were under its control. Finally, as Li Xian swung his arm, the enormous phantasm mirrored his action. Raising its massive arm, a 10-meter-wide blue blood column shot towards the crowd like a laser weapon, its speed unfathomably swift. Other similarly sized blue blood columns followed suit. Below, the people finally sensed the anomaly in the sky. Amidst the red-black night, blue lights flickered like stars, exquisite yet terrifying in their energy. Quick, take cover. Bamboo cutter Mitsui's bones erupted from his body, transforming into a massive shield against the sky. Saratobi's earthen wall morphed into a dome. The several upper ninja guards nearby frantically gathered their chakra for defense. The ground shook violently. The enormous eyes in the sky dimmed slightly, then unleashed a second wave of rays. The Uchiha clan was also targeted by the colossal eyes, but they had sturdy city walls and defensive ninjutsu, mitigating the impact. Following another tremendous uproar, the eyes in the sky vanished, and the night began to dissipate. Li Xian, noticing that quite a few remained alive, wore a grim expression. Must these pesky flies struggle to their end? Li Xian swiftly drew upon his magical power, preparing to unleash a more formidable technique. The Nine Tails, sensing that Li Xian had rendered the remaining ninjas too fearful to show themselves, felt a moment of safety. It promptly halted its chakra to awaken Li Xian. As Li Xian gathered his magical power, he found that his grand technique could no longer be summoned. Relying solely on the magic within him, it evaporated, leaving him in a state of normalcy. Li Xian opened his eyes, gazing in confusion at the scarred battlefield. The ground is riddled with deep craters, some reaching depths of over 10 meters. This part of the horizon has been lowered by several meters. Brother, you have finally awakened. That was exhilarating, wasn't it? You single-handedly displayed remarkable prowess. The Nine Tails observed as Li Xian returned to a state of normalcy. Although his pupils remained blue, his gaze was lucid, clearly indicating his awareness had been restored. Did I do all of this? Am I truly that formidable? Brother, you didn't use the tailed beast ball to clear the field, did you? Li Xian expressed his skepticism. He felt that the Nine Tails and Shikaku had launched a massacre while he was in a stupor, which left him pondering how long they had been fighting against so many Jonin and Shunin. Each strike would take considerable time, especially with opponents who were not on guard or dodging. The enormous holes in the ground could not have been created by him alone. Brother, don't rejoice too soon. There are still some powerful foes remaining, and they are close to their prime condition. After your little spree, what shall we do? There are too many strong ninjas in the shinobi world for you to eliminate them all. Even if you possess such immense power, they can choose to hide and evade. Li Xian remained lost in thought, inquiring within himself about the system. On the battlefield, he wondered if there was anything left to sacrifice, as he assumed the Nine Tails had cleared enough space to leave behind some resources. However, the system remained unresponsive, indicating that there was nothing of value left. Why should I kill them, brother? Isn't it sufficient to instill fear in them? Perhaps eliminate a few troublemakers to make them tremble? Wouldn't that halt the war? If they refuse to surrender, we can continue until they are utterly terrified. At the mention of the Nine Tails, Li Xian recalled a great leader, Qin Shi Huang, who swept through the land and unified it. Though he met his demise shortly after, he laid a robust foundation for China. His achievements were monumental. Had the first emperor not unified the realm, it would have remained in turmoil, leading to far more deaths than those he caused. Li Xian's eyes sparkled with a fierce blue light, his intent to kill palpable. Chapter 51. Nine Tails Light Xian, I am the sun cough. I'm saved. Some individuals emerged from the breaches or the remnants of defenses. Some bore injuries, while others were left with but one arm. Mom, I want to go home. The battlefield is not a place for me. A few were utterly mentally shattered, screaming madly as Li Xian's crimson world relentlessly assaulted their minds and wills. Those nearby exchanged glances, realizing that while they could not overpower Li Xian, dealing with a fleeing enemy should not be overly difficult. Saratobi, along with a dozen others, stepped forth from a more fortified position. Observing the scene, he remained silent. Such deceitful words that sowed discord and undermined morale deserved punishment. He focused on inhaling the sweet air, as if his entire being rejoiced. The environment around him, now restored to its previous state due to Li Xian's return to normalcy, was starkly different. The flowers and grass had withered entirely, and the great trees stood as lifeless husks, devoid of vitality. It was as though they had expended all their life force in a fleeting blaze. Lee Xian glanced around, noting that about 30 Chunin and a dozen Jonin remained, along with 2 clan leaders, yet he said nothing. Sarutobi, appearing calm on the surface, was rife with hidden malice. He surmised that Lee Xian's chakra had been depleted, and the previous techniques could not be employed again. To strike decisively was paramount. Otherwise, the repercussions would be unending. As Lee Xian observed their placid expressions, a surge of murderous intent welled within him. Recently returned from his dark state, he was acutely sensitive to the notion of killing. The Nine Tails, fearing that Lee Xian might be unaware of the lurking threats, quickly cautioned him. Chakra flowed into Lee Xian's body, accompanied by an urgent whisper, "Brother, be cautious. They harbor great malice. Attack. Eliminate him." Sarutobi, initially inclined to converse with Lee Xian, opted for immediate action, fearing that Lee Xian might regain his chakra. Mitsuki Taketorai cast an appreciative glance at Sarutobi, recognizing that he had finally grasped the situation. "Brother, shall you take the lead, or should I handle them?" The Nine Tails inquired softly, a hint of concern in his demeanor. He wished for Lee Xian to maintain his sense of self. Even if Lee Xian relished in killing, he still needed to possess awareness. Lee Xian's expression darkened as he regarded the assailants preparing for an attack. "Brother, wait a moment. Allow me to change my hair to yellow before you infuse me with chakra." After careful consideration, he decided to take the initiative. His earlier transformation had overwhelmed him, drowning him in negative emotions without a chance to resist. Without hesitation, Lee Xian utilized a small amount of restored chakra to initiate his transformation into a radiant form, activating a lower-tier version of the blazing light state. The Nine Tails observed as Lee Xian began to change, chakra slowly flowing into his body, transforming into divine energy. Lee Xian began to ascend, golden patterns appearing on his face, his eyes glimmering with golden light. His arms and calves became a translucent gold. As the Nine Tails saw Lee Xian forming seals, chakra infusion accelerated. One eye transformed into a fox's slit pupil, flashing a chilling red glow, while the other shone with a divine radiance, resembling a fusion of celestial and demonic qualities. The Nine Tails furrowed his brow, but recognized the urgency of the moment. There was no time to waste in fully nourishing Lee Xian's chakra into divine energy. At this juncture, both sides stood firm, divine energy being consumed and assimilated simultaneously. Although the Nine Tails chakra was volatile, it was rendered impotent before the divine energy. The golden ring behind Lee Xian's head morphed into a half-gold, half-red design. The sword in his hand mirrored this transformation, displaying both colors. His arms and calves retained their golden transparency, now interspersed with red divine patterns. His visage reflected this duality, adorned with both golden and red markings. "This sword, when drawn, shall sever the ties to the underworld," Lee Xian declared with fervor, his voice resonating coldly. He faced the impending onslaught of Sarutobi's fireball combined with a powerful wind technique. The formidable fireball, several meters wide, surged toward him with tremendous force, aided by the wind's gusts that amplified its speed and temperature. Mitsuki Taketorai, fully adorned with bone armor, charged at Lee Xian, employing a technique that sprouted dozens of horrifying bone spikes. "I, with my sword, shall cleave through the yellow springs," Lee Xian calmly proclaimed as he gathered his power. Undeterred by the rising earthen walls that sought to confine him, a golden-red sword aura erupted from his massive blade, targeting the menacing fireball directly. He was determined not to allow the fireball to reach the ground, knowing that upon impact, he would be subjected to the initial wave of damage, followed by the wind technique exacerbating the flames and temperature, rendering him akin to a roasted lamb. The sword light collided with the fireball, cleaving it in two. Then, the sword aura soared into the sky, disappearing from sight, while the remnants of the fireball continued to descend toward Lee Xian. Faced with the troublesome ninjutsu and an overwhelming heat, Lee Xian found himself at a disadvantage as the earth began to seal him within a prison of soil. With no other recourse, he lifted himself from the ground, ascending into the air. Mitsuki Taketorai was taken aback. His offensively and defensively potent technique had proven futile. It was impossible to simply toss bones like shurikens, as that would be far too humiliating. Recognizing that close combat was ineffective, the seasoned warrior retreated to Sarutobi's side, becoming a shield for the ranged attackers, ensuring a secure environment for Sarutobi to unleash his offensive. The other melee-oriented Jonin followed suit, retreating to their comrades. Lee Xian, now airborne, did nothing but engage in verbal sparring. He was uncertain whether this was a spell or mere frivolity. Regardless, he felt invigorated after uttering the words, as if a surge of energy coursed through him. This was a battlefield under my command. With a mighty swing of his colossal sword, Li Xan radiated golden-red light, resembling a deity basking in sunlight. Gripping the sword with one hand and resting the other on its blade, memories of the last release of divine power surged in his mind. The energy within the sword began to amplify, while the Nine-Tails observed. Secretly alarmed at the nature of the jutsu Li Xan unleashed. Such reckless expenditure of chakra, and the one tail was currently incapacitated, recuperating. A phantom dragon's head, shimmering in golden red, began to manifest above the great sword, seemingly yearning to break free with a silent roar. Li Xan continuously infused divine energy into the sword, causing his golden pupils to flicker with a crimson hue. Due to the rapid consumption of divine power, it outpaced the assimilation of the Nine-Tails chakra, leading to a disruption in balance. The one tail, instinctively acting as a source of energy, found its chakra insufficient to match the divine force, thus yielding minimal aid. Time appeared to stretch, though only mere seconds passed. Sarutobi and his cadre of ninjas were still forming hand seals, while members of the Uchiha clan also engaged in similar rituals atop the crumbling city walls, targeting Li Xan. They had witnessed their kin fall in battle, and thus, the enmity was palpable. They recognized Li Xan's uncontrollable power as a foe, not a friend. Chapter 52. Pure Divine Trust, Realm of the Divine Light. Judgment. The situation was on the brink of explosion. The dragon's head above Li Xan's sword grew increasingly solid. The adversaries realized the formidable strength of Li Xan's jutsu and began to feel an anxious urgency. Uchiha Baitian furrowed his brow, sensing an immense threat. A single blow could shatter the city walls. The three tomo of his Sharingan began to spin as he channeled chakra. Look at what this child is doing. Uchiha Baitian bellowed, his eyes fixed intently on Li Xan. Instinctively, Li Xan glanced at the brash individual, only to be momentarily bewildered. The jutsu in his hand spiraled out of control, shattering due to his lack of focus. Uchiha Baitian felt a surge of delight, success. Li Xan's divine energy fluctuated, awakening him to the reality that a technique brimming with divine power had been wasted, leaving his expression grim. Brother, move. Came the urgent warning as an onslaught descended upon him. Li Xan had no time to react before the attack enveloped him. The opposing forces rejoiced, believing such potent jutsu would surely eliminate the bothersome youth. As the smoke cleared, Li Xan stood amidst the chaos, still poised to defend. The dual-colored ring behind him lay shattered, his garments tattered into strips, and his body marred with burns and various wounds. Clenching his teeth, he remained silent. The Nine-Tails and Shikaku fared poorly as well, yet their formidable chakra instinctively shielded them, incurring no significant injury. Li Xan managed to deflect some damage, converting divine power in the process, but the onslaught exceeded his capacity to withstand. The Nine-Tails and One Tail, due to their automatic protective mechanisms, contributed less chakra to Li Xan. Consequently, the ring lacked sufficient divine power to sustain its formidable defense, ultimately crumbling. Li Xan's hair was singed, resembling a creature ravaged by a beast. In that moment, he found himself in a dire predicament. The Nine-Tails hastily utilized chakra to aid in Li Xan's healing. Witnessing his battered form, it was filled with concern, yearning to enter Li Xan's body and grant him the full power of the Nine-Tails. It whispered into his ear, but Li Xan declined, wary of the sacrificial system still lingering in his mind, fearing unforeseen consequences for the Nine-Tails. Moreover, he preferred to keep some secrets. Recognizing that being a Jinchuriki entailed a deep mental connection capable of sensing each other's thoughts, a bond of absolute trust. One more round. I can barely hold on. We shall soon vanquish him. Sarutobi, witnessing Li Xan's injuries, felt a surge of triumph, exclaiming loudly. Li Xan sensed he could not release the Dragon Breaker technique in the immediate future, and his heart sank as the tide of battle began to turn. In the midst of his unease, he felt enveloped by a warm divine power, soothing his soul and allowing his consciousness to drift into a deep slumber. With a thought transcending the heavens, he felt unafraid of the divine and demonic forces alike. Li Xan's eyes glimmered with golden light. As the chakra of the Nine-Tails was finally harmonized, the prior defensive stance allowed him to absorb chakra from the jutsu, transforming it into divine energy filling his being. The transformation of the nine tails within him was complete, his body now aglow with golden radiance. His hair regained its luster and length, while divine markings adorned his face and limbs, flowing like liquid gold through his veins. Ignoring the tattered remnants of his clothing, he brandished the resplendent sword before him. Gathering divine energy in his left hand, he forcefully pressed it against the blade. In an instant, it was as if a chemical reaction had occurred. The heavens bore witness to the emergence of a golden sun, dazzling and vying for brilliance against the very sun itself. Life began to rejuvenate. As withered flowers and trees blossomed anew, Liexion's injuries healed at an observable rate, the golden light spreading to form a sanctified realm. "Ah, it hurts. What is happening?" cried several injured ninjas, their previously staunched wounds suddenly reopening, arms decomposing as blood dripped into the air, only to be purified into pristine droplets upon hitting the ground. Akin to the cleansing of filth, these individuals, akin to refuse in this sacred realm, were subjected to purification. Liexion's gaze held no trace of emotion. The realm of divine light. Filth must be eradicated. Liexion hovered above, radiant in the light. The ninjas, merely gazing upon him, wept silently, as if in profound repentance. Searching for the power to redeem this world, Liexion's voice dripped with disdain, echoing with the authority of a deity. Gazing down upon these insignificant insects from his exalted perch, unperturbed by the fate of mere mortals. Indeed, how could a deity concern itself with the lives of human beings? Akin to ants? His voice bore a tinge of sorrow, as if another persona emerged within him. Slowly, he released his grasp on the colossal sword brimming with divine energy. Lifting it with his right hand, the final judgment. Those with malevolent hearts shall be punished. Without hesitation, he swung the great sword, unleashing a stream of golden sword energy several hundred meters long, which swiftly dissipated into myriad sword energies, locking onto all remaining ninjas. One by one, the sword energies pierced through their bodies, rendering their defenses futile, as if they were mere illusions. Struck ninjas stood in a daze, paralyzed in place. Moments later, one Chunin cried out, "I am guilty," before collapsing silently to the ground. The voices echoed like a melodious chime, as the ninjas fell one by one, their breaths extinguished. Murmuring, "I am guilty. I deserve to die." Saratobi, spitting golden blood, proclaimed, "Even if I am guilty, you cannot judge me," with a laugh that reverberated like a maniac. Saratobi focused his gaze on Liexion. He had been swept away in a tide of reflection on his sinful life, his will wavering, contemplating surrender. "If he is a god, then we are demons. Do not abandon your resolute will. Stand firm," Saratobi shouted, imparting his insight to the others. Had it not been for them, who had already endured the relentless torment of Liexion's overwhelming darkness, such a multitude would never have perished in one fell swoop. Many were already on the brink of collapse in terms of their willpower, and once again attacked in spirit. Coupled with sinister methods that forced them to reflect on the sins of their lives, their resolve was utterly shattered. Countless souls could no longer endure, their wills crumbled. Vitality obliterated by divine might. Liexion observed them with an impassive gaze, quietly witnessing their desperate struggles. This was akin to how a deity observes the suffering of sentient beings, watching them grapple, watching them succumb, watching them persist, watching them resist, watching them battle with themselves, watching them self-destruct. Your own desires have led to your ruin. A melancholic expression crossed Liexion's face as he beheld the remaining few ninjas who had yet to succumb. The realm of light contracted rapidly, as if a colossal golden sword were devouring it. The sword shimmered with increasing brilliance. Chapter 53. The Unleashing of the Aurora Slash. Is he back again? Does this individual possess no limits? Saratobi, the venerable elder, wore a sorrowful countenance, as if forsaken by Lady Luck. The relentless misfortunes and blows left him in a daze. When he saw that the ambitious entourage he had brought had dwindled to a mere handful, it felt as though he had awakened from a dream. Particularly with the exaggerated prelude of the impending strike and the energy it contained, he harbored no confidence in his ability to withstand it. Without uttering another word, he knelt in submission. Fear gripped him. He was genuinely afraid. His head bowed. He found himself begging for mercy, recalling what his father once told him. A true man stands firm even in death. This principle had been his creed. Yet now, he was filled with trepidation, his clan. Having finally grasped the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of noble families, he did not wish to perish before witnessing their glory. Takaguri Mitsui regarded Sarutobi with complex emotions, reflecting on how the once spirited man, who had strategized during their trials, now abandoned the way of the samurai in his quest for survival. Takaguri Mitsui did not look down upon Sarutobi. He too was lost in thought. The repeated assaults on their will had left him disoriented, rendering everything surreal. The Aurora Slash, Lee Xian's divine power reached its zenith, the giant sword dazzling beyond compare. With an indifferent gaze, Lee Xian prepared to strike. However, cracks suddenly appeared in the sword he held. His eyes gradually regained clarity, not out of compassion, but because something was amiss with his own body. Very amiss. After the sword shattered completely, Lee Xian's consciousness awakened. He said nothing and shot towards the battlefield's edge. His body intermittently radiated a ghostly blue glow, then a golden light. After flying several hundred meters from the battlefield, guided by the Nine Tails, he located Izuna and Tobarama behind a tree. Lee Xian descended slowly, but then fell. Fortunately, Izuna and Tobarama noticed him. Izuna leapt up and caught Lee Xian midair, while Tobarama used water release to cushion the impact. Lee Xian's meridians had ruptured, and his body began to disintegrate, as if he were about to transform into light and vanish. His consciousness faded into oblivion. Notification: host's life is in peril. Recovery in progress. Recovery time: 1,000 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Lee Xian's body was enveloped in a sphere of gold and blue. The Nine Tails and Shikaku were expelled from the vicinity. Big brother. Izuna gasped, horrified at Lee Xian's condition as he seemed on the verge of turning to ash. Lee Xian's body erupted with a dual-colored light, halting the deterioration, which then transformed into a cocoon of two hues. Izuna sighed with relief. The tears he had been holding back teetering on the edge of release, while his once glimmering Sharingan retreated into dormancy. What has happened to our leader? What calamity has befallen you? Tobarama inquired, regaining some composure. Shikaku stood in shock, unsure of how to respond to Tobarama's question. I don't know. Everything seemed fine just a moment ago. The Nine Tails pondered, connecting Lee Xian's last attack, which seemed aimed at purging all darkness from the world. It too bore the brunt of this power. Furthermore, Lee Xian had earlier utilized magical energy, prompting the divine force to begin cleansing his body. The magic, sensing that its painstakingly fortified and modified vessel was being obliterated by divine power, could not tolerate it. It erupted forth, clashing with the divine energy. Lee Xian's mortal form could not withstand such a confrontation. The grand move faltered, and the sword shattered. Upon awakening, Lee Xian wasted no time retreating. However, the clash of energies within him raged fiercely. Divine and demonic forces were fundamentally oppositional, and Lee Xian's body was but a mortal vessel. Upon finding the two, Lee Xian's consciousness finally succumbed. He fell to the ground. The Nine Tails, sensing the fluctuation of energy within Lee Xian, speculated somewhat. System, are you there? Lee Xian perceived two colors of light flashing before him, overwhelming his senses. Host is being countered by both divine and demonic energies. Most of the body has been reduced to molecules. This system is utilizing divine and demonic powers to reconstruct your body. The process will take 1,000 days. Isn't the divine and demonic power something you bestowed upon me? How could it retaliate? Lee Xian instinctively questioned the system. What was given to you is the essence of divine and demonic powers, in a version that allows for assimilation and possesses evolutionary potential. However, your mismanagement disrupted the balance between the two. Using excessive power before the transformation of the divine demonic body was complete led to this backlash. Without my intervention, you would have truly turned to light. Lee Xian was rendered speechless, gaining a clearer understanding of the system for the first time. Unlike others that might extinguish their hosts at a whim, his system seemed to possess a semblance of humanity, aware enough to come to his aid. The system sensed Lee Xian's thoughts, but offered no explanation. It certainly would not disclose that its initial intention in granting him the divine demonic power was merely an experimental maneuver, with Lee Xian as the subject. The Nine Tails detected that Lee Xian still had a faint heartbeat and instructed the two to move the sphere away. Fortunately, the sphere offered no resistance to Izuna and Tobarama's efforts. The Nine Tails' gaze was heavy with unspoken thoughts. None could fathom what it pondered. Seeing Lee Xian fly away, Sarutobi exhaled in relief but was soon engulfed in darkness, collapsing. Takaguri Mitsui hoisted Sarutobi onto his back and ordered the remaining members to retreat. On the city walls, Uchiha Baitian wore a bitter expression, wishing he could slap himself for seeking unnecessary excitement. The majority of his comrades had perished, had it not been for his erroneous decision. They might have survived. The opposing force had not pursued their annihilation, but had simply departed. Neither side realized that Li Xian, having exhausted his strength, was not sparing them out of compassion. Had they known, it would have driven them to madness. In a secluded forest, 2 men and 2 beasts sat beside a campfire, reminiscing about their elder brother on the first day of his absence. The joy of today's barbecue had faded. Izuna, resembling a wilted flower, slumped in despair, while the Ninetales gazed at the sky, longing for the taste of sake. Should we not eat? Will we starve? Tobirama spoke softly, drawing the attention of all present. He retracted his head, suggesting, shall we break the cocoon? The Ninetales rolled its eyes, contemplating. Go ahead and do that. This cocoon is extraordinary. It's not just any ordinary shell. As the Ninetales spoke, it recalled the old sage, the sage of 6 paths, and the Otsutsuki Kagaya. Chapter 54, The Gale Swordmaster. Tozo. After Sarutobi's retreat, the battlefield of Uchiha fell into silence. The Senju forces, perplexed, observed the once aggressive enemy who had merely exchanged a few symbolic blows before beginning their withdrawal. Yet, they remained on high alert, suspecting some hidden ploy, and were disinclined to initiate an offensive themselves. Their resources were ample. They could afford to expend them without concern. When Uchiha Taijima arrived with his men, he was greeted by a landscape riddled with craters. The ground was barely intact, pockmarked with holes of various sizes, as if someone bore a grudge against the earth itself. Upon hearing Uchiha Baitian's report on the battle, he refrained from comment, believing there was nothing amiss in Uchiha Baitian's actions. Had it been him, he would have acted similarly. Before long, rumors began to circulate throughout the Land of Fire regarding Li Xian. However, his name was notably absent from these tales. Instead, they spoke of a mysterious figure, adorned with a half-mask, who, when enveloped in a shroud of violet and azure, wielding a massive blue sword, commanded all to flee at any cost. Conversely, when he transformed into a golden visage, with a golden ring hovering behind him and a golden blade in hand, those who remained were doomed to face their end. For this enigmatic individual could soar through the skies, rendering any attempt to outrun him futile. He was dubbed the god of death in the ninja world. Regardless of whether he appeared as a deity of pure light or a malevolent being, his intent remained the same, to kill, and his methods were ruthlessly brutal. Very few could escape his grasp. 6 months later, the Sarutobi alliance discovered that Li Xian had not resurfaced on the battlefield, prompting them to stir with renewed aggression. Meanwhile, the Uchiha and Senju clans had only recently returned from the front lines when they learned that these miscreants dared to strike again, igniting their fury. An army was dispatched under the veil of night to instill fear in those who dared to trespass upon the tiger's domain. Days later, Tobirama and Izuna received news of the situation. Though they longed to return and assist, they were mindful of the impending chaos that would ensue in the Land of Fire if they did. Thus, they remained in place, awaiting Li Xian's awakening. The Ninetales sensed the increasingly powerful heartbeat of Li Xian and felt a wave of relief wash over it. Observing the 2 young ones, it noted their loyalty and determination. It resolved to train Tobirama and Izuna rigorously. Too slow, far too slow, murmured a handsome young man, approximately 10 years of age. Upon uttering these words, his opponent fell lifeless to the ground. Killing is a vice, yet I find myself unable to relinquish it, he remarked, wiping the blood from his long sword. With his right hand gripping the blade, he sheathed it with his left. He then tidied his disheveled ponytail, as a gust of wind stirred the fallen leaves, obscuring the corpse beneath. God of death? Intriguing. Wait for me. I yearn to witness the power you wield, the power of the so-called god of death, he thought, gazing skyward as a gentle breeze tousled his bangs, revealing his striking features. His eyes reflected an abyss of stillness, yet exuded an intense, unwavering resolve that defined his very essence. My original intent, never to be forgotten. Death, like the wind, is ever by my side. May Ionia guide you. The tempest knows no return. He strode forward, his hair and robes billowing with the wind, resembling a figure from a painting. Following the wind's guidance, he occasionally raised a gourd to his lips, savoring the exquisite wine within, reciting verses of his own composition. Undoubtedly, he was a prodigy, the envy of others, a paragon of talent, swordsmanship, and ninja prowess. A local, Known as the Gale Swordsman, he hailed from a small ninja clan, which fell victim to conflict when he was merely 5 years old. Only through his cunning did he escape. From that point on, he adopted a new identity, wandering the world alone, occasionally hunting bandits and challenging the strong, forging a path uniquely his own, swift as the wind, both elegant and carefree. He danced on the brink of death. Ally must be quite foolish, she mused aloud while practicing her swordplay. Although her ninja aptitude was lacking, Alia possessed an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship. Thus, each day after refining her chakra, she dedicated herself to mastering the blade. Day in and day out, after completing her training, she wiped the sweat from her brow and gazed into the distance, the direction from which isekai'd had departed. Clenching her battered sword, her eyes burned with unwavering determination. Filth. Die. Uchiha Madara's blade swiftly severed the neck of a ninja. Emotionless, he rifled through the corpse, retrieving a few explosive tags to tuck away. He carelessly tossed aside shuriken and other hidden weapons, but upon recalling his clan's recent financial strain, he decided to pocket them instead, seeking new solitary targets. The hunt continued. Go home. Enough of this fighting. War breeds nothing but misfortune, Hashirama quietly asserted as he withdrew the kunai from the neck of a defeated foe. Gazing into the eyes of the vanquished, which were now filled with terror, fear, and a longing for life, he chose not to end the man's existence but turned away, ready to depart. However, as he pivoted, he caught a glimmer of resolve in the defeated one's eyes. The kunai glinted ominously as it was hurled towards the unsuspecting Hashirama. Sensing the wind shift behind him, he did not look back but clenched his fist tightly, his body twisting to evade the strike, delivering a powerful blow that obliterated the ninja's form. Why must you force my hand? I refuse to believe this. I shall try thrice more, no, 5 times. If it remains thus, then. Hashirama muttered to himself, as if testing a hypothesis or solidifying his resolve. Time swiftly passed, and 2.5 years had elapsed. The dual-colored cocoon surrounding isekai'd pulsated with radiant light, as if ready to emerge. Shikaku lay beside the cocoon, asleep, guarding it. The Nine-Tails observed, quietly watching Tobirama and Izuna diligently train, appearing relaxed yet distant, their thoughts unknown. Hey, you two little rascals. Cease your training. Your elder brother is about to awaken, the Nine-Tails announced, ever aware of isekai'd's condition. Although it had been instructing Izuna and the others, its attention never strayed far from isekai'd. Despite the presence of the somewhat foolish Shikaku, it remained vigilant. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the two-colored cocoon began to crack, akin to a chick hatching, as golden and blue lights intertwined. The cocoon transformed into energy, penetrating isekai'd's body. Wow, magnificent, Izuna exclaimed, unable to contain his awe. isekai'd, who had been in a deep slumber, was abruptly alerted by the system's notification, finding himself in a state of bewilderment as he appeared before the two and the beasts. I have returned, he softly declared, only to be met with Izuna's voice and a cool sensation that caused his cheeks to flush. Hastily, he retrieved a set of clothing from his spatial pouch, struggling to dress himself as his body felt unaccustomed after such a long repose. At 12 years of age, isekai'd had reached a height of 156 meters. With striking features and a sculpted visage that was nothing short of extraordinary. His form stood tall and proud. Izuna leaped onto isekai'd, exclaiming, Big brother, I missed you so much. Did you know how worried I was? Izuna's emotions poured forth. Tobirama, standing nearby with a smile, watched as the Nine-Tails nudged him with its tail, urging him to join, for its own concern for isekai'd was no less than Izuna's. Tobirama said nothing, rushing forward to envelop isekai'd in a warm embrace. Today is a joyous occasion. We have reunited. Let us feast on meat. isekai'd bellowed, announcing his return. He had been confined within a realm of blue and gold light, and it had nearly driven him to madness. Big brother, your drinking capacity remains unmatched. Tobirama, drink up. I was quite the drinker at your age. isekai'd first addressed the Nine-Tails, then playfully teased Tobirama. It seems you've been eating well. You're almost as tall as I am now. Noticing that Tobirama and Izuna had escaped, he realized they had both transformed into dashing young men. Once the two had stepped aside, the Nine-Tails smile faded. Brother, what has happened to you? I sense your chakra diminishing rather than increasing. The Nine-Tails' expression turned grave, mingled with confusion and guilt. It felt that it should never have allowed isekai'd to indulge in such reckless pursuits. Li Xian smiled faintly. Brother, I have turned misfortune into fortune. Do not be fooled by my current Chunin rank. Just sense my chakra. With a proud countenance, he conjured a sphere of chakra in his hand. The nine-tails fur bristled, and its eyes widened in shock. Is this the chakra of the Otsutsuki elder? It recognized this familiar chakra, astonished beyond measure. Li Xian grinned. Do not be surprised too soon. There is more. As he opened his eyes, the three tomo of the Sharingan materialized, spinning into the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The nine-tails had initially expected some grand revelation, but having already witnessed the Otsutsuki chakra, its interest waned upon seeing the Mangekyo. It was evident that its status had diminished. The Mangekyo Sharingan was indeed a formidable pair of eyes, yet the nine-tails could hardly comment on Li Xian's display, only nodding in subdued acknowledgement. Li Xian understood the nine-tail sentiments. He knew the Mangekyo did not hold the same allure for it, especially after having seen the Rinnegan of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Nonetheless, he felt immense satisfaction with the gifts bestowed upon him by the system, the divine demon body, Otsutsuki chakra, and the Mangekyo Sharingan. The system, sensing Li Xian's happiness, felt a twinge of guilt, realizing it had merely returned a fraction of what it had extracted from him, along with a bit of fusion to compensate. It hadn't anticipated that Li Xian would be so pleased, which made it feel remorseful. Perhaps it had been too hasty in granting him the Mangekyo with 3 tomo. If only Li Xian knew the system's true intentions, he would surely rebel against it. Surrender? Tobirama stood silently, his sword poised at the opponent's neck, awaiting an answer. At 11 years old, Tobirama had heeded Li Xian's advice, letting his hair grow long, shedding his mushroom haircut. Now he was tall and striking, but the numbness in his eyes was heart-wrenching. This was the 300th time he had questioned a failure, and it would be the last. Once again, he was met with the same turning away, the same betrayal. Between individuals, it seemed there was no chance for resolution. He no longer needed to evade. A single powerful kick had shattered his opponent's ribs. Blood spewed from the defeated, who collapsed, his ribs piercing his internal organs. He gazed vacantly at the sky, awaiting death. This moment irrevocably changed Tobirama. Tobirama, following an instinctive restraint, spared the opponent's life. As the adversary crawled back to his feet, ready to speak, Tobirama approached, his long sword casting a reflection of calm in his eyes, devoid of expression. It was akin to harvesting crops. With hands joined together, small saplings erupted from the ground, dragging the corpse below. This was a power he had recently awakened, though he knew not what it was. Yet, as he could manipulate trees, he named it would release, though it seemed ineffective in battle. Congratulations, you are the 100th shinobi to perish at my hands. Obito formed hand signs, his eyes swirling with 3 tomo. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Die trash. Without a backward glance, Obito departed, continuing his hunt for solitary ninjas. So weak, how dare you provoke me? A bandit leader focused intently on a teenage boy. The boy moved with incredible speed, appearing within 5 meters of the leader's subordinates with each step. Shouting in glee, he seemed to toy with them, delivering a single strike, but never a second. As a rogue Chunin, the leader found himself utterly helpless, unable to comprehend whether the boy was employing body flicker technique or some other sorcery. Until a blade cleaved his throat, he remained oblivious. Yet, he knew his subordinates were all surely dead. Tajuo wiped the blood from his sword, gripping the scabbard with his left hand while sheathing the blade with his right. He lifted a flask and took a swig, shaking his head. The long road stretched ahead, with only his sword as a companion. As his voice faded, he vanished from sight, instilling courage in the fearful, strength in the suffering, and hope in the sorrowful. Ollie stood quietly amidst the ruins, the last bandit hideout 50 miles from the town. Her eyes sparkled like stars. At 10 years old, she had grown tall and graceful. The tattered dress she wore, being ill-fitting, had been tucked into her pack, the only gift from her mother. Ignoring the pristine longsword at her feet, she clutched her nearly broken sword and continued on her journey. The lingering threat had been eliminated. This was her final contribution to the place that had nurtured her. I wonder if you still remember this little girl? Ollie murmured, her mind drifting to the 3 figures. Her steps were slow as she prepared to traverse the land of fire in search of news about them. The next day, the Nine-Tails inquired of Li Xian. What are your plans now? As it devoured roasted meat with great zeal, Shikaku was wholly absorbed in his delicious meal, savoring every bite. Izuna's ears perked up, listening intently to the conversation between the man and the fox, forgetting to take a bite of his skewered meat. Tobirama, calm and composed, enjoyed his meal and sipped his drink. Soon, Izuna and Tobirama would return to their clan, for the Senju and Uchiha families would be thrown into chaos otherwise. As they had exceeded their agreed-upon time, Lee Xian cast a lingering glance at Tobirama and Izuna, feeling a tinge of reluctance. Yet, they had to return, otherwise, Madara and Hashirama would grow concerned. The three of them, along with their beasts, walked slowly, Lee Xian lost in thought in the center of the path. Tobirama and Izuna appeared a bit downcast. Izuna recalled the delectable food from earlier, lamenting his ungrateful stomach for not eating enough. Tobirama, too, seemed lost in thought, unaware of what weighed on his mind. Hours later, Lee Xian snapped back to reality. Realizing he had wandered back to the very center of the boundary between the Uchiha and Senju clans, a place filled with memories for him, Madara, and Hashirama. He pondered how they were faring now. Were they steadfast in their chosen paths? How had their strength evolved? Lee Xian spoke softly to himself, the nine-tail's ears twitching as it perched on his shoulder, its tail performing various acrobatics out of boredom. Suddenly, it stood up and whispered in Lee Xian's ear, "Someone is coming." Lee Xian's expression sharpened, eyes glinting with malice. In such a place, he would not allow others to engage in battle. He gazed at the grove, now flourishing with small trees, and heard a familiar voice. "Ah, brother, you have finally returned. I figured 3 years had passed, so I kept coming here to plant trees, waiting for your return. I knew you would come here, brother. Look at the trees I've planted. Aren't they beautiful?" Lee Xian paused, hearing that familiar voice, and slowly turned around to see Tobirama, who had grown taller than him, his heart swelling with joy. "Little brother, I've missed you dearly." Without hesitation, Lee Xian enveloped his dashing younger brother in a warm embrace. "Good lad, you've grown handsome. The current appearance is much more pleasing to the eye." Hashirama wears a joyful expression, no longer exhibiting the indifference he once displayed on the battlefield. "Brother, let me tell you," I said, as my companions and two beasts settled by the riverbank. With a beaming smile, Lee Xian listened attentively to Hashirama, recounting his experiences of the past years without interruption. Kurama gazed thoughtfully at the small trees, remaining silent. "How lively it is here." Just as Hashirama was nearing the end of his tale, a voice emerged from behind. "Brother, third brother, it has been a long time." Madara strolled over, having been engaged in battles on the opposite front, unlike Hashirama, who had enjoyed some leisure. Today, he happened to return home for a matter and decided to stop by, where he encountered the familiar figures of his companions. Lee Xian observed the imposing presence of Madara, a smile gracing his face. "Second brother, it has been too long. You've grown taller and more handsome. I have missed you greatly." As he approached Madara, he embraced him warmly. Madara felt a slight discomfort, yet the softness in his gaze and the relaxation of his facial muscles betrayed his inner sentiments. "Today is a grand reunion. Let us feast on meat." They were no longer the timid individuals they once were, now possessing a robust confidence in their own strengths. The five of them, along with the two beasts, gathered around the fire, each with a jar of wine beside them. Skewered animals roasted over the flames. "By the way, this is my sworn elder brother. You may also refer to him as brother like I do. If that displeases you, you can call him Kurama. And this is Shikaku." Lee Xian introduced the two beasts to Madara and Hashirama. He certainly would not allow Madara and Hashirama to be treated as mere younger brothers of Kurama, as both held their own pride. Even if he insisted, they would still comply, but Lee Xian had no intention of doing so. "Why should I call you that? Elder brother? This seems a bit too much," Izuna replied, feigning grievance, which elicited laughter from the group. They chose not to dwell on that topic any longer, as it seemed trivial. "Cheers." The group, along with the two beasts, raised their cups and drank together. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they reclined by the riverbank, gazing at the azure sky. Kurama lay back, using its 9 tails as a cushion, even propping up a leg and swaying it playfully. One tail, attempting to imitate Kurama, failed and instead rested its forehead on a pile of sand. "Hashirama, be sure to study your wood release thoroughly. Do not neglect it," Lee Xian suddenly interjected, his expression turning serious. He contemplated how Madara had previously operated, recalling how he had bitten into a piece of meat from Hashirama, awakening the Rinnegan late in the original story, through the power of his eyes interpreting the stone tablet at the Uchiha clan shrine, which had been altered by Kaguya. The content of that tablet emphasized that when the powers of Senju and Uchiha merged, one could attain the power of all things. This power, in essence, was Otsutsuki chakra, the chakra of Kaguya. Indra and Ashura were her sons, each possessing half of her chakra. Madara and Hashirama, as the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, carried those two powers within them. It was this merging that perplexed isekai'd, who genuinely wished to assist them but felt at a loss regarding how to proceed. Should I let them consume my meat? As reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, they should be able to withstand it, right? Moreover, mine is the complete form of Otsutsuki chakra. After much contemplation, isekai'd decided it would be best to wait. They were still too weak, and their bodies might not endure it. Hashirama, you should focus on studying and creating new jutsu. Do not delve into the Rasengan any further. It is already quite powerful, isekai'd continued, not waiting for Hashirama's response. Hashirama turned his head to glance at isekai'd's face upon hearing his name. But that is the jutsu you taught me, and it possesses endless applications. I wish to develop it into the most powerful technique in the world. Hashirama spoke softly, sharing his aspirations. isekai'd felt a surge of emotion but persisted. Trust my advice, let this technique rest for now. We can resume studying it later when inspiration strikes. For now, focus on other techniques. And do not forget to train diligently. isekai'd declared firmly. Hashirama nodded earnestly, understood. I will do my best, elder brother. This was the first time he had addressed isekai'd as elder brother. Hashirama, still reflecting on isekai'd's words, appeared to have reached some understanding. After that, isekai'd fell silent, while Madara cast a glance at him, seemingly questioning, "What are you doing?" Izuna sat up, "Elder brother, how should I train? In which direction should I focus?" isekai'd was uncertain how to guide Madara and Izuna, particularly since Izuna was reputed to be an impeccable ninja. Although he briefly glanced at Hashirama, "Izuna, continue your training as usual, but do not forget the need to enhance your physical strength, such as your reflexes and speed. Do not neglect chakra refinement either." As for Madara, "Grow steadily," isekai'd replied somewhat dismissively. Madara's expression grew complex, internally lamenting, "So, love will indeed fade away, right?" Detecting the melancholy in Madara's gaze, isekai'd felt helpless and could only speak up. "The mysteries of the Sharingan are boundless. I am but a novice in this regard." isekai'd initially intended to say, "I am merely an ordinary Mangekyo," but reconsidered, realizing that such a statement would come off as too ostentatious. Furthermore, Madara would be bewildered, while Hashirama would be left at a loss, as Madara would perceive isekai'd as one of their Uchiha clan, and Hashirama would share that belief. isekai'd could not maintain a neutral stance in dealing with them. It would inevitably lead to complications. It was best to refrain from boasting. Upon hearing isekai'd's words, Madara found them reasonable, especially since he had already awakened his three-tomo Sharingan, significantly enhancing his physical techniques and chakra. Chapter 57. Preparing to journey to the land of water to seek the tailed beasts. isekai'd, accompanied by two beasts, traversed the road with a clear objective, to gather the 9-tailed beasts and seek out valuable items for sacrifices to bolster his strength. He did not wish to overly rely on the power of the tailed beasts. Additionally, he aimed to recruit talented individuals into his organization. Having realized 3 years ago that unity is strength, and the greater the number, the mightier the force, he had struggled greatly, almost to the point of despair. What is the allure of banditry? I cannot fathom why so many choose this path, isekai'd mused as he surveyed the corpses strewn across the ground. Breathing fire, he incinerated the remains until nothing but ash remained. After extinguishing the flames, he was left with a field of gray. isekai'd observed the fleeing silhouette of a bandit, one he had intentionally allowed to escape. He intended to visit the bandit's lair to see if there were any enslaved individuals and to check for supplies that could be replenished. Kurama, perched on isekai'd's shoulder, yawned out of boredom, while Shikaku, on the other side, secured itself with sand, blowing bubbles from its nose. Recently, Shikaku had found life quite fulfilling, enjoying delicious roasted meat and fine wine, living the happiest days of its life. Although Kurama occasionally teased it out of boredom, Shikaku had long since grown accustomed to it, having felt indifferent over 1,000 years ago, only wishing for another roasted chicken. This is truly dreadful. isekai'd lamented as he observed the enslaved women, each with vacant eyes and tattered clothing. Some handsome young men also bore the same expressionless gaze. isekai'd had eliminated all the bandits in the stronghold and discovered some silver coins, distributing them among the suffering individuals. He then searched for any valuables. Could it be that I, Li Xian, am the child of destiny? After gathering wine and food into his system space, he stumbled upon a box. Intrigued, he opened it to find an ancient parchment adorned with a map. Li Xian observed with growing interest, delving into his research and discovering an unfamiliar location. He decided to store it in his space. The original tale merely represents a fragment of this world. Since he had acquired such a map, it was only natural that he might also uncover treasures. This was, after all, the routine of the destined child. Suddenly, as he walked, Li Xian noticed a girl ahead, shouldering a battered sword. He paused, perplexed by her oddity. Why would she carry a broken sword without a sheath? He couldn't help but mutter softly. The Nine Tails, hearing his comment, glanced over and rolled its eyes, internally lamenting why Li Xian's first reaction upon seeing a girl was to scoff. It felt a twinge of concern for Li Xian's future romantic endeavors. If he continued this way, they would no longer enjoy their delightful singlehood together. It would mean a daily dose of dog food for the Nine Tails, which was far from ideal. The Nine Tails suddenly realized that Li Xian was already of age, approaching that pivotal moment in humanity when one considers marriage. It would need to keep a closer watch on him from now on. If possible, it would intervene to break up any budding romances. If not, it would resort to sabotage. Perceiving a gaze upon her, Ali turned back and was momentarily stunned. Long hair, a uniform, and though she no longer wore a mask, she recognized him instantly. Instinctively, she reached for the sword at her back, seeking courage from the dilapidated blade. As Li Xian approached step by step, she lowered her head, too fearful to raise it. Overwhelmed by self-doubt and trepidation, she found herself at a loss, despite having come specifically to find him. Li Xian, bewildered, internally questioned why she stood in the middle of the road. Was she attempting to mug him? Perhaps it was an attempted seduction? With a sudden jolt of realization, he quickened his pace, sensing a strange atmosphere. As he brushed past Ali, he exhaled in relief, noting that she had not made any move against him, diverting some attention to the girl behind him. He prepared for any potential cold steel. Ali was torn, wishing fervently that Li Xian would recognize her. Yet, he didn't spare her a glance, treating her as if she were invisible. The absence of any acknowledgement left her feeling despondent. As she sensed him about to walk away, she mentally urged herself onward. It was only natural that he wouldn't recognize her. After all, she had been so small back then. She had to follow him. If she hesitated, he would vanish once more. A voice echoed in her mind, offering encouragement. At long last, the resilience she had built through her trials propelled her to muster the courage to call out. "Wait for me," Ali shouted towards Li Xian's retreating figure. Hearing her voice, Li Xian was taken aback. He quickened his pace, feigning ignorance. In his eyes, women were nothing but trouble, and it was best to avoid entanglements. The Nine Tails watched with admiration, silently praising Li Xian for his demeanor. Meanwhile, the slumbering Shohi was roused by Ali's voice, blinking sleepily before returning to its dreams upon realizing it was of no concern to it. Ali felt a sense of injustice as she noticed that her shout only caused Li Xian to walk faster. She felt wronged, having traversed mountains and rivers to find him, only to be ignored. Yet, her courage remained unyielding, compelling her to run after him. She was acutely aware that if she allowed her enthusiasm to dissipate, her embarrassment, fear, shyness, and self-doubt would overwhelm her, silencing her voice. Li Xian, realizing that the girl behind him was indeed chasing him, felt a mix of surprise and amusement. He quickened his pace, thinking, "Do you wish to compete in a marathon? You are far too inexperienced." He felt a surge of pride, for he was endowed with the body of a divine entity, capable of withstanding the power of the Otsutsuki chakra. Competing in endurance with him would surely be a miscalculation on her part. "Wait for me. I'm not a bad person," Ali called out, bewildered by Li Xian's sudden flight. Why was he running away from her? After a few steps, Li Xian paused, pondering why he was even running. She posed no threat to him. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, he halted, allowing the gentle breeze to tousle his long hair. He flicked his bangs with his finger, cradling the sword in his arms as he awaited her arrival. "What are you chasing me for?" Li Xian inquired, his gaze scrutinizing her from above. Instinctively, Ali retorted, "Then why are you running?" Her head had nearly dipped to her chest. Li Xian felt slightly dizzy from her response, redirecting his gaze. "You were the one who chased me first. I merely reacted. Besides, I don't even know you. Why would you pursue me?" He replied calmly. Ali gazed at the person she had yearned for, momentarily lost for words. He was the one she had reminisced about most frequently, unlike the other two whose presence was comparatively faint. After all, Li Xian was their leader, the one who had guided her in her training. Do you remember me? I am the little girl you rescued in Ana Town, Elise said timidly. Li Xian pondered for a moment before responding, I don't recall. Thank you for remembering me. Livewell. Upon hearing that he had forgotten her, Ali felt a pang of disappointment, yet she bravely masked her emotions. It made sense. They likely saved many people. So it was only natural he wouldn't remember her. She adjusted her bangs, her gaze resolute as she fixed her eyes on Li Xian. I wish to join you and help alleviate the suffering in this world. She bowed slightly. Li Xian was taken aback, replying, I am not currently planning to engage in such endeavors. Perhaps in the future. I have matters to attend to. He then prepared to turn away. He had no intention of intervening in conflicts at present. His focus lay on enhancing his own abilities, gathering the tailed beasts, and building his organization. He realized they were somewhat short on personnel, which was one of his minor goals. Ali felt disheartened as she watched him depart once more. Feeling akin to a mere blade of grass, a passerby in his life. Her heart ached, sensing that her efforts and determination were rendered laughable. Nevertheless, she resolved to persist. She had come this far and did not wish to give up. My swordsmanship is quite good, and I have attained the rank of a chunin among ninjas. I can be of assistance to you. If my strength is insufficient, I can serve in a support role. Please, allow me to join you. Summoning all her courage and stubbornness, Ali spoke earnestly, hoping Li Xian would see her resolve. She slowly bent her knees, preparing to kneel. Li Xian turned and caught her before she could lower herself. Our organization seeks brothers and sisters, individuals who share our ideals, not subordinates who kneel. If you wish to join, follow me. I will assess your capabilities. His tone was indifferent, yet he recognized the struggle she had faced. Ali felt warmth in her heart, sensing that Li Xian radiated with brilliance. I will do my utmost, she exclaimed. Suddenly, recalling that she did not know his name, she hesitated. She had heard one call him Big Brother and another refer to him as Leader, leaving her somewhat confused. Li Xian, sensing her thoughts, replied nonchalantly. My name is Li Xian. You may call me Leader. He then resumed his journey. Seeing him press on, Ali hurried to catch up. Li Xian, wait for me. My name is Ali, and I hope you will take care of me. Let us proceed, Li Xian replied tersely, prioritizing their journey. The assessment of his subordinates was merely secondary. Chapter 58. Crossing the sea to the land of water. Li Xian, do we have to cross this vast ocean? Ali inquired softly, gazing ahead where the road vanished into the endless sea. She turned to Li Xian, her voice gentle. Li Xian was contemplating how to traverse the expanse. Should he walk upon the waves or find a piece of wood to enhance buoyancy? He pondered deeply. Upon hearing Ali's words, Li Xian nodded. Indeed, we must venture to the land of water. However, there appears to be no discernible path. Perhaps we have taken a wrong turn. Thus, we must forge ahead. Do you have any questions? Li Xian glanced at Ali, who was momentarily stunned. Her face flushed with embarrassment. But we have no boat, do we? Chief, wait for me. Ali pondered how they might cross the sea without a vessel. Should we construct one first? She then observed Li Xian confidently treading upon the water's surface, walking as if it were solid ground, leaving her in awe. Having been sheltered from the world, she was unaware that chakra could be utilized in such a manner. Li Xian stood calmly on the water, noticing that Ali had not followed. He turned his head to see the girl fervently flailing her arms, attempting to swim towards him. Upon realizing that Li Xian was already moving ahead, she hastily mimicked his actions, but after only a few steps, she fell into the water. Soon, she discovered that Li Xian had already distanced himself. Gritting her teeth, she began to swim, chasing after him. Li Xian, I haven't caught up yet. Ali swam with determination, glancing ahead to confirm her direction. However, she soon realized that Li Xian was nowhere in sight. Her head bobbed above the water, her arms and legs thrashing to maintain her buoyancy. A wave of disappointment washed over her, and she felt a pang of insecurity, convinced that Li Xian had abandoned her due to her perceived ineptitude. Am I truly this useless? Ali's gaze became vacant, as if she had lost all faith and hope. Hurry up. What are you doing just floating there? Li Xian's voice called from the shore. He had observed her tenacity and couldn't help but admire her spirit, silently praising her resolve. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Perhaps Ali was unfamiliar with the technique of walking on water. He then retraced his steps back to the shore. Meanwhile, Ali, entirely focused on her swimming, exerted herself to the utmost, holding her breath to accelerate. Unbeknownst to her, Li Xian had already returned to the land. When Ali finally surfaced for air, she gazed into the distance, lost in thought, finding Ali's hesitation frustrating. Li Xian wondered if she intended to take a leisurely bath in the sea. Upon hearing the voice behind her, Ali's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly swam towards the shore. As long as Li Xian had not forsaken her, she felt reassured. "I'm sorry, Li Xian. I've held you back." Ali lowered her head like an ostrich, appearing like a dutiful child, softly speaking. "Use your chakra to dry your clothes. We wouldn't want you to catch a chill." Li Xian did not acknowledge Ali's demeanor, but instead scanned the surroundings for any suitable trees to construct a raft. He sighed inwardly, finding women quite troublesome. The Ninetales perched quietly upon his shoulder, perceiving the situation clearly, mused that Ali possessed a pleasant character, though their timing of meeting was unfortunate. At present, Li Xian was far too powerful, making it difficult for him to open his heart, having grown through sheer determination. Were Li Xian to be privy to the Ninetales' thoughts, he might well be amused by the notion, for he had the System's support to elevate him swiftly. Ali, hearing Li Xian's words, obediently nodded and softly replied, "Oh." She then stole a glance at him, only to find that he had not paid her any mind, which brought her a sense of unarticulated disappointment. Simultaneously, she pondered the true nature of Li Xian. As she mulled over this, she utilized her rudimentary control of chakra to dry her clothes. Meanwhile, Li Xian continued his search for suitable trees, but found none. If he were to use the Ninetales chakra for wrapping, it would expose its presence, easily detectable by the Six Tails and Three Tails. Li Xian's mind delved into the system space, seeking any useful items. Ultimately, he discovered only a bed that conformed to the principles of buoyancy. This was a bed he had modified countless times, and truthfully, he was quite reluctant to part with it. Finally, he retrieved a large pot, crafted by the blacksmith, which had yet to be utilized. After 3 years of slumber, he had awakened to nothing but barbecued meals. On the surface of the sea, Li Xian walked upon the water, the breeze gentle and the clouds light, as if traversing solid ground. Ali sat within the iron pot, buoyed by Li Xian's chakra. The Ninetales and Shikaku each rested upon his shoulders, for the journey was rather monotonous. Fortunately, Li Xian's chakra was of exceptional quality, recovering rapidly and proving quite durable. Otherwise, with such expenditure, he would exhaust his chakra within a couple of hours. On an island, Li Xian gazed at the map in frustration. To be honest, he was lost. Being inherently directionally challenged amidst the vast ocean, both his vision and spirit felt drained, akin to being ensnared in an illusion. "Li Xian, your food is truly delicious. I have never tasted anything so exquisite," Ali exclaimed, thoroughly enjoying her meal, with grease adorning her lips and her cheeks puffed. With a sweet, syrupy tone, she praised Li Xian. He said little in response, savoring each bite while his mind wrestled with the navigational dilemma, for he sought to prove himself to the Ninetales. The memory of the Ninetales mocking him made his heart twitch. This was hardly Li Xian's fault, as he had traversed from a modern world. Back then, he relied on serendipity within a 300-meter radius, and beyond 1,000 meters, without a map, he would be utterly lost. Contemplating navigation, Li Xian couldn't help but reminisce about the power of technology. He missed his smartphone, computer, and various electronic devices, all of which were absent in the Warring States era. Current technology was still quite primitive, with only a few villages showcasing the presence of telephone poles, and even those were woefully inadequate, given the ongoing conflicts. If there were telephone poles everywhere, they would likely be stolen and sold by the impoverished. "Hey, little brother, what are you thinking about? Let us have a drink." Shikaku, not being very helpful, interrupted Li Xian's thoughts. Li Xian noticed Shikaku was already feeling dizzy. They were prohibited from using chakra to counteract the effects of alcohol. Otherwise, drinking would be like consuming water, a waste of resources. "I'm just pondering," Li Xian replied absent-mindedly. The Ninetales seemed to recall something, a glimmer of amusement in his heart. "Haha, little brother. If you manage to get me drunk, I might inadvertently let slip the location of the land of water." The Ninetales insinuated, observing Li Xian's troubled expression, intending to provide him an avenue for lightheartedness and merriment. Upon hearing the Ninetales' words, Li Xian felt a swell of gratitude. Having someone who understood him was truly a comforting experience. Ali reluctantly set aside her bone, her gaze fixed on the roasted meat on the rack. She could no longer eat, feeling quite full. With nothing else to do, she stared blankly at Li Xin and the Nine Tails as they engaged in a drinking contest. A sweet smile gracing her face as she felt content. It had been ages since she had felt this happy and relaxed. Shikaku had already dozed off beside the fire. Li Xin and the Nine Tails leaned against each other, sharing bowls of drink, occasionally indulging in morsels of meat, basking in their joyful camaraderie. Chapter 59. Ice Escape. Li encounters danger at long last. They arrived in the land of water. Li Xin felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he gazed at the azure surface of the sea. A sight that was both exhausting for his eyes and spirit. The comfort of solid ground was sorely missed. Ali eagerly nodded in agreement, seeking to assert her presence. Shoha expressed agreement, appreciating the desert, particularly disliking water. Jiwei felt indifferent, believing it was acceptable either way. Li Xin did not acknowledge them, but instead inquired within his mind. System, are there any treasures in the Water Nation? He recalled the old rule of a 50-50 split. Beneath the water lies a dragon vein. If you move, the Water Nation will sink. The system understood that Li Xin was not one to indiscriminately kill, so it made a special reminder. Whether Li Xin would act upon it was his own concern. It was merely an emotionless system, unburdened by conscience. Upon hearing this, Li Xin lost interest. Outsiders. As Li Xin and his companions took a few steps, a masked man appeared on a nearby branch. Li Xin paid little attention. Jiwei did not warn him, indicating the individual posed no threat. After all, if there were danger, Jiwei would have alerted him, lest it become bothersome. How do you know? Ali gazed at the man with admiration. Having stood beside Li Xin, she had shed her indifference and opened her heart, occasionally revealing the emotions befitting her age. Li Xin felt a pang of frustration, sensing this member was somewhat dim-witted. The masked man, with only his eyes visible, narrowed them slightly. Their clan was nearby, dispatched as scouts. Though infrequent, unidentified forces occasionally approached their Water Nation. Thus, he was symbolically sent. Unexpectedly, he encountered outsiders. The male seemed formidable, while the female appeared rather simple-minded. Ali, eliminate him. Let me see your capabilities, whether you are worthy to join our organization. Li Xin wished to avoid revealing his collection of tailed beasts. Thus, this individual had seen what should remain hidden. In an unfamiliar place, to avoid unnecessary trouble. It was best to eliminate him. Ali felt bewildered. The man had merely asked if they were outsiders. Why must he be killed? Though she harbored doubts. She gripped her battered longsword and charged at the masked man. The masked man squinted. Attacking me unprovoked is deemed an invasion. After speaking, he formed a seal. Ice release. 1,000 books kill. The moisture in the air swiftly condensed, forming a multitude of ice projectiles. Soon, they were densely packed, and moments later, the projectiles shot towards Ali and Li Xin. Ali was taken aback. She had never encountered such a peculiar ninjutsu. The ninjas she had met were merely the leaders of bandits, weaklings who tossed shurikens. She had never witnessed such a display. Quickly, several bloody marks appeared on her cheeks, and she was pierced by several ice projectiles in her arms and legs. Behind Li Xin, a half-ethereal, half-golden ring hovered, akin to an invisible barrier, shielding him from the rapidly approaching ice projectiles. Li Xin glanced at Ali's unfortunate state, but showed no inclination to assist. If her skills were only at this level, she was wholly unfit to join the organization. His group did not accept the inept. He aimed to assess Ali's determination and strength. While he would intervene if her life were at stake, doing so would signify her loss of combat capability. Either she would fail the assessment, or her resolve would impress Li Xin, leading to success. Of course, there was a possibility that he would arrive too late to save her. In such a case, his conscience would be troubled for quite some time. Sister, she is injured. Why do you not assist her? Clearly, she is no match for him, in experience or strength. Jiwei expressed confusion, as Li Xin did not seem like one who would abandon others in peril. The atmosphere fell off, while Shoha dozed, indifferent to matters that did not concern it. Ali felt as though the ice projectiles were endless. Though she swung her sword with great speed, she could not keep up with the onslaught. After the first wave of attacks, her cheek was grazed, and her sword-wielding arm was struck by ice projectiles. The chilling sting of the ice left her in discomfort, as if her blood had solidified. Attempting to alleviate the pain with chakra yielded little effect. Her swordplay grew increasingly sluggish. Soon, her thigh was pierced due to her slowing speed. Her once proud swordsmanship seemed futile against the enemy. As Ali endured what felt like an eternity, the ninjutsu finally ceased, granting her a moment to breathe. Swiftly, she grasped her long sword with her left hand, seizing the rare opportunity to charge at her foe. As a swordsman, if she could not engage in close combat, her skills were rendered useless. The masked man, having exhausted his ice projectiles, refrained from employing further ninjutsu, as this technique was particularly chakra-intensive. Li Xian, however, maintained his stance, keeping his focus sharp and wary of Li Xian. Instinctively conserving chakra, the masked man prepared for close combat, aiming to subdue the bloodied girl first. Observing the girl pierced by a dozen ice projectiles, one would expect her blood to slow, leading to a loss of strength. Yet, she still approached with her relatively unscathed left hand gripping her sword. The masked man remained impassive, believing that dealing with a swordsman would be exceedingly simple. Ali noticed her adversary drawing closer, her expression brightening. Gritting her teeth, she focused entirely on delivering a single decisive strike to eliminate this formidable foe. Her eyes lit up as she realized the opponent had underestimated her and did not evade. Without hesitation, Ali's longsword plunged into the masked man's neck. A soft thud echoed. Ali's heart plummeted. Since Li Xian had instructed Izuna solely on extracting chakra, and Izuna diligently adhered to his words, Ali had only grasped that chakra could enhance physical strength and augment combat capabilities, unaware of its other potential applications. As for ninjutsu, she had only heard others discuss it, but had never witnessed it firsthand. The most powerful individuals she had encountered were Li Xian and that masterful bandit leader. Li Xian shook his head, feeling Ali was too feeble. He prepared to step in and rescue her, silently resolving that if Ali wished to remain in the organization, she ought to consider other roles, such as administrative duties. Li Xian believed this girl possessed a resilient character, suitable for inclusion in the organization, but her strength was far too weak, her talent average, lacking any remarkable traits. With such weakness, what courage do you possess to attack me? The masked man appeared behind Ali, conjuring an ice spear aimed at her back, his tone flat and mocking, deeming her utterly foolish and irredeemable. Li Xian brandished a wide-bladed, ethereal blue sword, adorned with intricate patterns, and approached. His expression remained placid, his gaze devoid of emotion. He had the distance perfectly measured. Hearing the adversary's words, Ali's eyes brightened. The man had not immediately killed her. She was still alive, which meant she had a chance. She surmised he would aim for her head, neck, or heart. Suddenly, her thoughts became extraordinarily clear and rapid. She resolved to make a bold decision. It would be too late to turn and strike. Evasion seemed futile. She steadied herself, the surroundings quieting as if only her heartbeat remained. She sensed the impending danger with her body, detecting a faint chill at her back. The adversary wielded a weapon formed of ice, positioned perilously close to her back. Her gaze brightened, and she subtly adjusted her posture, deliberately colliding backward while simultaneously thrusting her sword from beneath her arm. She surmised that the moment she moved, her opponent would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. However, she speculated that her slight movement might cause him to hesitate for a fleeting instant, or perhaps he would attack her directly. The masked man indeed sensed Li Xian approaching. His earlier ninjutsu had failed to elicit any reaction from Li Xian, leaving him feeling uncertain. He refrained from striking immediately, intending instead to capture the woman as a hostage. Observing her slight movement, he raised his ice spike, preparing to rest it against her fair neck. Yet, to his astonishment, she charged toward him, her sword aimed at him, leaving him dumbfounded by her audacity. Alali's attack provoked the masked man, who thrust his ice spike unhesitatingly toward Alali's neck, resolved to eliminate her without further thought. Li Xian swung his massive sword, unleashing a wave of grayish-white sword energy that severed the masked man's wrist, causing his hand, still clutching the ice spike, to fall to the ground. In an instant, Li Xian appeared beside the masked man, and with a dispassionate gaze, his massive sword collided with the opponent's head. From the lifeless body on the ground, a white orb slowly floated upward and subsequently entered the massive sword. Li Xian felt a pure chakra surge from the sword's hilt into his own body. He was astonished by the turn of events, as the chakra entering him was strikingly identical to what the system had bestowed upon him after the sacrificial ritual. The system, sensing the external changes, questioned whether its existence was threatened. It was unaware that the divine demonic body possessed this ability to seize the chakra essence of others. Otherwise, it would have taken drastic measures. In a fleeting moment, The system analyzed the situation, concluding that this ability could only siphon chakra but not extract the opponent's physical capabilities. Thus, it chose to disregard the matter, finding little interest in such trivial gains. Li Xian also recognized this limitation. The plundering ability could only enhance his cultivation, failing to procure the opponent's bloodline limit, rendering it somewhat pointless. Nevertheless, it alleviated his immediate predicament, as he had been lamenting the lack of worthy offerings for sacrifice, his chakra level lagging significantly. This ability to plunder proved far more fruitful than the chakra he acquired through sacrifices to the system. Li Xian reflected with a hint of sarcasm that the absence of a middleman made a remarkable difference. In that moment, a surge of murderous intent filled Li Xian's heart, as various thoughts flooded his mind, urging him toward violence, providing him with all manner of justifications and veils to conceal his shame. He resolutely suppressed these chaotic thoughts. He would not become a slave to his desires. He understood that his chakra level had diminished to that of a chunin, and the recent fervent desire to grow stronger had become overwhelming, edging him toward a state akin to madness. Alalai, observing the fallen foe, collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily as her hand grasped the ice weapon embedded in her body. Li Xian cast a quiet glance at her, then used his chakra to assist in healing her wounds. Do not act so recklessly. Survival is paramount. He recalled Alalai's earlier audacious maneuvers, feeling a mix of exasperation and admiration for her bravery, albeit tinged with folly. It was one thing to be foolishly brave, but to assume her opponent was equally naive was another matter entirely. The Six Tails, a creature resembling a slug with 6 milky tails, spoke in a buzzing voice. Li Xian regarded it with a hint of disdain and proposed, I am here to invite you to become my subordinate. From now on, my brother feasts while you enjoy the broth. What do you think? He allowed the Nine Tails to take the lead in negotiations, preferring to avoid conflict with such a slimy entity. Touching it felt unappealing, and its emitted liquid was corrosive, reminiscent of sulfuric acid. Li Xian struggled to recall the Six Tails' appearance, though he remembered its attacks vividly. The creature's antenna-like eyes flickered, realizing it was likely outmatched and disinterested in battle. It is impossible for me to serve as a subordinate. I am the leader of my own faction, it retorted, displeased by the humiliating conditions proposed by the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, engaging in a brainstorming session, suddenly recalled the persuasive argument. Do not mind the details. When I mentioned subordinate, I meant it in the brotherly sense. My tails outnumber yours. Surely it is not unreasonable for me to lead. We shall be brothers, yes? The Shikaku, still groggy, opened its eyes in confusion, filled with questions. Alalai kindly reiterated the Nine Tails' words, prompting Shikaku to nod vigorously, its earlier drowsiness dissipating in the face of newfound excitement. The Nine Tails seized upon this opportunity to challenge Shikaku further. The latter, feeling the weight of its predicament, resolved to prove its loyalty to its new leader. Li Xian, somewhat perplexed by the need to gather so many small creatures, was unaware of the immense power of the tailed beasts. He faced a dilemma regarding how to accommodate the Six Tails, as his shoulders were already full. Ultimately, Shikaku was relegated to the role of a laborer, controlling a small platform of sand that floated beside Li Xian. The Six Tails leaped onto it, finding a comfortable position to rest. With the successful acquisition of the Six Tails, Li Xian and his companions hastened to seek out the Three Tails. Their organization, bolstered by the presence of three-tailed beasts, had begun to take shape. Li Xian believed that a core group of 8 individuals sufficed, and with himself, they would total 9, perfectly aligning with the number of tailed beasts. Each person would bear a tailed beast upon their shoulders, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. At that time, their individual fighting capabilities would reach unparalleled heights, making the task of clearing the shinobi world seem manageable. The Nine Tails suddenly turned, sensing a gaze upon them, yet found no one. Curse it! Why is this person collecting so many tailed beasts? The power of the feathered garments remains elusive. Must this endeavor end in failure once more? No, time is of the essence. A shadow, aware of being detected by the astute Nine Tails, swiftly vanished underground. Once Li Xian and his party departed, the shadow re-emerged, its gaze cold and intent on the direction they had taken. This shadow was none other than Kurizetsu. He observed the Uchiha and Senju clans, noting their ease in navigating the current situation, failing to adhere to his scripted plans. Thus, he ventured to the land of water, contemplating whether he could instigate some chaos, perhaps inciting a conflict between the two clans. As for the Hyuga clan, he had no viable means to influence them, especially since they were entangled in a mission critical to a portion of his broader scheme. The Three Tails resides beneath the water. Devise a method to draw it out. The Nine Tails suggested softly as they approached the lakeside. Li Xian surveyed the vast expanse of the lake, troubled by the challenge ahead. The Three Tails, comfortably ensconced beneath the water's surface, would undoubtedly create considerable upheaval if he sought to extract it. He lacks the ability of the Phantom Pill to summon the Three Tails. Sensing Li Xian's distress, the Six Tails eagerly volunteered, "Allow me to give it a try, Chief." The Six Tails was already aware of Li Xian's plan and the organization's intentions. Feeling bored, it thought it would be quite delightful to come out and play. Li Xian nodded helplessly. He had no other choice. He could not infiltrate the depths of the water, as he lacked the requisite skills. The crucial matter was that he was a land dweller. The chakra of the Six Tails spread out like ripples, penetrating the lake bed. Li Xian and the two beasts concealed themselves behind a tree. Moments later, a massive shadow appeared beneath the water, immense beyond measure. "What do you want, Six Tails?" The Three Tails, Isabu, inquired, its body still submerged, yet its booming voice resonated above the water's surface. As Isabu's body surfaced, Li Xian finally caught a full glimpse of the Three Tails. It opened only one eye, leaving the condition of the other a mystery. Its overall form resembled that of a turtle, with a gray shell adorned with sharp spikes and three flat, leaf-like tails. It looked rather impressive, but was that spiny black creature on Isabu's back a Jinchuriki? Li Xian mused, soon noticing the Jinchuriki clinging to Isabu's back, and felt a pang of confusion. Note: the Jinchuriki is Isabu's companion, nourished by Isabu's chakra. Capable of absorbing ninjutsu and immune to it, possessing abilities akin to those of the Rinnegan. Later transformed into a weapon, Li Xian stepped out from behind the tree. The Nine Tails, the king of verbal prowess, spoke once more, now embodying the hope of the entire organization. "My dear brother, it has been quite some time. I have come to see you." The Six Tails remained silent, obediently returning to the sand-made platform. The Three Tails noticed a man and a woman emerging from behind the tree, with the Nine Tails and the One Tail also present. "What brings you here?" Isabu asked in a flat tone, its feet resting in the water. It regarded the Nine Tails with disdain, confident in its defenses, believing no one could breach its defenses and capture it from the lake bed. Moreover, it had its underlings, capable of absorbing and being immune to ninjutsu. It felt invincible. If its attack were not somewhat lacking, it would have boldly declared to the Nine Tails to make way for a change of beasts. "Ah, dear brother, the situation is thus. I have established a divine beast hall, intending to bring all 8 of you brothers into it. Recently, humans have been taking more notice of us. We must unite." The Nine Tails spoke with righteous fervor, selectively omitting certain details to persuade. The Three Tails, with a dismissive gaze, retorted, "And what are those 2 humans beside you? Are they your slaves?" Isabu was not a fool. It understood the situation. The Nine Tails smile faded. "You insolent little brat. Have you forgotten who the elder is?" The Nine Tails fur bristled. Its slit pupils fixated on Isabu, appearing genuinely angered. Isabu sensed the Nine Tails' rising ire and felt a strange unease. However, being scrutinized by the Nine Tails made it feel somewhat intimidated. It contemplated retreat, thinking that if it couldn't provoke the Nine Tails, it could at least evade confrontation. The Nine Tails rapidly enlarged, and Li Xian along with the beasts appeared atop its forehead. "Should you dare to enter the water, I shall obliterate this lake," the Nine Tails declared coldly. Feeling that Isabu had begun to overestimate itself, especially with that contemptuous glare, Isabu suddenly felt a hint of grievance. It pondered what it had done wrong and quickly attempted to clarify. "I possess only one eye, and it suffers from a condition. I did not glare at you." Regret surged within, realizing that it should have stayed in the sea rather than vacationing in a freshwater lake. Had it remained in the ocean, it would likely have unleashed a torrent of curses. It felt emboldened, contemplating that the Nine Tails could obliterate the ocean as well. Isabu inwardly cursed, yet its expression remained apologetic. Acknowledging its mistake, it silently berated the Nine Tails for its cunning, which was truly insidious. Chapter 61. The Bizarre Kaleidoscope Pattern. The mighty dragon breaks the beast ball, observing that the Nine Tails was not jesting. Isabu considered the merits of conceding to avoid having the lake destroyed and itself beaten. If apologies were sufficient, what would I need these Nine Tails for? The Nine Tails showed no intention of forgiving Isabu, pressuring it with an air of intimidation, making it clear that unless Isabu complied, it would unleash a rampage. Isabu, visibly displeased, prepared to retaliate, thinking that a fight was the worst that could happen. It suddenly recalled that it was not just facing the 9 tails, but also the 1 tail and the 6 tails, clearly in collusion. It felt the urge to slap itself for having become so arrogant. What do you propose, then? We are all beasts with tails. Do not push us too far. Isabu buzzed, asserting that it was not to be trifled with. The 9 tails dismissed Isabu's veiled threats, remarking on its intelligence. You've come here without invitation. I have long since stated that you should join my divine beast hall. Otherwise, I will beat you until you join. The choice is yours. The 9 tails initiated its intimidation, patiently awaiting Isabu's response to remind it who truly held power. Isabu, visibly reluctant, had no desire to join this so-called divine beast hall. It merely wished to reign peacefully in the waters. However, the circumstances were not advantageous. In a whirlwind of thoughts, Isabu's eye suddenly flashed with a glimmer of red. You rely on having more tails than I. I refuse to submit unless you allow the 1 tail to fight me. If it defeats me, I shall yield. As Isabu spoke with increasing confidence, the 9 tails furrowed its brow, while the 1 tail appeared utterly perplexed. What do you mean by that? The presence of 9-tailed beasts in the desert might have posed a challenge, but in this place, it felt utterly trivial. Li Xian stepped forward, eyeing Isabu with narrowed eyes. The 1 tail may fight you, but I must be included in the arrangement. Moreover, the battle must take place on solid ground. Li Xian regarded Isabu with a provocative air. Isabu's single eye narrowed, loathing this audacious little brat. Yet, it found itself intrigued. It thought, even if a small child joined the fray, what could it change? You humans are cunning and treacherous, trying to lure me ashore, aren't you? Your scheme has been seen through, Isabu declared, aware that the tailed beasts adhered to their word. As long as the 9 tails consented, it would not hesitate. The 9 tails understood Isabu's intentions. Come ashore, and if you manage to defeat my little brother, we shall let you be. I, Kyubi no Yoko, guarantee this with my true name. They held great reverence for their true names, finding them more precious than gold. Isabu then turned to the 6 tails, the rhinoceros dog, who solemnly proclaimed, I too, guarantee with my true name, that should you win, we shall cease our disturbances. Upon hearing this, Isabu burst into laughter, then slowly crawled toward the shore. It did not seek a guarantee from the 1 tail. It dismissed the paltry creature and the human child entirely. Ailey, still shaken, realized that the fox perched on Li Xian's shoulder was remarkably powerful. No wonder Li Xian constantly referred to the 9 tails as Big Brother. As she observed the equally massive 3 tails, a wave of anxiety washed over her. The 9 tails swiftly diminished in size. It could not allow Ailey to remain atop its head while Li Xian departed. The 1 tail stood on Li Xian's shoulder, obediently following his commands, channeling chakra into him. Li Xian activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan, feeling the 1 tail's formidable chakra surging within him, along with the immense ocular power of the Sharingan. His unique eye abilities remained unexplored, and the kaleidoscope's pattern was oddly shaped, featuring an outer ring and an inner crescent. Li Xian sensed the overwhelming ocular power. With the 1 tail's chakra as support, his potent gaze might be sufficient to ensnare the 3 tails in a Jinjutsu. However, he lacked the skill for Jinjutsu and felt no innate talent for it. Would he merely glare at the 3 tails with his kaleidoscope? Li Xian internally scoffed but refrained from attempting it, respecting the authority of the leader. Such matters are somewhat difficult to articulate, and action feels daunting. After much contemplation, I find myself in a state of bewilderment, opting to abandon my thoughts and allow events to unfold naturally. My hair gradually turns golden, and a golden ring floats behind me. My eyes emit a golden light, which soon dissipates. My kaleidoscope transforms into a pattern of golden rings, reminiscent of the sun. Within the circle lies a pattern akin to the moon, yet it fades as I momentarily pause, realizing the nature of my ocular technique. However, I possess but one ability, to exist in a luminous form, where all techniques amalgamate into a potent solar release, augmenting my damage. Subsequently, I conjure a massive golden broad-bladed sword in my hand. I gaze at the colossal beast, the 3 tails, encased in its protective shell. To be frank, its head is quite large. Gritting my teeth, I ascend into the air to confront this formidable foe. The 3 tails, noticing my aerial prowess, does not hesitate. Its skin melds into its body, amplifying its chakra. With a gaping maw, It expels a massive water sphere aimed directly at me, followed closely by a wind release. An air bullet. The original narrative does not elaborate on the Three Tails' abilities. References online suggest it possesses wind, water, and ice attributes. I merely transcribe what is presented. Should anyone be knowledgeable, feel free to enlighten me. I observe the Three Tails, seemingly unsure of its approach, and decide to test its might. My right hand grips the sword while my left rests upon its blade, preparing to parry. A circular air shield materializes before me. The water release strikes, forming a circular arc behind me and toward the ground. The wind release soon follows, battering against the shield and subsequently dispersing. The water, chilled by the wind, swiftly transforms into a sheet of ice. I find it manageable, as the ground's freezing is of little consequence to me in the air. I gather chakra into my giant sword, my body having transformed into a divine form, elevating my chakra level significantly. My chakra has escalated from 2 gigabytes to 4. The golden sword, enveloped in radiant light, gleams brilliantly. A dragon's head dances across the blade's surface, its ethereal form solidifying rapidly. The Three Tails, realizing the immense power of my technique, refrains from futile experiments. It begins to gather a sphere of bluish-black energy. Numerous small blue and black orbs converging like a black hole's tail beast ball, its yin-yang chakra converging in an 8-to-2 ratio. Its release speed surpasses that of Shikaku significantly, as Shikaku feels its chakra nearly depleted, leaving its legs weak and its body hollow. The dragon's head becomes solid, emerging from the giant sword and spiraling around it. My kaleidoscope spins rapidly, golden light flashing like 2 miniature suns. The dragon's head soon dons a layer of yellow armor, its previously intricate scales etched with divine runes. The golden dragon becomes less blinding, its radiance somewhat subdued by the yellow hue. Yet, with a powerful roar, the ice beneath shatters violently, and the nearby lake churns tumultuously. Sensing the Three Tails tail beast ball is ready, I refrain from enhancing the golden dragon further. Breakthrough, mighty dragon. I swing the giant sword, and the dragon swiftly darts toward the Three Tails. Not wishing to appear defeated, the Three Tails launches its tail beast ball at the dragon. This is a clash of yin-yang power against divine strength augmented by solar release. It appears that the combined chakra of myself and Shikaku falls short against the Three Tails. Nevertheless, the purity and level of my chakra surpass that of the Three Tails, leaving the outcome uncertain. The clash of bluish-black and resplendent gold erupts. Chapter 62, The Resurgence of Susanoo. The golden light collides with the spectral blue-tailed beast ball. The Nine Tails and Six Tails release 2 formidable waves of chakra, shielding themselves and Ali. Such a tremendous assault proves too much for the tailed beast ball. However, it still retains some vigor. The Nine Tails, with its vertical pupils, intently observes the epicenter of this powerful collision, whispering softly. Ali, having long closed her eyes, cannot endure the brilliance of the light. The ground disintegrates into dust, as if melted, rapidly spreading outward. After a brief standoff, the golden dragon pierces through the tailed beast ball. Before it can detonate, its energy is exhausted, shattering like a colossal orb of jade. The dragon's brilliance dims significantly, its intricate divine patterns vanishing. The dragon's form becomes translucent, and the armor upon its head dissipates, leaving a somewhat solid dragon head that charges toward the Three Tails. Initially aimed at the Three Tails head, the dragon's trajectory alters upon impact, colliding with the shell on its back. The dragon shatters into golden dust, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. I observe the Three Tails shell, noting only a few broken spines. My expression turns grave as I gently inquire of Shikaku, "How much chakra do you have left? How long will it take to recover?" Sensing a slight depletion of divine power within me, I cautiously ask. "A little over half remains. Recovery will be slow without a desert nearby," Shikaku responds. Feeling the strain of the situation, I find myself in a predicament. While the breakthrough technique possesses formidable power, its lengthy charge time is a liability, and the Three Tails does not afford me the luxury of waiting without retaliation. Furthermore, its tailed beast ball clearly outpaces my own techniques in casting speed. The previous tailed beast ball was a more complete version released by the Three Tails. In that case, arise Susanoo. Golden divine power flows into the kaleidoscope, which spins rapidly, appearing static. The pure golden divine energy, transformed through the kaleidoscope, dims slightly, becoming a golden yellow that soars skyward. Above me materializes a skeletal giant, approximately 10 meters tall, possessing only its upper half. The giant wields a colossal sword enveloped in golden light, with a golden ring radiating light suspended behind it, akin to a halo. I sense the immense offensive and defensive power of the skeletal giant, a wave of security washing over me. Shikaku, perched upon my shoulder, gasps for breath as if having plowed numerous fields in a single breath, utterly exhausted. Take it easy. I feel my chakra running low. I despise this feeling of being drained. It grumbles, expressing disdain for this taxing environment. Upon hearing Shikaku's words, I hesitate no longer. I raise the giant sword cloaked in golden light and strike toward the Three Tails' forehead. The Three Tails, witnessing Susanoo and my rapid approach, has no time to employ ninjutsu. It retracts its head and body into its shell, exclaiming, "You can't hit me." Its voice exudes confidence from within the shell, showing no sign of shame. It does not consider retreating into its shell a disgrace, for not everyone possesses such a sturdy shell. This is talent. My blade descends, severing 3 spines from the Three Tails shell. I feel a pang of frustration as it becomes evident that I cannot breach the turtle shell. I am not a Jinchuriki of the One Tail, who could expend vast amounts of chakra. Moreover, it is clear that I am on the verge of exhausting my own reserves. My inherent strength is merely that of a Chunin. Even with my chakra being of Otsutsuki origin and divine power, challenging foes of a clearly superior level proves exceedingly arduous. Despite the sense of helplessness, I refuse to surrender. You cowardly turtle, come out and face me. Otherwise, I would have indulged in a turtle soup today. The Three Tails pretended not to hear, sneering dismissively, as if the water around it was merely jest. Lee Xian intended to harness his fire attribute chakra, unleashing a torrent of flames. However, the moment he ceased channeling his divine power, his Susanoo would collapse. Despite the emergence of the Three Tails, he found himself unable to contend with it, and without utilizing fire techniques to roast the turtle, the opponent would merely withdraw within its shell, leaving him at an impasse. The Three Tails, with its insufferable demeanor, was particularly vexing, especially given the expansive lake nearby, abundant in water attributes. This provided substantial enhancements to both his ninjutsu and chakra recovery, second only to that of the water itself. Everything seemed ensnared in a vicious cycle. Fortunately, during his moments of inaction, the chakra of the One Tail and his Otsutsuki chakra were just sufficient to sustain the transformation of Susanoo. After all, maintaining the Susanoo required a significant amount of chakra during its formation and while attacking. However, Lee Xian's eyes were beginning to strain. Though he possessed Otsutsuki chakra, granting his Sharingan the characteristics akin to that of an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he needed considerable time to recover his visual acuity. Unlike the eternal Mangekyo, which could be utilized freely without deterioration of sight, Lee Xian found himself in a mental frenzy. The Three Tails sensed Lee Xian poised with his colossal sword, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At that moment, it had no effective countermeasures. Feeling somewhat fatigued, the Three Tails contemplated, were the circumstances not so dire. It might have even desired to sleep for months, years, or even centuries. As Lee Xian perceived his vision fading, he had an epiphany. On the massive skeletal arm of Susanoo appeared a multitude of enormous jars of wine. With a swift motion, he crushed them, spilling the liquid upon the shell of the Three Tails. Due to the prolonged absence of water contact, the Three Tails shell eagerly absorbed the wine, leaving not a drop behind. The creature sensed a peculiar fragrance in the air, reminiscent of its beloved water. Subsequently, it realized its shell had absorbed the liquid, feeling its chakra rejuvenate. The broken spines on its shell slowly began to mend, and the internal injuries from the earlier assault also healed. However, it experienced a slight dizziness, akin to the sensation of being spun around by the Nine-Tails' tail while confined in its shell. It hastily utilized its chakra perception, only to discover that the Nine-Tails had not attacked. What a strange situation, the Three Tails pondered, unaware that it could alleviate its dizziness with chakra, for chakra was not omnipotent, and it had no understanding of what alcohol was, having spent its time sleeping at the bottom of the lake. It occasionally opened its massive mouth to maintain the ecological balance of the water. The shark muscle within aided in digesting the fish, returning chakra to it. Man and beast alike had myriad thoughts, yet mere seconds passed in the outside world. Susanoo crushed the wine jars into powder, cautious not to leave dangerous shards behind. Soon, dozens more jars appeared, containing spirits of exceedingly high proof. The jars shattered once more, and the wine cascaded onto the three-tails shell. The creature, ever eager, absorbed it like a sponge. As Li Xian prepared to crush the jars again with Susanoo, the three-tails finally stirred. "You little brat, are you attempting to poison me? I, known as the Invulnerable, am immune to all toxins. What sort of poison is this?" The three-tails' head and feet wobbled as it emerged from its shell, gazing at the empty space on its left, questioning. Li Xian stood to the right, utterly befuddled. He had assumed that as a water-type tailed beast, the three-tails would possess a significant resistance to alcohol. Little did he know the extent of its vulnerability. He and the nine-tails could casually consume vast quantities of alcohol without consequence, their robust physiques granting them immunity. Li Xian was unaware that they ingested the liquor, allowing their bodies to process it, while the three-tails absorbed it all at once, lacking any prior experience with such substances, and thus bore no resistance to alcohol. This paralleled the nine-tails' previous inebriation after consuming an entire jar. Reflecting on this, one might conclude that the three-tails had a commendable capacity for alcohol. The creature, simple-minded as it was, could not fathom that the cause of its dizziness was the alcohol itself. Its head thudded against the ground, and it succumbed to slumber. Li Xian, along with the others, feasted on roasted meat by the fire, while the three-tails snored beside them. It seemed to be drawn by the enticing aroma, its paws and nose twitching. Eventually, it opened its eyes to witness them savoring the roasted meat, accompanied by an entirely unfamiliar fragrance that made its mouth water. It realized it had been bested, outmaneuvered by Li Xian's peculiar tactics. "What strange poison is that, boy? How could I fall victim to it?" The three-tails, gradually shrinking in size, crawled toward Li Xian, willing to accept defeat, albeit with lingering questions seeking answers. The nine-tails' face flushed, but fortunately, its orange hue concealed it well. It saw its reflection in the three-tails. Ali was astonished, while the six-tails similarly drank the wine through its mouth-like aperture. The one-tail wore a smug grin, relishing the meat. Li Xian beamed, offering a jar of wine to the three-tails, along with a roasted pig. "Take your time, savor it. You will understand," he said, laden with meaning. Chapter 63. The True Waterfall. The following day, the entire ninja world began to receive transmissions. Did you know? Those fearsome beasts scattered throughout the ninja realm. Possessing tails can enhance a ninja's prowess. A ninja proclaimed loudly from within a tavern. At that moment, his companion set down a cup after taking a drink. "Your assertion is flawed. The killing god's strength stems primarily from the unrivaled sealing techniques of the land of whirlpools, allowing him to contain the powerful tailed beasts within himself to harness their chakra. For an ordinary person to attempt to seal such formidable creatures is akin to seeking death. The tailed beasts and the sealing techniques of the land of whirlpools are inextricably linked. Amid the chaos instigated by Kurozetsu, especially during the Warring States period, an era rife with a thirst for power, such news quickly spread. Most clan leaders and families became aware of this information and regarded it with the utmost importance. They had always known of the tailed beast's might, but were unaware of their utility. Thus, they had previously dispatched a few individuals to capture them for mere appearances. Now, however, the situation had transformed. The entire ninja world was set into motion, a storm brewing on the horizon. Particularly, the Uzumaki clan felt the impending tempest. Dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, threatening to unleash disaster at any moment. Surrounding their clan territory, they began to establish hidden sentinels. Meanwhile, a messenger hastily departed from the clan, heading towards the Senju clan. "Where are you going now?" The nine-tails inquired while Li Xian and his companions stood atop the shell of the three-tails. Ali was curiously exploring the shell, eager to no longer be confined to the iron pot, especially intrigued by the spines. Her long legs playfully gestured beside the spikes. Shark muscle trailed behind the three-tails, providing escort. Shikaku lay flat, basking in the sun and enjoying the sea breeze, while the six-tails quietly nestled in a corner. Li Xian unfurled a tattered map, contemplating. The land of lightning. Perhaps this location is in proximity to it. Li Xian recalled the Jin brothers' family, whose 5 divine artifacts filled him with envy. Moreover, the brothers, adorned with horns and sporting the same type of beard as the Sage of Six Paths, could wield the artifacts left behind by him. These factors and evidence bolstered the rumors that they were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, thereby enhancing their credibility. There were a few locations that seemed promising, and with a subtle adjustment in direction, Sanwei advanced. The members of the Ghost Lantern clan arrived at the location of Lulu, only to find it utterly desolate. When they reached Sanwei's location, it was similarly in ruins. A few days prior, Li Xian had clashed with Sanwei's tailed beast ball, fully aware of the situation. However, at that time, they were engaged with the Yuki clan, vying for control over a mine, hoping to secure it before the Takakuri clan's return. They preferred not to confront the Takakuri clan, known for their brutality and recklessness, which made their situation quite uncomfortable. "Hey, Sanwei, let us take a look at that island," Li Xian suggested, noticing an island resembling a turtle not far off. He had a hunch, if he was not mistaken. The true waterfall was within reach. How intriguing it would be if he could make a sacrifice to reveal his true self. Li Xian spoke with a hint of excitement, though no one paid heed to his words. Nearby, a small octopus sensed Sanwei's immense chakra and quickly swam away, trembling. "Brother, that's quite an idea. What shall we eat today?" The Nine Tails, observing the time, assumed Li Xian intended to rest there for the night and praised him. Ali quickly turned to Li Xian upon hearing the Nine Tails. Sanwei also picked up its pace. "Is it time to eat?" One Tail asked, confused, looking around. Lu remained still, exhibiting remarkable composure. As they were unable to refuse Li Xian's generous offering, he prepared a hot pot for the four-tailed beasts, who curiously watched his motions. Li Xian retrieved a large pot and added some beef fat he had prepared previously, along with an array of seasonings. Soon, a rich aroma wafted through the air, irresistible to all. Ali gazed at Li Xian with admiration. A man who could cook was simply irresistible to her, tugging at her heartstrings. Blushing like an apple, her heart raced as she thought of him. "Li Xian, you are amazing," she exclaimed, her eyes glazed with infatuation. Li Xian shot her a teasing glance. "Oh, you just realized that? Why is your face so red? Are you coming down with something?" He noticed her flushed complexion. His curiosity piqued. He then turned to Sanwei. "Sanfu, fetch some ice for Ali, to cool her down." Ali quickly declined, her blush fading, feeling exasperated. Li Xian continued to stir the ingredients with a wooden spatula, gathering his water chakra, ready to add water. "Big brother, show us some skill and slice the meat into thin pieces," he instructed. From his space, he produced a pig and a sheep, both preserved in their prime. As the mysterious space halted time itself, regardless of how long the meat remained inside, it emerged unchanged. The Nine Tails, his old companion, understood Li Xian's intentions. Having grilled meat skewers before, it recognized the significance of thin slices. Its tail began to dance, and soon a layer of chakra spread across the ground, with the meat neatly arranged. Like a culinary maestro, the Nine Tails displayed remarkable knife skills, while the others, including Ali, watched in admiration. The Nine Tails maintained an air of calm, its gaze profound, as if to convey a sense of mastery. Lu approached, intrigued by the hot pot broth, enveloping a dollop of the rich liquid in chakra and tasting it. Moments later, the group stared in disbelief as Lu expelled the solution not far away, causing everything it touched to dissolve instantly. Li Xian chuckled softly. Lu, resembling a slug, was herbivorous, and such a sudden shift from bland to spicy would surely be intolerable for it. "Sanfu, fetch Lu some water to alleviate the spiciness," he suggested, while Ali appeared eager to try the dish. The other tailed beasts instinctively backed away, haunted by the sight of Lu's predicament, as if a demon were looming over them. After all, Li Xian had mentioned that the meat was cooked in the pot before being served. With a pair of bamboo chopsticks, Li Xian placed some meat into the boiling broth, which quickly submerged, bubbling vigorously. Once cooked, he blew on a piece and took a bite. "Wow, delicious." Ali, watching him feast, mimicked his actions, took a piece, blew on it, and then consumed it. "Ouch, so hot, so spicy," she exclaimed, fanning her mouth with her other hand, trying to cool down the heat. As she chewed quickly, she swallowed and took a sip of nearby alcohol, warmth spreading from her stomach throughout her body. At first, it was spicy and hot, but now it feels much better. Quite comforting, she noted. "Don't just stare, everyone. Dive in." Li Xian urged the observing tailed beasts. Sanwei conjured a human-like hand with chakra and grabbed a piece of meat from the hot pot, unable to resist the tantalizing aroma. Soon, the Nine Tails and One Tail joined in. One Tail fashioned an arm from sand and was about to plunge it into the pot when Li Xian quickly intervened. The Nine Tails' tail flailed dramatically. "If you put sand in the pot, how will we eat? Are you foolish?" It chastised, punctuating its words with playful hits. Under Lulu's envious and awestruck gaze, the group continued to enjoy the meal. The Nine Tails began coaxing Ali to drink, while Sanwei encouraged One Tail, who quietly devoured meat, oblivious to the world around. Lulu, sipping on alcohol, sighed deeply, lamenting its lack of a mouth. Watching the joyful-tailed beasts, isekai'd felt immense delight. They were like family to him. Trustworthy companions that allowed him to lower his guard and relish life. Interacting with them was far more pleasant than dealing with humans, whose thoughts could be intricate and dark. Of course, he also deeply trusted Hashirama, Madara, Tobirama, and Izuna, holding them in equal regard. As isekai'd pondered these thoughts, a fragrant breeze wafted by. It was Ali, her drunkenness evident as she approached, sitting beside him. Her starry eyes, radiant smile, and fair skin blushing with a rosy hue captivated him. isekai'd. Ali gazed dreamily at him, leaning towards his shoulder when, with a gentle tap, he playfully knocked her out and laid her on the ground, covering her with a blanket. Why drink so much? You can barely sit up. Falling to the ground must hurt and be uncomfortable. Thankfully, I have the skills to handle drunkenness. You'll need to thank me thoroughly when you wake up tomorrow, isekai'd declared, clapping his hands. As the Nine Tails looked on with admiration and Sanwei appeared bewildered, leaning against a tree, a jug of aged wine in hand, deep-set eyes gazing at the starry sky. The Six Tails found solace in solitude. The Three Tails, having indulged sufficiently, paused after savoring a sip of fine wine. The atmosphere that had once brimmed with vivacity dwindled into silence, prompting the Nine Tails to partake in solitary drinking, feeling the weight of ennui. Chapter 64. Uzumaki Rumina. Mito's marriage. The clan leader of the Uzumaki clan delivered a confidential missive. Meanwhile, within the Senju clan's encampment, Senju Hashirama reveled in the company of several beautiful courtesans who were attending to him. His solitary arm wandered about, playfully disarming the courtesans of their adornments. Just then, a voice from outside the tent broke the tranquility. Hashirama's expression turned serious as he waved dismissively. The blushing courtesans adjusted their veils and exited the tent. "Come in," Hashirama commanded, taking his place at the head of the tent. He lifted his cup to his lips, sipping on the tea that had been filtered of its leaves, reflecting upon the recent correspondence and rumors. He began to grasp the unfolding events. Has Uzumaki Rumina reached her breaking point? He mused softly, his brow furrowing. To be candid, despite the long-standing alliance between the two clans, he was reluctant to wade into this murky water. Content with the current state of affairs, he appreciated the absence of disturbances from the Uchiha clan, allowing the Senju clan to focus on training their lesser clans with joy. Meanwhile, the Uzumaki clan found themselves in the eye of the storm, lacking any grand ambitions. He sought merely to strengthen his clan. A marriage alliance? Mito and Tobirama? Hashirama perused the contents of the missive, noting additional details that stirred his interest. Oh, what a tumultuous season this is. Summon the elders, he instructed, his voice resonating within the empty tent. The Uzumaki clan had consistently stood as a fortress for the Senju clan, providing support in times of need. Hashirama scrutinized the expressions of the elders, keen to uncover their thoughts. Ignoring the third elder, he continued, the Uzumaki clan, like us, is an ancient lineage, renowned for their unparalleled sealing techniques. Now they seek to strengthen ties through marriage. What are your thoughts? The third elder, in a low voice, admitted, I know nothing of such matters. I have no descendants to consider. Hashirama feigned ignorance, opting not to respond. The second elder, Senju Kakashi, furrowed his brow. Despite the Uzumaki clan being at the center of upheaval, their formidable physique and abundant chakra, particularly their adept sealing techniques, rendered them impervious to typical adversaries. However, who was the intended target of this marriage? Kakashi inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Senju Tobirama remained silent, indifferent to conflict, believing that aside from the Uchiha clan, no other family warranted his regard. It is the granddaughter of the Uzumaki clan's elder, Uzumaki Mito, who is now 10 years old, only slightly younger than Tobirama, and of noble lineage, Hashirama explained gently. Quite promising. Though the Uzumaki clan shuns conflict, their strength is undeniable. We need only to express our goodwill. Kakashi remarked with interest, contemplating the potential union of the clan's young heir and the Uzumaki's treasured jewel, envisioning the offspring inheriting the strengths of both clans. What shall we do now? Should we send gifts to propose engagement? The third elder, sensing neglect, sought to assert his presence. Clan leader, what is your take on the recent rumors and intelligence reports from the shinobi world? Meanwhile, Uchiha Zen, Uchiha Haiten, and Taijima convened within the Lord's residence. Taijima, seated at the head of the table, enjoyed an array of dishes, attended by a servant replenishing his drink with the lightest of spirits to prevent intoxication from impeding their strategy. Zen and Haiten sat flanking him, indulging in the same lavish treatment. A troupe of dancers captivated the room with their alluring movements, their delicate veils adding a layer of intrigue. Taijima sipped his wine and nibbled on a dish, declaring, "What nonsense. No matter how powerful the tailed beasts may be, they are merely external entities. True strength lies within oneself." He contemplated mentioning his own illustrious Susanoo, but dismissing the idea as redundant, chose to remain silent. Furthermore, the elder had been present during the incident, knowing full well that the swirling blue-black and golden energies bore no traces of tailed beast chakra. Suggesting a scheme aimed at the Uzumaki clan, Taijima paused, recognizing that some matters are best left unspoken, lest he say something that could tarnish his authority as clan leader. What a curious turn of events. Why do these rumors spread so swiftly? Is there a hidden hand at play? In response to the ongoing turmoil, the Hyuga clan convened a council to prepare for potential contingencies. Tenny, in a secluded chamber, awaited the arrival of the other three elders, introspectively analyzing the situation. Shortly thereafter, the elders arrived, and Tenny broke the silence. What are your thoughts regarding the recent intelligence and rumors? His furrowed brow revealed his evident concern. He abhorred circumstances beyond his control that could disrupt his plans. Hyuga Hikitten, still preoccupied with his previous engagements, struggled to focus, his mind clouded. The third elder, projecting an air of compliance, seemed eager to please, while the second elder, Hyuga Soten, expertly lifted the lid from his teacup, downing the tea after filtering out the leaves. Upon noticing the attention of the other three, Soten faltered, attempting to maintain composure. "Why are you all looking at me? I'm just a simple man, devoid of any brilliant ideas." With the weight of their gazes upon him, Soten sighed in resignation. Tenny, exasperated, found the three elders utterly unhelpful. He gestured for them to retreat and ponder, planning to reconvene the following day. Ultimately, he bore the burden alone. In the chamber, only Tenny remained, wearied by the weight of his responsibilities. "Mitsui, how much truth do you believe resides within these rumors?" Sarutobi and Mitsui had formed an alliance, conspiring together as Sarutobi recognized the true strength of Mitsui's clan. The Shimura brothers proved to be of little consequence, prompting Sarutobi to frequently indulge in wine and camaraderie with Mitsui, their bond deepening swiftly. After all, they could be considered comrades in life and death on the battlefield. Sarutobi was indeed the one who carried him back. Takakuri Mitsui, upon hearing Sarutobi's words, shook his head and remarked that he felt nothing. Although the mysterious figure did possess two creatures resembling tailed beasts on his shoulders, the jutsu and chakra employed by this enigmatic individual were undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of any tailed beast. Takakuri Mitsui compared the techniques, methods, chakra, and the intelligence regarding the tailed beasts of the Water Kingdom that Li Xin had utilized. He shook his head and stated that Sarutobi was right. The pure divine power of light and the profound darkness, akin to a force emerging from the depths of hell, were realms of power unattainable by tailed beasts. It was unclear who orchestrated this, managing to disseminate information and rumors throughout the entire ninja world in such a short time. It was indeed a remarkable feat. Sarutobi was not particularly concerned with the information about tailed beasts. His focus lay on the hidden instigator behind it all. Within a dimly lit cave, a shadow lay on the ground, its gaze hollow and devoid of life. Occasionally, its body trembled as if jolted by an electric shock. After a considerable time, the shadow seemed to regain its senses, its eyes flickering with a hint of fear. It would be better to refrain from employing this entity too often. The consumption was utterly terrifying. Though not much had been used, the effort was immense. However, this would undoubtedly cause significant trouble. A sinister laughter echoed within the depths of the cave, the sound nauseating to hear. Chapter 65, Special Attribute Technique, Double Happiness Brother. I heard father intends to arrange a marriage for you. What are your thoughts? Tobarama brought up the topic playfully to Hashirama as they sat atop a rooftop. This matter had already become known throughout the entire clan. Hashirama wore a troubled expression, visibly distressed. To be honest, he had no interest in women at all. especially those he had never met. His sole desire was to grow stronger, with a small goal of delivering a sound beating to Madara and a larger ambition of keeping pace with isekai'd. As for why he wanted to beat Madara, it was primarily due to Madara's incessant taunts about urinating in the wind, claiming he could reach 3 feet, while Hashirama could barely manage a shoe's worth. This infuriated him. His ultimate goal was to end this chaotic era and create a world of peace. As his thoughts wandered, he lifted his gaze to the sky. The stars sparkled brilliantly, and a gentle breeze blew. Alas, I find myself too weak. That is why I cannot even choose my own marital fate. Hashirama sighed deeply, a hint of melancholy in his voice. I heard the princess of the Uzumaki clan is quite a beauty, Tobirama said casually, trying to comfort his brother. A glimmer of interest flickered in Hashirama's eyes before he returned to his usual demeanor. But I've never even met her. There are no feelings involved, Hashirama replied, suppressing the erratic beating of his heart as he recalled the enlightening book that isekai'd had gifted him. He felt a surge of warmth. Oh, matters of marriage are entirely at my father's discretion. I am a filial son and will naturally comply with his arrangements. Hashirama's tone shifted, and he suddenly perceived that this might not be such a terrible situation after all. Tobirama was taken aback, feeling as though a flock of alpacas was running through his mind. Wait, I should investigate further and perhaps bring back a portrait to examine. He called out as Hashirama jumped down from the rooftop, no longer paying heed to his unreliable elder brother. It seemed he had misread the situation. Hey, Tobirama, wait. Go find out more, and it would be best to bring back a likeness, Hashirama shouted after Tobirama as he dashed away. Noticing Tobirama had ignored him, he too jumped down from the rooftop. Upon returning to his room, he retrieved the enlightening book from a box under his bed and began to study it. Grandfather, is it possible for me to avoid marrying that person named Senju Hashirama? I have never even seen him, Mito whimpered, clutching her grandfather's arm. Uzumaki Kaze's eyes were tinged with sadness, for his son and daughter-in-law had long since passed away. This granddaughter was his treasured jewel, his everything. Mito, your grandfather does not wish for this either, but a storm is approaching, and a pack of hungry wolves is eyeing our clan. We may not withstand it. We must align with the Senju clan, hence this difficult decision. Kaze's eyes shimmered with light, though ultimately dimmed. Rest assured, Senju Hashirama is the young clan leader of the Senju clan and possesses remarkable talent. Even at a young age, he has already proven himself to be outstanding and is quite handsome. Kaze gently stroked Mito's forehead, speaking tenderly. Mito said nothing more, merely biting her lip as she listened to her grandfather. When he spoke of the impending crisis facing the Uzumaki clan, her expression wavered slightly before settling into calm acceptance. This was her destiny and her responsibility. She could not act selfishly for the sake of so many vibrant kin. It was heart-wrenching how understanding she was. Moreover, Hashirama was indeed not lacking. She had heard whispers of his reputation. What girl does not yearn for love? So long as he is not a foolish son of a landlord, he would suffice. In these tumultuous times, her circumstances were relatively fortunate. Born with a golden key, her husband would be a hero of great renown. System, is it possible to offer a sacrifice to this? isekai'd inquired, gazing at the magnificent waterfall ahead. The host must locate the energy core within to proceed with the sacrifice. The system's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Upon hearing the system's response, isekai'd felt a stir within. He realized that the system had provided him with numerous benefits, yet he had yet to express his gratitude. This was not in line with the cultural values of reciprocity cherished in Huaxia. No wonder the system's tone was so frigid. System, as per usual. This water is too deep. I cannot grasp it. How about a 50-50 split? isekai'd tentatively suggested, hoping to curry favor with a significant figure. 50% of the energy was inconsequential compared to the value of life. Ding. Sacrifice in progress. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a moderate amount of chakra. Congratulations, host. You have gained a special attribute passive skill, double happiness. Upon executing a normal attack, there is a 50% chance to double the damage. Cooldown time, 3 seconds. isekai'd was about to express his gratitude upon hearing the system's announcement, but the surge of power within him left him speechless. 10 seconds later, as the energy within him settled, isekai'd once again reached the level of a jonin and acquired an impressive passive skill. He exclaimed in admiration that indeed, money was omnipotent. If there were enough funds, he mused, the world could very well shake the ground beneath and cause Turtle Island to sink, with the waves surging to engulf it. Not long after, isekai'd stood upon the water's surface, undisturbed by the swirling tides. The three tails, accompanied by a few tailed beasts, swam towards him with great vigor, as if intoxicated, splashing about with abandon. "Hey, swimmer, what have you been up to? Have you sunk the island?" The nine tails cast a significant glance at Li Xian, speaking with a hint of mischief. Li Xian, feeling a wave of frustration, glanced at the still sleeping Li brother. Ali is still young. Do not encourage her to drink. Alcohol can lead to an overabundance of internal heat. Li Xian remarked pointedly to the nine tails while gently placing a handful of water on Ali's forehead. Her face flushed, clearly indicating an excess of internal heat. Next, the two tails joined in, known for its fiery attributes and formidable melee capabilities, moving with remarkable speed. The eight tails, known as the Ox Demon, possessed immense offensive power. Unlike the two tails, its strength was unparalleled, and its chakra was second only to Li Xian's. The nine tails quietly analyzed the characteristics of the two-tailed beasts as they journeyed through the land of thunder. Among the nine-tailed beasts, while they all possessed the tailed beast ball, each had its unique traits. Compared to ordinary human ninjas, their inherent advantages were overwhelmingly potent. The group of 2 and 4 beasts had not traveled far when they encountered another island and came to a halt. The three-tailed beast has indulged in drunken revelry, making it ill-suited to continue the journey. It would be prudent to find a place for it to rest, lest emotions become strained. Chapter 66. The Disappointment of Li Xian and the Reappearance of Night Moon Forest Brother. Wait a moment, Li Xian said, watching as the nine-tailed beast gestured for direction from his shoulder, stirring something within him. He suddenly felt compelled to seek out the 5 artifacts from the original text, which were ancient ninja tools passed down from the hidden cloud village. The brothers, Gold and Silver, met their demise at the age of 44, mirroring the fate of Tobirama, who also perished in his 40s. Thus, it stands to reason that the 5 artifacts should still reside within some shrine, inaccessible to anyone. For the brothers are but mere children at this point, having been unable to encounter such relics prior to the founding of the hidden cloud village. System, dear brother, do you have anything of value to share? Li Xian silently summoned the system, preparing for a clandestine collaboration. What do you seek? There is indeed a broken dragon vein beneath the earth. Are you considering a sacrifice? The system inquired, followed by a brief scanning process, softening its tone as if to reassure Li Xian of its support. Li Xian was at a loss for words, perplexed by the system's insistence on discussing the dragon vein. Can this dragon vein be taken? What consequences would follow? Do not inquire further. Once you do, your desire may wane. Instead, play ignorant, perform the sacrifice, and reap the rewards without fear of calamity befalling you. The system's tone was beguiling, akin to that of a dubious mentor. Li Xian broke into a cold sweat. Realizing this system did not possess the most honorable intentions, seemingly intent on corrupting him, a well-meaning citizen. I meant the artifacts of the Sage of Six Paths. Do you have any knowledge of their whereabouts? The artifacts of the Sage of Six Paths are merely enhanced ninja tools, lacking true significance. I advise you to conquer the entire ninja realm and offer it as a sacrifice. In doing so, you shall ascend to true divinity, far surpassing the so-called Sage of Six Paths. Upon hearing this, Li Xian fell into a contemplative silence. It became evident to him that the 5 artifacts were likely overstated, lacking real utility. The system's dismissive attitude confirmed his suspicions. Were they truly valuable? It would have directed him to them post-haste. Reflecting on the original text, Li Xian recalled the audacity of the Gold and Silver brothers when they ambushed Tobirama. Despite their success in vanquishing him, they emerged grievously wounded. If the artifacts were as formidable as claimed, they would not have been so easily bested. Following Tobirama's defeat, the brothers were relentlessly pursued by the Third Raikage, leading to their demise, and the artifacts subsequently vanished from history. Brother, it seems we are free to continue our journey, Li Xian remarked, having exchanged a few words with the system while standing still. Not much time had elapsed. The nine-tailed beast remained unfazed, accustomed to his companion's occasional eccentricities. Ali obediently followed behind Li Xian, her gaze fixed on his silhouette. She was uncertain how she had drifted into slumber the previous night, vaguely recalling having collapsed onto Li Xian. The memory ignited a wave of shyness upon awakening, only to realize that nothing untoward had transpired. This left her feeling impure for having such peculiar dreams, compounded by the lingering sensation of his kiss upon her forehead. Brother, it appears the Two Tails has been captured. Shall we investigate? The nine-tailed beast, having sensed the two tails, detected its presence surrounded by a group of burly men who were subjecting it to mistreatment. How delightful! Let us embark on a mission to rescue the two tails. Li Xian exclaimed, exhilarated by the prospect, now a Jonin once more. With the aid of the nine-tailed chakra, he felt invincible. Moreover, the prospect of acquiring a tailed beast without direct confrontation was simply exhilarating. He preferred dealing with humans over beasts, after all. As he pondered, Li Xian acknowledged the futility of his previous thoughts. He was reminded of the Gold and Silver brothers, who, despite their elite cadre, had severely wounded Tobirama. If the artifacts were indeed that powerful, their downfall would have been inconceivable. The brothers' demise at the hands of the Third Reikage following Tobirama's defeat left the so-called artifacts shrouded in mystery, their fates unknown. Brother, the coast is clear. Let us proceed. Li Xian declared, having concluded his brief dialogue with the system. The time spent was negligible. The nine-tailed beast remained undisturbed, accustomed to Li Xian's occasional flights of fancy. Alone, a group of imposing men employed ropes of indeterminate material to subdue the two tails, dragging it along while a few higher-ranking individuals engaged in casual conversation. Night Moon Forest gazed intently ahead, reflecting on the events of 6 years prior in the Land of Fire, feeling a sense of ennui. He found himself perplexed by the clan leader's clandestine actions. The Uchiha clan was hardly formidable. He could dispatch them without even deploying ninjutsu. The alliance between clans should have been sufficient to conquer the Land of Fire and unify the entire ninja realm, especially considering the might of the Night Moon clan. Regrettably, the Sharingan he had acquired proved ineffective, as if it were rejected for some unknown reason. Lost in thought, Night Moon Forest spat, dismissing the Land of Fire as inconsequential. What is there to envy? The air in our Land of Lightning is far more pleasant. Such grandiloquence. Have you ventured to our Land of Fire? Li Xian interjected. Emerging from behind the trees, he felt an inexplicable aversion toward Night Moon Forest, though he could not pinpoint the reason. The men below tensed, their muscles taut with latent power. Li Xian, uninterested in idle chatter, left the six-tailed and three-tailed beasts perched in the trees to safeguard Ali. He summoned the one-tailed and nine-tailed beasts to his shoulders. With his hair transformed to a deep azure, a crescent moon of blue and violet shimmered behind him, while two horns sprouted from his forehead, partially concealed by arcane markings that adorned his visage. His eyes radiated a blue-violet luminescence as he concentrated magical energy into a broad-bladed sword, exuding an air of striking elegance. However, what followed next shattered his aloof demeanor. Let me demonstrate what true double joy feels like. Before he could finish his declaration, his figure had already materialized beside one of the men, the broad-bladed sword swinging in a wide arc. Initially, he had intended to remain inconspicuous, yet he was compelled to confront this individual who irked him so. Without hesitation, he swung the sword, displaying no signs of reluctance. Oh, so you can keep up with my speed? Isn't the second Reikage still unaccounted for? Have the lightning release chakra modes and certain body techniques not yet been developed? How can you react so swiftly? Li Xian found himself bewildered, the initial remarks escaping his lips, while his mind was filled with skepticism. He was perplexed by the fact that this formidable individual could match his speed and counterattack. An anomaly indeed. After all, he had invoked the body flicker technique, capable of traversing 10 meters in a single step. For someone to keep pace was nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 67. Another journey with the bull demon. Li Xian felt a tingling in his wrist. What is your name? You deserve to be remembered. After speaking, the nine-tailed beast began channeling chakra into Li Xian, a sign of their unspoken bond. Oh, the ninjas of the Land of Fire are all of this ilk. I still prefer the look in your eyes before your demise, Night Moon Forest remarked, flexing his wrist. A fist the size of a cauldron enveloped in blue chakra. A delicate layer of purple-blue magic enveloped him, gradually eroding his chakra. Li Xian sensed an increasingly potent chakra within him, narrowing his eyes as circular and crescent patterns emerged in his pupils. Indeed, you are the most formidable individual I have encountered in terms of reflexes. I, Li Xian, acknowledge your prowess. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as the most audacious. Li Xian launched 2 attacks, only to discover that this man instinctively defended against his moves. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked playfully, "You are swift, but not swift enough." Yi Yulin narrowed his eyes, a surge of blue chakra erupting from his body, clearly preparing for a serious engagement. I hope you can last a little longer. I wish to be entertained, Yi Yulin declared before vanishing from sight, transforming defense into offense. Li Xian's kaleidoscope eyes fixated on Yi Yulin, attempting to discern his attack trajectory. However, he soon realized that while seeing clearly was one thing, blocking the strikes proved to be quite a challenge. His strength paled in comparison to Yi Yulin's, and his reaction time barely kept up with Yi Yulin's pace. Li Xian felt that Yi Yulin's strength was exceeding expectations. With magic flowing into his physical form, a faint blue light flickered across his body, amplifying his power and speed. He stomped his left foot onto the ground, channeling magic. Mere moments later, as Yi Yulin's fist was about to strike Li Xian, a column of ethereal blue magic erupted from the ground. Yi Yulin gasped lightly, his gaze unwavering and scathed. Li Xian's expression turned grave in the fleeting moments. His opponent had reacted and evaded his chakra explosion. Such astonishing reflexes were truly remarkable, he mused, his eyes cold with admiration for Yi Yulin, even as his intent to kill intensified. You are indeed strong, but your kin are weak. Are you certain you wish to battle me? Li Xian pondered. This extreme speed-type ninja was not someone he could easily subdue in a short span. Given the opponent's abnormal reflexes, even if he were to triumph, capturing Yi Yulin would be futile. Moreover, this was the territory of another. Excessive disturbances would inevitably attract reinforcements. Yi Yulin had imparted a lesson to Li Xian. Every one of Li Xian's techniques, even the chakra of the nine tails, merely enhanced chakra and damage. Although his magical form boasted swift speed, it had yet to reach its zenith. Therefore, in terms of speed, Li Xian found himself at a disadvantage. If faced with Grandma Li knocking at the door, he would be utterly unable to contend. Yi Yulin regarded Li Xian thoughtfully, as if etching his likeness into memory. Then, with a wave of his hand, he began to retreat. Each warrior of the Yi Yu clan was invaluable. They could not forfeit a kin's life over a mere-tailed beast. They possessed absolute confidence, firmly believing in their strength as the most formidable. Human potential is limitless, and their clan remained fiercely united. Other elements were merely auxiliary means. Yi Yulin's retreat was primarily due to his instinctive ability to defend against Li Xian's assaults, yet he lacked the capability to protect his kin. Thus, he prioritized their lives over confrontation. Li Xian chose to let him go, recognizing that this was not an appropriate place for a grand battle. Behind Li Xian, a new step constructed of sand appeared, revealing a blue demon cat. The two tails, upon realizing Li Xian had saved it, accepted his invitation without hesitation. Not merely due to being surrounded by four-tailed beasts, including the nine tails, but more so because it aspired for peace in the ninja world, a noble ideal and goal. All right, I understand. Prepare yourself for tomorrow. We shall head to the land of fire. Fortunately, as one of the top 5 warriors of the Yi Yu clan, you have emerged unscathed. A muscular man, upon hearing Yi Yulin's report, displayed no sign of concern. Tailed beasts held little significance. If captured, so be it. If not, it was inconsequential. Who could ascertain the truth behind the rumors? Even if genuine, what difference did it make? Dispatching a few subordinates could resolve the issue. His real concern lay elsewhere, entangled in long-term strategies, a predicament for someone whose intellect was overshadowed by muscle. System brother, I sense that the land of lightning is not as simple as it seems. Are there no other treasures to uncover? Li Xian continued on his journey towards the Eight Tails, feeling intuitively that the land of lightning still harbored valuable secrets. After all, the later narrative unveiled the chakra cannon and the formidable heavenly delivery technique. Not to mention the 6 paths sage's ninja tools that remained in the land of lightning, alongside the authentic waterfall. Annoying Ninetails, why have you brought so many companions? Are you here to cause trouble? The Eight Tails, a bull-headed, octopus-tailed creature, spoke vehemently. Seeing Shoha, the 2 Tails, Kifyun, and the 9 Tails, its tone remained unchanged. This rambunctious being adhered to a singular truth: strength equates to authority. Any matter could be resolved through combat. If defeated, so be it. With numerous survival skills at its disposal, it felt no fear, a testament to its carefree nature. Indeed, few could rival it in this world. After over a millennium of honing its prowess, the Eight Tails dismissed even the Nine Tails as trivial. Sensing the overwhelming power of the Nine Tails, it felt a twinge of excitement. As its octopus tentacles shifted, it mused, it seems rain is imminent, yet my fish jerky remains uncollected. The Eight Tails found the situation dull. It relished combat, but detested one-sided encounters. Even with closed eyes, it could easily overpower Shoha, the Two Tails, Kifune, and the Canine. Ah, brother. Long time no see. Life has treated you well. You've grown robust. The Nine Tails smiled slightly, aware of the Eight Tails' capabilities. It dismissed the Eight Tails' bravado, finding no offense in its words. The Eight Tails, ranked second among the Nine Tails, believed that elevating its status would, in turn, elevate its own. Although the Eight Tails was hardly a formidable adversary, it was still the Eight Tails, merely one tail short. Should it prove too weak or be easily vanquished, even in jest, it ought to display some struggle or reveal formidable strength. Otherwise, others might perceive its prowess as lackluster, which would inevitably tarnish its reputation, a notion intolerable to the prideful Nine Tails. A storm of thoughts brewed within the Nine Tails. The Eight Tails observed the Nine Tails deep in contemplation, sensing it had not been offended. It pondered, could it be that I have grown so powerful that even the Nine Tails regards me with caution? Or perhaps the Nine Tails has waned. The bull-headed creature felt a surge of eagerness, its ambitions soaring as it imagined the Nine Tails conceding Two Tails to it, accepting it as the elder brother. This thought brought a smile to its face. The group stood bemused, astonished by the Eight Tails' sudden laughter. The bull-headed creature felt a wave of embarrassment. What are you laughing at? The Eight Tails addressed the two beasts, its eyes sparkling with ambition. Nine Tails, dare you engage me in a sweaty melee? Chapter 68, Tailed Beastball O? Heh. After over 1,000 years, you've grown so audacious? The Nine Tails grinned, its eyes narrowing, its aura radiating an imposing chill. The Eight Tails felt an inkling of apprehension, realizing it might have acted too hastily. However, the words had escaped its lips, and with so many younger brothers watching, it could not back down without tarnishing its reputation. Heh. It's merely a friendly spar, a light exchange. It has been far too long without an opponent, and the longing for a heart-pounding battle has become quite unbearable. Although it sensed the impulse was rash, the yearning for an exhilarating conflict had been brewing for quite some time. The Nine Tails gazed at the Eight Tails in silence, taken aback by its demeanor. You lack any semblance of dignity, it declared. I have established a divine beast hall, and I am its leader. You may serve as my deputy. The Nine Tails spoke plainly, without any pretense. It was a creature that governed through reason and understood others by way of its own experience. Jumping down from Li Xian's shoulder, the Nine Tails trembled as the surrounding air thickened. Suddenly, a surge of crimson chakra erupted into the sky, accompanied by a fierce wind that swept outward. The Nine Tails expanded rapidly, growing to an immense size, its 9 colossal tails thrashing to maintain balance. The Eight Tails felt a tightening in its chest. This overwhelming chakra was tenfold more powerful than it had sensed. However, now in battle mode, it felt no fear, knowing that the Nine Tails had no intention of harming it. Excitement surged within. The Eight Tails' body contracted and then swelled, as if breaking free from its own restraints. It grew larger, surpassing the Nine Tails in sheer mass. Huh, come on. I will give it my all to take you down. It roared, followed by a barrage of taunts. The Nine Tails, with its slit pupils fixed intently on the Eight Tails, pondered deeply before charging forward with a swift swipe of its claw, showing no hesitation. The Eight Tails narrowed its eyes, pupils constricting as its powerful tentacles prepared for action, with 2 sturdy arms bracing against the ground. As the distance closed, the Nine Tails leaped into the air, its claws descending with the force of thunder, aimed to obliterate both the Eight Tails and the ground beneath. The Eight Tails, serious now, enveloped its arms in chakra, ready to withstand the onslaught. In close combat, it ranked among the top 3. It feared no beast, but the Nine Tails commanded its utmost respect. As the clash ensued, the ground began to fracture under the might of the Nine Tails strike, which carried immense chakra. The Eight Tails braced itself, directing the force into the earth. A wide expanse of ground shattered like glass. Oh, Nine Tails, it seems you haven't had your fill, the Eight Tails jested, its tentacle-like tail lunging toward the Nine Tails, seeking to ensnare it. After all these years, your power has scarcely increased, yet your tongue has become sharper, the Nine Tails retorted, its tail slicing through the Eight Tails' attack effortlessly. It preferred to remain on the offensive, launching an unending series of attacks. Li Xian watched intently as the two titans clashed, their raw combat reminiscent of a return to primal instincts, each strike reverberating with destructive force. The other tailed beasts observed like obedient children, their hearts heavy with bitterness. knowing that with the Nine Tails' ascendance, their status had diminished. After several exchanges, the Eight Tails found itself in a precarious position, marked by new wounds from the Nine Tails' additional tail, which had relentlessly pressured it into defense. Fortunately, the Nine Tails had not exerted its full strength, merely aiming to teach the Eight Tails a lesson. The Eight Tails, feeling utterly frustrated, could only defend itself, struggling to launch a counterattack that the Nine Tails effortlessly parried, landing blows that deepened its despair. The Nine Tails grinned. "Can you not accept the truth that you are inferior to me? I have yet to unleash even half of my power, and here you are, in such a state of disarray. Where's the sweat from your exertion? I have yet to break a single bead." It found the encounter lacking in challenge. Feeling that even with only half its strength, it could easily dominate the Eight Tails. The thrill of battle was diminished when the odds were so lopsided. The Eight Tails, feeling a wave of humiliation, retaliated and created distance. "You are going too far, Nine Tails," it exclaimed, its words tumbling over one another in frustration. Enveloping itself in chakra once more, it charged at the Nine Tails with full force, abandoning all defense. The ground within 100 meters of the two beasts was utterly devastated. Yet they moved as if on solid ground, unaffected. The Nine Tails felt a twinge of exasperation. This impulsive creature was determined to land a blow, and it was not one to allow the Eight Tails to succeed. Thus, the Eight Tails swung its tentacles, complicating the Nine Tails' efforts, making it less easy to dominate. "You truly are an insufferable fox." The Eight Tails seethed, its form battered but fiery in spirit, observing the Nine Tails, which remained calm, yet slightly breathless. In the center lay a massive crater, a testament to the Eight Tails' attempt to create distance through sheer force. "Shall we continue? You are about to hit me." The Nine Tails teased lightly. The Eight Tails glared at the Nine Tails, then tilted its head back, summoning a basketball-sized purple-blue-tailed beast ball that expanded as it absorbed energy from the surrounding blue and purple orbs. Seeing that the Nine Tails had no intention of using its tailed beast ball, the Eight Tails was filled with rage and launched it at the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails calmly watched the tailed beast ball approach, gathering formidable chakra in its tail, aiming at the incoming projectile. With a resounding boom, the tailed beast ball collided with the Nine Tails, sending shockwaves through the air, creating a massive crater hundreds of meters wide, scattering debris like dust. A fierce wind surged forth, nearly sweeping away Ali, who fortunately managed to secure himself with sand. "What raw power!" Li Xian exclaimed, taken aback by the display. The other tailed beasts felt a sting of humiliation, realizing that their combined tailed beast balls would likely pale in comparison to this strength. The Eight Tails' expression darkened, its thoughts filled with curses. Why was the Nine Tails so effortlessly showcasing its prowess while it felt doused with cold water, devoid of any fighting spirit? The sensation was nauseating, stripping it of its resolve. "You have actually established a divine beast hall. That is splendid. I have long sought adventure. Please take me along," the Eight Tails declared earnestly, not out of submission, but rather ignited by the Nine Tails' overwhelming presence. Its energy crackled with intensity, yet it was still a proud creature. The Nine Tails shrank in size. "Oh, is that so? The divine beast hall welcomes you. You shall be my foremost enforcer henceforth," it replied indifferently, finding the notion rather dull. The Eight Tails also diminished in size, nodding eagerly like a woodpecker. "Brother, you are truly impressive," Li Xian praised as the Nine Tails returned, eliciting a broad smile. "Indeed, with me watching over you in this ninja world, you may stride boldly. No one shall dare raise their voice against you." The Nine Tails, invigorated by Li Xian's commendation, felt a surge of enthusiasm. A single compliment from his younger brother was far more delightful than reprimanding subordinates. Chapter 69. The Game of Black Absolute Brother. Where shall we go next? The group settled in a relatively intact area for a feast, unbothered by the fact that they were within the territory of the Land of Thunder, unconcerned about potential spies. After all, their power had once again swelled. In this ninja world, none could contend with them. "This meat is truly delectable," the Eight Tails exclaimed, appearing as if it had never encountered such a feast, devouring the meat while occasionally using its suction cups to sip from the wine jar. "You and Li Xian should be enjoying this meal. Do we really need to fight? Let us simply indulge." As the Eight Tails chewed on the meat, he spoke with a mouthful, clearly enjoying his meal. Li Xian smiled silently, contemplating the words of the Nine Tails. "Next, let us seek the Seven Tails. Its ability to fly will greatly facilitate our movements," he remarked to the Nine Tails. He then turned to the Eight Tails. "You should eat your fill. The meat takes time to cook. Take your time, and feel free to drink. There is plenty. Li Xian spoke gently, resembling a caring guardian at the tender age of 12. The other tailed beasts were absorbed in their meals, attempting to mend their wounded spirits. Ali seemed to have intentions of toasting with Li Xian, frequently glancing in his direction, urging him to drink and eat. Li Xian feigned ignorance. After all, it was natural for a young lady in her bloom to be captivated by someone as exceptional as him. Brother, we still lack a base. Have you decided where our headquarters will be? The Nine-Tails inquired after sipping his drink. Li Xian momentarily paused, taken aback by the question. He had contemplated this matter but had yet to reach a conclusion. However, prompted by the Nine-Tails, he felt compelled to take it seriously. After all, the Divine Demon organization was expanding rapidly. Taking a sip of his drink, Li Xian's mind raced back through his thoughts. You'll find out in due time, he said with a glimmer in his eyes, having envisioned an ideal location, one that harmonized perfectly with the divine and demonic essence. Brother, my attire was damaged last time. When will you arrange a new one for me? I'm not accustomed to wearing this uniform for so long. It feels rather revealing, the Nine-Tails jested. Sensing the atmosphere was right, Li Xian smacked his forehead, a hint of apology on his face. My apologies, brother. I've been quite busy lately, and completely forgot. This was the truth. He had considered this issue when subduing the Three Tails, but had subsequently overlooked it. I'll make sure to prepare several sets next time. Damn it. What are those people doing? No one is capturing the tailed beasts, and now he has managed to capture 6. What is this little rascal plotting? In the distance, Black Zetsu observed Li Xian and the others, but dared not approach, for the tailed beasts were exceptionally perceptive. Must I reveal that card? Yet the plan still requires further refinement, Black Zetsu murmured to himself. He had initially not intended to come, but given Li Xian's burgeoning strength, he felt compelled to investigate. To his astonishment, Li Xian had effortlessly subdued 2 more tailed beasts. I must accelerate my pace, otherwise, trouble awaits. Black Zetsu vanished underground, destination unknown. Have you heard? There is a remarkable madman in the ninja world. A male ninja spoke while munching on rations within a grove. What have you heard? Speak up. I detest half-told tales. A weathered man in his 20s interjected. The other 2 companions leaned in, ears perked, as the atmosphere grew silent, reminiscent of eager listeners awaiting a tale. The ninja took a moment to gather his thoughts, gazing skyward. Recently, a madman has emerged in the ninja world, appearing as a boy of no more than 10, accompanied by a similarly small girl. What happened next? His companions urged, curiosity piqued. Do you know the origins of the tailed beasts? The man changed the subject abruptly. Damn it, one companion exclaimed, delivering a playful punch to his head. Quit stalling and speak, or I'll keep hitting you. The other 2 companions chuckled, while the ninja grimaced in pain. In the ninja world, there are 9-tailed beasts, from the 1 tail to the 9 tails. The more tails, the greater the chakra. Each tailed beast possesses unique abilities, formidable in their own right. The ninja paused, fearing retribution, and pretended to drink water. This madman has been aggressively gathering tailed beasts, employing unknown methods to enslave and brainwash them. Even the 8 tails and 9 tails have been transformed into his pawns through mysterious means. To date, he has captured the 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, 6 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails. It won't be long before he completes his collection of all 9-tailed beasts, leading to a seismic shift in the ninja world. Brothers, prepare for your fates, for I intend to withdraw. After speaking, the ninja tore off his clan insignia and departed, leaving his 3 companions in bewilderment. What are you thinking? Hurry, let us catch him. This guy defected right in front of us. Let us take him down. One ninja exclaimed, snapping back to reality. The forest fell silent once more. In the air, a 6-winged, 1-tailed beetle appeared, soon cloaked in phosphorescence, vanishing from sight. If the ninjas are unreliable, I shall utilize the tailed beast's innate talents. It will not be so easy for you to find the 7 tails, granting me more time to strategize. A shadow swiftly extinguished the life of a man lying on the ground, before disappearing underground. Farewell, my shadowy brother. The presence of Chongming seems to have vanished. I wonder if he has been captured or met with some other fate. The 9 tails, perched on Li Xian's shoulder, mused. The 1 tail rested on Li Xian's other shoulder, forming a connection to a patch of sand. Behind Li Xian, 4 sand platforms emerged, accommodating the 2 tails, 3 tails, 6 tails, and 8 tails as they rested. Li Xian paused, contemplating. Li obediently stood by, awaiting Li Xian's decision. Let us venture to the last known location of the Seven Tails and assess the situation. If the Seven Tails has been captured, we shall rescue it, Li Xian declared, feeling it necessary to investigate given their proximity. Moreover, there lay a precious resource, the hero's water, which, when consumed, could exponentially increase one's chakra, albeit at the cost of the user's life. Clearly, Li Xian's objective was that colossal tree, which bore hero's water once every century. Chapter 70, The Light of Life. System Brother? 5-5. Li Xian mentally communicated with the system, recalling their earlier exchanges. From the initial call for assistance to retrieve items. The depths were too profound for me to grasp, to now becoming System Brother, 5-5. Turn left ahead and proceed. The system's voice resonated in Li Xian's mind, invigorating him with a sense of purpose. Brother, we shall first visit another location. The disappearance of the Seven Tails is no longer urgent, Li Xian remarked softly to the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails said nothing further, succumbing to slumber. You little rascal, how dare you come here and yet find me? Are you acting as a radar now? The Seven Tails, Chongming, stood on the branch of a colossal tree, cursing under his breath as the ninja approached his location. Nine Tails, wake up. Do not be swayed by this villain, Chongming shouted, attempting to rouse the Nine Tails and the beasts below. Li Xian and his companions stood in confusion, their expressions questioning. Is this a stroke of luck? To stumble upon such an unexpected surprise? The Nine Tails exclaimed, bewildered. Seven Tails, why are you shouting so loudly? You nearly scared me to death. After a brief, fervent exchange of words, the beasts may be captured, but their hearts would remain unbroken. They would not yield. Chongming, feeling wronged, was bound by the Eight Tails. Li Xian paid little mind to this peculiar character and approached the tree for a closer inspection. Upon examination, he discovered that the tree was indeed substantial, with water pooling at its base, presumably the much-discussed hero's water. Li Xian scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of others. Whether they had been dispatched by the Seven Tails or were simply overconfident in the concealment of this treasure, he could not ascertain. System Brother. Li Xian silently invoked the system. Ding. Sacrifice successful. The host sacrifices a mutated ancient tree, tainted with chakra. 1 life gem and 500 grams of hero's water are acquired. Congratulations, host. You have gained a lifespan of 1,000 years and the special skill, Life's Light, which can revive those on the brink of death without any side effects. Though it requires a substantial amount of chakra. Congratulations, host. You have also received a significant boost in chakra, along with the unique wood release technique from the ninja world. Li Xian felt as though he were submerged in warm water, as a massive pit manifested before him, where a colossal tree towering hundreds of meters had vanished. His realm had ascended to that of a clan leader, akin to a future shadow-level ninja. Simultaneously, he sensed an invigorating vitality coursing through him. System. How could such things exist in the ninja world? Li Xian inquired curiously. As for the skill, Life's Light, he found it rather mundane. The ability to save lives seemed uninteresting. He would have preferred a skill that could instantly eliminate foes with a mere glance. Host lacked sufficient authority to know at present. The system's gentle voice resonated in Li Xian's ears, far preferable to a cold, impersonal tone. After pondering for a moment, he felt overwhelmed, dismissing the thought. The ninja world was replete with extraordinary phenomena. The existence of time-traveling dragon veins, or mutated ancient trees capable of producing hero's water, was hardly surprising. Since hero's water could absorb life force and enhance vast amounts of chakra, and the tree could prolong life, it was not astonishing. After all, the principle of using poison against poison, or the presence of antidotes alongside toxins, was not an uncommon concept. He was aware that his lifespan had dramatically increased by a millennium, allowing him to revel in life as if he were a 1,000-year-old tortoise. He had also acquired wood release, even if he was uncertain how to utilize it. Nonetheless, it would enrich his repertoire of skills, adding a personal touch. Imagining the astonished expression of Hashirama was quite delightful. The Nine Tails remained unfazed, while Ali and the other tailed beasts were visibly astonished. What sorcery is this? I can't believe such a tall tree vanished, muttered the Seven Tails. Surely this is a dream. The group proceeded towards the land of Earth, and Li Xian felt guilty for having taken something precious from them. It was best to make a hasty retreat. To kill them afterward would be quite dishonorable. Unbeknownst to him, the realms of the evil god, the god of death, and the pure land were in turmoil. Soon, the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya, sat within a grand hall, flanked by two enormous statues resembling an enlarged version of himself, embodying both yin and yang. He opened his eyes, causing a tremor in the hall. Changes? In which direction will you lead the ninja world? He pondered, before closing his eyes once more, setting his gaze upon Li Xian. Should Li Xian engage in actions that threaten the ninja world, he would wield the power of yin and yang, allowing his two sons of this generation to reincarnate with great power. Suddenly, the spatial distortion intensified. On the moon, the Otsutsuki clan struggled to maintain the spatial distortion of the ninja world. They had already eliminated the clan's members and were currently guarding the god tree's body on the moon, ensuring that the main family remained oblivious to the changes and that they could fulfill their ancestor Otsutsuki Kagaya's orders to observe the ninja world. Should the ninja world become irreparable, they would take action to annihilate it. Having eliminated the clan's members, their numbers were dwindling, and they were nearing the edges of the ninja world's territory, which was expanding at a measured pace, consuming unknown lands. After all, a planet is vast. The ninja world cannot be merely confined to a small territory. The initiator of it all, Li Xian, was still reveling in his newfound millennium of life. Meanwhile, the spirit world was also undergoing some changes, though no one was aware of them. The seven tails, do not consume food obtained through trickery. This must be a method of brainwashing, right? The seven tails observed the other tailed beasts, who were enjoying themselves, with a wary eye on Ali, who brought them roasted meat and wine. The other beasts indulged in their feast, ignoring the seven tails. After discussing plans with the nine tails, the seven tails erupted in curses but was quickly subdued by the nine tails, leading to the current situation. The two beasts speculated that the seven tails had lost its wits, spouting nonsense they could not comprehend. Brother, your speed of improvement in strength is rather alarming, reaching clan leader status so swiftly. Next, will you? The nine tails began, but hesitated, feeling that Li Xian was aware of too much too soon. Li Xian, however, understood what the nine tails was implying. Among those present, only Ali seemed lost in confusion, unaware of their conversation. Brother, the divine beast hall is nearly at capacity. What shall we do then? The nine tails proactively shifted the topic to more immediate matters. The eight tails took a bite of meat, grease dripping from its mouth. In my opinion, we should simply flatten the ninja world. Otherwise, we'll be beset with endless troubles, constantly embroiled in conflict. The eight tails mumbled, his words slurred. The others nodded in agreement, puffed up with bravado, especially the two tails, who had forgotten it had recently been beaten. The narrative then transitions to the four tails, Sun Wukong, and the five tails, Mu Wang, as the nine tails spoke quietly. Li Xian listened intently, his mind wandering to whether the land of Earth had any earth dragon veins, considering its mountainous terrain and natural beauty. System? Underground. There lies an earth spirit pearl. Do not question it, just make the sacrifice. It is a valuable item. Li Xian felt a sense of disbelief. This was quite absurd, though the system remained silent. He hesitated to act. Sensing his reluctance, the system ceased its communications, as if it had never existed. Brother? Brother? Why are you spacing out again? The nine tails gently patted Li Xian's shoulder, rousing him from his reverie. Li Xian nodded, apologizing. My apologies, brother. I did not sleep well last night. He bore a hint of regret on his face, recognizing that zoning out while others spoke was quite rude. No worries. I merely asked you to recruit that tailed beast. They are relatively distant from each other, the nine tails said soberly. Li Xian did not hesitate. Of course, it shall be monkey brother. Sun Wukong. A triumphant melody played in his mind. It is he, the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong. Monsters, prepare to meet your doom. The Jade Emperor takes turns. This year, it's my turn. Clan leader, urgent news. In the tent of the Senju clan, Senju Butsuma examined the intelligence report with a single arm, placing it on the table and rubbing his temples. The Uchiha clan has been beaten into submission by those family alliances and now seeks trouble with my Senju clan? Is Uchiha Taijima a fool? Does he truly believe that with a giant crimson figure, he can act recklessly? Contemplating for a moment, Senju Butsuma commanded an attendant outside, go summon the third. Silence fell over the tent once more. The Uchiha clan found themselves pondering. Is Senju Butsuma suffering from delusions? After finally gaining some time to recuperate, he intends to seek trouble with the Uchiha clan while his own front lines are barely manageable? Uchiha Taijima furrowed his brow, as if it were about to crumple. He then recalled the two sons of Senju Butsuma, who had been slain by their clan, and his own deceased nephews, exceptional descendants. The enmity was deep-rooted. New grievances combined with old ones. This cannot end well. I hope everything goes smoothly. I can't shake this ominous premonition. In the heart of the mountain range, situated between the Uchiha and Senju clans, Black Zetsu had recently received a message from the chess piece he had placed. Despite his meticulous planning, fate had not favored him. The hidden Seven Tails had been captured sooner than he anticipated, catching him off guard. Initially, he had expected to have several months, but it had barely been a month. The Seven Tails had vanished with a snap, while Li Xian and his companions leisurely journeyed, indulging in food and drink without haste. He meticulously constructed obstacles and layouts. Yet upon encountering this little specter, they seemed to dissolve effortlessly. This left Kurizetsu in a state of bewilderment, his heart heavy with bitterness. It felt as if he had found his lifelong adversary, none other than the renowned, flawless ninja, Uchiha Izuna. Despite his tender years, his strength was formidable. A ninja, observing the enemy before him, remarked to his companion. After 3 years of training with the Nine Tails, the 12-year-old Izuna had already ascended to the rank of Jonin, boasting unparalleled prowess. With one hand wielding a blade, his swordsmanship and fire-release techniques, complemented by the Sharingan, instilled terror in his foes. The wails of the defeated subsided within mere seconds. A faint smile graced Izuna's lips, his white armor gleaming amidst his disheveled hair, emanating an aura of invincibility. Foolish. Run. This person is the little Shura of the ninja world. Though his name suggests otherwise, it is only due to his strength being at the pinnacle of Jonin, yet not surpassing the clan leaderess level. He is beyond our reach. One ninja exclaimed, gazing at Madara's attire, his armor, and Sharingan. Despite their ranks, 1 Jonin and 7 Chunin, they felt as if they were plunged into an icy abyss. This individual's swordsmanship and fire-release techniques surpassed even those of Uchiha Izuna. The title of Little Shura is rather unsavory. Let your demise contribute to my ascension, Madara declared, promptly materializing amidst the crowd, embodying the dance of war and the artistry of killing. Without breaking a sweat, he questioned the audacity of those who dared to challenge the Uchiha clan. Water release, water-cutting spiral shuriken. A white-haired figure, donning a half-mask and white armor, Senju Tobirama, appeared beside the enemy. He unleashed a spiraling sphere of blue and white energy, striking a Jonin with tremendous force. The Jonin's body instantly bore a gaping wound, and the spiraling sphere detonated within him like an explosive tag, tearing him apart. Tobirama's own body was splattered with blood, prompting him to reconsider the efficacy of the technique. Tobirama, could you refrain from employing such gruesome jutsu next time? Hashirama's voice echoed from behind. Turning to see his elder brother perched on a branch, Tobirama noted that the ninjas, previously intimidated by him, now bore ferocious glints in their eyes as they charged at him. Would release, Ironwood Spike. Hashirama, unable to shout a warning in time, clasped his hands together. A sturdy wooden spike rapidly sprouted beside Tobirama, impeding the attacking ninja. The assailant felt as though he had been struck by a hammer, his ribs shattered, and his internal organs were crushed. The ninja was sent flying, spewing blood midair before succumbing to death. Do not become distracted in battle, otherwise you shall not be allowed on the battlefield again, Hashirama gently admonished, wiping the blood from Tobirama's face, radiating a sanctified light. Unbeknownst to them, a year had elapsed. Only the last of the 5 tails remained. I wonder how they are faring, Li Xian pondered, recalling the faces of Madara, Hashirama, Izuna, and Tobirama. Over the past year, Li Xian had been collecting tailed beasts at a steady pace. The journey consumed considerable time, especially with an additional burden to carry, causing their progress to be sluggish. More importantly, their travels resembled a leisurely expedition. They feasted continuously, and on occasions of indulgence, they would spend days without advancing. Alia had also blossomed into a graceful figure, her once diminutive stature now remarkable. It was curious how, despite their constant companionship, she had secretly grown so much. When Li Xian regained his focus, he found himself at a towering peak. Chapter 72, The Grand Scheme. All is not right on the battlefield. The Uchiha and Senju clans began to consolidate their lines, seemingly in unison. Within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Taijima received yet another urgent missive, rendering him speechless. With a sigh of resignation, he opened it, knowing its contents without even glancing. To his surprise, the message was not from the Senju clan, but from the Sarutobi organization's coalition, dispatched by the cunning Sarutobi Hiruzen as the leader. Taijima frowned. Truthfully, he had little desire to read it. Merely a band of insignificant figures, unworthy of his attention. Yet an inkling of curiosity compelled him to discover its contents. Having perused the letter, he instinctively reached for his teacup, only to realize it was already empty. What audacity! Taijima placed the cup down with a sigh, astonished by the letter's contents. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconsequential group would possess such strategic insight and intellect. Presenting terms he could not refuse. Summon a few elders for a council, Taijima commanded, calling out to those outside the tent. Take a look at this letter. Without further ado, he handed the missive to Uchiha Baitian, urging him to review it alongside Uchiha Jean. Inside the tent, silence enveloped them. Clan leader, what are your thoughts? Uchiha Baitian inquired after reading, passing the letter to the still uninformed Uchiha Jean for a closer examination. Taijima remained silent, awaiting Jean's conclusion. This alliance speaks with great bravado, offering terms that stipulate if we can hold back the Senju clan's main forces, they will find a way to annihilate the Uzumaki clan. That is a considerable power in itself. How do they possess such confidence? Is it merely based on those inconsequential figures? Jean remarked, his expression a blend of astonishment and disdain. However, the Uzumaki clan had always been staunch allies of the Senju. Should they fall, the Senju would find themselves in a precarious position, lacking a crucial ally. Baitian analyzed the situation calmly, devoid of any subjective emotions. If they could indeed eliminate the Uzumaki clan, it would imply their strength has reached a terrifying level. Taijima sipped his tea, preparing to request a refill, only to remember that the servant had been dismissed moments earlier. It was evident how distracted and troubled he had become. Could it be that recent events have stirred a hidden power seeking to exploit the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques? Uchiha Jean pondered deeply. I suggest we forward this letter to the Senju clan, or subtly leak the information to prepare them. Let them fight amongst themselves while we observe and strike opportunistically. Uchiha Baitian narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. He had no intention of associating with such petty figures. Taijima calmly replied, it is not so simple. If they are playing such a game, they have undoubtedly foreseen the implications. Yet the contents of this letter merit our reflection. Today they ally with us against the Senju. Tomorrow, they could just as easily turn the tables. He observed the tea leaves swirling within his cup, tapping the lid thoughtfully. Moreover, I received word days ago that the Senju clan is preparing to move against us again. Coupled with the letter received today, it compels me to question their true intentions. Taijima stated, addressing the two elders slowly and clearly. Clan leader, what do you suggest? Uchiha Jean inquired, feeling somewhat bewildered and increasingly lost in the unfolding complexities. Prepare for battle, while feigning agreement with their plan. Let this be our course of action, all while remaining vigilant for any clandestine attacks. Taijima began issuing commands one by one, awaiting the elders to implement them. Within the Senju clan leader, we have received a missive. A member of the Umbu opened the letter, shaking it to ensure no poison was present before handing it to Tobarama. Seated at a table, with his remaining elbow propped up, he rested his palm against his forehead. Another empty sleeve swung slightly, stretching its muscles. Deadpool placed the confidential letter on the table before exiting the tent. Is Uchiha losing patience? After years of battling, he remains so impulsive. Fujian, unconcerned, murmured to himself as he raised his head and picked up the letter with one arm. Oh, this is intriguing. An engagement with the Yuhi clan? These ants are rather amusing. Initially, a smile graced Fujian's lips, but it quickly solidified into a somber expression. How dare a mere alliance presume to instruct the mighty Senju clan? Do they truly consider themselves significant? Fujian then tore the letter apart. The Senju clan never resorts to such tactics to win wars. Victory must be achieved with grandeur, reflecting the stature of a premier clan. Moreover, such petty schemes are clearly the ploys of insignificant beings attempting to rise through the Senju clan's renown. Initially, he found the alliance somewhat intriguing for daring to challenge both of their top clans simultaneously. Now, it appears they are nothing more than a collection of inconsequential entities. In the assembly led by Sarutobi, under the banner of righteous action, a group sat around the table. Sarutobi gazed at Narade, perplexed by his recent maneuvers, which he found utterly incomprehensible. Previously, he could grasp the general idea. Narade sipped his tea and set the cup aside. Bring better tea. What is this rubbish? Ignoring Saratobi's inquiries, Narade continued to speak. Saratobi furrowed his brow, uncertain of Narade's intentions, yet years of tacit understanding compelled him to remain calm and wait silently. The atmosphere within the tent fell into a hushed stillness, awaiting the words of the leader. The time was nearly ripe. Their alliance had solidified. While the two clans trained their forces using their members, were they not doing the same? Narade took another sip of fine tea to soothe his throat before continuing. At first glance, our troops seem numerous and formidable, yet they are merely a loose collection of individuals, each with their own agendas, ready to adapt to changing circumstances. Saratobi listened attentively, while Takakuro Mitsui remained silent nearby, with other clan leaders lost in thought. However, the battlefield can swiftly unite hearts, albeit it is a perilous domain. Thus, initial engagements were small-scale, allowing for gradual cooperation and the development of team spirit. Now, as they approached the finale, Narade acknowledged a pressing issue. The Uchiha and Senju clans were far stronger than they had anticipated, catching him off guard. After all, they only had the Takakuro, a premier clan, while the rest of their factions struggled to stand against the might of their adversaries. Narade paused, granting them a moment to ponder. He had long recognized this, having set everything in motion subtly while others remained oblivious, focused solely on the tangible losses documented on paper. So what is the purpose of your recent actions? Contacting both clans simultaneously? Which clan do we ally with to strike at the other? Takakuro Mitsui queried, looking bewildered. The others turned their attention to Day, eager for clarification, as they found themselves struggling to keep pace with the unfolding strategy. In their understanding, conflicts were simply about numbers and brute force, overwhelming the opponent or retreating when outmatched. In this world of individual prowess, cunning seemed irrelevant, no matter how clever. A lower-ranked ninja could not best a higher-ranked one, nor could a weaker clan overpower a stronger one. The hierarchy was stark. Whichever clan possessed a leader was deemed powerful, and clans with numerous elite ninjas were giants. A larger population and abundant resources symbolized strength. Narade felt a pang of exasperation but understood the lack of strategic awareness from the Takakuro clan, given their status as a prominent family accustomed to overwhelming force. He could empathize with the smaller clans, whose abilities barely scratched the surface of their opponents. No matter their calculations, without adequate strength, they were better off focusing on development, which explained their poor strategic insight. Realizing the formidable power of the two clans, far beyond their capacity to confront directly, he devised a plan to stir the waters. They would observe whether the two clans fell for the ruse, seizing opportunities as they arose. Should they remain unfold, they would continue to sow confusion and tighten their lines, while also dealing with the indecisive clans lingering on the sidelines. If they continued to disregard the situation, they would seize their resources. Narade continued, filled with fervor, embodying the air of a great leader. After all, the Uchiha and Senju clans were sworn enemies. Their potential alliance was a clear weakness, presenting an opportunity for them to strike decisively. The other leaders contemplated deeply, recognizing Day's insightful approach as a means to break the stalemate. Wasn't the purpose of their coalition to dismantle both clans? If they could not conquer or lacked hope of doing so, other clans would lose morale, lacking the will to continue and potentially withdraw from the alliance. Despite 4 years of conflict without any clans exiting, this stemmed from the enduring nature of warfare in the shinobi world, which revolved around ninjas, monetary resources, and various supplies. Occasionally, both sides would grow weary of prolonged battles, resorting to close-quarters combat, a brutal style that often resulted in severe casualties. After all, while jutsu could be countered or evaded, inflicting direct lethal damage was rare due to the scarcity of lethal techniques. Jutsu served as both weapon and shield, crucial for breaking enemy lines or segmenting the battlefield. Oh, this maneuver is rather clever. I did not expect these novices to possess such potential, Hinata Tenin mused, delighting in the intelligence of the allied clans, as they served as a fitting blade aimed at the two clans, gradually weakening them. At a certain point, it would be the Hinata clan's opportunity to strike. Contemplating this, he felt compelled to celebrate and summoned maidservants to bring wine. After several drinks, unsatisfied, he summoned 3 dancers to enliven the atmosphere, which grew more vibrant, as if the moon itself, shy from the room's exuberance, hid behind the clouds. The air filled with melodious sounds, interspersed with cries that echoed like lyrical expressions, accompanied by the rhythm of hands striking the table, creating an enchanting symphony that resonated for hours. Chapter 73. Hashirama's breakthrough. The Senju clan remained unresponsive, but it appeared the Uchiha had taken the bait and were preparing for battle. What shall we do now? Sarutobi inquired, entering Narade's tent while clutching the confidential letter. Narade was engrossed in practicing his calligraphy on a blank sheet. Upon hearing Sarutobi's question, he paused, placing his pen down. Send a Deadpool to feign the transmission of information, only to be intercepted by the Senju clan. The message should state that the Uchiha have agreed to engage, and we are ready to act. This letter must reach the Uzumaki clan, and it must appear authentic to avoid detection. If the Senju clan sends aid to the Uzumaki, we will communicate with that faction to keep them occupied while we ally with the Uchiha to eliminate the Senju clan. Sarutobi nodded in agreement, recognizing the plan as preferable to inaction. He had never doubted their alliance's strength compared to the two clans, viewing Narade's concerns as mere exaggeration aimed at fortifying their cohesion. Hey, long time no see, Madara. Madara, accompanied by Izuna, stealthily approached the vicinity of the ninja alliance. Unbeknownst to them, they wandered into this area. Similarly, Hashirama and Tobirama found themselves in a parallel situation. From a distance, Hashirama spotted Madara and greeted him. Fortune smiled upon them, as the four gathered as if for a clandestine meeting. Izuna and Tobirama drifted away to share insights, leaving Madara and Hashirama behind. You seem to be lagging, Hashirama. I have already earned the title of Little Azuro in the ninja world, while you remain obscure, Madara teased, reveling in his own bravado. Hashirama, visibly perturbed, felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He pondered for a moment before inquiring, why Little Azura? Is it due to my stature? His innocent gaze, directed at Madara, betrayed genuine curiosity. Madara furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for words. In a serious tone, he proposed, let us compete then. Hashirama hesitated, reluctant to engage, as he had yet to master the nuances of wood release and feared causing harm to Madara. Perhaps another day? I'm feeling a bit weary today. He suggested softly. Fear not. Our contest shall not be one of combat, but rather one of urination, Madara declared with an air of confidence, reminiscent of a general rallying his troops for battle. This proclamation, however, rekindled Hashirama's memory of Madara's previous boast. I can urinate 3 zhang against the wind. It echoed in his mind like a haunting specter. Just when Hashirama thought he could forget this absurdity, Madara had to resurrect it. Is that truly your claim? You are merely boasting, Hashirama retorted, channeling his inner frustration. Witnessing the indignation on Hashirama's face, Madara found amusement and playfully remarked, I can now urinate across to the opposite bank. Are you not envious? He leaned closer, his tone conspiratorial. Hashirama felt as if he had plunged back into a nightmare. He regretted acknowledging Madara, for it seemed the latter was intent on reliving this embarrassing moment. The first time, he had unwittingly lost his position as elder brother. The second time, he had been humiliated in front of companions and beasts alike. His anger surged, nearly overwhelming him, as Hashirama's chakra began to swell. Surpassing the limits of a jonin, he realized that once his father passed, he would ascend to the role of clan leader. Madara, observing Hashirama's transformation, felt a pang of alarm. Calm down, brother, let us speak civilly. Do not let your anger consume you. If you strike me, I will have to report to our older brother when he returns, Madara implored, genuinely taken aback by the intensity of Hashirama's emotions. What is wrong, brother? Tobirama and Izuna approached, their camaraderie evident as they walked together. Izuna, concerned, looked at Hashirama with worry. Hashirama gradually regained his composure and fixed Madara with a steely gaze. If you dare mention this again, I will not hesitate to retaliate, he warned, his chakra settling back into equilibrium. Madara felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, despite their shared history. Hashirama's power had now reached the level of their father, while he remained at the pinnacle of Jonin, unable to take that final step into greatness. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of frustration, deeming Hashirama overly sensitive. This trivial jest had stirred a tempest, and Madara's desire for vengeance faded into the background. Meanwhile, Tobirama and Izuna resumed their conversation, oblivious to the tensions that had just unfolded. Izuna expressed his dissatisfaction about Tobirama's lack of assistance in developing the fire release, spiraling sphere. Tobirama rolled his eyes in exasperation. I cannot perform fire release. How can I help you with it? And do not slack off. You must put in the effort yourself. I am currently working on a universal jutsu. Once completed, I shall present it to you, he replied, embodying the elder brother role. Izuna, pouting, retorted. You are trying to deceive me again. You said the same thing last time. Tobirama, exasperated, responded, All right, let me be honest. I see your affinity for swordsmanship. I am developing a powerful technique that will undoubtedly suit you. When I finish, you will be astonished by its capabilities, gliding through the battlefield unscathed. Just imagine the prowess of such a technique. As Tobirama offered a glimpse into his research, he aimed to uplift Izuna's spirits, conveying that he had not forgotten about him. Izuna, intrigued, fell into a reverie, pondering the nature of the impressive jutsu. Though he yearned to inquire further, he refrained, recognizing that speculation was far more delightful than reality. Chapter 74, solely devoted to learning clan leader, we have intercepted intelligence that appears to concern the Uzumaki clan, a shadowy figure announced as Tobirama enjoyed his breakfast. Wiping his mouth, Tobirama grumbled, Why must I deal with all these matters? Are the elders not capable of making decisions? This is tiresome. He tossed aside the napkin in frustration, picking up a letter that lay beside him. What is this? The Uchiha clan agrees to restrain what? Is this a typographical error? Confused, he scrutinized the document, failing to find any reference to the Uzumaki clan. Crumpling the letter, he cast it aside and resumed his meal. Please explain why you believe this is related to the Uzumaki clan, he said, his disinterest apparent. Had it not been for the personal ties to his in-laws, he would not have bothered to inquire. Earlier this morning, our scouts reported 2 individuals lurking near our defenses. Upon investigation, one was found bleeding on the ground. Shouting, We must deliver the intelligence. It concerns the Uzumaki clan's fate. The other was swiftly dispatched by our men, the figure recounted. Whose foolish idea was this? Tobirama scoffed, barely containing his laughter. Are they trying to amuse me with such antics? He waved dismissively for the figure to depart, unimpressed by the situation. As he mulled over the absurdity, a sudden realization struck him, and he hurled his bowl in anger. This is an affront to my intelligence. Meanwhile, Sarutobi waited in silence. Anticipating news, a guard approached him, whispering, Clan leader, the plan has been executed flawlessly. The Senju clan has acquired the intelligence, and our operatives performed convincingly. One feigned death by poisoning while another was convincingly stabbed multiple times. Our men witnessed the Senju clan depart with the information. A faint smile crept across Sarutobi's face, though he quickly suppressed it, masking his inner joy with a bittersweet expression. Uncertain of whether they have family, if they do, they must be well taken care of. His wife and children, I shall nurture. Originally intending to mention the elderly, I recalled that they are merely trained assassins, devoid of the elderly. At most, they exist to propagate the family lineage and introduce fresh blood, marrying and procreating. They are but breeding machines, lacking in genuine emotions, having undergone various brainwashing procedures. Wholly devoted to the family, I shall keep a vigilant watch on the movements of the Senju clan. As soon as they make a move to provide support, I must be informed immediately. What is this? Such swiftness? Quite impressive indeed. Taijima gazed at the letter in his hand, then crumpled it into a ball and tossed it aside. He had no intention of taking action. He merely aimed to deploy forces and create a stir. Subsequently, he would bolster their spirits, observing their battle with the Senju clan to see if he could seize any advantage, or perhaps claim a finishing blow, tidying up the aftermath to harvest heads. Oh dear, my aching back. It has become quite burdensome. In a room, Tenrin clasped his waist. He had indulged too much a few days prior and had yet to recover. Brother, what are you hiding? Tobirama entered Hashirama's tent without prior announcement. Upon seeing his elder brother, disheveled and flushed, he noticed Hashirama was attempting to conceal something. Hashirama was caught red-handed, creating an awkward situation. Could you not knock, or at least call out? Tobirama exclaimed. With a gesture, he summoned a tree to thrust Tobirama away. In his hasty retreat, he glimpsed a book, seemingly one that Raushin had previously mentioned wanting to reserve for him and Tsunade, but ultimately gifted to his elder brother. How infuriating. There he was, secretly cultivating a technique and growing stronger. No wonder his power had surged recently. Lost in thought while airborne, Tobirama only snapped back to reality as he neared the ground. He controlled his descent, landing in a rather undignified manner. Afterward, he intended to seek out his elder brother once more, but reconsidered. He felt that his brother no longer held affection for him. Their encounters had devolved into mere would-release techniques. Fortunately, his brother's abilities had improved significantly. Otherwise, the thought sent a shiver down Tobarama's spine. He recalled the reaction when would-release struck a target and felt a surge of dread. How could his ruthless brother employ such nefarious jutsu against his beloved, dashing younger sibling? If he did not show him that technique book, he would not forgive his unreliable elder brother. Any recent news? Asked the leader of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Namikaze, while perusing a book, addressing Uzumaki Kaze beside him. The book bore the title Jinping, May in crooked letters. Uzumaki Kaze frowned. Leader, you ought not to read such books. They are detrimental to your health. Feeling embarrassed, Uzumaki Namikaze closed the book and set it aside. Alas, I mistakenly took the wrong one. He casually picked up another volume. Shoujo Shungaku. The veins on Uzumaki Kaze's forehead bulged as he roared. As our leader, you should not indulge in such inappropriate literature when our clan is facing crisis. Uzumaki Namikaze again closed the book and placed it aside, alongside several others. You do not understand. Recently, I have been unable to eat or sleep well. Reflecting on my youth while learning ninjutsu, I discovered that perusing such illustrated volumes could ignite my creativity, much like the potent sealing techniques I have created. I am old now. If not for the sake of inspiration, do you think I would bother with such books? My vitality is waning. Uzumaki Namikaze spoke earnestly, a tone of lamentation in his voice. Uzumaki Kaze was left bewildered. For a moment, he could not discern whether the unreliable leader's words were sincere. For the leader had indeed exhibited exceptional talent in the past, creating several practical and powerful techniques. After some contemplation, Kaze reasoned that as the clan leader, Namikaze would not indulge in such disgraceful literature in times of impending turmoil without a compelling reason. Uzumaki Namikaze observed Uzumaki Kaze lost in thought. If it has not yet passed, perhaps I could lend you a book to try? See if you possess such talent? After all, the sage mode does indeed inspire creativity and alleviate stress. Uzumaki Kaze returned home with a volume of techniques. Uzumaki Namikaze set his book aside. Alas, time has elapsed. The spirits of our clansmen are as taut as a stretched string. If I continue to wear a gloomy expression, their mental strain will only intensify. He pushed the books aside and turned to the documents, his face etched with worry. After all, Uzumaki Kaze had grown older. Perhaps a glance at the techniques would help ease his mood. He could not afford to succumb to fatigue. Unintentionally, Uzumaki Namikaze glanced at his cherished collection, filled with determination. I shall lead my people through this crisis, and then I will savor my treasures. His expression reflected both resolve and a tinge of sorrow, for his collection had already diminished by one volume. Chapter 75. The emergence of Hashirama, a significant development. The Uchiha clan has responded, stating that they will intervene as soon as we take action. Sarutobi Sasuke had no time for tea, hurriedly dismissing the maid, speaking with urgency. Nara, appearing unfazed, exuded an air of wisdom. What news from the Senju clan? He inquired, lifting his teacup to sip. How are they faring? Sarutobi Sasuke gestured confidently, assuring him, rest assured. I will handle this matter with utmost care. Nara nodded, not probing further, believing that this minor task would be well within Sarutobi's capabilities. Let us convene a mobilization meeting. The Uchiha have agreed to assist us, and the Senju clan appears to have been misled by our stratagem and is making arrangements that seem to direct them towards aiding the Uzumaki clan. As for the Uchiha, we can agree to their condition of taking the initiative. To put it plainly, the Senju, upon witnessing the Uchiha on the battlefield, will likely disregard us and engage them instead. Nara calmly analyzed the situation. In the Land of Fire, who is unaware of the historical conflicts between the Uchiha and Senju clans? As long as we do not push too far, we can orchestrate the Uchiha to expend their strength, while we outwardly appear to ally with them against the Senju, when in truth, both clans will be battling. Father, Hashirama, clad in crimson armor, had carelessly discarded his long sword, his hair flowing freely, tied up in a bun, exuding an air of heroism. His brother Tobarama, with short white hair and white armor, held a long sword at his waist, gripped tightly in his left hand. This time, he did not don his half mask, presenting a polished and capable appearance, his gaze occasionally glinting ominously, sending shivers down the spine. Senju Butsuma, witnessing his two sons before him, felt a swell of satisfaction. He patted Hashirama on the shoulder, then clapped Tobarama's shoulder with his single arm. Truly, my two prodigal sons have grown remarkably. In the future, you must support and look after one another. It was rare for Butsuma to find a moment to converse with his sons, as they were often engaged in battle or en route to confront foes. In the blink of an eye, he realized how much they had matured, prompting a heartfelt reflection. "I understand, father. I will take good care of Tobirama," Hashirama replied warmly, filled with confidence in his abilities. The essence of a person's temperament exudes an extraordinary sense of confidence, emanating from within. It instills trust and comfort in those around. Fei Jian turned his head aside, acknowledging, "I understand, father." He had yet to forgive his wicked elder brother for withholding the secret scroll and for the violence inflicted upon him. Without the scroll as a gesture of reconciliation, it would be futile to appease him. Buddha Jian observed the two brothers and smiled faintly, then adopted a serious demeanor. "This time, I have resolved to let you lead the troops into battle while I remain at the rear to provide support," he stated earnestly. He held great trust in Fei Jian's intelligence, and with the elder brother accompanying them, he felt reassured. Allowing his two sons to engage in direct combat would serve as a valuable learning experience, laying the groundwork for their future leadership of the clan. "Very well, father." Fei Jian and Zhu Jian officially stepped onto the battlefield to confront the Saratobi alliance, no longer relegated to the periphery of minor skirmishes. Clan leader. "Those rascals are preparing to strike. It is said that a portion of the Senju clan's main force has been diminished, and now your two sons are on the field." In the Uchiha camp, Uchiha Taijima received reports about Uchiha battle. His brow furrowed. Being more informed than the alliance, he possessed knowledge that others did not. Some intelligence he withheld from the other elders. He was aware that the Senju clan's main force had not moved at all, instead lurking in their encampment to create a facade. "Call Madara and Izuna here," Taijima said, rubbing his brow as he contemplated. "Buddha Jian, this time you are preparing to rely on your sons? With those two, how could they possibly compare to my sons?" Taijima remarked to himself with a sense of pride, recalling that his own two sons had already begun to gain a reputation. "Father." Madara and Izuna, along with the second elder Uchiha battle, entered the camp. Madara donned a crimson armor, his long hair cascading down his shoulders, unrestrained and flowing. He exuded an air of dominance, particularly evident in his piercing gaze that instilled a sense of helplessness in others. Izuna, emulating both Risshin and Madara, had also grown long hair, bound by a golden blue headband, clad in blue armor and carrying a long sword, appearing innocuous. Of course, this was merely the facade he wore when looking at Madara and their father. "Haha, splendid. Truly you are my sons," Taijima boasted unabashedly, adjusting their attire. "You two have grown so much without even realizing it. It is time to find yourselves brides. Your father wishes to hold a grandchild." Taijima smiled, teasing the two spirited brothers, who blushed like monkeys' bottoms, finding his jest exceedingly amusing. "Indeed, they are still but children. Madara, Izuna is still young. You must look after your brother well. Do you understand?" Taijima fixed his gaze on Madara with earnestness. Madara felt somewhat perplexed, but did not hesitate to nod in agreement. "I understand, father." Taijima then turned to Izuna. "You must also assist your elder brother, do you hear? No childish antics." As Taijima conversed with his sons, relishing this rare moment of leisure, he studied their appearances intently, imprinting them into his memory. An ominous premonition stirred within him, sensing impending calamity. "This time, I intend for you both to lead our clansmen to the battlefield. Under my protection, you cannot grow. Let the battlefield impart its lessons. I will have the second elder accompany you. At that time, you must think critically and inquire with the second elder about anything you do not comprehend. He will explain the current situation on the battlefield in detail. You will then take charge and make arrangements." Taijima regarded Uchiha battle with a sense of entrustment. Uchiha battle nodded solemnly, understanding that the clan leader was officially preparing to groom the next clan leader. Gaining merit in battle would allow them to ascend to power justly, as every clan inevitably harbors some rebellious souls who aspire to usurp the leader's position. "Brother, shall we not test their strength? Are we simply to charge in recklessly?" Fei Jian interjected, furrowing his brow at Zhu Jian's strategy. After all, according to Zhu Jian's plan, they would be directly confronting opponents who possessed the strength of several clan leaders. Although they were among the weaker clan leaders, their prowess was worlds apart from that of elite shinobi. In their ranks, only Zhu Jian had reached the clan leader level, while the second elder, Chang Jian, also possessed clan leader strength. "Brother, what shall we do?" Madara's eyes gleamed coldly upon learning that Zhu Jian was leading the opposing forces. Let us circumvent the battlefield and strike the alliance forces from the side. How dare this small family alliance challenge our illustrious Uchiha clan? That is intolerable. Haha. We must feast. Our divine beast hall is finally full. Rishin exclaimed joyfully. After a year of labor, Master Rishin had finally gathered his beloved tailed beast army. Now, he possessed the 10 tails as a power source. By manifesting a Susanoo as a shell for the 9-tailed beasts, he would transform into the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Is Buddha Jian attempting to ambush my sons? Truly, he has regressed. You summon the 3rd elder. I shall go ahead. Taijima. Upon hearing that Senju Buddha Jian planned to ambush his sons, rushed to the battlefield without hesitation, instructing a messenger to call the 3rd elder to meet him. The tent was left with only the messenger. He observed Taijima's hurried departure and the orders left for him. As he made his way toward the 3rd elder, he found a secluded spot and collapsed, a bloodstain appearing on his neck. A shadow slipped away, vanishing from sight. Earlier that day, at the Senju clan, Buddha Jian received a confidential letter revealing that Uchiha Taijima intended to personally lead an assault on his 2 sons. This he could not abide. Imagining Taijima's imposing form on the battlefield threatening his sons, both Zhu Jian and Fei Jian were in grave danger. Thus, he left the elder to oversee the camp while he and the 3rd elder moved to intercept Taijima at the path he would traverse, lying in ambush. As for why he brought only one companion, it was due to their proximity to the battlefield. Too many would raise suspicion. Furthermore, they were merely there to thwart Taijima's efforts, preventing him from acting. If Taijima dared to go alone, why should they not? Perhaps they could even eliminate Taijima. While they were uncertain of how Uchiha Taijima had the audacity, this spy was his secret weapon, a clandestine strength. Having proven invaluable in previous endeavors, the messenger would only convey vital information in critical moments to avoid exposure. Should this ace divulge sensitive information, it would be a cataclysmic event. Buddha Jian placed immense trust in this spy's intelligence, believing that even if it were erroneous, it would simply result in an unnecessary trip. He did not believe that ordinary strength could detain him and the 3rd elder, both of whom were of clan leader caliber. This was the confidence he possessed. To label him foolish would be inaccurate, and to call him wise would also fall short. He could only blame Kuro for being overly cautious, calculating for far too long. Perceiving the solitary figure of Taijima rushing hastily toward the battlefield, he made his way to the location where the 2 had laid in ambush. The prearranged trap set by Fojian and the 3rd elder brought them a moment of joy. Their intelligence had proven accurate. They began to gather their strength, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Taijima, ideally capable of eliminating him in one fell swoop. Just as Taijima was about to pass their hiding spot, an instinctive alarm surged within him, causing his heart to race. This was an intuition honed through the trials of battle, his 6th sense. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan. A rudimentary pink Susanoo manifested around him, forming several rows of rib-like structures for protection. In that fleeting moment, he was unable to summon a stronger form of Susanoo. 2 fierce gusts of wind approached. Taijima felt as though he had been struck by a colossal mountain, sending him hurtling backward. The Susanoo in front of him contorted under the impact, shattering into fragments, and several ribs snapped. Taijima coughed up a mouthful of blood. How dare you ambush my son? So it is all part of a conspiracy against me, he exclaimed, swiftly gathering chakra. His kaleidoscope Sharingan fixated on the one-armed adversary before him, an eternal enemy. Fojian felt an inexplicable sense of urgency, but refrained from unnecessary chatter, charging toward Taijima in perfect synchronization with the 3rd elder. Taijima's cheeks streamed with blood and tears, his pink chakra surging skyward. Soon, a massive crimson Susanoo emerged, embodying the 3rd form of the Susanoo. It represented the pinnacle of his power, with only the upper half of the Susanoo visible, enhanced with veins, flesh, and weaponry, further fortified by the addition of the formidable Tengu armor, significantly boosting its defensive capabilities. Realizing the rapid depletion of his chakra, Taijima did not falter, lacking even the time to stabilize his injuries. The kaleidoscope Sharingan continued to spin, employing its ocular techniques. He resolved to deliver a thunderous blow to eliminate one opponent first, then hold off the remaining adversaries until the 3rd elder could arrive for support. The sight of such a formidable crimson Susanoo cast a shadow of dread over Fojian and the 3rd elder. The additional Tengu armor exuded an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Hold him off. I will take the lead. Fujian commanded decisively, recognizing the rare opportunity to keep Taijima from escaping. There was no time for a protracted fight. They were near the battlefield, and reinforcements would soon arrive. Fujian drew the long sword from his back, channeling chakra into it to form a blade of concentrated chakra, charging toward Uchiha Taijima. With only one arm, he was unable to perform hand seals and could only engage in a direct confrontation. Taijima, despite his grievous injuries and disheveled appearance, felt a surge of power and speed coursing through him. Blood streamed from his eyes, yet a fierce light glimmered within. He unsheathed the long blade worn by his Susanoo and charged toward Fujian as if to cleave him in two. The third elder of the Senju clan quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful jutsu. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Jutsu. Without hesitation, he summoned two massive creatures, resembling dragons and pythons, to ensnare Taijima's colossal Susanoo. One approached from the left, the other from the right, attempting to entangle the Susanoo. Taijima's expression grew grave as he beheld the monstrous earth dragons that he had previously severed but now surged forth anew. This development unsettled him, momentarily halting his advance toward Fujian. He swiftly severed the heads of the earth dragons and redirected his focus toward the third elder, finding the control of these creatures vexingly troublesome. If ensnared, he would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. The third elder, observing Taijima's advance, felt a surge of delight. Now, clan leader, Taijima sensed his feet sinking into the ground. He realized that while he had been focused on Fujian, the area before the third elder had been transformed into a swamp, from which 4 earth dragons emerged, an upgraded version of the Earth Release. These new foes were indeed challenging. Taijima felt a surge of frustration, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, a consequence of his self-imposed restraint. He drew the second blade from his Susanoo, simultaneously fending off the earth dragons while keeping his gaze fixed on Fujian. He was uncertain whether his third form of Susanoo could withstand Fujian's overwhelming strength. Fortunately, Fujian was currently limited to one arm, easing the burden somewhat. In the distance, Kuroji watched with pride, reveling in the fruits of his labor. However, a thought of another person crossed his mind, casting a shadow over his satisfaction. Yet he remained unafraid. For knowledge is power. Chapter 77. A brutal clash. Fujian, Taijima, and Weijian meet their end together. Taijima felt his breath growing increasingly labored. His already damaged internal organs had worsened. The third elder's prolonged absence made it clear that this was a trap meticulously laid for him. The flicker of hope in his heart had dissipated entirely. His eyes hardened with resolve. If he were to perish, he would take someone with him. The kaleidoscope Sharingan, which could only foresee a mere 3 seconds ahead and carried a tremendous cost for each use, was now unleashed without restraint. He cursed himself for not having decisively employed his Izanagi to alter his grim reality. Had he activated his Izanagi during the ambush, he would have sacrificed one eye. Yet he would have avoided this perilous situation. At that moment, he believed that the third elder was on his way, ready to offer support. This misplaced trust had led him into the depths of despair. Now, even if he were to use the reality-altering technique Izanagi, it would be of no avail. It would be wiser to consider preserving his eyes for his son. With Obito's talent, he would undoubtedly awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan in time, potentially soon. However, should Obito awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he too would swiftly descend into a realm of diminishing vision. Taijima yearned to preserve his eyes for Obito, allowing him to regain his sight and increase his chances of survival. Of course, this would be contingent upon his own fate. I see it, Taijima declared, striving to break the deadlock by absorbing a blow from Fujian. He simultaneously swung his blade to sever the head of the earth dragon before him and dashed toward the third elder. His eyes foresaw the ensuing events. Ignoring Fujian, he noticed that the sword could not pierce the Susanoo, prompting him to discard it. He focused his energy into his fists. Earth Release, Strong Rock Wall. Taijima's Susanoo's great blade struck down. Though there was a momentary hesitation, he cleaved through the seemingly impenetrable earth barrier. Blood flowed anew from his eyes, resembling a vengeful spirit. Give it to me. As he approached the third elder, he foresaw the future and evaded one strike. His other blade had already sealed off the escape route. The reckless use of such ocular techniques rendered Taijima fearsome. His chakra was rapidly consumed, yet his life force surged to replenish it. Give it to me. Taijima paid no heed to the earth creatures that were transformed into mere soil by his Susanoo's great blade, hurling it toward a designated direction. One his eyes had glimpsed in the future. The great blade struck the third elder head-on, tearing his body apart and leaving behind only a shattered upper half. The expression in his eyes reflected a blend of unwillingness, terror, and disbelief. Did Wei Jian perish? No. Wei Jian, Fojian, with a powerful punch, struck the Susanoo, causing it to tremble and shatter the ground beneath. Yet, it ultimately remained intact. Taijima too felt the impact, spitting out another mouthful of blood. The appearance of the Susanoo diminished significantly. Taijima had reached the end of his strength. Haha, I've taken one down. Now, I'll take you along with me. I still profit from this. This marked Taijima's moment of glory, a lifetime spent under the oppressive dominance of the Senju clan. In the last encounter, he had triumphed with one arm, but this time, despite his grievous injuries, he faced two formidable clan leaders and managed to slay one. He still had the chance to take another with him. Contemplating this, he felt no regrets. Life had reached its zenith. The old era was drawing to a close, and a new dawn was upon him. Let me transform into the final light, burning myself to ignite the flames of the future. In the realm of the thousand-handed Buddha, I have awaited this moment for an eternity. Taijima roared, a powerful will radiating from him. The surrounding remnants of greenery and trees bowed beneath his overwhelming presence, the leaves falling incessantly. Butsujin, filled with righteous indignation, had long prepared for a mutual demise with Taijima, but he had not anticipated the death of Wei Jian, which left him despondent and unable to accept the reality. He understood that Taijima was not to be trifled with. He was the unpredictable variable in the confrontation between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Having come here, he was mentally prepared for the worst. Taijima, you shall pay. Butsujin's chakra surged violently, his life force burning fiercely. His strength soared beyond even his peak state. Chakra manifested as a tangible force, hurtling towards Taijima. Taijima, exhilarated, activated his kaleidoscopic eye technique, eager to witness Butsujin's demise, yet discovered that within 3 seconds, he found no opportunity to act. How swift! Is he even faster than me? Taijima marveled, astonished. His own speed had been greatly enhanced through the powers of his kaleidoscope, yet Butsujin's sudden eruption of speed eclipsed his own. As Taijima pondered, he halted. But his Susanoo's great sword continued its unyielding assault towards Butsujin's trajectory. This was the insight granted by his eye technique, revealing the path of Butsujin's attack. Bang! Butsujin's fist collided with the blade of the Susanoo, unleashing a torrent of energy and force that surged through both combatants and their surroundings, clearing a space of several meters. Butsujin spat blood, his gaze sharp and predatory, akin to a hawk locking onto its prey. Taijima's Susanoo flickered, his visage paling. He was nearing his limits. Although he had discerned the trajectory of Butsujin's attack, his body failed to respond in time, resulting in a critical blow. The immense chakra consumption and the force of their clash exacerbated his injuries. Delightful, Butsujin bellowed, his voice echoing as he vanished from sight. Taijima, struggling to maintain his composure, squinted through his blurred vision, his pupils narrowing as they focused, his kaleidoscope spinning incessantly. The once vivid crimson of his eyes now appeared increasingly sinister, tainted with blood and fury. You've slowed down. Are you at your limit? The voice resonated from behind Taijima, plunging him into despair. Momentarily distracted by excruciating pain, he lost sight of his target, only to find Butsujin at his back. Crack! The ethereal Susanoo shattered under Butsujin's strike. The massive sword Taijima wielded dissipated rapidly, leaving only the hilt, which struck Butsujin with tremendous force. Both warriors were sent hurtling backwards, landing on the ground. Cough. Huh. Truly my lifelong rival. Alas, I have triumphed just slightly. Taijima coughed blood as he gradually rose to his feet. During the struggle, he picked up a sharp stone, melancholy lacing his words as he slowly approached Butsujin's form. With no chakra left in his body and his weapons long gone, he resorted to this primal method, seeking to ascertain Butsujin's fate. If he still drew breath, he would send him off with the stone. His lifelong adversary, Taijima, would ensure that he would perish first. Butsujin had no desire to engage Taijima further. He gazed at the sky, reminiscing about his two sons. Yet, upon hearing Taijima's movements, he strained with all his might to turn and rise. The injuries within him flared, blood spilling forth, mingled with fragments of his insides. Huh, Taijima. How pitiful to see you in such a state, Butsujin gasped, managing to stand. Observing Taijima's dazed expression, he erupted into laughter. the last remnants of his strength dissipating as he fell backwards, his face still adorned with a smile. Taijima's once dazed gaze slowly began to focus. He could no longer discern Butsugin's figure, only hearing the sound of his labored breaths and the sight of his collapsing form. Taijima halted mid-step, exhaling a sigh of relief. Cough. Butsugin, you have finally met your end. Exhausted, he cast a glance towards the front lines, where Madara and Izuna were engaged. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he seemed to glimpse two figures rushing towards him, his beloved sons, Madara and Izuna, resembling two young tiger cubs. Before he could finish his thought, his body succumbed and fell forward, his eyes closing. He departed without regrets. Father. Madara sensed the overwhelming aura of the Susanoo and disregarded the battlefield. He commanded the troops to retreat, hurrying towards this direction with Izuna. Tobirama also sensed the situation and ordered the forces to withdraw, rushing alongside Hashirama. Upon arrival, Madara and Izuna beheld their father, battered and with a dazed gaze directed at them, only to watch helplessly as he collapsed before them. Chapter 78. Madara and Hashirama finally matured. Madara and Izuna's eyes welled with tears of blood, their Sharingan spinning relentlessly, forming the pattern of the kaleidoscope. Had Lee Xian witnessed their eyes, he would have marveled at the resilience of the world's corrective forces. Their kaleidoscopes remained unchanged from the original narrative. Father. Madara and Izuna seethed with rage. Yet they fiercely suppressed their fury as they approached Taijima's lifeless body. Hashirama and Tobirama soon arrived, voicing their grief as they approached Butsugin's corpse. The atmosphere thickened with an unbearable tension, a suffocating silence enveloping them. On one side stood kin, and on the other, brothers. Caught amidst the rivalry of the Uchiha and Senju clans, Madara remained silent, following Taijima's wishes, extracting the kaleidoscope from his eyes and preserving it in a vessel meant for collecting clan members' eyes. His veins bulged as he fought to contain his fury, cradling Taijima's lifeless form as he departed, unsure of how to face Hashirama. The thought of striking Hashirama felt impossible, yet his father had perished alongside Hashirama's father, deepening the chasm of hatred, a cruel fate striking hard at 12-year-old Madara and Hashirama. They could no longer maintain their usual closeness. Madara harbored immense hatred for this chaotic world. Izuna glanced at Tobirama without uttering a word, trailing behind his elder brother. What shall we do, brother? Father Tobirama, filled with panic and sorrow, inquired of Hashirama, lost in confusion. Suddenly, Tobirama's gaze sharpened as he spotted the body of the third elder, Senju Weijian. Brother, we must return swiftly. This is dire. The third elder has fallen. Tobirama suppressed his sorrow, speaking with a heavy heart as he recalled the losses of their clan. Two leaders of their lineage extinguished. A looming crisis hovered over the Senju clan. In an instant, clarity enveloped Tobirama's mind. Love for their clan and Hashirama's immersion in grief left him no time for mourning. He had to rise to the occasion, shouldering the future of the Senju clan. Hearing Tobirama's words, Hashirama steeled himself, hoisting Butsugin's corpse onto his back. Butsugin and Taijima had fought valiantly, yet the aftermath fell squarely on their sons. In such a perilous situation, one misstep could lead to utter destruction. Let us find a place to conceal our father's remains. Once the news of his passing reaches the front lines, it will be a devastating blow to our kin. Hashirama spoke softly, his tone measured. In an instant, he appeared much more mature and composed. With no refuge above him, he had no choice but to rally himself and shoulder the weight of responsibility. Shielding his younger brother behind him, he could not bear the thought of Tobirama standing alone in front to face the storm, providing him with shelter from the tumult. He aspired to be the backbone of the Senju clan, leading his people towards peace and protecting his brother. Seeing Hashirama regain his composure brought a sense of relief to Tobirama. He feared that his elder brother might succumb to despair, and he, after all, was not the clan leader, unable to issue commands. Simultaneously, he worried that Hashirama might act impulsively and hold a funeral for their father, which would undoubtedly sow discord among the troops and instill panic in their hearts, especially after the death of the third elder. They were likely to face the allied forces, along with the Uchiha clan. The Uzumaki clan, in such dire straits, could not possibly offer assistance. Brother, what shall we do? Father is gone, Izuna wept, her voice trembling as she turned to her elder brother. The 11-year-old child could no longer contain her sorrow and confusion. Madara, bearing the lifeless body of Taijima, felt as though he had been transported to another world. Upon hearing Izuna's voice, he was jolted back to reality. What am I doing? I have no time to grieve. Madara chastised himself internally. He gently set down Taijima's body and touched Izuna's forehead, suppressing his own feelings of confusion and sadness. Do not fear, Izuna. I am here. He reassured her, forcing a gentle tone despite the grief weighing on his heart. He managed to conjure a faint smile, attempting to instill confidence in his sister. The sunlight streaming from behind him cast a radiant glow upon his figure, and his smile seemed to soothe Izuna's troubled spirit. Rarely did Madara smile, but when he did, it was particularly bright and warm. Noticing that Izuna appeared somewhat comforted, he lifted Taijima's body once again, preparing to continue his journey. We must leave. We have been away from the front lines for too long. The clan will surely grow suspicious, Madara spoke softly. Then, as if struck by a thought, he placed Taijima's body down once more. Noticing Izuna's puzzled expression, he gently explained, currently, a fierce battle rages ahead. Our father's remains cannot be interred in a timely manner, nor can they be returned. If the clan were to see our father's body, it would surely cause unrest and diminish morale. Let us bury him here. Madara and Hashirama each bore the weight of their burdens. In that moment, their hearts felt as though they had transformed into entirely different beings. The heavy responsibilities, the expectations of their kin, and the vulnerability of their younger brother compelled them to be strong, to forge a sanctuary for their sibling. They chose to grit their teeth and shoulder their duties, maturing significantly in their resolve. A day later, young clan leader, we have received word from the rear. It has been reported that our clan leader and the third elder left the clan grounds yesterday and have yet to return, their whereabouts unknown. The second elder murmured to Hashirama. He wanted to inquire whether Hashirama was aware of any developments, especially since there had been fluctuations in battle nearby, with two distinct chakra signatures reminiscent of their Senju clan. Only Hashirama and Tobirama had ventured to investigate. Upon hearing the second elder's inquiry, Hashirama felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, his eyes reddening as he quickly turned away. He hesitated, unsure if he should disclose this information to the second elder. Tobirama, meanwhile, was studying a map dotted with small flags, strategizing the war. Upon hearing the second elder's words, he responded with a chilling demeanor. Is today's security adequately arranged? Why concern yourself with so much? My father and the third elder are both ninja of clan leader caliber. They must have left for pressing matters. You need not pry into things that do not concern you. Tobirama's cold voice echoed as he swept the map and tools from the table to the ground, appearing quite irate. Noticing the shift in Tobirama's tone, the second elder quickly took his leave. Once he was out of earshot, Tobirama expressed his frustration to Hashirama. Brother, I apologize, my handling of that was improper. It may raise suspicions. Tobirama, despite his considerable talent, was still too young, and his age limited his cunning and depth of thought. Hashirama gazed at Tobirama with gentle understanding. It is all right, Tobirama. I too was contemplating whether I should reveal this matter. Young clan leader, Uchiha Izuna, entered Madara's tent. Is there something you need, second elder? Madara turned to face Uchiha Izuna, his expression tense, eyes narrowed. Uchiha Izuna had intended to inquire about the previous day's events and the news from the clan grounds, seeking confirmation from Madara to glean further information. However, encountering Madara's demeanor, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, as if he were being scrutinized by a sovereign, instilling a profound sense of fear within him. I have no other business. You should rest early, young clan leader. Uchiha Izuna stammered, feeling compelled to exit the tent post-haste, drenched in cold sweat. To think that he, a clan leader-level expert, could be so frightened by the young Madara left him feeling irritable. Yet, recalling the terrifying encounter, he shivered and quickly returned to his own tent. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Izuna, Madara had already reached the status of a clan leader and bore an aura imbued with the residual chakra and will of Indra, far beyond what a mere clan leader could withstand. Madara watched Uchiha Izuna retreat without withdrawing his gaze, lost in thought. Brother, I feel that my eyes have undergone a tremendous change. Izuna slowly entered Madara's tent, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Upon hearing her, Madara's expression softened, and his demeanor shifted. Izuna, this is the power of our Uchiha clan, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara recalled the documents he had secretly observed in Taijima's chamber, which contained the secrets of the Sharingan. He now understood why their father had been reluctant to reveal the truth about the Mangekyo. Yet, he had never anticipated that it would ultimately come to pass. This power, steeped in darkness, arose from witnessing the deaths of dear friends and family, awakening a unique ability, the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, the Awakener must possess sufficient talent to evolve this cursed bloodline. This is splendid. Now I possess the strength to fight alongside you, brother, and to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, Izuna exclaimed, momentarily pausing, fearing her brother's ire. Madara, momentarily lost in thought, did not fully grasp her words, but simply offered an encouraging smile. Little brother, are we not returning to the land of fire? The seven tails soared through the skies, while the other tailed beasts shrank in size, seated beside Aili and Li Xian. The nine tails, noticing Li Xian's destination, inquired with curiosity. Li Xian grinned widely. Now that we can fly, we might as well take a leisurely tour. The ninja world is neither too vast nor too small. After being busy for so long, it is the perfect time to unwind and take a holiday to reward ourselves. After all, it will not be long before we embark on the next phase of our plans. Li Xian recalled the figures of Ban, Hashirama, Izuna, and Tobarama. A radiant smile gracing his face, his eyes filled with warmth. I wonder how you all are faring now. Chapter 79. The Advent of the Wood Release, Tree Realm Brother. I believe it's time for you to return to the land of fire. The nine tails, amidst a feast of meat and drink with the other eight-tailed beasts, suddenly leaned closer to Li Xian. Confused, Li Xian asked, "What's the matter, brother?" The nine tails pondered for a moment, but chose to remain silent regarding the matters of Ashura and Indra, primarily out of reluctance. Certainly not, because it was too cumbersome to discuss. It concerns your two little brothers. Li Xian tossed the meat in his hand to the ground. Then let us hurry there. We can eat and drink at any time. With the nine tails taken aback, Alai and the other eight-tailed beasts looked at him in bewilderment as he prepared to leave urgently. The other tailed beasts cast resentful glances at the nine tails, who found it absurd. When did Li Xian acquire such speed? Shouldn't they finish their meal before setting off? A party of 2 and 8 beasts climbed onto the back of the seven tails. Aside from Li Xian, Alai and the others felt as though they were in a dream. But upon seeing Li Xian's serious expression and the chakra surging around him, they dared not delay. Little clan leader. The Senju clan is being pressed by the ninja allied forces. What shall we do? Should we intervene? The second elder Uchiha battle stood quietly beside Uchiha Madara and spoke. Izuna's eyes reflected concern and confusion. On one hand, he and Tobarama's father had perished together, suggesting they should harbor deep-seated hatred. Yet, this situation could not be solely blamed on the opposing side. No matter how he thought about it, something felt amiss. What? Buddha and Wei have gone missing? Vortex Rumina examined the intelligence in his hand with a complex expression. He had never anticipated that the Senju clan would suddenly face such calamity, rendering them in a more dire state than even their own Vortex clan. However, he understood the principle of mutual destruction, yet he could not bear to confront the letter of distress before him. After much contemplation, he felt overwhelmed and crumpled the letter into a ball, preparing to discard it. Just as he was about to throw it away, he remembered something. Using chakra, he shredded the paper into dust, as though he had never seen this letter. The Vortex clan was also struggling to maintain their own safety. The versatility of sealing techniques had drawn attention. Although the tailed beasts seemed to have vanished, their crisis remained unresolved. With the Senju clan now unreliable, he needed to seek a new path for his clan. The peace-loving Vortex clan, despite their formidable talents, had not faced much disturbance during the Warring States period, primarily due to their reliable allies. Consequently, many clan members had neglected their training. While civilians could instantaneously transform into combatants, they ultimately differed from professional ninja forces, lacking combat experience. As the leader of his clan, he deeply understood this truth. Hashirama watched his retreating clansmen with a furrowed brow. The enemy's clan leader-level experts were like blades, shattering their formation. The jutsu unleashed were immensely powerful, necessitating several jonin to counteract them. However, with too many jonin occupied, the enemy's additional jonin went unchallenged, affecting the entire battlefield. Hashirama found himself in a flurry, unsure of how to proceed. Wood release, Ironwood top. Hashirama clasped his hands together, rescuing a jonin who had fallen into peril. Ha ha, brothers, let us slay them. Our moment to make a name for ourselves has arrived. One ninja, filled with elation, realized that the so-called Senju clan was not as formidable as it seemed. Exhausted from defense, unlike previous encounters where they were oppressed, this time, they had the upper hand against the Senju clan. "Brother, we should retreat. The morale is scattered. If we continue, the casualties may be significant. Moreover, the enemy still has several clan leader-level experts who have yet to engage." Tobirama, with a worried expression, spoke to Hashirama. At that moment, he recognized that he had previously underestimated the situation. After all, these clans had legacies spanning hundreds of years, their power not to be taken lightly. When united, they were immensely formidable. Previously, with Buddha and Wei, their clan leaders dared not act recklessly, fearing retribution. Now that Buddha and Wei had vanished, with the Grand Elder stationed at the rear and the Second Elder nearby, ready to support and protect them, several clan leader-level experts emerged from the opposing side. Hashirama remained silent, his gaze sharp and unwavering, his youthful frame standing tall. His aura surged. When Buddha was alive, he had intended to charge directly into battle. Now, with Buddha's demise, he needed to exercise caution and restraint. As the crisis reached its peak, he began to comprehend the strength of the enemy. He moved forward with swift determination, forming several simple hand seals. His new technique, still not fully mastered, required sealing but was straightforward nonetheless. As he reached the halfway point with 3 seals, he completed them. "Everyone retreat," Hashirama commanded with a thunderous voice. His chakra surged like a tangible force, immensely concentrated. Wood release, tree realm descends. Hashirama's waist bent slowly as he knelt on one knee, striking the ground with both hands. Upon hearing the young clan leader's command, the Senju clan executed their retreat techniques, gathering behind Hashirama. Though retreat was the order, Hashirama did not move, and thus they could not either. Although they were uncertain of Hashirama's intentions, the overwhelming chakra he emanated indicated he was about to unleash a formidable jutsu. They needed to protect their young clan leader. A sapling emerged from the earth, and soon, a multitude of saplings burst forth from the soil. In an instant, these saplings seemed to grow as though aided by divine intervention, rising from the ground. They launched themselves at the ninjas above, simultaneously drawing upon the earth's power. Growing rapidly, their roots ensnaring the surrounding ninjas. What kind of jutsu is this? A Chunin infused chakra into his long sword, striking a fist-sized tree, only to find he barely broke its skin. Moreover, the chakra he had infused was swiftly absorbed by the tree, causing it to grow stronger. The branches rapidly coiled towards him, akin to malevolent tree spirits, intent on binding him for nourishment. Several jonin, employing exceptional offensive techniques and jutsu, destroyed the resilient trees, only to find the severed trunks grew back with brazen defiance. "Kill that brat. Once we do, the jutsu will be undone." A clan leader-level expert unleashed a third of his power to obliterate the nearby trees, only to discover they regrew within seconds, even more robust than before. As if reborn from ashes, a portion of his tumultuous chakra was also absorbed by the trees, rapidly enhancing their growth. He shouted loudly, commanding his forces. If Li Xian were present, he would witness what it truly meant to quell the chaos of the world. Hashirama's complexion turned pale. This technique consumed an immense amount of chakra, and his lack of proficiency resulted in considerable wastage. The overwhelming number of enemies compelled him to continuously summon trees. A significant drain indeed. After all, this was the Warring States period, with countless formidable foes. Relying solely on such a technique could not secure victory. However, as he utilized the technique to a certain extent, he began to uncover its latent potential. It was as if he had reached a moment of enlightenment. Tobirama observed Hashirama's state, deep in thought. "Everyone, buy some time for my elder brother. I am familiar with this state." Chapter 80. The arrival of the Flower Tree Realm as the allied shinobi forces were on the verge of breaching the Flower Tree Realm. The members of the Senju clan erected various earthen walls before Hashirama. Moments later, Hashirama's hands lifted from the ground, and his chakra surged once more. With his hands clasped together, he formed a seal. The chakra intensified again. Would release, Flower Tree Realm arrival. The previously dormant Flower Realm, which had been damaged and devoid of regrowth, began to flourish wildly once more. As the trees reached a certain height, they gradually sprouted buds, as if on the verge of blossoming. With Hashirama's chakra infusing them, the buds slowly unfurled, resembling flowers on the brink of blooming. Thousands of trees collectively burst into bloom, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Yet, as a flower fully opened, a nearby ninja inhaled its fragrance, halting in his tracks, before collapsing. Whether dead or unconscious remained uncertain. The roots swiftly enveloped him, draining him to the point of becoming a mere skeleton. "These flowers are poisonous. Everyone, hold your breath," cried a ninja, expelling a gust of wind to disperse the pollen into the air, then holding his breath. The forward-moving ninjas furrowed their brows upon hearing the warning from behind. Before them lay a dense array of flowers, delicately blossoming. "Fire release, flame tornado," shouted a ninja of clan leader status, unleashing a fire dragon towards the flowers in an attempt to incinerate the trees and blossoms. While it appeared somewhat effective, the results were far from satisfactory. "Withdraw. The Senju clan cannot hold out against this if we merely rely on earthen walls. The current environment does not permit us to linger here. Next time, let us bring gas masks," he discussed quietly with a fellow clan leader. The encroaching roots and branches sent shivers down their spines, and the relentless trees, resembling tentacles, were alarming enough, but now they were releasing toxins as well. Hashirama's chakra gradually diminished, and his imposing aura waned. The few clan leaders who were attempting to break free from the flower realm noticed a glimmer of hope. The trees were not as resilient as before, and their growth and spread had slowed. The powerful chakra emanating from behind the earthen walls also weakened. Hashirama's expression darkened. His unmastered technique had not met his expectations. His chakra was depleted. The once erect earthen walls before him fell silent. Moments later, a tremendous crash echoed as they were struck. A tremor followed. "Brothers, charge. The Senju clan's sorcery has faltered. We have broken their spell. Attack." Hashirama ceased his ninjutsu, and the vast forest rapidly dissipated like a mirage. The battlefield was left with only massive, fragmented roots and mangled tree trunks, remnants of their former existence. "Brother, we must retreat. They are advancing with undeniable force." Tobirama sensed that Hashirama's ninjutsu had taken down a few mid-level and upper-level ninjas, but ultimately, due to the incompleteness and lack of mastery of the technique, his chakra had run out, and the tide had turned. Before them lay an endless sea of thousands of mid-level ninjas and hundreds of upper-level ninjas, with an unknown number of clan leaders lurking in the shadows. The allied families had exhausted their resources, with Nara using threats and temptations to sway neutral families into their ranks. Moreover, the Teitori clan, while formidable, was not significantly weaker than the Uchiha or Senju clans. At this moment, the Senju clan had lost two powerful ninjas capable of altering the battle's course. The elder and some elite members remained stationed at the rear, unable to advance, as the Uzumaki clan lacked the strength to guard the Senju's rear. The once divided forces of the alliance now united in their assault on the Senju clan, making their advance all the more terrifying and difficult to withstand. The frontline members of the clan, having heard rumors of the deaths of their leader and third elder, felt their morale plummet. Conversely, the allied forces, buoyed by these rumors, surged with renewed vigor, emboldening even those who barely qualified as clan leaders to step forward. In the face of the overwhelming ninja alliance, over 100 members of the Senju clan stood resolute. "Young clan leader, take the others and retreat. We will hold them off. Ensure the clan's strength endures," spoke a peak upper-level ninja barely 20 years old, determination in his eyes. "Brother, we must withdraw. Continuing this fight will lead to catastrophic losses. If our frontline falls, the Senju clan will be on the brink of extinction." Tobirama urged Hashirama, fearful that his brother's valor might lead to a futile last stand. Hashirama's countenance darkened. He could not utter the words of retreat. The volunteers standing to hold the rear were so young, their average age barely 20. His heart ached as if pierced. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails broke the skin of his palm. A sense of helplessness and defeat washed over him, threatening to cast him into despair. "All troops, heed my command." Hashirama raised his hand, his figure radiating rage and sorrow. He struggled to speak, halting mid-sentence, blood trickling down his arm, tears welling in his eyes. Under Tobirama's desperate gaze, he steeled himself to issue a harsh and heart-wrenching command. "Clan members, charge with me. These scoundrels dare to kill our leader, my father. Annihilate them." From the rear of the ninja alliance came a booming voice. It was Madara. Having received word of the Senju clan's faltering and the recent disheartened state of their troops, he seized the moment, unsure whether to rally Hashirama or to restore the morale of his own forces. "Uchiha Science, your father was not slain by us. Do not forget our alliance." Sarutobi roared, his voice resonating. "You old fool, I witnessed you ambush my father. How dare you deny it? Clan members, follow me. Avenge our leader, the Uchiha." already swayed by Madara's rhetoric, were incensed, their noble lineage having never suffered such indignity. They howled like wolves, sharpening their blades. Madara was astonished by the sheer number of adversaries before him. It was his first encounter with such a grand spectacle. The tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, transforming into a kaleidoscopic pattern, azure chakra soaring into the sky, manifesting his skeletal Susanoo. As it charged toward the Ninja Alliance, it displayed formidable power. The Uchiha, witnessing Madara wield the same strength as their leader, felt invigorated, driven by a fervor akin to a battle cry, their Sharingan awakening in unison. Izuna, witnessing this scene, felt his own blood surge with passion, undeterred by the overwhelming number of the Ninja Alliance. His silver chakra erupted, also manifesting a form of Susanoo. Chapter 86. The Reincarnation. I am uncertain how this came to pass. I recall my father mentioning that we are twins. Yet, upon my birth, I perished, and my consciousness somehow transferred to you, my brother. Thus, we share a single body. However, this situation is exceedingly bizarre, as our cultivation speed is twice that of ordinary individuals. My father disclosed everything to me and subsequently sealed me away, promising to release me after a few years. Unexpectedly, I have just emerged now. How have you grown so much, dear brother? Heiju spoke softly, his voice laden with affection. Tianrun, upon hearing his words, felt an unexpected sense of credibility. I find your claims hard to believe. Why have I never sensed your presence before? And why do you choose to appear only now? Were you sealed above my kidneys? Tianrun questioned, his skepticism wavering as he considered the possibility. After all, his twin brother had indeed perished in the womb, and his mother had also succumbed during childbirth. Few were privy to this secret. He recalled that in his childhood, many had often praised him for his cleverness. Could it be that their father passed away too soon to lift the seal? For a moment, he felt somewhat swayed by the notion. After all, this entity resided within him and could exert control over his body. Hinata Tianren's mind drifted. Heiju, exasperated, thought it absurd to be sealed above the kidneys. In truth, not only had his father sealed me away, but he had also bound our innate powers. If you doubt me, allow me to demonstrate our strength, and you shall understand. Heiju, left with no other choice, resorted to this tactic. Should he attempt to forcibly usurp Tianren's body, complications would ensue. His abilities were limited, and failure could lead to discovery, preventing him from maneuvering as he once did. Hinata Tianren pondered. Instinctively, he was disinclined to trust this entity's claims. Yet, rationally, he found some merit in what was being said. On a human level, he felt a pang of sympathy. If this being truly was his elder brother, having been sealed for so long and finally freed, it would be rather cold-hearted of him to deny the chance for proof before resorting to violence. However, from a conspiratorial perspective, the being seemed highly suspicious. Likely a ploy devised by his kin to exploit his vulnerabilities after he had exhausted himself in battle against 5 dancers, aiming to usurp his position as clan leader, steal his beauties, and squander his resources. This line of thought held considerable weight, particularly since many were aware of some underlying truths. As the young clan leader, he was under constant scrutiny. Though his thoughts were numerous, the external world experienced only a fleeting moment. I shall grant you an opportunity. If you prove ineffectual, regardless of your claims to be my elder brother, you shall cease to exist. Ultimately, Hinata Tianren succumbed to familial bonds, choosing to afford this entity, who claimed to be his elder brother, a chance. Very well, little brother, I have not misjudged you. Heiju's tone was solemn, laden with complexity and the weight of unearned trust, as if compelled to validate his own innocence. Relax, dear brother, and allow me to control your body. Heiju, who had never before addressed him as brother, now did so with an unfamiliar tenderness, pouring forth heartfelt words. Hinata Tianren hesitated briefly but was moved by the tone of his voice, feeling a pang of guilt for doubting him. Very well, brother, proceed gently, I fear. Hinata Tianren, akin to a child in his 30s, called out for his brother. Heiju stifled a surge of joy within. I am coming. You must relax. Heiju channeled his vast chakra into Hinata Tianren's eyes. Bear with me, dear brother. It may cause some discomfort. Hinata Tianren felt a wave of clarity wash over him, as if his Byakugan underwent a wondrous transformation. The chakra within him began to undergo a qualitative change. Brother? What is this power? It is so potent. I sense my Byakugan and the chakra within me evolving, as though I am undergoing a metamorphosis. Hinata Tianren exclaimed in disbelief. Heiju suppressed his rising nausea and spoke gently. Brother, this is our complete power. However, it requires time to fully transform. Once the transformation is complete, our true strength shall awaken. Heiju's voice grew slightly weak, mirroring the sensation of being emptied, much like Tianren. I am feeling a bit fatigued. I shall rest for a while. Do not stir up trouble until our powers awaken. Once I regain my strength, we shall strategize together. Heiju adopted the demeanor of a protective elder brother, expressing profound fraternal bonds. Tianren felt a rush of elation. Rest easy, brother. I shall await your awakening. He expressed concern, reflecting the depth of their brotherly bond. Inwardly, he marveled at the awakening of what he believed to be his true power. This force has finally been roused. Hinata Tianren searched within his body and mind for the presence of his elder brother. Realizing that such formidable power was best wielded by himself, it would be best for this elder brother to reincarnate soon. For the absence of a physical form was unbearably tormenting. Despite their deep brotherly ties, assisting his elder brother was a duty he felt compelled to fulfill. As Tianren continued to contemplate, he felt waves of power surging forth and transforming within him, accompanied by an awakening of ambition. Heiju, feeling fatigued, noted that despite Tianren's pure Byakugan, his physical state was quite poor, having been ravaged by indulgence. His body was nearly depleted, rendering him utterly exhausted. He grew weary of dealing with this useless sibling. It would be prudent to restore his chakra, and when the time comes, he would seal Tianren's consciousness. This power is best wielded by my own hand. This fool is far too naive. I must ensure he does not have a sudden epiphany from an external source, for that would lead to disaster. Ultimately, I may even find myself in peril. Heiju contemplated deeply, silently observing the transformation of the reincarnation eye, hoping for its successful evolution. Although he spoke confidently while deceiving Tianren, the outcome remained uncertain. It all depended on fate and his mother's protection. Mother, please bless my success. Heiju fervently prayed in his heart. Brother? Elder brother? Are you asleep? Tianren gently called out. After searching for a while, he found he could no longer sense Heiju's presence and felt a wave of helplessness. Realizing that Heiju had ceased to respond, he resolved to wait for this foolish elder brother's consciousness to awaken before extracting more information from him, with the intent to send him into reincarnation. Bring forth those 5 dancers from last night. Tianren felt an inexhaustible power coursing through him, an insatiable urge to continue the battle and render them a disarrayed mess. The thought of those exquisite moments made him swallow hard, as the flames of desire ignited within him. Heiju was left bewildered. His elder brother outwardly appeared to be in slumber, yet his younger brother was summoning 5 dancers for what purpose? Chapter 87. The rights to the kaleidoscope. Sharingan young clan leader, someone seeks your audience. Ban, situated within the confines of his tent, heard the voice of a guard from outside. Who is it? Ban, without lifting his gaze, continued to peruse battle reports and supply documents. It is a man and a woman, 2 individuals. Ban pondered for a moment, recalling those he knew, but did not recognize any female. Let them enter. Ban was initially disinclined to meet anyone. However, as the pillar of his clan, he had to make certain adjustments. As for why he permitted them into his tent, it was a jest. He regarded the enemies of the shinobi world with utter disdain, possessing absolute confidence in his own strength. Brother, it has been a long time. The visitors entered, their voices preceding their arrival. It was Li Xian and Ali, accompanied by 9-tailed beasts. Ban was taken aback, lowering the documents in his hands. He raised his head in astonishment. Elder brother, where have you been this past year? Ban murmured, as if caught in a dream. Li Xian gazed at Ban, who had grown taller and matured significantly, and smiled softly. Everything was understood without words. Someone, bring some wine and meat, Ban shouted towards the tent's entrance. Brother, given the current state of readiness, there isn't much to eat, and it isn't suitable to drink excessively. Let us have a couple of cups just to mark the occasion. Who is this young lady? Ban had initially ignored Ali, but recalling that she was brought by Li Xian, he gently inquired. Marking the occasion. He held no particular regard for tailed beasts. They did not impress him. Alas, his brother had an undeniable affection for them. To return with 9 after a year was quite absurd. Brother, have we received guests? I rarely see you drinking. Kwana approached Ban to chat and encountered Ban's guard. She then asked casually what the guard was doing, only to learn that her brother was preparing to drink and feast without inviting her. She had forbidden herself from drinking, but was secretly indulging. Thus, she planned to lie in wait outside the tent, hoping to catch him in the act. Hearing voices from within, she entered and beheld the scene. "Oh, little Kwanna," Li Xian exclaimed, noticing her head peeking in from outside the tent. Kwanna's face lit up with surprise. "Great leader, have you come to take me away? Is our plan about to commence?" Feeling somewhat awkward, she stumbled over her words, exclaiming, "Brother Kwanna, do you still remember me?" Ali, upon seeing Kwanna, eagerly approached and tugged at her sleeve. In her memory, Kwanna was a gentle and warm-hearted young man. Hence her enthusiastic demeanor, contrasting with her cautious and meticulous behavior around Li Xian. "Ah, Ali, how did you end up with our leader?" Kwanna remembered Ali, having interacted with her frequently. After all, he had taught her the refinement of chakra. It was his first experience as a mentor, leaving a profound impression. Li Xian wore a knowing smile, concealing his thoughts. Ban observed Kwanna and Ali chatting in the corner, and after a brief silence, he spoke. "Brother, are you aware of the current situation?" Ban took a sip of tea and gently initiated the conversation, eager to seek his brother's counsel on what actions he might take. "Yes, I am aware. You are doing well. Continue fighting, and peace will not be far off." Li Xian refrained from elaborating, knowing that Ban, now the clan's young leader, was deeply concerned for his people and would not sacrifice them for idle talk. The bonds within families during the Warring States period were deeply ingrained and not easily altered. If one wished to establish a village, other clans might use coercion to force integration, which would take time to settle. However, the two dominant clans could not be so easily swayed. Their power was too formidable, and the enmity too deeply rooted. After such prolonged conflict, erasing hatred was no simple task. Should a village be established, any uprising would be challenging to quell. It would not be wise to leave Li Xian observing them daily, lest he become frustrated and self-destruct. Therefore, it was essential to foster understanding and trust among them, building a harmonious home characterized by freedom, democracy, and unity. Ban nodded slightly, choosing not to comment further. After all, one cannot comprehend pain unless it is inflicted upon them, making excessive words futile. Li Xian felt a pang of discomfort at seeing his younger brother, now burdened with more thoughts than before. Bottling emotions would eventually lead to complications and isolation. Yet, he was not in a position to speak extensively on the matter. "You've been diligently training lately, haven't you? Your strength has improved." Ban smiled gently. "I have always found your strength inscrutable, so I can only bury myself in training to catch up to you. However, it seems you have been somewhat lax in your own training of late." Ban did not elaborate further. Everyone had their own aspirations. It was unreasonable to expect that one would surpass their pursuer simply due to their relentless efforts. To suggest otherwise would be rather presumptuous. In his heart, he held profound trust in Li Xian. To Ban, Li Xian and Hashirama held special significance. Li Xian felt a sense of offense at this insinuation. He should have feigned ignorance before upgrading to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but alas, it was too late. "By the way, where is your father?" Li Xian feigned curiosity, hoping to nudge Ban. Ban's motion to drink tea paused, and his eyes reddened slightly before he continued sipping. "My father was ambushed by Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, resulting in their mutual demise. I risked everything this time to save my third brother. As the pillar of the Uchiha clan, this is." Li Xian felt a sense of comfort in his heart, but chose not to comment further. "Your father must possess a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, correct? What of his eyes?" Li Xian inquired directly, disregarding any concerns Ban might harbor about his questioning. Beating around the bush was simply cumbersome. A glint of sharpness flickered in Ban's eyes as he set down his teacup and sighed. "Brother, you truly know much. I have only recently learned of the Mangekyo Sharingan from ancient texts, so I am surprised you are aware of it as well." Ban recalled his father mentioning it on the battlefield when Li Xian was not present. Perhaps it had been leaked by those with ulterior motives from both clans. Li Xian, upon hearing this, felt no particular emotion. Noticing Ban's silence, he pressed on, aware that the future of Ban and Kwanna was at stake. Though such inquiries were uncomfortable and his approach somewhat aggressive, they were the most expedient. "Have your father's eyes been removed?" Ban's expression soured slightly. It was evident that he was growing weary of Li Xian's persistent questioning. However, Li Xian was still his elder brother, and despite his displeasure, he retrieved the container he had kept on him. "These are my father's eyes. What of it? Are you interested, brother?" Ban's gaze was complex as he regarded Li Xian, suspecting that Li Xian coveted the power of the Uchiha clan through his father. A sense of aversion stirred within him. Yet, should Li Xian truly desire them, he would be willing to part with them. However, this would undoubtedly create a rift in their brotherly bond. Li Xian remained silent, under Ban's thoughtful gaze. He picked up the eyes and examined them, noting that they still retained considerable ocular power. Ban, you have used your Mangekyo, have you not? Li Xian asked, feigning ignorance. Fully aware of the truth from his vantage point above. Chapter 88. Ban upgrades his Mangekyo Sharingan. Ban nodded in affirmation. Then your vision must have diminished. Li Xian continued to inquire, pressing further into the matter. Ban's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, how do you know all this? Ban was astonished. His gaze fixed intently on Li Xian. Li Xian fiddled with the container, holding the Mangekyo. The Mangekyo Sharingan possessed unparalleled power, yet it was a double-edged sword. With great power came the rapid decline of vision, culminating in blindness. Nevertheless, there was always a glimmer of hope. There were two potential solutions. Li Xian paused, feeling parched. Ban, engrossed in his tea, had neglected to call upon a maid to refill his cup, perhaps too overwhelmed with joy at Li Xian's presence. Realizing Ban's lack of perceptiveness, Li Xian, with a sigh, retrieved a jug of wine from his space and took a sip. He felt that his throat, previously parched, was now revitalized with the drink. Li Xian noticed Ban's eager gaze fixed upon him, filled with a thirst for knowledge. With a chuckle, he continued, I heard that both you and Izuna have activated your Mangekyo Sharingan, so I specifically came to assist you in resolving this dilemma. Do not be overly moved. Obito furrowed his brow. Although he was perplexed by how Li Xian knew so much, he felt a deep sense of gratitude, mingled with annoyance. Can you please finish your thoughts in one go? Don't leave me hanging, Obito said, somewhat exasperated. There are two proposals. The first option is to remove your Mangekyo and transplant your father's Mangekyo Sharingan. Since you are blood relatives and have inherited your father's genes, you would then possess a Mangekyo Sharingan that would never lead to blindness, allowing for further advancements. Obito's brow furrowed, for the Mangekyo Sharingan is a singular pair. However, both he and Izuna possess their own Mangekyo Sharingan. After a moment of silence, he gazed at the solitary pair of Mangekyo before him. The prospect of achieving a never-blind Mangekyo was proving to be quite challenging, and the second option was yet to be revealed. He then glanced at Izuna, who was engaged in light-hearted banter with the Nine-Tails and Ollie. A glint sparked in his eyes, and he formed a plan. Izuna, come here for a moment. Stop playing around, Obito gently called out. Li Xian raised an eyebrow. Izuna, I am contemplating removing your eyes for the sake of using our father's eyes, Obito stated softly. Izuna appeared bewildered. Brother, what have I done to deserve such harm from you? He rushed behind Li Xian, utterly confused. Li Xian smiled faintly, disregarding Obito's frantic gestures, and relayed the previous statement to Izuna. Realization dawned on Izuna. He initially thought it was merely a figment of his imagination. Feeling his vision slightly decline, he discovered the underlying truth. Brother, go ahead and proceed. This way, you can better protect our clan. Besides, you have a second option, and as my leader, you would never forsake someone as endearing as me, Izuna said, gazing at Li Xian with pleading eyes, oblivious to Obito's simmering anger. Li Xian, observing Obito's evident frustration, spoke reassuringly. You see, my plan is also for your benefit, and the second option can be executed at any time. He chuckled softly. Obito looked at him skeptically. Are you trying to deceive me into thinking I am a fool? He questioned, recalling his own earlier intentions to mislead Izuna. Li Xian rolled his eyes and ruffled Izuna's hair. Do you think I could be as naive as you are? Izuna sees you as an elder brother, while you treat him as a simpleton. Izuna nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of Li Xian's words. Obito, feeling a mix of irritation and embarrassment, retorted, I am only acting in his best interest. Enough with the idle chatter. Lie down quickly. I will perform the surgery. Izuna moved to restrain his elder brother. Li Xian, akin to a confident physician, exuded assurance. Izuna, wearing a mischievous grin, approached and seized Obito's arm. Obito shook his head. Never mind, I shall do it myself. With resolve, Obito raised his hand and decisively extracted his own eyes without a moment's hesitation. Li Xian took the container from the table and retrieved Taijima's Mangekyo, preparing to implant it into Obito. He then made a small incision on Obito's arm, while simultaneously doing the same to his own, placing the flesh onto Obito's wound. A green light emanated from his hands, rapidly aiding in the healing process. This was a skill Li Xian had acquired previously, known as the Light of Life. Its healing capabilities were astonishing. As long as one was not deceased, recovery was possible with mere chakra. The reason for the flesh incision was that Li Xian's flesh contained Otsutsuki chakra. Although it still fell short of the sage body, it sufficed for Obito's needs, which were merely the other half of the Otsutsuki chakra. Obito slowly opened his eyes, which were somewhat blurred. The wounds on his arm healed, and a faint yet wondrous chakra surged toward his eyes. It felt as if thunder struck and ignited a fire within him. A chilling sensation coursed through his mind. The limited ocular strength of Taijima's Mangekyo, Sharingan, swiftly returned and continued to amplify. The chakra within him flowed steadily into his eyes, eventually being assimilated by the complete Otsutsuki chakra, transforming like a catalyst. Li Xian observed that Obito did not awaken the Rinnegan, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He began to ponder where the error lay. After all, he and Obito shared the same lineage, the Sage's Eye and the Rinnegan, yet neither had evolved. He dismissed the thoughts, realizing that Obito's power was still merely at the clan leader level. No transformation was to be expected. It was likely due to insufficient chakra. Brother, your medical skills are remarkable. I thought I would have to endure bandages for months, yet here I am, ready to use them at a moment's notice. Li Xian pondered Obito's words. He recalled the original work, where Obito effortlessly extracted and installed the Rinnegan, only to activate it with a mere twist. It was evident that Obito lacked that level of restorative ability now. Was it a matter of physical strength, or perhaps a deficiency in chakra? Li Xian felt puzzled, sensing something was amiss, and disappointment settled within him. The reason your eyes have not evolved into the Rinnegan is due to your insufficient strength. The divine and demonic body surpasses the sage body, but this only applies to you. It bears no effect on others in the ninja world. Your younger brother still needs to practice sage techniques to catalyze a reaction with the Otsutsuki chakra and accelerate his transformation, the system noted. Sensing Li Xian's confusion and transforming into a personal assistant to clarify matters. Li Xian, bewildered, expressed curiosity. System, have you had a change of heart today? You actually decided to speak up. He instinctively made a light-hearted remark.